Chapter 1. Sweat stung his eyes, his muscles ached, his lungs burned. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed, sweaty human, and Alex was that human. Every part of him cried out to give up, to quit. All he wanted was to go soak in the rejuvenating bath Dr. Tam had devised for him, but it wasn't time for that. Not yet. He sprinted around the track that ringed Guardian's gym. The dull, rhythmic beat of his stride resonated up through his body. The run was the final part of his daily exercise routine, and it was as much of a challenge for his workout buddies as it was for him. And if he was being honest, a dark and unkind part of his mind gloried in how he ran everyone else into the ground. Given his sheer size and bulk, Mox didn't make it past the 5 kilometers the Shadow Corps required of their people. Most of the others dropped out within a couple of kilometers after him. Kisha and Dirk held out for a total of 10. Alex was close, so close, to hitting 15 kilometers that he could taste it. He wanted it more than he craved the soothing, rejuvenating bath. This was one area where he was the undisputed master, and given how far behind he was in most other facets of his life now, having this one field where he excelled was all that kept him going some days. Yes, okay, the physical enhancements he'd received as part of the procedure that gave him his basic kit were ultimately the source of his physical prowess. He was slowly building the muscle memory he needed to be effective at martial arts, but there was only so much he could do to fast-track that. Break records with exercise, though? That didn't require any special training. Just him, the gym, and the enhancements available to every other citizen of the Ninhar Confederation. A soft tone played, just loud enough for him to hear over top of his breathing. He focused on the top left corner of his field of view and grinned at what he saw. 15 kilometers. Yes. He threw his arms into the air and cheered as he started his cool-down lap. He'd have to ask Havika to help him with fabbing a physical calendar, just so he could mark the first day he ran 15 kilometers. No, sprinted 15 kilometers. It took him a couple laps to ease down from the full-body sprint he'd maintained for so long, and a part of what he felt reminded him of how a turbocharger needed to wind down after a long drive. He gradually slowed to a stop a meter or so away from Kisha and the others, and he knew he grinned like a fool. But he wasn't sure he cared. By the Den Mother's tail, Alex, you are a beast. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone running 15 kilometers at a full sprint, let alone surviving it. Now that the pressure was off and he was cooling down from the run, fatigue threatened to overtake him. He knew the remedy, though. A slow walk to the med bay followed by a soothing soak. Afterwards, a large meal that was about a 40-40 split between protein and carbs, with healthy fats making up the remainder. Not for the first time, the memory of looking at himself in the mirror flashed to the forefront of his mind. He was all lean, toned muscle, a shredded, well-defined physique. He looked like a professional athlete back home. Maybe better than one, in fact. He almost wished he could walk down the streets of his rural hometown in one of those compression shirts the gym rats loved so much. But that would mean giving up Guardian and all of his friends here. Not to mention the very credible risk he'd end up in a government black site somewhere, getting poked and prodded and probed. He really didn't relish the thought of being probed. Thanks, Kisha. I wouldn't have made it without all of you helping with my training. I wouldn't be where I am without all of you. Kisha's muzzle fur fluffed out, a sign he'd come to recognize as embarrassment. Go on, you sweet talker. Tam's waiting for you. She wants to do another series of scans before she lets you soak. Alex nodded and grabbed a towel as he left the gym. He wasn't surprised. Tam insisted that understanding how the enhancements interacted with his body was the key to breaking through the glass ceiling on enhancement efficacy the medical community kept hitting. She was certain greater potential was possible. They'd simply never had so perfect a research subject before. The way she talked, it was almost like the enhancements they'd developed were outright made for him. Kinda made him wonder how other humans would respond to it. Or was he just some kind of lucky outlier? There was no way to know until more humans ventured out to the Confederation, and that wasn't going to happen until he figured out precisely where Earth was. His thoughts drifted as he trudged along the corridors, heading to the med bay. They were about halfway to Distel, the system that held the corporate headquarters of Novosk Shipping. Beyond working out the schedule and terms of the meeting, the prospective client had been rather tight-lipped about why they wanted to hire Shepard Security Services. Alex wasn't sure he liked that, but he wasn't sure what he could do about it until they arrived. There was still the better part of 2 months left on the journey, as Distel was almost on the far opposite side of the Confederation from Stasa. If Novosk shipping wasn't such a big name in the Confederation, the team probably would have suggested he pass on the invitation. After all, a 4-month trip, one way, meant they weren't free to pursue other jobs. The silver lining to that dark cloud, though, was that it gave Alex all kinds of training time, both physical as well as operational, not to mention using the study machine. Just the other day, Kisha told him he was almost to the level necessary to be considered a possible shadow recruit. High praise all by itself. The medbay hatch came into view, and Alex smiled. There was a part of him looking forward to getting this over with, so he could visit the study machine in his quarters. It had been a week since he'd last used it, and continuing his studies was one of the highlights of his weeks. He was currently working through the modules on small unit tactics. In the afternoons, Kisha and her team worked with him to help lock in and assimilate what he'd learned during the study sessions. He started out making a lot of mistakes, but as the days passed, the frequency of mistakes lessened, and he never repeated mistakes either. He was less than half a meter outside the detection range of the medbay's hatch when he heard Kisha behind him. "Hey, boss, wait up." That was new. She'd never called him boss before. He turned to see Kisha jogging to catch up with him, and he smiled. "What's on your mind, Kisha?" She slowed to stand a respectful distance away from him. Alex noticed her tail twitching, almost like it wanted to wag, but she exerted will to keep it from doing so. Plus, there was an energy to her voice that conveyed a mixture of happy and pride. "So, we, that is, the teams, have been discussing it, and we've reviewed your performance during the training the past few weeks via the recordings we made of the sessions. I was going to wait until the training session this afternoon to tell you, but I decided you might enjoy having some good news to take with you into the Krivak's den there. After a unanimous vote, the veterans of your direct action branch hereby certify you for active participation in missions." "What? That's awesome, Kisha. Thank you." "You've earned it, boss. You still have a little ways to go before we'll certify you as a team leader, but you're easily on par with any shadow recruit." If he had a tail, it would be wagging faster than the eye could see. He couldn't stop the huge, beaming smile, and he wasn't all that sure he wanted to. "I know I've put in the work, but I also know that everyone in your team spent time working with me. I wouldn't be here without all of you. If I don't immediately say anything at the afternoon training, remind me. I want to make sure the teams know how much I value their trust." Because it was very much a statement of trust. To say he was ready for active participation in missions meant they thought he was good enough to trust them with their lives. There wasn't a single person in the direct action branch who didn't have at least 20 years as an active duty shadow. The fact they were willing to extend him that trust wasn't an empty statement, and it meant the world to him. Zrala sat in the command chair at the center of Guardian's Bridge. She loved being back in space. She hadn't realized how much she had missed being aboard a ship underway, deep in the black. Contrasting her current situation against what it had been not even half a year ago engendered a deep gratitude to Alex. A gratitude she couldn't ever remember feeling toward anyone else in her life. No one else had dared to risk the ire of that idiot's family who had blacklisted her from all Starship-related jobs. She didn't know whether it was the simple fact that he wasn't from the Confederation, and the Stasa region specifically, or if it was because the Corvos family's actions truly had poked something deep in Alex's psyche, as Preja suggested. Whatever it was, she was grateful he'd taken a chance on her. The bridge's hatch opened to reveal Kiev returning from his break. She smiled and nodded in greeting, even as he tapped his wrist comm in a silent reminder that she herself was overdue for a break. She knew that, but she didn't want to leave the bridge. It was where she belonged. Kiev settled into his station and scanned the log for the time he'd been away. There weren't that many entries. She could have told him that nothing had happened during his break, but she also knew it was a good habit to always review the log when returning to the bridge. "I heard something interesting while I was in the galley," Kiev announced after completing his review. She'd known Kiev off and on for a while, so she gave it about 60-40 in favor of this being the lead-in to a joke. "Oh, you did? Was it interesting enough to share, or were you just going to leave it at that?" Muted chuckles went round the bridge, for Kiev's antics were becoming well known. "I don't know if they've told him yet, but I overheard a couple of the direct action folks talking about how the boss has really stepped up and shown in their training sessions lately. They said they were certifying him for participation in their missions. A silence filled the bridge, broken only by the beeps and boops of the various active stations. I want to be sure I understand what you're saying, Keeve. Kisha and the teams have decided he's good enough to go on missions with them? That's what I heard. I don't know how much weight to give it, but they were acting about 50-50 split between serious and proud. From the looks and sounds of it, he's really impressed them. Well, damn. Did that mean he'd switch over and start focusing on the ship courses now? She'd known from the start that she was only the captain until Alex earned his certifications, but she'd kind of hoped it would take him a little longer than a few months. Before she could make any kind of response, the hatch opened once again, and in walked the person in question. Alex greeted the bridge crew as he sauntered over to the observer's seat and settled in, bringing the board live and reading through the log. That was literally all he could do at the observer's seat, but in light of the previous discussion, the ease with which he did so seemed to stand out in an almost stark contrast to how unsure he'd been when they first launched the ship. When he finished scanning the rather short and unimpressive log, he seemed to notice that a lot of the bridge crew regarded him with thinly veiled curiosity or expectations. Is something wrong? Have you spoken with Kisha lately? Zrala asked. Alex nodded. Yeah, I sprinted 15 kilometers this morning, and I just escaped Dr. Tam's clutches down in Medbay. Kisha caught up with me as I was about to go in and told me the teams had decided to certify me for participation in their missions. That's very impressive, Alex. Congratulations. The rest of the bridge crew chimed in, adding their support. Thanks, everyone. It definitely surprised me. It had never occurred to me that it might be in the works. So, what's next for you? Starting the deck officer courses? No, Alex said, shaking his head. I don't think I'm there yet. I think a big reason I was able to move so well through their training was that I used to play a lot of paintball back home. It's sorta kinda like the training Kisha and everyone did with me, except instead of low-intensity lasers and sensor harnesses, we used guns that would shoot little balls filled with liquid paint using compressed air. My buddy's older brother was former military and worked with us on our tactics, so it wasn't just a huge unorganized free-for-all. I guess some of that came back to me. I'm gonna start working up the small unit tactics courses while slipping in the math and sciences I need to start picking up the basic spacer certs. I don't have my study plan worked out too far beyond that, since I'm not sure how long it'll take me. Oh, so it sounds like you're sticking with the direct action branch then? Yeah, for a little while anyway. And I'm gonna keep the training in rotation no matter what, because I want to be able to participate in those missions, not just command ships. I want to be flexible and not too specialized down one tree. She had to admit that his approach seemed well-reasoned and effective. The more she considered it, the more his plan made a lot of sense, especially for the early days, or maybe years, of the company. It would do a lot for morale to know that the shepherd led from the front. That's not a bad idea. Have you discussed it with anyone else? No, not really. Dr. Tam kept me in medbay long enough that there wasn't much point in going to afternoon training, so I sent Kisha a message that I was going to do my study session a little early. Speaking of that, I should probably head out. I mainly just wanted to check in here and see how everything was going. She watched Alex stand, and he was not more than a handful of steps away from the observer's seat when Keeve's console chirped a notification. Captain, sensors have detected what appears to be a faint suit beacon. There was no way a suit beacon could transmit into the hyperbands. They simply didn't have enough power. Are you certain, Keeve? Yes. It looks like one or more people managed to access a hypercom relay and configured it to rebroadcast their suit beacons. If the data burst is accurate, they're going to be in rather dire straits within a couple of hours. She didn't even hesitate. Send the coordinates to the helm. Helm, least time course to intercept that relay. Keeve, bring the ship to alert status. I'd like to think these are two people in need of a rescue, but it would be stupid to go into this with our guard down. Alex turned to Zrala. I'll get with Kisha. Zrala simply nodded, and Alex left the bridge. A swirl of emotion surged through Alex as he helped Kisha and her team prep for what he hoped was a rescue, and not some ne'er-do-well's trap. They were going through the loadout on the assault shuttle when Zasha arrived in an armored softsuit with a helmet hanging off her left hip and carrying a rather impressive case colored bright red. He didn't recognize the white symbol emblazoned on each side, but he suspected it was the Ninhar Confederation's equivalent to the Red Cross or Red Crescent. Ah, good, Kisha remarked at seeing Zasha. Have you ever been on a potentially hostile rescue before? Zasha shook her head. No, but Dr. Tam gave me some tips. I'll wait in the shuttle until you tell me it's clear to enter. Kisha smiled and her tail wagged a couple times. The doctor's good people, and she has more knowledge of how these kinds of ops can go bad than anyone should. Boss, do you mind guarding the airlock to the shuttle again? Nope, not at all. I know we haven't really had time to fully integrate me into the teams. I just want to do my part to keep everyone as safe as possible. He almost slipped up and invoked Murphy by saying a variation of making this easy. He was glad he caught himself at the last second. Over the next few minutes, they finished the checks on the shuttle, and Kisha gathered everyone for a briefing. She tapped some controls on her wristcom, and a hologram of a diamond-shaped structure appeared directly off her right elbow as she faced the team and Zasha. Okay, we are approaching Hypercom Relay KR447. It is an older relay design and probably due for replacement, but said replacement has not happened yet. She tapped another control on her wristcom, and the hologram zoomed in to show a standard airlock. This is a maintenance airlock that allows access to the control room, which is the only space for people on the relay. The rest of the volume is taken up by computers and transceiver arrays. A short time ago, the bridge recorded a broadcast from this relay containing a suit beacon. The broadcast also contained a small data burst explaining that 2 people were inside the control room and had patched a suit beacon into the relay for retransmission. Kisha paused and made eye contact with each of her people in turn. We have only the information provided by the broadcast to go by. This could be the rescue situation it appears to be, or it could be bait for some kind of trap. We won't know until we get there. Just then, the speakers overhead played a tone. Bridge to Assault 1. Kisha pressed a control beside the screen on the bulkhead, dividing the troop compartment from the cockpit. This is Assault 1. We are approaching the hypercom relay now. We do not detect any ships or other craft within sensor range, and there's nothing for them to hide behind. Sensors do report 2 life signs on the relay. Thank you, Bridge. Are we good to launch? Launch at your discretion, Assault 1. Open the bay doors, please. We'll launch immediately. Copy that. Bridge out. Kisha pointed to Dirk and Yuv, the 2 pilots on the team. We're good to go. Let's get this party started. Chapter 2. Zrala leaned back against the command chair and tried to project the calm, self-assuredness that is the hallmark of all great captains. She wasn't sure she managed it, but the mood of the bridge did not seem to carry any of the anxiety she privately felt. Something about the situation just did not sit well with her. It was probably that she had never heard of someone accessing the control room of a hypercom relay to rebroadcast suit beacons. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was a little too desperate. Of course, the odds of floating in space close enough to a hypercom relay to reach it before your suit's air ran out was rather unlikely all on its own. She hoped this was the simple rescue it appeared to be. She really, really did. They couldn't afford a lot of time to divert from their trip to meet with Sukal Navosk of Navosk Shipping. That was a significant opportunity for them. She glanced around the bridge as surreptitiously as she could manage. The crew minded their boards and didn't betray any signs of anxiety. As the captain, it was her job to worry. But when did it cross the line from justified worry into too much worry? That was a question she'd like to ask an older, confident mentor. But asking that kind of question required having said older, confident mentor. Her anxiety was probably nothing more than the unprecedented nature of the situation. But a little drill wouldn't hurt. Sensors, go to full active scan. If there's a mote of space dust 5 light minutes away, I want to know about it. Over the next few minutes, the plot gradually filled in with all kinds of information, and most of it was meaningless. The hypercom relay, matter of fact, all hypercom relays, sat at the system periphery, right at the very limit of what the solar winds could protect. Being so far out on the fringe of the gravity well made it easy for the relay to hold its position, relative to the rest of the hypercom network, but it also meant that they were very much all alone in the night. Most ships, especially armed ships, put a premium on emitting as little radiation as possible. The goal was for a vessel to be as close to passively invisible as ship engineers could make them. Most ships spent their journeys recording only what their passive sensor systems detected, which was why her order to go full active turned a few heads. But it was worth it. Captain, we're getting some odd returns. Passives didn't say there was anything within a couple light minutes, but the actives report what look like some odd asteroids. Odd was an understatement. This far out from the system primary, true asteroids were rare. Locations relative to the relay sensors? Equidistant and almost in a straight line, ma'am. Now she was sure something was not right. There were very few straight lines in space, especially this far out from the system primary. A predatory smile pulled her lips back, revealing her teeth. Cease full active on the sensors and focus on those 2 apparent asteroids. Full spectrum active beams. Aye, Captain. For a few moments, only the ambient noise of the bridge kept her company. If she concentrated, she could make out the regular breathing of the bridge crew, but she didn't care to concentrate. She only cared for the report from sensors, which should be coming back right about... Contact. 2 ships, designated Sierra 1 and Sierra 2. Preliminary classification is Corvette, probably Graro class. Vector change. They're angling for us. So, a trap after all. Comms signal the shuttle team that they are approaching a probable trap. Kiev, sound battle station ship to ship. Just as the klaxon for battle stations blared throughout the ship, comms replied. Assault 1-1 and Assault 1-6 both acknowledge the warning. Zrala allowed herself a brief smile. Both Kisha and Alex acknowledged the report, but that was a thought for another time. She had unknown ships to deal with. What are our new friends doing, sensors? A brief pause, then the reply. Captain, current vectors suggest they are attempting to bracket us, fore and aft. Interesting tactic, but it required the target to be unaware, or blind. They were neither. Helm, 5-minute emergency burn, straight up relative to the ecliptic. Then flip us around to bring the primary weapons to bear on the contacts. Aye, Captain. The Ninhar Confederation had long since developed propellantless propulsion, but the jargon of the bygone eras still held strong in training and practice. Guardian wasn't technically burning anything, but the helm command for an emergency burn would signal engineering to release the safety interlocks on the drives for the period of time specified. Zrala was very pleased to hear Kiev make the ship-wide announcement of the radical maneuvering. She should have ordered that as well, probably. The thrust provided by the engines without their safety interlocks might very well overcome the life support subsystems that prevented the ship from turning its crew into fun-shaped splotches of colored goo on the various bulkheads. If it did, it wouldn't be enough to create said splotches, but it wasn't outside the realm of possibility for a broken bone or 2 to occur. All of a sudden, she was pressed back against her seat. On the plot, the hypercom relay and the 2 contacts fell away to stern with considerable rapidity. She felt the briefest flash of weightlessness as Galara flipped the ship and brought it to rest, relative to the relay. Burn complete, Captain. Comms, are our new friends broadcasting any kind of transponder? Negative, Captain. If it were not for the sensor returns, we wouldn't know they were there. Hail them. According to the plot, they were less than 2 light minutes away from the unknown contacts, which now seemed to be angling toward the relay instead of them. Zrala gave them 5 minutes. 2 minutes to receive their hail, 1 minute to reply, and 2 minutes for their respective responses to return, and fought the urge to growl at the lack of response. Just to be sociable, she gave them another minute. Still nothing. Sensors, I want a whole map of the 2 contacts, full power. She was not surprised when everyone turned to look at her, their expressions betraying various levels of disbelief. And she couldn't blame them, really. At the ranges involved, a full power hull map would set their ships to ringing like a bell. Most spacers regarded it as the equivalent to a rude slap to the head, often accompanied by something along the lines of, "Hey, stupid, we're talking to you." She gave the watchstander at Sensors an exaggerated, deliberate nod. "You have your orders." The spacer at Sensors shook himself as he swiveled back to his station. "Aye, Captain. Full power hull map of Sierras 1 and 2, coming right up." Zrala wasn't an engineer. Matter of fact, she didn't even have any more than the basic engineering classes all deck officers were required to have, most of which amounted to teaching them just enough to determine whether prospective engineering officers knew a reactor from a drinks machine. So when the Sensors watchstander stiffened less than a minute after keying the commands for the full power hull maps, "Captain, contact Sierra 1 and 2 are not corvettes. Repeat, they are not corvettes. Based on engine profiles and preliminary hull contours, Guardian now classifies them as UTAL-class light troop transports. Comms, update the boarding party fast as you can." The UTAL class was an old design. An old design. Something like 100 years, if she remembered correctly. But that didn't mean they were totally worthless. She thought she remembered something about them seeing the most use and popularity during the Vreenax Rebellion, but it had been a long time since her Ships of History class at the Academy. "Guardian, help me out here. What is the troop complement for an UTAL-class light troop transport?" A second hologram appeared beside the plot, resembling a female of Alex's species. "The UTAL-class transport could support up to a company of embarked troops if outfitted with the proper modules. That specific configuration did not support independent operations, as it removed the galley and large amounts of comestibles storage to make room for additional troop berths. As there are no signs of a carrier within sensor range, I calculate that these 2 ships will carry no more than 100 combatants. If we were to reduce the range, my sensors might provide a count of life signs on those ships for a more accurate assessment." Zrala felt her ears lay flat and her tail go limp. There was no way to know, at their current range, just how many people occupied those 2 ships. But even if they were only at half capacity, that still meant the boarding party on the relay might soon face a minimum of 17-1 odds, assuming the 2 people used as bait were also combatants. "Any response at all to our hail comms?" "No, Captain. They're silent as a graveyard." Zrala fought the urge to wince. "Probably not the best comparison right now, Spacer. Record for transmission." The watchstander at comms keyed a couple commands and pointed at her. "Attention unknown vessels. I am Zrala Seskit, commanding the heavy corvette Guardian. We have a team aboard the relay attempting to offer aid to apparent castaways. Slow your approach and identify yourselves, or we will have no other option than to conclude you are hostile and defend our team and the castaways with all necessary force. You have 3 minutes to reply from receipt of this message." She gave the spacer at comms a hand signal. What felt like a heartbeat or 2 later, the spacer announced, "Ready to transmit. Send it across all known channels and frequencies. Heave open outer doors on missile tubes 1 and 2. Begin passive generation of weapons lock." "Aye, Captain. Opening outer doors on tubes 1 and 2, passive weapons lock." Guardian wasn't a battleship. It simply wasn't big enough. They carried 4 missile tubes in the bow and 2 in the stern. If Havika hadn't chosen the design that she did, they would not have had even that many. The standard corvette carried 2 missile tubes, 1 fore and 1 aft, and 2 beam weapons. The heavy corvette carried 6 tubes and 10 beam weapon hardpoints. The bow carried 6 of those beam weapons, 4 grazers or gamma-ray lasers, 1 ion beam that would harm people without damaging the ship, and 1 microwave beam that would fry a ship's tech without overly harming the crew. The aft hardpoints were similarly allocated, except there were only 2 grazers. "Helm, start bringing us closer to energy range. Nice and easy, though. Let's see how much they're paying attention over there." She wanted prisoners for interrogation, but that was really more of a luxury than a must-have. She would not prioritize prisoners over the safety and welfare of the boarding party. The more she thought about it, though, the less focusing on the relay made any sense. The UTAL class were not large enough to carry assault shuttles. They'd instead used what amounted to boarding capsules that stuffed combatants inside like small tins of fish. Those capsules carried just enough maneuvering capability to deliver the combatants to their targets with some modicum of safety. To increase the odds of maximum survivability, the preferred tactic was to get as close to the target as possible, and then basically launch the capsules like very slow-moving torpedoes. Against an enemy with substantial point defense, those boarding capsules were little more than coffins. Their energy weapons were probably sufficient, but they had to be close enough to use them. The timer she'd set in her comp ticked down to 0. "Any response, comms?" "Negative, Captain. Not a peep." She truly hated starting fights. No captain with their head on straight wanted to fire first. But sometimes life didn't give you that option. "Kiev, go to active weapons lock on Sierras 1 and 2. Target their engines. Fire tubes 1 and 2. Give each contact 1 missile." "Aye, Captain." Soon enough, she felt the very faint tremor of one and then a second missile tube pushing its cargo into space. The plot quickly updated to show 2 tiny dots moving away from Guardian. About a minute after they fired their missiles, 2 dots appeared on the plot around each contact. "Tubes 1 and 2 fired, Captain. Bird 1, estimated flight time of 6 minutes. Bird 2, estimated flight time of 8 minutes. New contacts, Captain. Guardian classifies them as boarding capsules appropriate for UTAL-class light transports. Contacts Sierra 1 and 2 are now engaging evasive maneuvers. Comms, notify the boarding party that they have incoming, potentially hostile." "Notified and acknowledged, Captain." Zrala saw evidence of the evasive maneuvers on the plot. The Ninhar Confederation hadn't quite reached the level of hyperlight missiles, that is, missiles that traveled faster than light. But she knew for a fact that there were several research projects underway to develop the technology. However, even just using conventional sublight propulsion, missiles were so small that there was hardly any mass to counteract the thrust, which made them very, very fast. As in appreciable fractions of light speed fast. The boarding capsules were a little over halfway to the relay when Bird 1 introduced itself to Sierra 1, the closest of the 2 transports. Sierra 1 attempted a defense at the last moment, but 2 of the ship's ancient point defense emplacements experienced a catastrophic failure, becoming small clouds of debris slowly expanding from the ship's hull. The other 2 shots of weak laser fire didn't come anywhere close to the missile. But it's the thought that counts, right? Yeah, not so much. At least not when anti-ship missiles are involved. There appeared to have been a slight delay in Bird 1's detonator circuits, because it had the opportunity to bury over half of itself into Sierra 1's engines before it exploded. Between the missile's explosion and the pre-existing program of evasive maneuvers, the ship went into an uncontrolled wobbly corkscrew when it seemingly lost all power and attitude control. Zrala almost felt sorry for anyone still alive. Sierra 2 was not so lucky. Right before Bird 2 began its terminal attack, someone aboard Sierra 2 apparently got the bright idea to attempt a dodge. Either they vastly overestimated their piloting skills, or they had no idea at all of how ungainly the UTAL class handled, because all they managed with their sudden violent yaw to port was to present their full, unprotected flank to Bird 2. The missile had been angling for an engine strike, much like what Bird 1 had achieved against Sierra 1. However, the sudden change of the transport's vector adjusted the angle of attack just enough that Bird 2 struck the engineering spaces instead of the engines themselves. Sierra 2 disappeared in a fiery orgy of thermonuclear destruction, lost with all hands. Comms General Broadcast. Order Sierra 1 to surrender, signaling compliance by the customary flash pattern of the running lights. The boarding capsules are to change course to rendezvous with Sierra 1, which will eject any unused boarding capsules to make room for Sierra 2's orphans. "Aye, Captain," came the response, followed a few moments later with, "Broadcast made." It took about 10 minutes, but the sole remaining transport began flashing its running lights according to the interstellar conventions of a surrendered ship, mere moments before it released several boarding capsules from its hull. The occupied boarding capsules, both from Sierra 1 and the newly orphaned, began angling for an intercept, with the only remaining transport in the system. "Helm, close on Sierra 1. We'll need to assist them in stopping that corkscrew, or those boarding capsules don't have a chance of docking. But let's stay sharp, people. There might still be an idiot over there with a little bit of misguided fight left." Chapter 3. From the sounds of the comms chatter, the fight outside the relay was over almost before it began. Kisha wasn't surprised, really. The Utal-class transports were never intended to face combat. One of the primary tenets of the design was that it would be escorted by a squadron of heavy corvettes at a minimum, preferably a heavy squadron that substituted a frigate or two in place of an equal number of heavy corvettes. She imagined hearing the hiss of Atmo pressurizing the airlock while she and her team waited for it to cycle. The relay was old enough that it wasn't a fast cycle either. It was hard to believe a physical structure as old as this relay could be upgraded to a certain point with just software updates beamed in as part of the daily data traffic. While her thoughts roamed, she watched the telltales on the right side of the inner airlock hatch. There were 5. The ones on either end were green, the next 2 amber or yellow, and the center was red. During the cycle process, the telltales showed which hatch had been used to enter the airlock and displayed the progress. She had watched the bottom telltale shift to the next one up, green to amber, over the course of more minutes than she would have liked. The red telltale in the center was lit now, indicating that neither hatch would open. She fought the urge to sigh. If she would have known it would take this long, she would have brought reading material. After what felt like an eternity, the inner hatch opened. Kisha blinked in surprise as her mind snapped back to full combat awareness. She brought her laser rifle to her shoulder and made the hand gesture for the team to stack up. In less than 6 seconds, Dirk tapped her shoulder to signal everyone was ready, and she led the team into the personnel section of the relay. Her breathing sounded louder than normal inside the suit as she moved at a slow, deliberate pace. The corridor was about 4 meters wide and 3 tall, and it carried an almost eerie vibe. Sporadic emergency lights seemed to be the only active illumination, and more than one set occasionally flickered. They cleared 4 compartments that were little more than equipment racks only a hypercom engineer would understand before they reached the primary control room. Kisha gave the hand signals to stack up on either side of the hatch and smiled at the crisp, quick precision her people displayed as they did so. Right before she tapped the control to open the hatch, she gave the signal that she and Dirk would go high and that everyone else should go low. Upon receiving hand-signaled replies to the affirmative, she tapped the control to open the hatch with her right elbow. The hatch whined as it cycled open, and even with her sensory burst suppression implants and her suit's external microphone set to low gain, it was still an unpleasant sound. Much like the airlock, the hatch took its sweet time. By the time it was open wide enough for a person to pass through, she had already had a good look around the room. An inactive holotable occupied the center of the room and blocked a full view of the 2 figures, but her suit's sensors didn't report detecting any weapons. Kisha gave the hand signal to proceed, and they fully entered the control room. 2 suited figures slumped against a console at the far end of the room. A data cable connected the right figure's forearm suit control panel to the console they leaned against. If the suits were any indication, they were a Misk and Voquar, and the Voquar had the cable connecting their suit to the console. If they were aware of her team's arrival in the control room, they didn't react or attempt to communicate. As soon as her team confirmed the control room was otherwise clear, she knelt in front of the 2 and activated the medical scanner in her suit's sensor suite. The first confirmation came back very quickly: 1 male Misk and 1 female Voquar. A few seconds later, unconscious, probably due to hypoxia. She keyed her internal mic to broadcast on the local channel. "These 2 are unconscious from oxygen deprivation. Cough, you take the Misk. Harl, you get the Voquar. Connect your Atmo umbilicals and let's get back to Guardian ASAP." Alex entered the briefing room with Kisha. Zrala already occupied a seat at the table, and Tam attended via a hologram that appeared to sit in one of the other chairs. But given how the hologram moved, Alex suspected Tam was actually at work on one or both of the supposed castaways. "I don't know why you called this meeting, Zrala, I really don't," Tam was saying as he and Kisha entered. "We just successfully removed their suits. The only update I have for you right now is that they're a male Misk and a female Voquar, and both are unconscious. I won't know more for a little while yet." "That's fine, Doctor," Zrala replied. "Don't let us keep you." Tam's hologram vanished without even a goodbye. Alex approached a chair and claimed it as Kisha claimed the seat beside him. The hatch opened behind them to admit Havika, who claimed the chair on Alex's other side. Zrala nodded her greetings before saying, "Since Dr. Tam is otherwise engaged at the moment, let's discuss the one transport we didn't destroy. We've grappled it and arrested its vectors. We are both now holding a stationary position relative to the system's star. The question we have to answer is what we do with it now. From what I've been able to determine from a batch of high-resolution scans, Havika said, their engines are mostly gone. I'm sure the bulk of their reaction mass has vented to space if they didn't have an emergency valve on automatic to shut off the flow. Of course, given the damage our missile did, it's possible that emergency valve, if it existed, is part of the debris field. Their reactor appears to have gone into emergency shutdown as well. As soon as Havika finished, Alex asked, I haven't gotten this far in my studies yet, so I'm just going to ask. Are there salvage laws that cover this situation? Zrala and Kisha shared a look, and Kisha answered, It depends. If any of the top 3 officers have bounties, especially the captain, the transport and its contents and associated boarding pods are all ours. No debate or appeal possible. Otherwise, we have to convey them to the nearest fleet base to report this incident and appeal for adjudication from the Confederation Navy's prize court. If it does go to adjudication, we don't have to sit at the fleet base and wait, unless the local office of the prize court has fairly immediate availability. We'll all record sworn depositions, and when the prize court reviews the case, they'll send us messages to report to the local prize court, wherever we end up, if they have further questions. Alex glanced around the table, pausing at each person just long enough to make eye contact. Okay, so what's the next step? Get verified identities of everyone aboard that ship and its pods? Kisha nodded, rocking her chair a little as she did so. Yep, and we should go over there in force. I'd say take both teams in the assault shuttle. Have one team collecting and verifying idents while the other team searches the ship and maintains security. Can Guardian tow the transport to the nearest fleet base? Or will we have to hang around while we make repairs and put a prize crew aboard? Alex asked. Before anyone could answer, Guardian's avatar appeared above the center of the table in holographic form. Based on available data, I have calculated that towing the disabled vessel is within my safety tolerances. Do you concur, Engineer Gallisk? I'd have to review the scan logs for the transport's total mass, plus its pods and contents and people to be sure. But if you've already done the math, I have no issue certifying your result without double-checking it. Guardian smiled and nodded a kind of partial bow. Why, thank you, Engineer Gallisk. I also recommend that you plan for connecting our power and consumables umbilicals. The scan logs indicate the air is already approaching dangerous levels of carbon dioxide, and without the main reactor operational, the water recycling systems are draining the emergency batteries at a significant rate. Team Leader Kisha, may I ask why you were going to use the assault shuttle to board the wreck? The transport possesses a standard docking collar on its dorsal side. Using it, plus the grapples, would increase the stability for towing by a significant multiplier. Everyone turned to Kisha, who shrugged. Yeah, that's fine. We can depressurize the connection and seal our ventral access hatch once we finish inventorying everyone. Depending on what we find with the senior officers, the best thing to do may be to lock everyone in their cabins and take meals to them. Alex looked around the table once more and nodded. Well, it sounds like we have a plan. Let's get to it. Every senior officer on the transport had a bounty, and for the captain and first officer, the bounties were rather impressive. Given what Kisha had said in the meeting, Alex was kind of glad it worked out that way. It seemed to be the far simpler and easier outcome of all the possibilities. The process of identifying the crews of the transport and boarding pods went fairly well. They seemed to understand they were defeated, and settled into a kind of sullen compliance. More than a few gave Alex an odd look or 3, but he was used to that at this point. Being the only skin-covered mammal without fur or scales made him stand out a bit. Once everyone was identified and the master list assembled, they chose to lock them in their cabins. That would have made things a bit cramped for the people on the boarding pods, but Alex asked about changing the unused berths aboard Guardian into 2-person cells. Those cells didn't wholly alleviate the problem, but did make it better, especially when Kisha said they should probably put the transport senior officers in the cells aboard Guardian first and go from there. The nearest fleet base was aboard the orbital at Kynax 7, which would be about 2 weeks given Guardian's adjusted capabilities. Prija didn't like keeping Novosk waiting so long, but she fired off a quick message explaining the delay and asking to update the meeting time once they were actually in system. No more than a couple hours later, Novosk replied that it was all good and that they hoped everything worked out with the transport. That was one concern off the collective mind, but Dr. Tam still hadn't made any kind of report on the 2 potential castaways. That worried Alex more than missing the meeting with Navosk. He would have thought she'd have an update within a few hours. On the 4th day into the trip, Dr. Tam asked for a meeting in the briefing room. Alex happened to be on the bridge when the request came in, so he walked with Zrala as soon as she handed the ship over to Kiev. It wasn't very far, and they were the first to arrive. Kisha and Prija came in next, followed by Dr. Tam a few minutes later, but still early for the requested meeting time. "It took a lot of work," Dr. Tam began without any preamble, "but Zasha and I have successfully staved off any threat of brain damage from the lack of oxygen in our 2 castaways. We are flying a little blind in regards to their care and medical history, as their wrist comms do not respond to the standard medical override handshake. That is concerning, but there is nothing we can do about it here. There's the slight chance the medical personnel at the fleet base might be able to make more progress, assuming our castaways haven't woken by then, but really there's nothing we can do but wait and see." Understanding nods went around the table when Dr. Tam paused. "Medically, they present with malnutrition and slight dehydration. We've found indications that they have experienced prolonged physical trauma in the past, but at the moment, they possess no obvious injuries or scarring. No broken bones or fractures, no deep tissue or organ bruising, no signs of internal bleeding either. Technically, the diagnostic guidelines define their current status as comatose, but given what we have records of them surviving, I don't really like that. At this stage, I do not believe attempting to force them to wake up is a good course. From all the data available, I believe they will wake up on their own in due time. As I know more, I'll update everyone." So the enigmas that were their castaways got a new layer of mystery. Alex wasn't sure what to think, but he trusted Dr. Tam. He mentally shrugged and decided to leave the matter in her hands. When the meeting started to break up, Dr. Tam did not immediately move to leave. "Alex and Kisha, do you 2 mind coming with me back to Medbay?" Neither Alex nor Kisha minded, and the doctor kept her silence as she led them from the briefing room to their destination. Once there, the good doctor went straight to her office, ushering them both inside and sealing the door. She gestured to the 2 guest seats as she walked around her desk and assumed her own. "Right. This would be so much better if we had already finalized our accredited auxiliary status. The crew, at least the senior personnel, would have their respective security clearances, and I wouldn't have to dance around all this like some cheesy actor in a bad spy holo." That, more than anything else, piqued both concern and curiosity from Alex. But rather than interrupt with a question, he held his silence and waited for her to lay whatever this was out in her own time and manner. "When their wrist comms refused to acknowledge my medical override, I took hair and tissue samples as well as dental molds. I then uploaded them and ran a search through the Confed databases. Both the public said and those only people with a collection of sins like me and Kisha get to access. The results were interesting, to say the least. Publicly, our castaways are a pair of ne'er-do-wells with a rather impressive list of crimes across the breadth of the Confed criminal code. They somehow do not have bounties nor outstanding warrants, and that's honestly kind of surprising. Most people with their resume would already be on a one-way trip to a prison planet. But, according to the classified databases, well, now that's an altogether different story. If those databases are to be believed, we currently play host to a couple of the more decorated undercover personnel employed by the Confed Investigations Directorate." To Alex, that implied they were undercover cops, maybe equivalent to FBI or DEA agents back home. Kisha, however, had a far more pronounced reaction. Her ears perked upright, and her tail went ramrod straight. "By the Den Mother's tail, they're undercover CID?" Dr. Tam simply nodded. Alex looked back and forth between them for several moments. Finally, he gave in. So someone mind sharing with the slow alien?" Both Kisha and Dr. Tam snorted their amusement. Dr. Tam took up the torch. "You are many things, Alex Hawk, but slow isn't one of them. The Confederation Investigations Directorate is the agency within the executive branch of the Ninhar Confederation charged with investigating crimes. They are ultimately part of the Ministry of Justice. Their jurisdiction extends throughout Confed space, and they have the authority to operate at any level of the government, from the interstellar level all the way down to localities within regions on planets. Now, it's rare they'll go so far down the well that they deal with simple stuff like local traffic crimes, but if they witness someone committing public endangerment, they'll still act on it." "Are there other law enforcement agencies at the Confederation level?" Both ladies shook their heads, Kisha saying, Nope. CID is the only game in town, and they are very good at what they do. There are officers who've been with CID for over 100 years. Something tells me we now know why they were able to tie their suit beacons into the hypercom relay, Alex mused. I'll bet they have all kinds of access codes most people never even imagined might exist. You're not wrong, Kisha remarked. I doubt they can beat me in my status as an active shadow, but it would probably be a tight race. Like I said in the meeting, I do not believe their lives are in any immediate danger, at least medically speaking. Still, though, I feel it rather imperative that we deliver them to the fleet base at the Kynax 7 orbital as soon as we possibly can. Alex didn't disagree one bit. It would be interesting to find out what they'd stumbled into, assuming anyone even thought to tell them. Chapter 4. On the 6th day of their journey to Kynax 7, the two undercover investigators woke up. Kisha politely, but a bit forcefully, asked Alex to leave the matter to her and Dr. Tam, with the doctor even going so far as to ask Zasha to leave medbay until called back. Neither Kisha nor Dr. Tam ever said what all they discussed, but in the end the two castaways ended up with their own separate berths, instead of sharing a converted cell as their public personas would have suggested. For the remaining days of the journey, they largely kept to themselves, coming out of their cabins to collect meal trays before disappearing back inside. Alex suspected Kisha or Dr. Tam had a quiet word with the chef and Zrala to smooth over the seemingly antisocial behavior. Alex made sure to be sitting in the observer seat on the bridge when Guardian finally arrived in the Kynax system. The systems he'd seen on the plot so far hadn't been all that busy, not even Vorkalix. He hoped a system with a fleet base would be different, and he wasn't wrong. Staring at the system plot as it filled in with data codes and icons, he simply sat in stunned silence. There were so many that the system reduced most of them to simple dots with vector arrows, once Guardian had enough data to calculate their vectors. He itched to ask about all the traffic, but he didn't want to get in the way of bringing the ship into the Kynax 7 orbital, so he excused himself from the bridge and headed for his cabin. As soon as the hatch closed behind him, he went straight to the couch and made himself comfortable. Guardian, do you have availability to talk? The avatar of the ship's AI winked into existence on the couch beside him, positioned as if she sat with him a respectful distance away. I always have system resources for you, Alex. What do you need? Can you display the system plot? I'd like to learn more about all the ships here in Kynax. Of course, Alex, I am happy to do so. A duplicate of the system plot he'd seen on the bridge appeared in the air above the coffee table in front of the couch. How would you like to proceed? Alex simply stared at the enormity of the data in silence for a few moments. His eyes roamed over the plot until his focus settled on a cluster of data codes occupying what appeared to be one of Kynax 7's Lagrange points. There, that cluster trailing behind Kynax 7's moon. Well, one of them. What is that? The system plot zoomed in faster than Alex could follow, and the small cluster of data codes resolved into a cluster of ship icons with a ginormous monster in the center, assuming the icons were accurate to scale. That is the system defense fleet assigned to Kynax 7 by the Ninhar Confederation Navy. Its core is Vixcal-class dreadnought with subformations built around 2 Gormir-class battleships. Each battle group contains a number of cruisers and lesser screening elements. Would you like for me to go through them? It boggled his mind. Is that makeup common for system defense fleets? Or is it so heavy because this system is also a fleet base? For that matter, is there some kind of external threat to the Confederation that makes this level of militarization prudent? And where do they get the money to pay for all that? Guardian's avatar smiled, possibly at the cascade of babbling coming from Alex. To answer your questions in order, this force level is common for system defense fleets, often simplified to SDF. According to available data, it is a little heavier in the lighter units than normal, which I hypothesize is due to the system being a fleet base. Having extra lighter units would allow them to depart on detached duties for patrol or rescue, or any number of other missions without compromising the security of Kynax. There are indeed some threats external to the Ninhar Confederation, but relations with them in recent years have been a cautious neutrality. There have been no major military actions for over 30 years. Should there be a call for military action, the various system defense fleets would provide ships to whatever expeditionary fleets the Navy desired to form for the conflict. As to how the Confederation pays for it all, I have not accessed the budget in any great detail, but news archives indicate the Confederation allocates approximately 15% of its overall budget on the Ministry of Defense. Wow. He almost asked just how big the Confed budget was, that ships like what he saw on the plot were a fraction of that 15%. But he wasn't sure it would be a meaningful number. He still had so much to learn. It seemed like every day answered no more than 5 questions, while adding over 50 to the list. He knew a lot of that stemmed from the society hitting him cold. A sizable portion of his information shortfall would have come from simple exposure if he'd grown up here. Alex, forgive me, but I just monitored an incoming communication. Preja will most likely call you shortly to state that our application to become an accredited auxiliary has been tentatively approved, pending personnel checks and in-person interviews, which we can accomplish at the orbital here. Both the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Defense have offices here with the capacity to handle this. You will present a singular problem to them as you have little to no records history in the Confederation. I look forward to seeing how they handle that. Alex wondered how they'd handle him too. Hopefully it would all go well enough, but there was only one way to find out. His wrist comms beeping pulled him out of his thoughts, and he looked at the holographic display to see an incoming call from Preja. He smiled and accepted the call. Hi, Preja. Hi, Alex. I just received a message that our application for accredited auxiliary has been provisionally approved. Since we're going to the Kynax 7 orbital anyway, we can finalize everything there, and maybe even have a final decision within a couple days. He thought about telling her that Guardian had already informed him, but ultimately he decided not to. He didn't want her to feel like the ship's AI was stealing her thunder. That sounds great. Can you make the necessary arrangements for that? Of course, I'd be happy to. Her voice was almost a purr. Let me know if you need something from me. Otherwise, I'll leave you to it. Have you been keeping up with your studies? He grinned. Yeah, I'm far enough into the small unit tactics that I'm going to pivot and start working through the general education curriculum. I feel like there's this whole mass of knowledge that people around here simply take for granted, but I know nothing about. That's probably a good idea. Plus, the sooner you get your basic education certifications, the sooner you can start working toward that deck officer certification, which in turn will lead to the captain certification. I know you've been wanting that. Yeah, I have. The small unit courses were faster, but I really want to start working up my officer credentials. There was a slight pause, then Preja said, I'll update you as the situation evolves. I'm sure there will be at least 2 rounds of interviews before our application is finalized. Thanks, Preja. I appreciate you. You've made this unexpected transition to a new life much easier than it would otherwise have been. Alex thought he heard a slight purr in the background of the call before it ended. He sat in silence for a moment, simply looking at the system plot, and he wondered, not for the first time, what he'd be doing right now if he hadn't insisted on sitting with the flock that night. Would one of his parents now be in this situation? Or would they just be facing the ruination of the farm with the loss of all the livestock, without anyone being missing? He'd never know, and he'd probably never find out how they weathered his abduction. Oh, sure, he had every intention of finding his way home, but how long would that take? What all would have changed while he was gone? There was an old bluegrass song he'd heard his parents listening to, from a band over in Montana. He wasn't sure he had the title right, but the song was all about how you can't go home anymore. He finally understood what the songwriter meant. Even if he did find his way home, it probably wouldn't be home when he made it back. Alex sat in his cabin, watching the system plot as Guardian enclosed on the orbital. He hadn't thought to look at the Stasa orbital when they left, so this was his first look at a space station built by a star-faring civilization. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen or even imagined. At its core, it looked like a spindle, and what he guessed were the docks occupied a large chunk of the center. He guessed they were the docks because they were a large network of arms extending out from the station and branching off every which way. It kind of looked like a cross between a spiderweb and several masses of kraken tentacles. Data codes that he presumed to be shuttles or tugs or something flitted about, looking like gnats buzzing all over. Guardian helpfully included a repeater from the bridge, so he could follow what was happening while he tried to make sense of what he saw. He listened to Zrala say, "Station Control, this is Guardian of Shepard Security Services. We currently have a prize ship in tow that we are bringing in for adjudication. Outside of 7, everyone aboard the capture has at least one bounty. Request docking instructions." A few moments later, a reply came in. "Guardian, this is Kynax 7 Orbital Control. Please transmit your logs for preliminary analysis and hold position at the outer markers." "Copy that, Station Control. Transmitting now." Guardian showed him the log message indicating the transmission of a data packet, while the ship's vector data began changing. Soon enough, the ship held position, relative to the station, at what Alex assumed was the outer marker. He kind of vegged out on the system plot. It was soothing in a way. A complex symphony, full of moving parts and people. As he watched the data codes flit about, he idly wondered how long the review would take. What would it entail? For that matter, what did they send? "Guardian, can you show me the data packet we sent Orbital Control?" "Of course, Alex." The system plot minimized, and a graphic of what looked like a file folder with a tie flap appeared. The flap untied, and the folder opened to reveal the identity packets of their prisoners, the current status of the transport and the prisoners, and all of their logs regarding the incident, going all the way back to the detection of the suit beacon broadcast via hypercom. It was a comprehensive package, but that made sense given its purpose. "I wonder what this will mean for our rating with the Bounty Hunters Guild if they award us this capture." Guardian immediately replied, "Based on the value of the bounties, the only thing keeping us from Tier 2 will be your certifications. If our application for accredited auxiliary goes through, that will automatically bump us to the top of Tier 2, and your certifications in small unit tactics and the other pieces of the curriculum Kisha's training covers will put us solidly into Tier 3. Now, all he had to do was remind himself on what the various tiers meant. Minutes passed, and it was reaching the point where Alex was about to start worrying over the lack of response when Guardian brought the system plot back to full size and focused on a flurry of activity near one of the docking levels. Mere seconds after that, the bridge repeater broadcast, "Guardian, this is Orbital Control. We have assessed your data packet, and we are mobilizing a tug to take the transport off your hands. Do not be alarmed. This is merely so that you can dock. Your request for adjudication has been logged with the prize court, and an appointment for your official review will follow soonest. Once you have decoupled from the transport, please proceed to Bay 83 Gamma on docking level D4. The bridge repeater broadcasts Rala's reply. "Thank you, Control. We will proceed as ordered as soon as the tug relieves us of our cargo. Guardian out." Well, that was interesting. Alex kinda hoped he'd get to be there for the official handover. Maybe it was something that happened all the time around here, but he'd never done it before. He watched the cluster of data codes that Guardian had highlighted move increasingly closer. Soon enough, they resolved into 4 smaller troop transport shuttles around a tug. The plot classified the tug as a Ministry of Justice tractor and flagged the shuttles as units of the local MOJ Strategic Response Unit, whatever that was. Alex asked Guardian to alert him when the tug and shuttles arrived, as he walked over to the study device in a corner of the cabin. He looked over his to-do list and picked the first class in the list that dealt with mathematics. Math had never been his strong suit, beyond basic arithmetic, and he suspected important concepts like astrogation relied heavily on geometry, trigonometry, and other advanced subjects. Time to get his learning on. Chapter 5. It turned out that the system plot scale was just a teensy bit off. Or maybe Guardian simply hadn't made Alex aware of it. The tug that came out to get the captured transport was larger than Guardian. Alex sat on the couch in his cabin, staring at the plot as it displayed the close area around the Corvette, along with still maintaining a repeater of the bridge feeds. At a signal from the tug, Zrala ordered the docking ring sealed, and moments later the ship detached from their prize. The Ministry of Justice shuttles swooped in, docking at each of the transport's small craft airlocks that were available. He was glad they'd transferred the prisoners they'd brought aboard back to the transport while waiting for the tug to arrive. While the troops or police or whoever was aboard the shuttle boarded the transport, the tug came about, while maintaining its vector, to back up to the transport. When it was close enough, the tug activated a series of tractor beams that locked the transport in close to the rear end of the tug. It was wholly inappropriate, but the image on the screen made Alex think of a dog sniffing another dog's butt. He smiled at the thought in spite of himself, but otherwise managed to maintain his silence. Moments later, a message came over the bridge repeater. It was from the tug. Guardian, be advised that the custodial crew aboard the transport has confirmed they have assumed full control. You are now free and clear to proceed to your assigned docking bay. You will be contacted within 2 standard days with further developments regarding this matter. The bridge repeater conveyed Zrala's reply. Thank you. We'll proceed to the orbital now. As soon as the comms call ended, Guardian ramped up its vector toward the orbital, but nothing so fast it would alarm anyone. Guardian helpfully added text to the upper right of the plot to show it would take them approximately 90 minutes to reach the docking bay. Alex settled back against the couch as he wondered how he'd fill the next 90 minutes. He'd already spent his study session for the week, and it was slowly sorting itself out in his mind. Unfortunately, it was only basic arithmetic. The machine wouldn't let him take anything higher until it had confirmation he'd had the introductory module completed. One of the headers on the study list that led to the astrogation certification had him a little worried. Multi-dimensional math. He had no idea at all what that was, and he was kind of afraid to find out. Fortunately, it was about 10th or 12th down the mathematics list, so it'd be a little while before he made it there. Hopefully, it wouldn't still be intimidating once he did. Aboard a ship the size of Guardian, privacy was often more of a carefully constructed illusion than an actual fact, and there was no greater proof of this than the mess hall. It shared a bulkhead with the galley that was designed to provide options for dispensing the food prepared by the chef and the galley crews. Otherwise, it was completely open. There were no officer-specific tables, no crew-only tables. There were just tables. There wasn't even a hatch separating it from the corridor that ran down the center line of that deck. It was a kind of cutaway that opened up on the starboard side and closed once one passed the galley. Preja wasn't sure she liked the design. Yes, she could indeed do the same as their guests in passenger berthing, only leave her cabin to collect food trays before disappearing just as quickly, but that didn't sit well with her. She wasn't sure what would have been a good alternative to the current design and layout, but she knew it wasn't her favorite part of the ship, especially when it allowed anyone walking along the corridor to see her in the mess hall and approach when she might have otherwise preferred solitude. Of course, Kisha didn't really need the open-concept mess hall to find her. Rostils were renowned for their ability to track by scent. Only the Alluvians surpassed them. So when Kisha walked up and plopped down in one of the table's other chairs, Preja fought the urge to sigh and turned off the tablet she'd been using to study up on the accredited auxiliary confirmation process. Hello, Kisha. Is there something I can do for you? Yeah, Preja, there is. You've been a bit cool towards me since the business with Alex accidentally getting involved with the Star of Vorkalix, and I thought we should go ahead and have it out. See if we can't come to some kind of resolution that will let me get back to neutrality, if not your good graces. It's not good for 2 of Alex's inner circle to be feuding. Does it matter right now? Probably not, but eventually someone with whom it does matter will notice and use it against all of us. So, how do you want to do this? Duel in the gym sparring ring? Pillow fight over a bad romance hollow in one of our cabins? Talk it out like intelligent, civilized people? Preja fought the urge to glare at her table mate. Kisha made perfect sense, but that didn't mean she had to like it. Why couldn't Kisha just leave it alone? She herself hadn't worked through all the emotions that erupted when she learned that Alex was on the assault shuttle, so how could she talk them over with Kisha? Even worse, Kisha showed no signs of leaving. It didn't help that their quasi-feud wasn't much of a secret aboard the ship. As Alex had said, her voice had carried through the hatch and into the corridor. Any number of people could have heard her shouting at Kisha. Damn it all, why did she have to do this now? Then, understanding hit her full force right between the eyes. The accredited auxiliary confirmation. All it would take was one whiff of discord among the crew, and the examiners might well rule against the company having that prestigious status. That would never do. Not at all. She couldn't stand the thought that her emotions might block something so good for Alex's future prospects. Very well, Kisha, let's talk. The simple fact is that I overreacted, and I've been a bit ashamed of it since then. Alex should never have had to intervene, but I was so blinded by him being at a level of risk that had him out of his depth that I couldn't see anything else. Kisha nodded as her tail did a little half-wag. Okay, that makes sense. But here's the thing, Preja. I would never allow anything to happen to Alex while I live, and as it turned out, he's more than capable of taking care of himself. That damned cannon of his almost blew that Rostil's arm off. Dr. Tam told me he spent most of the trip to Vorkalix in the regen tank, just so Daddy Dearest could have the privilege of executing him. The way Doc talked it up, it was a special miracle he didn't bleed out before Alex got the princess to give him basic trauma care. You're completely right, Kisha. Completely and totally right, but that doesn't change the fact that my response was rooted in emotions, not rational, conscious thought. She felt her ears and tail droop as she contemplated her next admission. She didn't want to say it, but it was a natural evolution of the conversation. And, well, Kisha reached across the table and laid a hand on hers. It's okay, Preja. I know. Preja looked up to meet Kisha's gaze, and somehow she knew, beyond any doubt, that Kisha knew she was developing feelings for Alex, that she was slowly coming to regard him as more than a friend or boss. She started to wonder how, but it came to her as soon as her mind moved toward the question. That damned sense of smell. Of course. Rostils could scent pheromone levels. Had no problem sniffing them out, in fact. She might as well be waving a sign the size of the ship's assault shuttle for Kisha and any other Rostil aboard to see. Maybe even a few of her fellow Misk as well. Shit, this was such a mess. Does he know? Kisha paused for a moment, then shrugged. If he does, he hasn't fully processed it yet. Or maybe he's hoping it'll blow over. I don't know. You'll have to take it up with him. So, we good? Preja leaned back against her seat and considered the question. After a few moments, the answer settled around her shoulders. Yeah, I think we are. Excellent. She stood and pushed her chair back to the table. Well, I'll leave you to it. Just don't forget you can talk to me anytime you need. Got it? We all need a shoulder at various points throughout life. Don't go it alone when you don't have to. Preja nodded as her tail languidly swished once or twice. Thanks, Kisha. I appreciate it. Kisha shot her a thumbs up, a gesture she'd copied from Alex, before she turned and left the mess hall. Preja didn't bother looking around to see who all had been watching. There was no need. Everyone had been. Instead, she calmly gathered her flatware and utensils and carried them to the recycler before pushing her own chair against the table. As she left the mess hall, she decided the time wasn't right to discuss all of this with Alex. He was too new to the Confederation. She didn't want to do anything that might evolve into resentment later on. And besides, what if he actually found his way home? Wouldn't he want to have a family with one of his own kind? Which was assuming that they were even compatible. Except, a stray comment from Dr. Tam suggested Alex might be more compatible, at least genetically, than he realized. She couldn't help but imagine Alex's expression if he ever learned that little morsel of information. Alex enjoyed how the ship shuddered just enough for him to notice when it touched down in the docking bay. For whatever reason, docking control had chosen a pressurized bay for the ship's berth during their visit to the orbital. He didn't know enough to hazard a guess if that was odd or not. He had just finished finalizing his off-ship attire when Zrala messaged him that he was needed at the boarding ramp. He finished tying the leather cord at the bottom of his holster around his right thigh and headed out to meet up with Zrala to find out what the situation was. The boarding ramp dropped down to the decking from a section of the bulkhead of the cargo bay, and Alex impressed himself by not getting lost on his way there. The 2 months since leaving Stasa must have been sufficient for him to start getting the basics of the ship that would be his home for the foreseeable future. When he arrived, he found Preja, Kisha, Havika, and Zrala standing at the bottom of the ramp. Their feet were actually still on the ramp and not touching the actual docking bay. He approached them, and Zrala nodded toward the collection of official-looking people standing a few meters from the bottom of the boarding ramp. Who are those people?
Ministry of Justice, Preja replied. They're here to begin our assessment for accredited auxiliary status. According to the message they flashed me, the Ministry of Defense is allowing them to run point, since we have, so far, been more of a bounty hunting organization than a military auxiliary.
Alex shrugged. The way things have been going, I'm sure it's only a matter of time. Oh well, let's get this party started. With that, he approached the group, offering his best welcoming smile. Hello, I'm Alex Hawk. I also answer to the professional identity of the Shepherd in regards to my company, Shepherd Security Services. How can I help you today? The Relkin in the center of the cluster spoke. You and your senior crew will accompany us to the local offices of the Ninhar Confederation Ministry of Justice, where we shall begin your final assessment for the status of accredited auxiliary with the Ministries of Justice and Defense. Do you have any pressing time constraints or time-sensitive appointments? I don't know about the rest of my people, but I'm sure I'll have to visit a restroom at some point today. A few members of the group looked like they wanted to smile, but the Relkin wasn't one of them. The assessment will not impede your necessary hygiene. Merely inform your interviewer that you need a brief rest break and accommodations will be provided. Wow, so much for a little comic relief. But then again, Uncle Sam back on Earth didn't have much of a sense of humor either. Thank you for the kindness. Shall we proceed? Without another word, the Relkin turned, and the group split in half. The half with the unhumorous Relkin started off, while the other half waited to fall in behind the last of Alex's group. He wasn't sure he liked the symbolism of him and his people being escorted like prisoners, but at least restraints weren't involved. The Relkin led them into the station's main concourse for their docking level and headed straight for the tram. He must have keyed a special code, because when the tram opened, it revealed a larger car interior than Alex had yet seen, that allowed all of them to fit aboard without rubbing elbows, or anything else. No one spoke as they all filed inside and waited for the tram to arrive at its destination. Just when the silence was starting to get oppressive, the tram slowed to a stop and the doors opened, revealing an almost courtyard-like space. Other groups of people milled about, some of them sporting restraints, and most turned to look as Alex's group filed through. At the far end of the courtyard, a massive seal was emblazoned over 4 hatches. Alex's basic kit helpfully translated the script in the seal so that he understood it was the Great Seal of the Ministry of Justice for the Ninhar Confederation. Nothing like a sense of the grandiose. As they approached one of the hatches, the one right beside it opened, and a species Alex had never seen before dashed through it. The person looked like a humanoid deer from back on Earth, and whoever it was seemed to be going all out. The style of their attire, plus the prisoner stenciled down one leg and across the chest and back, led Alex to believe this was an escape attempt. He wasn't sure where whoever this was thought they'd go, considering it was a space station and all, but they seemed very interested in reaching their destination with considerable celerity. Alex wondered if this was some sort of test, a kind of unofficial start to their interview. He almost ignored the runner out of hand, except the individual darted to a nearby Rostil family and grabbed the small child, wrapping their hand around the child's throat. Talk about a big load of nope. Before Alex fully processed his actions, he held his revolver in a one-handed grip at full extension, with his body turned to present as little surface area toward the dear person as possible. Pretty much a classic Old West gunfighter's stance. Back on Earth, he would have had difficulty holding the revolver steady, if for no other reason than the body's automatic respiration. But he wasn't the same Alex Hawk he'd been on Earth. He put the top of the front blade sight in the groove back by the hammer until it filled that groove and made the frame look smooth and flush. He also put the top of the front blade sight right over the dear person's left pupil in his sight picture. An almost pregnant silence descended on the courtyard until Alex filled it by speaking. Neighbor, I don't know what your situation is and I don't rightly care. But if you want a life expectancy any longer than the next few seconds, I strongly suggest you release that child at once and allow them to return to their family. The dear person scanned the area, their eyes flitting from point to point in an almost frantic manner. After a heartbeat or two, their gaze settled back on Alex, and their expression shifted to a sneer. It's already been several seconds. You're bluffing, just like all these other MOJ stooges. Now my new friend and I are going to the tram, and you'll let us board a ship at the docks, or the pup dies. Alex's sight picture never wavered as he looked down the length of his revolver at the dear person. You sure that's how you want to play this? Oh yeah, I'm very sure. Just as Alex began to feather his finger across the trigger, a deep voice called out, "Hold fire! Everyone stop!" A brown-furred alluvian, easily large enough to give Mox a race in the size and mass departments, lumbered into Alex's field of view. "This stupid stunt of yours just about became your last, Killick. He was gonna kill you." The deer person eyed the alluvian with a wariness Alex hadn't seen before. "You're lying, Ghost Can't. He hadn't even bothered to negotiate. Everyone knows that lethal force is always a last resort, especially when a child is in the crossfire." Alex whirled to glare at the Relkin who'd been leading their party. "Is what Ghost Can't said true? Was this some kind of test?" "Does it matter?" Alex stepped forward until his chest almost touched the tip of the Relkin's snout. "That depends. Do you want your people's cranial matter spread across the decking? I was already pulling the trigger when Ghost Can't called hold. If I hadn't been able to stop, what remained of your man's left eye would have been forcibly ejected out the back of his head, along with whatever useless vapor he called a brain. This was stupid and reckless. If this is how you people operate, I'm not sure I want any association with you." A soft thud drew Alex's attention, and by the time he turned, the child was already halfway back to their parents. The deer person stomped toward him, waving his hands in a derisive manner. "Oh, listen to him. You're an awfully big talker now that the game is up. You seriously expect me to believe you could have hit my eye from as far away as you were? Now who's making a stunt?" Without a word, Alex spun back to the Relkin. "You people have a shooting range here?" "We do." "Show me. A demonstration is in order." Killick staggered out of the range. His heart beat faster than he'd ever known it to beat before. He'd spent the last 20 minutes calling out point after point on who knew how many targets, and the furless alien never missed. How was that possible? And the noise. If it hadn't been for the anti-flash enhancements to his hearing, he would have been deafened. He had no doubt of the alien's truth now. Ghost Can't had saved his life. He didn't like owing anyone his life, especially Ghost Can't. Maybe it was time to retire his stunts after all. Chapter 6. After the stupidity with the deer person and Alex's marksmanship demonstration, the conversation with the Relkin and his people seemed a bit subdued. Alex wasn't sure what he'd been expecting, but they barely focused on him at all. It was like they almost took it for granted that he was who he said he was. He wasn't sure he liked that. They finished with him far sooner than the rest, and he found himself sitting in a small conference room all by his lonesome. It was very office chic, with simple chairs and a plain table. While he sat there, another idea occurred to him. What if they hadn't really focused on him because of statements given by Kisha and Dr. Tam? From what Preja implied, they were kind of heavy hitters in the Confederation, at least certain communities therein. Would the Ministry of Justice take their word for him over a more comprehensive interview with him? Now that he thought about it, it seemed possible. especially if they questioned whether their instruments would get a good read on him. If that was truly the case, it only left one question, but that question was a doozy. What was he supposed to do while he waited for everyone else? The room's hatch opening jerked him awake. He hadn't realized he'd nodded off, but he must have. Kisha and Preja stood in the doorway, both of them looking at him with amusement in their expressions. He stood and tidied his clothes as he walked around the table. "What's our status?" "They have everything they need from us. They're moving on to interview those members of the crew who are not retired shadows." Kisha shrugged. "From the way they talked, they're not even going to interview the rest of the direct action branch. Honestly, I don't blame them. Some of my people can be jokesters when the mood hits them, and they've all been around this block many times before. I could totally see Dirk or Mox having fun with them, and they'd probably like to avoid that." By that point, Alex stood in the corridor where Zrala and Havika waited. "Zrala, issue shore leave for everyone not subject to interview by the Ministry of Justice. Inform those who have to wait that we'll hang around Kynax long enough for them to get off the ship." Zrala nodded once and lifted her wrist comm to her mouth as they started walking toward the entrance. They were several meters farther down the corridor before Alex realized Zrala hadn't reacted at all to his usurping what probably should have been her prerogative as the current captain of record for Guardian. He made a note to discuss it with her somewhere more private. They had just entered the docking bay where Guardian waited for them when Preja's wristcom chimed. Everyone stopped while she checked it, and from the way her tail went ramrod straight for a brief moment, the notification must have been surprising.
"Alex, as the ranking company officer present for Shepard Security Services, you have been summoned to appear before the prize court in the matter of the Utal-class troop transport, Glenwyn, and those bountied individuals held within. As your advocate of record, you have the option of bringing me along."
"There is no way I'm going to go to something like that without you, Preja. Zrala, I leave the ship and crew in your capable hands. One of us will contact you once we know more." Preja and Alex pivoted to return to the tram, while the rest continued to the ship. As they walked, Alex couldn't keep from frowning. Is it me, or does this seem a little fast for the prize court? Back home, the courts can take years to get around to a new case.
"It's not just you, Alex. I've never heard of the prize court acting so quickly. You see, the court impanels a board of 5 officers at command rank or higher for a given term. Unless they already had an active board, they would have had to scour the officer corps available to get the necessary bodies. And even then, they still take days to look over the particulars of each case in detail before ever calling a session of the court. They've had our logs for, what, a handful of hours?"
Something like that.
"That's too fast by far, Alex. Way too fast. I wonder what's going on."
Hopefully we'll find out when we get there. The message directed them to the portion of the orbital that housed the fleet base. As soon as they stepped off the tram, a pair of Illuvians in uniform demanded to know their business. Preja presented the summons, and they said to wait until an escort arrived. That didn't take long, maybe 3 minutes or so. The escort was a perky Misk female, who seemed very bubbly and happy. It seemed like every third word ended with a small purr. From what Alex could see of her fur's coloration, he suspected she was a calico. Their escort led them deeper into the fleet base and through a bewildering number of turns and checkpoints until they stood in front of a double hatch with the seal of the Ninhar Confederation Navy Prize Court emblazoned on the bulkhead above it. Their escort said she'd be right there when they finished and shooed them inside with a smile. At their approach, the double hatches unlocked and withdrew into their respective bulkheads, and Alex felt a little impressed. It was the first time he'd seen anything close to mechanisms reminiscent of home, and these hatches looked to be the better part of a quarter-meter thick. The revealed room looked like every courtroom Alex had ever seen. There was a gallery for spectators, a dividing banister, and then tables and chairs before the bench for participants. 2 massive Illuvians stood on either side of a regular hatch on the far side of the room. They seemed to watch Alex and Preja impassively, and when they helped themselves to seats in the front row, one of them touched his wristcom and whispered something even Alex's enhanced hearing couldn't pick out. He guessed it was a notification that they'd arrived, because in less than a minute, the hatch between the Illuvians opened to admit 5 individuals, as the Illuvian who hadn't made the call rumbled an announcement. "All rise, this session of the Prize Court of the Ninhar Confederation Navy is now in session." The center of the 5 was a grizzled old Rostil with a lot of gray around his muzzle. The others were 2 Misk, a Julkar, and a Relkin. The board assumed their seats, and the Rostil whacked a gavel against its striking plate. Right, be seated, let's get going. For anyone who gives a damn, I am Admiral Zelnath Darl. Please don't give a damn, I'm supposed to be retired. The other members of the board are also conscripted into this little theater from their respective shore leaves, so let's try to tidy this up with some alacrity. The Navy doesn't just hand out leave like candy, you know. Now then, we have reviewed the data packet provided by the heavy corvette Guardian. We find the bounties are incontestable, and you should be receiving the appropriate pay order shortly. As it is your intention to claim the transport and its associated boarding pods as lawful prizes. Alex frowned and leaned close to Preja. Are we claiming the transport and boarding pods? His whispering had not gone unnoticed. Admiral Darl scowled down the length of his graying snout. Is there something you wish to add, youngster? Well, crap. He was in it now. Alex cleared his throat as he stood. Your Honor, sir, I am Alex Hawk of Shepard Security Services. We are a small company, only a couple months old in fact. We don't have the personnel to utilize the transport and its boarding pods, nor a significant need for them. I thought we were just here to adjudicate the bounties. The Admiral's expression softened. Youngster, you need to learn when to keep your mouth shut. The Navy can't buy the transport from you if you don't own it. And according to these documents, the Navy is rather interested in adding the old hulk to its fleet. The reason why escapes me, but I have here an offer to purchase a transport that is contingent upon your acceptance of ownership. Oh, okay then. I apologize for interrupting you. The Admiral waved it away, and Alex sat. He shared a look with Preja, who seemed to agree that something was amiss. Where was I? Oh, yes. Given the certified logs and the selfless recovery of Confederation personnel, this prize court has seen fit to award the Glenwyn and its associated boarding pods to Shepard Security Services, effective this date. Young whatever you are, the Navy has empowered me to offer the sum of 500 million credits to purchase the transport. What say you? Alex didn't know what to say, or think. 500 million credits? Was the transport and boarding pods really worth all that? He glanced at Preja, who calmly stood. Sirs, I am Preja, Alex Hawk's advocate of record. On his behalf, I accept the Navy's generous offer. Excellent, the Admiral intoned, sounding more like a satisfied growl. Present these pay orders to the clerk outside. Bailiff, be a dear and pass this packet to them. The moment Preja held the packet, the Admiral whacked the gavel again. We're done here. Soon enough, only Preja, Alex, and one of the Alluvian bailiffs remained in the room. Alex hoped he didn't look as shell-shocked as he felt. What just happened? Preja shook her head. Not here. We'll talk back at the ship, but first, let's process these pay orders. The question of why the Navy seemed to have arranged the outcome of the prize court to be what it was swirled in Alex's mind the entire trip back to the ship. He couldn't escape the feeling that someone was trying to herd them towards something, and he wasn't sure he liked that. He knew he was working himself up over something he couldn't change, but the matter refused to leave his mind. It made the trip back to Guardian feel much longer and more drawn out than it actually was. He and Preja had no sooner stepped off the tram on the docking level where their assigned bay resided when his wristcom chirped a notification. Zrala was calling. Hey, Zrala. Hi, Alex. We have some guests who are asking to speak with the Shepherd. What should I tell them? Huh. That was interesting and not totally unexpected. Can you talk? No, I haven't handled the ship replenishment yet. Sorry. I've been working on shore leave rosters and hosting our guests who just arrived. Okay. She didn't feel comfortable talking. Good to know. And he only had his revolver with him. He'd left his rifle in his cabin's locker. Are you in danger? I don't think so. The replenishment shouldn't take too long once we've settled everything here. Well, there was that at least. We just stepped off the tram and are inside of the docking bay. That's good, Alex, thanks. I'll let them know. The call ended and Preja regarded him quizzically. He fought the urge to smile at how her tail tried to curl into a question mark. It seems someone is waiting to speak with the Shepherd. That was Rala. She didn't sound under duress or anything, but we should probably work up some code words for the future, just in case. Preja nodded as she relaxed. Yes, that would seem prudent. Was she not able to speak freely? She didn't seem to think so. I kind of wish I had my rifle, but I left it in my cabin. I didn't think I'd need it. You might not need it now, but we'll know soon enough. Nothing looked amiss when they entered the docking bay. There were no dockhands in sight, but Alex wasn't really sure he should have expected that. He doubted there was much to do once the ship was connected to the station umbilicals if there was no repair or cargo work scheduled. They crossed the bay and ambled up the ramp, Alex leading with his hand hovering near his revolver. The hatch at the top of the ramp melted into the floor at his approach, and they found Kisha waiting for him. The moment she saw him, her tail gave a little half-wag as she smiled. "Oh, good. It's about time." Then she took in Alex's stance, particularly how his hand hovered near his sidearm. "Everything's okay, Alex. The guests aren't people we want to shoot. No one's in any danger." "You sure about that?" Kisha smiled. It was very predatory. "I was running the teams through a training exercise when they arrived. We were fully geared up, and they're in basic soft suits. If they had intended to be a problem, they wouldn't have stood a chance. Relax, okay?" "All right, then. If Kisha wasn't concerned, he wouldn't be either." "So where are they?" "The briefing room. It was the only sit-down place we had that wasn't someone's cabin. We might want to think about that if Guardian is going to be our primary place of business going forward." "Should I offload the revolver in my cabin?" Kisha shook her head. "Nah, these are serious people. They understand the prudence of carrying weapons when nature wasn't kind enough to give you a set of your own." Alex couldn't keep from laughing. "Oh, but nature did give my people a weapon. It's the most fearsome weapon back on Earth." "Oh? How so?" He calmly lifted a hand and pointed to his head. "The human brain and mind. There is nothing more capable of destruction, or beauty, across the entire world." He watched her eyes flick to his revolver. "You know, I don't have a problem believing that." They made the rest of the short journey to the briefing room in silence, but Alex couldn't help but wonder what awaited him. Kisha had been certain there was no danger, at least at present, but he would feel a lot better once he understood what was going on. Soon enough, they arrived, and Kisha led the way. As soon as she entered the briefing room, she stepped to the side and gestured to Alex, like a game show hostess back on Earth. "Sir and lady, it is my privilege to introduce Alex Hawk, the Shepherd." Alex stepped through the hatch and blinked. They were the castaways they'd rescued from the hypercom relay, the male Misk and female Voquar. He quickly glanced around the room to be sure there was no one else, and there wasn't. Only the castaways. Talk about unexpected. Chapter 7. Alex claimed the open seat at the head of the table. It was normally where the captain would sit, but this seemed more of a business meeting than a briefing on ship's business. Besides, Zrala had left it open for him. Once seated, he calmly regarded the two former castaways. The silence extended until it edged toward oppressive and awkward, but neither side seemed inclined to speak. They looked a lot different from his brief sighting when they'd first come aboard at the hypercom relay. For one thing, they weren't unconscious and rather wan. They both wore navy blue soft suits with gold trim, which he suspected were a kind of uniform. He already knew they were Confederation Criminal Investigations Directorate, but he wasn't sure what all they knew that he knew. He wanted to see how forthcoming they'd be while delineating whatever it was they wanted from him and his people. When they finally processed that he was just as content to sit in silence as they were, the female Voquar spoke. "I am Murphine Ka, My associate is Piral Vix. We are with the Confederation Criminal Investigations Directorate. First off, thank you very much for rescuing us from the hypercom relay. That was a last-ditch attempt that we fully expected to fail. Alex almost gave a one-shoulder shrug, but switched it to a respectful nod. You're welcome. We always respond to distress calls. I don't think I could sleep at night knowing I ignored one, especially if I later learned the source befell a fate we could have prevented. The CID officers shared a look before Murphy continued. We, that is the Criminal Investigations Directorate, would like to be your first client as an accredited auxiliary. Our current case is proving exceptionally challenging, and we believe there is an informant somewhere in our organization feeding intel to the organization we are attempting to infiltrate and tear down. Well, that might be a bit of a problem. Our application hasn't been approved as of yet. Piral, the Misk, seemed to smirk. It will be. You might even receive notification by the end of the day. Alex shared a look with his people as he tried not to reveal his shock at such utter certainty. The way it had been explained to him, approval was by no means certain. The way the Relkin had put it, they were but one of something like 1,000 applicants at the moment. Oh, really? What do you know that we don't? Murphy and Piral shared another look, and Piral spoke. The accredited auxiliary database is outside the purview of CID. If your application was to be approved, and if you were willing to assist us with this matter, there would be little to no chance of the suspected informant being aware of your new status, let alone passing that information to whomever they work for. So that's what was behind the expedited prize court and rather substantial payout for the transport. It was a bribe disguised as normal and above-board business. Preja was quick to interject a question.
We were en route to a meeting with Novosk Shipping when we encountered your suit beacon. A contract with Novosk Shipping, assuming we do well on it, would be very beneficial for our company, given how new we are. Why should we jeopardize that for an undercover mission that will garner us no boost to our professional profile?
It is precisely because of your meeting with Novosk that we decided to approach you, Piral replied. We would like to sign on as members of your crew while you handle the business with Novosk Shipping. Ms. Novosk has been very vocal on this matter, which is why we were investigating. And coming at it from this angle may yield better results.
Alex and his people shared a look. It was clear to him that none of his people were sold on the idea.
After a second or two of consideration, he leaned forward. So, if this potential contract with Novosk is the other side of what led you two to hole up in a hypercom relay, why do we need you?
Honestly, Murphy asked, you probably don't need us. However, we do personally feel that we can open doors for you that might otherwise remain closed. But it is of course up to you. We would prefer to work with you on this, since we don't know who we can trust within our own chain of command. Events have certainly proven that we need backup, or at least some friends. But we understand if you prefer to avoid having CID around. Frankly, we're used to it.
Alex nodded as he shifted his focus to his people. Thoughts, everyone? Kisha spoke first. I personally don't see a problem with them tagging along. Even if he's right that our accredited auxiliary application will go through, having them with us means we won't trip over each other once we start down whatever path the contract shows us.
Preja eyed them with a wary expression. How do we know that one or both of you aren't plants by the criminal organization you're supposedly investigating? And before you bring up the hypercom relay, we've seen that trick before.
Murphy and Piral glanced at one another before Murphy spoke.
I don't have an answer for you. I suppose there's no way to prove a negative. I personally don't believe Piral is the informant, and I know I'm not, but that's not actual proof for you.
She had a point, but what else could they do?
No one else spoke up, and all eyes eventually returned to Alex. He sat in silence, turning the matter over in his mind several times, before he arrived at the answer he was probably going to choose all along.
Okay, fine, welcome aboard. You will not have full systems access like one of my people, but we won't advertise that. Get with Kisha and Preja to determine what your roles will be aboard, but do not expect to be anywhere near engineering or life support. Sorry, but it seems beyond stupid to take that risk. Piral nodded, saying, Completely understandable, sir. I don't blame you a bit. Right then. Zrala, will you ask Kiev to get them situated?
Of course, sir.
Alex wasn't sure what else was left to do, so he nodded once and stood. All right, let's get to work. Upon leaving the briefing room, Alex went straight to his cabin. Before getting derailed by the impromptu meeting, he had wanted to handle splitting out the shares for the bounties. The company would keep half, and everyone aboard, minus their 2 new recruits, would divide the other half equally. It took little time to set that up, and he fired off a quick message to everyone explaining the action and his reasoning for it. After all, they'd captured those bounties during a ship action while he and Kisha's people recovered the castaways from the hypercom. It didn't seem fair to split the half solely between those of the direct action branch, since it was a whole ship, whole team effort to secure the transport. He debated kicking in a little extra from the sale of the transport, but ultimately decided that the payout from the bounty split was sufficient, since it was something like 6 months' worth of their regular pay for many of them. Besides, those funds would ensure the company stayed afloat with operating capital until they had a chance to get more contracts and public recognition. The company didn't have anywhere close to 500 million credits in expenses at the moment. In fact, minus Guardian's replenishment costs, their day-to-day expenses were less than 1% of that. But having a surplus was never a bad thing, especially given that life had a way of slapping the "oh shit" button without warning. Moments after he sent the notification of the bounty split, a raft of replies flooded his message box, all amounting to some variation of, "Wow, thanks, boss," which made him smile. When a similar message arrived from Flax, Alex realized that he hadn't been keeping up with his indenture like he probably should have been. He fired off a quick reply, asking the Voquar if he had some time for a chat in Alex's cabin. It wasn't long until the visitor chime sounded. Alex grinned. "Enter." Flax entered the cabin. "You wanted to see me, boss?" Alex gestured for him to sit and be comfortable as he moved away from his desk to do the same. "Yes, thank you. When your reply came in, you're welcome, by the way, I realized we hadn't spoken much since getting the ship out of the yard, and I just wanted to check in with you and ask how everything's going." Flax beamed a smile, which made the lizard brain in the back of Alex's head quail a little bit. "Everything's going great, boss. I stepped in as chief armorer, which was my favorite posting back home, and I've been spending most of my days making sure all our gear is good to go the moment we need it. Kisha and the others seem pleased with my work, so unless you need or want me somewhere else, I'd like to stay where I am. I have no problems whatsoever with you being in charge of the armory. If that's what you love, it's yours as long as you want it." The 2 undercover CID agents popped to the forefront of his mind, and he fought the urge to sigh. "Speaking of that, we're taking on a couple new hires. Zrala has them right now. I doubt they'll ask, but if they try to check out anything, make sure to inform Kisha or me after you've signed it out to them. And even then, small arms only." Flax looked at him a little askance, but he didn't ask, merely nodded. "Gotcha, boss. Slip you and Kisha word if they visit. Is there something in particular I should be especially watchful for, regarding our new crew?" "I honestly don't know them well enough yet to answer that. It's a bit of an irregular situation, and I'd appreciate it if you kept my wariness to yourself. I don't want the crew giving them the cold shoulder just because I'm feeling a little cautious about the overall concern. I have 0 reasons to worry about them, outside of the circumstances that brought them to us." Flax leaned back against the seat and ultimately shrugged. "Fair enough, boss. I'll keep my eyes and ears open. If I come across anything that concerns me, I'll be sure you and Kisha know about it." "Thanks, Flax. I really appreciate it." Now the Voquar grinned again. "So, when are you gonna let me try my hand at those cannons of yours? You sure you want to give them a go? They can be a little spirited if you're not used to them, and the revolver has a hair trigger." A frown of confusion claimed Flax's expression. "Why would anyone make a trigger out of hair? That doesn't seem like it would be strong enough to stand up to use." Alex chuckled. Sorry. It's an expression from back home. It means the revolver will fire with hardly any pressure on the trigger, as in you only need to move the trigger a hair's breadth." "Oh," Flax's eyes shot wide. "That is altogether different. Most of our weapons require a decent amount of pressure on the firing stud before they will discharge. Maybe we're all better off if you just keep those to yourself." Alex simply nodded. They spent a little more time chatting before Guardian helpfully reminded Alex it was dinner time, and both he and Flax headed for the mess hall. Sure enough, the following morning word came down from on high that their application for accredited auxiliary status had been approved. It came with a whole host of provisions and advisories, but for the most part all of it boiled down to the statement that any new personnel beyond the date of acceptance would have to pass an interview and background check if they wanted to keep their status. To Alex, beyond the date of acceptance was the key verbiage. He couldn't shake the feeling that the application had been waiting on the outcome of their conversation with Murphine and Pirel. He almost brought it up with Kisha, but he was afraid that she'd agree with him. He wasn't sure he wanted her to agree with him. He wasn't sure he liked what it said about his new home if he was right. But, with no other business keeping them at Kynax, Guardian departed both the orbital and the system, resuming their journey to meet with the head of Novosk Shipping. Chapter 8. Alex leaned back against his seat, a huge smile brightening his expression. The information shown on the holographic display in front of him made him want to cheer. He'd just passed the assessment for astrogation. That, plus the basic certifications he'd obtained over the past 2 months, qualified him to sit helm watch on the bridge. It wasn't much, but it was a start. He recorded the certification in his wristcom and shut down the testing terminal. He was the only person in the testing room. In fact, there hadn't been anyone else in the room the entire time he took the exam. But that was fine. He liked being by himself, just in case he didn't pass. Now to find someone to share his success with. The hatch melted into the floor, and he almost collided with Kisha as he darted into the corridor. "Whoa, boss, you okay?" He stepped back and beamed a smile. "I'm better than okay, Kisha. I am now certified to sit helm watch on the bridge." Kisha blinked. "You are? You passed your astrogation cert?" "I am, and I did." "Well, hot damn. Come on, Zrala will enjoy hearing about this." She grabbed him by the hand and almost jogged to the nearest lift. 2 decks up, and they stepped into the corridor a dozen meters aft of the bridge. She didn't even slow as she almost dragged him through the hatch and onto the bridge, and the sight of Kisha pulling him drew everyone's attention. "Go on," she prodded. "Tell him." Alex keyed his wristcom to display his verified certifications and made the display large enough for everyone to see if they cared to look. "I am now certified to sit helm watch." For a split second, no one reacted. Then, almost as if they processed what he'd said as one, the entire bridge crew erupted in cheer. It had just died down when Zrala keyed the shipwide address. "Attention all hands. This is Zrala. While I might be your captain of record at the moment, I am proud to say that I see the end of my tenure on the horizon. As of today, Alex is certified to sit helm watch. It won't be long now until he takes his rightful place as captain of the heavy corvette Guardian. That is all." All the attention made very conflicting emotions surge through Alex. On one side, he hated to be the center of attention. He'd never enjoyed that. But on the other hand, it felt incredible to be supported by these people who had only known him since Stasa. It was very uplifting. "Thank you, Zrala. What's our status otherwise?" Galara stood, leaving the helm as she gestured to it. "Why don't you tell us? We should make sure Guardian didn't take the test for you." A round of chuckles circled the bridge, mere moments before Guardian's holographic avatar winked into view. "I most certainly did not take the test for him. That would be a conflict of interest as a certified proctor." Alex made a calming gesture as he passed the hologram. "Calm down, Guardian. It was only a joke. She wasn't doubting your impartiality in this." He eased into the seat at the helm and looked over the console. Everything looked very familiar, and he grinned as he glanced over the status information. "We are proceeding in system at 1/4 light speed. We are on course to dock at the Distel 2 orbital, where I believe we're scheduled to meet with Sukhal Novosk." Galara swatted his shoulder. The helm station didn't tell you anything about why we're docking at the orbital. No, but I doubt there's anyone aboard who doesn't know why we're here. He surged back to his feet and gestured for Galara to sit. Your helm. Thank you, boss. She slid into the seat with all the grace one would expect from an uplifted feline species. Alex turned to retreat from the bridge, but Zrala caught his eye. She gave him an encouraging nod, and he fired off a huge smile in return as he crossed to the hatch where Kisha waited. I think it's about time for the afternoon training, don't you? Kisha replied with a smile of her own. Yes, indeed. Let's go. The orbital at Distel 2 looked unlike any of the orbitals Alex had seen so far. It traveled with the planet in the L2 Lagrange point, and the best Alex could do for a one-sentence description was a sprawling conglomeration of distinctly separate parts. Guardian helpfully informed him that she identified over 20 different module designs in her initial and very cursory scan. Some of the designs dated back over 200 years. He knew the Ninhar Confederation had been a spacefaring civilization for a long time, but it still boggled his mind that these people had been settling and exploring space for longer than Earth had possessed what he would have called modern or maybe industrialized technology. It kind of made him wonder how far back in Earth's past the donor samples for the various races had been selected. Galara brought the ship into the docking bay orbital control assigned them and touched the landing struts down without Alex being truly aware of it. He marveled at her piloting skill and admitted to himself that he'd probably never be that good at it. But then again, he wasn't pursuing ship handling as his specialization either. Ship command. Nothing else would do. Havika soon confirmed that the ship was connected to station power, atmo, and water before shutting down the ship's reactor. There was no need to rack up unnecessary hours on it when station power was on hand and plentiful. It wasn't long before the senior officers, Alex, Preja, Zrala, Kisha, and Havika, gathered in the briefing room. Preja took the lead once everyone had settled. I have already received a reply from Sukal Navask. She is prepared to meet with us at a time and place of our choosing, but she would prefer a slightly more secure venue where she can speak without fear of being overheard. Alex glanced around the table, and when no one seemed to volunteer any ideas, he said, Why not invite her to the ship? We can either ask Chef to lay on a spread worthy of Ms. Navask, or hire in some catering. Personally, given the miracles Chef routinely works in our galley, I'd just as soon she enjoy shore leave and we order in. Everyone shared looks before turning back to him. Havika spoke. I can't think of anywhere more secure than Guardian. Her compute cluster is one iteration above what is state-of-the-art for civilian ships, and our confirmation as an accredited auxiliary opens up some hardware upgrades that would make her even better. Alex gave her a little bit of side-eye. Can we afford those upgrades? With that payout from the transport? Yeah, we really can. It'll be a little tight, and it's probably not wise in the slightest to send Guardian to the yard for upgrades at the start of a job, anyway. If we wait for the conclusion of this op, and assuming we do well, that should give us enough credits to upgrade all the systems there are upgrades for, without running too low on available funds. Okay, that's something to keep in mind for after the job. I'd like to think we'll exceed her expectations, but nothing is certain in life. Any thoughts about inviting her here? Kisha spoke up next. I like it myself. It allows us to control the field, and between Guardian and the direct action teams, we can guarantee her complete security. I vote we do that. Maybe even offer her an escort to the ship. No one else seemed inclined to suggest an alternative. All right then. Preja, would you please handle inviting Ms. Navask to Guardian? Be sure to ask if there's a specific place she would enjoy for the catering here. Zrala, I know I'm stepping on your tail with this, but feel free to announce liberty for the crew at your leisure. The direct action teams will get theirs as soon as the meeting's over. Anything else? Again, no one spoke up, so Alex rapped his knuckles on the table 3 times and stood. Let's get this party started. Sukal Navask demurred from having the direct action teams escort her to the ship, but she did appreciate the invitation and suggested an eatery on the concourse that she claimed was known for their catering. Since the Guardian crew was 4 months from home, it wasn't like they knew any good places, so Preja arranged for the food and communicated its ETA to Sukal. It was important to Alex that Sukal and her security have the option of arriving before, during, or after the food service personnel doing their jobs. At the appointed time, the catering crew arrived and set up their fare in quiet efficacy before leaving the ship. The catering crew hadn't any more than left the docking bay than a group of people with Sukal Navask at their center arrived. 10 very obvious troubleshooters surrounded the shipping magnate festooned with all manner of gear. Sukal was a black-furred misk with a small patch of white at the base of her throat that looked vaguely heart-shaped. He wondered if there was a story there, or if it was simply naturally occurring. He, Preja, and Kisha met them at the head of the boarding ramp. For this meeting, Preja leaned on him pretty hard to forego wearing his revolver, and he had reluctantly acquiesced. Kisha, however, wore what she called an officer's kit, a simple sidearm, a handful of extra mags, and a tactical harness. What Preja didn't know was that Kisha held his revolver and 5 reloads for him in one of the pouches on the harness. He felt better, having it somewhat close. Not that he actually thought he'd need it. The procession stopped a respectful distance away from them, and Alex gave the shipping magnate his best smile. "Hello, and welcome to Guardian. I'm Alex Hawk, the shepherd. Please come aboard. The catering staff just left." "You are not what I expected for someone with the budding reputation the shepherd has. I'm not even certain I have encountered your species before." Alex allowed himself a small, rueful chuckle. "I'd be impressed if you had. I'm not from around here. Based on third-party accounts, my homeworld is about a month beyond Stasa." For the briefest moment, Sukal's tail went ramrod straight. Then she relaxed. "In that case, I would argue that not from around here is a bit of an understatement." Alex stepped to the side and gestured into the ship with his arm, like a game show host or doorman. "Would you like to proceed?" Sukal nodded once, and Alex led the group deeper into the ship. It wasn't long before they arrived at the briefing room, and when the hatch opened, they found 3 members of Kisha's team inside. One of them was Dirk. He and his 2 associates waved strange wands over different sections of the bulkheads. Dirk turned when the hatch opened, and seeing Alex and company, stepped away from his section of the bulkhead to approach them. "Hey, boss. We scanned the catering gear for listening or other recording devices like you asked and found 2. They're in the secure bag on the table. Given that, we decided to sweep the rest of the room. We haven't found anything else yet, and we're almost finished." Alex turned to Sukal. "I deeply apologize for this, but I'm very glad I asked Dirk to sweep for devices. If you would prefer a different venue now, or if you'd like for one of your people to do their own sweep, I am at your disposal." Sukal's eyes flicked from him to Dirk a couple times before she spoke. "Dirk, you remind me of someone I met several years ago. He was part of a shadow team." Dirk simply grinned. "I thought I recognized you, Ms. Navask, but you should have recognized Kisha, too. She was our team leader the entire time I was active in the shadows." Given how Sukal's whiskers fluffed out the tiniest bit, Alex suspected she only had eyes for Dirk. He kinda wanted to ask Dirk later what it was all about, but he didn't want to make the poor guy choose between loyalty to him or loyalty to her if their encounter had been of a spicier nature. "I'm fine with my people double-checking the sweep," she replied. "It would be a shame to let this food go to waste." Alex smiled. "Well, I'm not one to stand on ceremony, but I do think you should go first. My family has always believed that honored guests should have pride of place for their visit." Sukal's tail swished languidly side to side, and she nodded once. "Thank you, kind sir." Alex and his people gestured for Sukal's people to follow her before they made plates of their own. He didn't begrudge them waiting for him and his people to take a bite, as it made perfect sense to him. Soon enough, everyone at the table, including Dirk and his people, enjoyed a well-crafted meal. Chapter 9. Alex leaned back against his seat, feeling rather stuffed. It had been an excellent meal, even if he didn't recognize anything on his plate. 4 months in, and it was common for him not to recognize anywhere from half to 3/4 of what made up his diet. Dr. Tam assured him he could eat their food without issue, though, and he was slowly coming to appreciate hiring a dedicated chef for Guardian. The ship's crew complement wasn't large enough to require a chef, but having someone dedicated to that role made for a much better dining experience aboard. Once everyone had finished eating for the most part, Dirk and the 2 team members who'd helped him sweep the room took care of bussing the table before he led them out. Soon enough, only Alex, Preja, Kisha, and Sukal remained at the table. Her security team had rotated through eating, and even then a couple of them sat at the far end of the room finishing their meals. But neither Alex nor Sukal seemed inclined to wait for them.
"First, I would like to thank you for such excellent fare, as well as sharing it with my team."
Alex smiled and nodded once to show his acceptance. "You're welcome. I've always felt a bit odd at events where the guests ate, but the people making the event a success did not." Sukal smiled as her tail swished side to side, then turned serious.
"The matter I wish to discuss with you is very sensitive in nature. Persons unknown are hijacking some of my ships. There does not appear to be any connection between the hijacked ships, and for the most part none of the crews or ships are harmed or taken. All of the cargoes thus far have been high value and low volume. All of our manifests are confidential. Only customs inspectors, the client, and the ship's captain ever see the manifest or the goods. So I fear it is an inside job. I want to hire Shepard Security Services to investigate the matter and reveal any and all persons responsible within my organization."
She paused and looked away as her tail lashed in such a way that Alex felt she was not happy. Not at all.
"My own internal security team has conducted investigations and claimed to have come up with nothing. I cannot believe persons without access to the company's systems could so easily pick the proper ships to hijack, which means my security chief is lying to me, or someone is lying to him. If you agree, I will provide you with complete access to the company's systems, our copies of the criminal reports we filed for insurance purposes, the full statements of the crews involved, and anything else you require. You will report directly to me. No one at Novosk Shipping has clearance to know about your operations. What say you?"
Alex stared at the tabletop as he considered the matter. Back home, an investigation like this could take months, if not years. Was that something he wanted to commit to as the company's second job? He wasn't sure. Unless the payout was extreme, he wasn't sure the job was worth it. He lifted his gaze to his associate sitting at the table. "Your thoughts?" Kisha jumped in first. "The job's open-ended nature is the first red flag to me. Novosk Shipping is not small. Unless we have an amazing stroke of luck, we could be conducting this investigation for years without anything to show for it."
"And this is our second job," Preja remarked. "Can we really afford to tie up the company for an indeterminate period of time so early in its existence?" "Those are very good points and valid concerns," Sukal said, claiming the floor in the ensuing silence. "Which is why I am prepared to offer you a retainer at 10 million per day for 100 days. At the end of those 100 days, we will reevaluate, and if we choose to terminate the contract, we part ways without recrimination from or toward either side."
Holy smokes. 1 billion credits? That didn't make any sense whatsoever. There had to be something, maybe a lot of something, she wasn't telling them to offer that much money. And getting her to tell them would probably be impossible. Like a fictional doctor from a TV show back on Earth liked to say, everybody lies. Kisha had no problem asking, though. "You seriously can't expect us to simply accept a 1 billion credit retainer without questioning just how much about this job you're not telling us. What's the deal?" Sukal interlaced her fingers as she looked down at the table. Alex noticed that her tail had drooped and was hanging motionless as well. After several moments of silence, she said,
"Never in the history of my family's company have we had to endure such threats to our reputation and professionalism. Novosk Shipping has always been the company you hired because we guaranteed your cargo. The hijackings haven't made too much news yet, but if they continue unchecked, they will. Our insurance premiums have already risen. Word among our crews is that several of our spacers are considering seeking other employment. There has been a 2% drop in contracts, but that tends to vary throughout a fiscal year by as much as 5%. I am the 7th generation to own and helm the company, and I cannot stand the thought that it might fail on my watch. So yes, I offer you a 1 billion credit retainer to secure this problem for me. With an answer like that, how could Alex possibly say no? Glancing at his associates, he saw similar feelings in their expressions. He quirked a single eyebrow upward, having trained them that it was a silent question, and almost as one, they nodded. He turned back to Sukal. We accept. We will do everything in our power to end this within the 100 days. Tension Alex hadn't realized she'd been holding evaporated from Sukal's presence. Her eyes gleamed, and her smile was the most heartfelt he'd seen from her. Thank you, Shepard. You have no concept of what this means to me. In a lot of ways, that was true, but he also knew his father had feared being the person who had to end the family's ranch, so he kind of had an appreciation for her situation. You're welcome, but please call me Alex. The Shepard is a professional identity for the public view. Sukal nodded and withdrew a handful of data crystals from a pocket. These contain all the information I have on the situation, full personnel rosters, and credentials that will give you complete access to my company's datanet. If the King of Vorkalix, who is a personal friend, had not recommended you by name, there is no way I would risk giving any outsider such access to my company. I understand, and I look forward to proving to you that your trust has not been misplaced. Preja is the company's legal advocate, in addition to my own. How shall we handle contracts? I am licensed to practice law myself, and have prepared one in the hopes that it would be needed. She accessed her wristcom long enough to enter a few commands, and Preja's wristcom beeped. Alex watched Preja open the document and waited while she read through it. Soon enough, she closed her wristcom's holodisplay. She met his eyes and nodded once. Based on the advice of my advocate, I accept your contract without further terms. Sukal sent him the contract, complete with a signature request, and he took the time to read over it. It was surprisingly straightforward, delineating the retainer for 100 days and all the terms they'd discussed. He digitally signed it and sent it back to Sukal, who signed it and sent a fully executed copy to him and Preja. According to the terms of our agreement, the 100 days starts tomorrow. However, I'm sure you want to get a jump on the material. As soon as I return to my office, I will pay the retainer. Thank you again for your time today, and your agreement to investigate this. Sukal stood and headed to the door. Alex stood to escort her out, and when the hatch opened, they found Dirk leaning against the far bulkhead, chatting with Sukal's security team. Hey, boss. Mind if I walk the lady out? Alex made a quick glance at Sukal, who seemed beyond favorable to the idea, and smiled as he stopped and gestured down the corridor with both arms like a game show host. Be my guest, and thanks. Dirk moved to Sukal's side, and Alex stepped back into the briefing room. He pivoted to find Kisha and Preja already going through the data crystals. He returned to the seat he'd chosen for the meal and conversation, and just as he eased back into it, Guardian's avatar appeared to settle into the seat across the table from him. I am ready to be of whatever assistance I can be, Alex. Because of our accredited auxiliary status, do we now have access to any upgrades for the ship that would improve your capability? Guardian's avatar smiled. It was something of a cross between predatory and happy. Oh my, yes. Even the Tier 1 military spec processing core is a vast step up from my current capabilities, but this space frame will support up to a Tier 3 if we also upgrade the reactor, power distribution grid, and the ship's datanet. Alex shared a look with Preja and Kisha before saying, I think we need Havika. The hatch opened, and he swiveled to see Havika enter the briefing room. Sorry it took me so long, but I was a little wrapped up when Guardian said you needed me. Alex swiveled back to look at the holographic avatar across from him, who simply winked and gave him a smile absolutely brimming with faux innocence. That's quite all right. You actually arrived exactly when we needed you. Havika crossed to the seat at the head of the table, directly to Alex's right, and the one he normally chose. She claimed it as she said, Oh, do tell. We just accepted a contract with Sukal Novosk, not Novosk Shipping, that provides us with a 1 billion credit retainer for 100 days of investigating a series of hijackings. A lot of the legwork to start will be centered around the orbital, and I'd like to get as many upgrades done on the ship in the time we have as possible. The priority is a Tier 3 core for Guardian, with the best data and power distribution infrastructures the ship will support. If we can upgrade the reactor at the same time, let's do that.
Otherwise, focus on the core first and then the reactor. Once that's complete, let's look at where the job is before moving on to other items. By the time Alex finished speaking, Havika was leaning back against her seat, her eyes closed and her tail languidly swishing. Upgrading both the reactor and the core at the same time should be doable. We'll have to move to the local Galisk dock for all the work, though. There's no way I can make it happen in a regular docking bay, but since we'll be running off of station power anyway, we can continue to live aboard, as long as everyone doesn't mind the sound of engineering teams hard at work. Okay, good. How long will it take you to set it up? Havika sat up as she opened her eyes and made eye contact with him. Not very long. The local shipyard has been holding a maintenance dock for us since we arrived. I'll bip them a message and they'll arrange for a tug to move us and everything. All we'll have to do is leave the docking bay. Preja was quick to interject. You can't be serious that a shipyard and maintenance facility as busy as Galisk is here has been holding a maintenance bay for us since we arrived. How many credits has that cost them? Havika waved that away. Have you forgotten my last name? I've never really discussed it, but I will inherit over 75% of all shares in the company. I'm the crown princess in Daddy's empire. If the local manager raises a fuss with corporate about it, which he'd be an utter moron to do, one of Dad's assistants will take it out of my dividend, like I've already told them to do, and the local manager will get shuffled to a less demanding post. Why in all the stars are you running my engine room? Alex blurted without thinking. Because I've always wanted an engine room of my very own that Dad didn't give me. Besides, when the time unfortunately comes that I must take over Galisk Spaceworks, I can run it just as easily from your engine room as I can from anywhere else. Who knows? By that point, we may have upgraded Guardian to a larger ship that can accommodate a second conference room I can rent from you every now and again. You can use this one anytime you need right now, rent-free. You're such a dear, thank you. Havika's wristcom chirped, and she gave it her attention for a few moments. You should probably notify Zrala that we're moving the ship. The tug has left the shipyard and will be on station in 10 to 15 minutes. Alex accessed his wristcom and placed a call to Zrala. Yes, Alex? Hi, Havika has arranged a tug to move the ship to a maintenance bay to start the upgrades, since we have a lot of legwork to do on the job before we'll really need the ship. It all kind of fell together much faster than I anticipated, and the tug will be ready for us outside our docking bay in 15 minutes. Silence reigned on the call long enough that he started to worry. Alex, I realize you're new, but in the future, those are discussions that should probably include your captain going forward. As it is, the entire helm section is on liberty, and I doubt they can be back in 15 minutes. And coming back sober is a straight-up gamble for anyone other than Galara. You're aboard, right? Yes, but regulations require 2 officers on the bridge for moving the ship, and one of them has to be helm-rated. Smiles erupted around the conference table, including Alex. I'm helm-rated? Damn, so you are. I'm sorry I forgot that. Report to the bridge at once. I'll handle calling station control. The tug was early. Probably something to do with the Galisk heir apparent having requested it, but Alex wasn't really surprised. He was too excited over his first successful piloting of the ship, even though it was simply backing it out of the docking bay and yawing it around to meet the tug. 30 minutes later, the ship arrived in a maintenance bay, and Havika headed for the bay's project room as soon as the ship settled on its landing struts. She knew his priorities, and even knew the why, so Guardian could be at her best while assisting them with the investigation. His wristcom had chimed while the tug was moving them to the maintenance bay, and he finally remembered to check it, finding a notification that Shepard Security Services had received a 1 billion credit deposit from one Sukal Navosk. He sent a message to Havika, asking her to purchase all the upgrades available to the ship. They'd store what they didn't have time to install in the cargo hold, until such time as they could pull into a maintenance bay to swap out the old for the new, even though the old was just 4 months in age, and, aside from the missile launchers, probably hadn't been used all that much. Galisk Spaceworks gave them a good deal on trade-in value for the equipment, especially when a ship in need of major repairs arrived not more than an hour after they docked in their maintenance bay. Apparently, from what Havika had shared, the ship used many of the same components Guardian did, and the 4-month-old parts coming off of Guardian would be a godsend to the damaged ship. Alex almost told her to simply give them the parts, but after a long talk with himself, he didn't. That was no way to run a business, after all. Chapter 10. Alex entered the mess hall the next morning in search of breakfast. He'd been awake for an hour or so and had worked through a study session before a half-hour's exercise and a shower. He crossed to the beverage dispenser and claimed a mug from the stack beside the dispenser as he went through the menus, programming his drink of choice. It was a rough analog to tea that he liked with a hint of citrus and honey that didn't have the same kick as highly caffeinated drinks back on Earth. Part of him had thought about trying to duplicate some of those, but he wasn't exactly a chemical engineer. He didn't even know much beyond the basics, like water was 1 atom of oxygen and 2 atoms of hydrogen. If he tried mucking about with creating caffeine, well, he didn't even want to consider the kind and degree of mistakes he'd make. He'd probably kill himself in such a way that not even Dr. Tam could save him. As he put the finishing touches to his drink order, he looked at the mug he held for the first time and immediately smiled. Guardian had always had mugs in the mess hall, but these mugs were different. Unlike the plain mugs they'd had even as recently as 2 days ago, these mugs had the company logo on one side and Shepard's Security Services on the other. For the white mug he held, the lettering was black. He paused his drink order long enough to glance back at the mugs, and his smile deepened. The black mugs appeared to have the same design, the only difference being white lettering. He placed his mug in the dispenser's alcove as he keyed the final command. The machine powered up and hummed and whirred for a few moments before dispensing his drink into his chosen mug. As soon as it finished, he collected his drink and ambled back toward the galley. Chef entered the mess hall from the galley, carrying a tray of pastries, just as Alex neared the double-size hatch connecting the two. Alex quickly moved out of Chef's way so that she could place the tray on the serving counter near the mugs. "Morning, boss," Chef chirped as she moved past him, which amused Alex somewhat. Chef was a Misk, like Preja and Galara and Havika and Dirk. Unlike the others, though, she displayed a spotted pattern in her fur that made Alex think of either a jaguar or a cheetah. Given how she sometimes sounded like she chirped, Alex suspected her genetic line came from uplifted cheetahs. As far as he knew, they were the only cats who did so. "Hi, Chef," Alex replied. He was sure he could find out her actual name in the company's personnel files, but she seemed to prefer Chef over anything else. "So, the mugs are new." "Yeah, I've been wanting them for a while, but Preja and I talked it over and decided to hold off on them, as well as the branded flatware, until the company had more funds to spare. With the new retainer, Preja told me to order everything I wanted from the local chandlery. We have a set of finer flatware on order for the briefing room, on the off chance you or the captain would ever want to hold a more refined dinner party." Alex wasn't too sure about that, but it made good sense to have the good china just in case. "Sounds good." Chef laid the tray on the serving counter and grabbed a set of tongs, using them to collect one pastry and place it on a napkin, which she held out to him. "Here you go, boss. Breakfast shouldn't just be tea, you know." Alex graciously accepted the pastry. "I wasn't going to actually stop at tea for breakfast, but I saw the new mugs and wanted to ask about them." "Oh, well then, want your usual?" Alex grinned. "Ah, you know me so well. Yes, please." "Coming right up." Chef flowed around him and disappeared back into the galley. Alex picked one of the smaller tables in a corner of the mess hall and placed his mug and the pastry on it before sitting. He was halfway through his drink when Chef returned with his platter, which she placed on the table in front of him. "One boss's special, fresh from the pan. Be careful, it's probably still hot." "Thanks, Chef." "Welcome, boss," she chirped, before disappearing back into the galley. Alex unrolled the napkin from around the utensils and saw that the knife, fork, and spoon now sported the company's logo near the end of the handle. He smiled at seeing that and wondered how long it would be before someone swapped out the ship's stock of bed linens and towels and such. He sprinkled salt and pepper over the omelet and then cut his first piece, lifting it to his mouth. Damn. Just damn. Chef never disappointed him. He had no idea where Preja had found her, but she was worth every credit they paid her. He finished his main course over a few minutes before leaning back in his seat and savoring the pastry as a kind of dessert. Then he polished off what remained of his tea and returned his platter, the utensils, and his mug to the dirty dishes bin beside the hatch to the galley. As he crossed the mess hall, he considered his next steps. Did he want to check in with Havika first about the upgrades? Or did he want to check in with Kisha and the team working on the Novosk contract? Decisions. By the time he stepped through the open arch to enter the main corridor from the mess hall, he realized he was too excited about the upgrades. The crews had been on the job since yesterday, and he really wanted to see how they were doing. Right then, off to engineering. It took Alex only a short time to go down one deck and head aft. Engineering occupied the aft quarter of the ship on 3 of the ship's 6 decks, and the main entry to it was on deck 4. He stepped out of the zero-gravity ladder that was only about 3 meters from the main entry to engineering and found Yuv standing at the hatch. "Hey, Yuv. How come you're propping up this bulkhead?"
"Morning, boss. Engineer Galisk told Kisha she'd appreciate someone on all the entries to engineering today. Well, at least this morning. They have the compartment open to space while they swap the reactor with the upgraded mil-spec model. Since these hatches do not double as airlocks, they're sealed. But from what Kisha said, Engineer Galisk didn't want to take any chances."
That made a lot of sense.
"Fair enough, then. I was going to ask how the upgrades are going, but something tells me now might not be the best time."
You've chuckled.
"No, probably not, boss." "Alrighty, I'll just move to the next item on my list. Have as good a day as possible. I'm sure I'll see you the next time Kisha has the team sparring."
You've winced and tried too late to hide it.
"Sure, boss. I bet we're all looking forward to that."
Alex tried not to grin as he waved his goodbye and disappeared back into the zero-G ladder. The sparring sessions had become somewhat notorious among the direct action branch, as Alex had reached the point where it took 2, or sometimes even 3, other team members to present him a challenge. Mox loved it. The others, not so much. Kisha, befitting her status as head of the direct action branch, usually acted as referee and avoided the worst of the beatings and embarrassment. It wasn't his fault that the genetic enhancements were so effective with him, right? Dr. Tam had said more than once that she wanted them to focus more on finding Alex's home, because she wanted to see if all humans responded to the enhancement regimen like Alex, or if he was just a genetic fluke. He still hadn't received the data packet on the Dreadscar yet, and it wasn't the first time he'd thought about reaching out to Justikar Vala back on the Stasa orbital about that. All the data about the ship was part of the deal wherein the Ministry of Justice took ownership of the Hulk in exchange for letting Alex keep the escrow that had already been set up as part of the coerced sale. He exited the zero-G ladder on deck 2 and almost tripped over a crew from the shipyard. They were very quick to apologize for making a mess, which made Alex wonder just what they'd been told about him. From what little he knew from the basic damage control classes he'd taken, they seemed to be doing a fine job of replacing the power distribution system with upgraded, heavier-duty conduits, which were necessary to handle the maximum output of the new reactor once it went online. Just as he turned away from the yard crew, his wristcom chimed a notification. He brought up the holo interface to find a message from Havika that reported on the status of the upgrades. Given the time required to upgrade the reactor, the processing core, the power distribution system, and the ship's physical data net, she had elected to commandeer a sizable portion of the yard's crew to handle all the upgrades that could be finished in the same amount of time or less, like the weapons, sensors, shield grid, and maneuvering systems, including the main engines. Wow. It seemed like Havika wanted Guardian as upgraded as possible when they left the maintenance bay. The more he thought about it, though, the more he agreed with her. Since they had the credits, there was no reason not to make the most out of the shipyard. Guardian helpfully supplied an addendum to Havika's message that contained an analysis of the ship's capabilities post-upgrades. From the looks of it, Guardian would be pretty much equivalent to a ship of the same class in the Confederation Navy. That was impressive. He wouldn't have expected the Confederation to give an accredited auxiliary access to the good stuff, no matter what their credentials were. It was just one more piece adding to his concerns that everything surrounding the application had been rigged, and he wasn't sure how he felt about that. Granted, he had no interest in betraying the Confederation's goodwill. For better or worse, this was effectively his home now. But what did it say about the Confederation that they were willing to rig the game for such a relative unknown? Or was it that his personnel roster held so many heavy hitters? Kisha and her teams, plus Dr. Tam, probably carried a fair amount of weight, if even half of what had been implied to him about their pasts was true. Still, he just couldn't see them being enough to tip the balance. Then again, he could just as easily have been seeing conspiracies where there were none, simply because everything was so new to him. He couldn't discount that. Sighing as he shook his head, Alex tried to put it out of his mind as he approached the hatch for the briefing room. He wanted to see what the investigative team had come up with so far. Everyone looked up when Alex entered the briefing room. Kisha, Preja, Dirk, and the 2 undercover CID agents, Murphine and Purell. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen much of them during the journey from Kynax to Distel. He made a mental note to talk with Preja about drawing them out a little more. While they might only be with them through the remainder of the Novosk contract, he didn't want them holing up in their cabins and feeling like they weren't welcome. That wasn't good, assuming that's how they actually felt. He didn't know, because they hadn't really talked. A chorus of "Hi, boss" greeted him as he approached the table. "Morning, everyone. What have we got?" Everyone seemed to share a look before Preja spoke.
A lot of preliminary data we still have to sift through. Guardian is immensely helpful, at least she has been, but Havika, that is Engineer Galisk, just contacted us to say they'll be starting the upgrade on the processing core as soon as the reactor upgrade is complete. From how it's looking, we'll only have Guardian for another hour or so, and then it'll be just us until late tonight. She estimates the core upgrade will require the better part of 12 hours, between backing up all the data, including Guardian's personality matrix, upgrading the core, and then ensuring the restoration of the data goes smoothly. For obvious reasons, she doesn't want to rush this.
Yeah, I can't really blame her. Guardian is as much a part of the crew and company as any of us are, and I don't want to lose the person she's become over these past 4 months. Guardian's avatar shimmered into view, her expression warm and smiling. Why, thank you, Alex. That is the kindest thing anyone has ever said about me. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true, Guardian. Tell Havika I wanted you to examine the upgrade plan, and gave you full authority to call a hold if there's any part of it you're unsure about. That will not be necessary, Alex. Engineer Galisk has worked with me throughout the entire planning process. Swapping cores or moving a sapient intelligence, such as myself, to a new core on a different ship is a very straightforward process. Engineer Galisk has overseen that process many times, and I have zero concerns about this upgrade. I will miss spending the rest of the day with all of you, but all will be well when you wake up tomorrow. I am not worried at all. Well, alrighty then. How was he supposed to argue with that? If you're happy, Guardian, I'm happy. I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow morning. Guardian's avatar snapped off a cheerful salute, then vanished. Alex approached the table and filled one of the open spaces around its edges. So, how can I help? Everyone around the table shared another look. This time, Kisha took up the torch. Honestly, boss, I'm not sure you can. Don't get me wrong, we appreciate your willingness to dive in and get your hands dirty, but given your relative newness to the Confederation, your outsider perspective might be a little too outsider, if you get what I'm saying. Yeah, he'd thought about that. Wasn't surprised either. Still, he'd felt duty-bound to ask an offer. I see that, Kisha. I'll move on to my exercise regimen for now, but if you run into anything where I can help, please do not hesitate to contact me. He noticed Kisha's tail did a little wag as she smiled. You know it, boss. When have we ever been shy about asking for your help? True enough. All right, then. I'll be in the gym for the next little while. He turned and left the briefing room. Part of him wished they would have included him, just so he could learn more about the Confederation and its nuances. But he also admitted they'd lose a lot of time explaining everything to him, especially if he kept flagging utterly ordinary things that looked out of place to him because of his ignorance. Yeah, he didn't want that. He wanted to help, not hinder. During his short walk back to the Zero-G ladder, he received an all-hands broadcast from Zrala. Due to the imminent processing core upgrade, the galley would be shutting down and would not reopen until breakfast tomorrow morning. Both she and Engineer Galisk recommended everyone who did not have duties aboard the ship to seek lunch and dinner ashore, possibly even lodging if they preferred. Alex brought up the messaging feature of his wristcom and fired off a quick note to Zrala, saying the company would cover 2 meals and 1 night's lodging aboard the station for anyone who preferred to do so, as long as they submitted an expense report that detailed the full cost and provided a copy of the receipt from the hotel. Within seconds, Zrala broadcast his message as an addendum to her first all-hands message. Alex found himself standing outside his cabin, considering Zrala's message. He'd only seen 2 stations since his arrival in the Confederation, the Stasa and Kynax 7 orbitals. It wouldn't hurt to skip his exercise for just 1 day, would it? After giving the matter a little more thought, he turned into his cabin, where he donned his gun belt before securing his revolver in its holster. He then draped his bandolier across his torso diagonally from his right shoulder to his left hip, and slung his rifle across his back in such a way he could easily, and quickly, swing it under his right arm and up to a firing stance. Neither his revolver nor his rifle had anything approaching a physical safety, so he carried them loaded, but without a round chambered. In the case of his revolver, that took the form of only 5 rounds in the cylinder, with the hammer over the empty. Suitably attired for a day out on the town, Alex sent a quick note to Prija, Kisha, Zrala, and Havika that he was going ashore. Chapter 11. The personnel access to the maintenance bay opened up to a corridor that seemed to run along all the maintenance bays. Looking both ways, he saw several hatches with signs above them that read Maintenance Bay and a number. The corridor was spacious, easily 3 to 4 meters wide with a high ceiling. He couldn't imagine how many people it would take to make the space feel claustrophobic. It was well lit, and the air had that processed non-smell that he'd experienced everywhere except the surface of Workalix. The bulkheads and decking were a pleasant off-white, and the decking sported a lined texture that made for good traction. That, plus his ship boots that he used for missions with the direct action branch, gave him a very sure footing. Directly across from the personnel hatch, he saw a sign stating that he was at Maintenance Bay 9 and giving directions to the nearest tram stop, which was handy. Without that, he would have had to access StationNet for a map and hope it displayed his current location. He didn't see anyone else in the corridor. Part of him felt that was a little odd, since there was supposedly another ship in one of the maintenance bays. But he didn't know if the repair crews used this corridor or not. That, plus not knowing precisely when the ship arrived, kept him from being too concerned by the lack of other people. He feared the day when he'd have to travel with guards anytime he left the ship. Part of him could see that as a consequence of being too good at their chosen job, but hopefully it was far in his future. He didn't relish the idea of having his own travel party like Corvira, the crown princess of Workalix. Just as he started to head toward the tram stop, the personnel hatch behind him opened to reveal Flax. The Voquar wore only his soft suit and ship boots, but with the suit's gloves retracted, he had access to his claws, which made rather formidable natural weapons all on their own. The fact that most people in the Ninhar Confederation had their own natural weapons and literally could not be unarmed was one of the factors that allowed Alex to carry his rifle and revolver with him without issue, anytime he chose.
"Hey, boss. Heading my way?"
Flax tried and failed to look fully innocent with his question, and Alex simply gave him a flat look.
"So, who tattled on me? Kisha or Prija?"
Flax tried to maintain his faux innocence for a few heartbeats, but soon sighed and shook his head.
"Havika, actually. Well, she was fastest. Kisha was a second or two behind her, and Prija was a full 3 seconds behind Kisha."
"Right, okay. Since I figure you'll say you're headed wherever I say I'm headed, why don't you just tag along?"
"I'm still your indenture, boss. If you don't want me to go with you, just say the word. Those ladies, though, think you might benefit from a guide."
Alex chuckled. "Well, they're probably not wrong, even though there is something to be said for finding my own way."
"I won't argue that, boss, but having me along might discourage some of the more eager predators. Station security tries its best, but incidents always slip through the cracks. They never have enough people, and those inclined to break the law tend to make a point of learning security schedules and response times."
A related thought made Alex smile. "That's a good point, Flax. Let's stop by the local office of the Bounty Hunters Guild to see what might be available. No reason we have to be idle while the ship's being upgraded.
and I'd like to test my skills without Kisha and the teams watching out for me."
Flack snorted as he fell in beside Alex.
"Boss, the way I hear it told, you're gonna end up watching out for them. At least if it ever comes down to hand-to-hand fighting. Mox has told a full mess hall more than once how much he loves sparring with you, and I'm here to tell you that's high praise. He is not a small Illuvian."
Alex tried to keep his non-expression but failed, giving way to a laugh.
"No, he is not. You should have seen his expression the first time I flipped him over my hip and bounced him off the mats. It was priceless. Of course, he then kicked his fighting up a notch when he figured out what I was capable of, but I hold my own with him more often than not."
Flack shook his head.
"Boss, you should step back and listen to what you're saying. Mox is a retired shadow who fights unarmed for fun, and he likes sparring with you. The last time he mentioned it, he said you really make him go all out. Do you have any concept of what it takes to make an Illuvian of his size go all out?"
Not really. I just spar the best I can. I go into it for the exercise and to keep my skills fresh."
"Well, no offense, but the rest of us will happily let Mox keep your skills fresh. At least he enjoys it and is rather difficult to bruise."
Alex took a couple steps before he realized Flax wasn't beside him. He turned and saw Flax standing in place, idly rubbing his chin.
"Something the matter?" "You know, if we're going bounty hunting, I should gear up. You mind coming back to the armory with me? Come to think of it, you might want to change into something besides a standard soft suit. We have a couple armored skin suits that'll fit you. They're basically just soft suits with some reinforcement, but because they're not as flexible as soft suits, someone decided we can't call them that. Might save your life if we get into something."
Alex sighed and nodded.
"Yeah, you're right. Going out with only my firearms is half doing it. You get geared up and I'll get armored up. At least light armored up."
Flax smiled as he led the way back aboard.
"Thanks, boss. I appreciate you not wanting me to get in hock with those three. They'd have my scales if I let anything happen to you without proper precautions."
The local chapter house of the Bounty Hunters Guild occupied a decent amount of cubic on the station's main concourse. Like Stasa Orbital, the concourse had plots of grass and trees every few meters. This time of the day, the concourse was probably close to its busiest, but fortunately there didn't seem to be much traffic around the guild chapter house. The hatch melted into the floor at Alex's approach, and as soon as it reconstituted, he noticed the black-furred Illuvian with almost more scars than fur in places sitting at the greeter's desk. Before Alex even got the chance to say hello, the Illuvian eyed him and Flax before speaking.
"Fresh meat or blooded vets?"
Alex didn't say a word as he accessed his wristcom to display his guild affiliation and ranking. The gruff greeter gave it the once-over before he settled back onto the stool.
"Good to meet you, Shepard. Heard a few things about you. Nice to see you have the credibility to back up the rumors. You need anything from me?"
"We stopped by to see what bounties might be available. Don't suppose you have any info you'd care to share about that?" The greeter leaned against the bulkhead, tipping his stool back on two of its legs as he crossed his arms. He gave Alex and Flax an appraising look-over before he rocked his perch back down on all four of its legs and leaned forward, placing his hands on the greeter's podium.
"Yeah, maybe I do. There's a hard case just arrived on the station. Goes by Wraith or some such. She's a Tier 4 bounty. Some kids just left after downloading all we had on her. None of those kids have claimed a bounty before, and they're looking for a big score. Wraith is more than they're bargaining for. Based on the bounty write-up, she'll chew them up and spit them out, and it'll be sheer luck or her mercy if any of them live to tell the tale. The kids asked me the same question, and I sent them to the far end of the station on a wild Karn hunt. Figured it was the best I could do to keep them alive. But then, in you walk with your indenture. Flax has a rep of his own in these parts, so I figure the two of you can handle the Wraith. Here."
The greeter keyed his wristcom, and Alex's pinged the notification that he'd received a message from Pesk Diltar. Alex checked it and found it contained the address of a rent-by-the-night hostel.
"You want to be careful when you go to that neighborhood, Shepard. Station security doesn't go down there without at least a squad and heavy armor. If you get your fur, hide, in a twist, no one's gonna leap to save you. Get me?"
Alex nodded.
"Yeah, I get you. Thanks for the tip and the heads up. We'll go check her out at a research station."
The greeter simply grunted and nodded, signifying the conversation was over as he leaned back against the bulkhead once more. Alex turned and led Flax to the corridor with the research rooms, finding the third one they checked available. Once inside with the hatch secured and the room's privacy mode enabled, Alex went straight to a terminal and searched for any bounties using the alias Wraith. He got a hit in less than 10 seconds. It seemed Wraith was in fact Jima Tix, a Misk with a reverse tiger pattern in her fur. Instead of an orange base with black stripes, she had a black base with orange stripes. Her bounty was over 200,000 credits, and over 10 systems had a warrant out for her. What Alex couldn't understand was why. Nothing in her file leaped out at him at being worthy of that much money. "Hey, Flax, do you see anything in her file that justifies such a large bounty?" Alex rolled his chair away from the station so Flax could get a closer look. The Voquar stepped closer and leaned in as he manipulated the holodisplay in silence for several moments. Finally, he grunted.
"Ah, there it is. She's a dancer, and a good one, too, if half of these jobs are actually hers."
Alex couldn't keep from frowning. "A dancer? The Confederation has something against dancing?"
"No, she's a dancer."
Alex decided he was losing something in the translation. "Mind explaining for the alien who's not from here?" Flax turned to him and immediately saw Alex's confusion.
"Okay, so dancer is short for datamancer. There are 3 types, white, gray, and black. Based on the list of jobs attributed to her, she's the blackest of the black."
It suddenly clicked for Alex and he grinned.
"Oh, you mean hacker. She illegally accesses datanets and either steals or exposes what she finds there. I don't see what swinging a blade has to do with data security, but the rest of what you said is accurate enough. If these records are right, she has held entire governments hostage. Everything from municipalities all the way up to entire planets. She hasn't gone up against the Confederation itself, though. Seems to stick with the members, but I'm not seeing anything here that justifies a Tier 4 bounty. There's no indication she's violent or combative in person. I don't see why it would be any more complex than a stunning grab."
"Well, let's not underestimate her. If she's really everything her file makes her out to be, she could have the corridor cams compromised and see us coming. Matter of fact, she could have all the station's cams. Almost begs the question of why she came here." Flax started his reply with a very predatory grin.
"How about we go ask her?"
Alex keyed the commands to download the guild's data packet on Wraith to his and Flax's wrist comms before securing the terminal. Then he pushed back from it and stood, giving Flax his best rakish smirk. "Might as well. I have nothing better to do till dinner." The hostel turned out to be a converted maintenance space on the level below the lowest docking ring. Pipes and other conduits lined the corridor, and a faint smell lingered in the air. Alex wasn't sure what the smell was, but it wasn't pleasant. Light fixtures flickered intermittently, giving the space an eerie ambiance. The deeper into the level he and Flax went, the more grateful Alex became for the enhancements he'd obtained back on Stasa. Yeah, his sense of smell might not be so handy right at the moment, but he'd suffer through it to have the significantly improved sight and hearing. The sign for the hostel came into view about 20 meters ahead of them, but a faint sound caught Alex's attention. He threw the hold hand signal, and Flax stopped at his elbow. He tapped his right ear, then pointed in the vague direction he'd heard what sounded like a boot scuffing against the decking. Flax nodded his understanding and readied his weapon. On further reflection, Flax probably had the right idea, so Alex swung his rifle around to a ready stance and worked the lever to chamber around. The clack-clack seemed all too loud in the quiet space, and Alex worried he'd just alerted anyone in the area to their presence. His only saving grace was that actual firearms seemed far outside these people's technology development, so anyone waiting to ambush them might not understand the sound's meaning. He hoped so, anyway. Another hand signal, and he led Flax forward at their previous pace, weapons still at the ready. He kept his finger on the rifle's trigger guard, which was always good practice anyway, since the rifle didn't have any kind of safety on it. But it was a faithful representation of the rifle from the late 1800s, and he wasn't about to complain. They passed through a section of the corridor where pipes and other conduit narrowed the passage to the point they had to pass single file, and Flax had just returned to Alex's side when a group of 5 people stepped out of concealment about 10 meters ahead.
"That's far enough. Who are you, and what is your business here? This is Blood Zynath turf."
A couple light fixtures flickered on, revealing their adversaries to be 2 Misk, 2 Rostils, and a Voquar. Alex couldn't tell much more about them, as the light fixtures flickered back off, but it was enough to know that one of the Misk had spoken. Alex cast a quick glance at Flax, who seemed ready to follow his lead. He kept the muzzle of the rifle pointed toward the decking, even while he prepared to lift it into position at a moment's notice.
I wasn't aware the station sublet its decks. As far as I knew, this is as much a public space as the main concourse. Either way, I recommend backing off and letting us go on our merry way. You won't like the outcome if you choose otherwise.
The toughs all shared a look between them before the Misk speaker snorted a laugh.
Was that supposed to sound intimidating? Do you not know who you're dealing with here? Each one of us has bounty in the high 5 figures. Each one of us has killed over 20 people. How can you possibly compare with that?
Alex just smiled.
Oh, you each have bounties, you say? Well now, that changes things quite a bit. If you'll kindly surrender, you won't need to go to the medical deck.
Another quick glance at Flax allowed him to make sure his associate held a stun rifle and not something more damaging, because his rifle, with its frangible ammo, was damaging enough for the both of them. The Misk who hadn't spoken made to draw a pistol of some type, but Alex was far faster. His rifle came up so fast it blurred to everyone else, and he put the front bead sight on the shoulder of the arm, lifting the pistol. A soft stroke of the trigger, and boom. Blood sprayed from the Misk's shoulder in a fan of gore, and he dropped the pistol from a now nerveless hand. The rest of the toughs had collapsed to the decking too, their hands over their ears as they howled their distress. Alex worked the lever action to chamber a fresh round, and Flax helpfully snatched the ejected brass out of the air mid-flight and tucked it into one of his harness's pouches. The spent shell casing would make good feedstock the next time Alex had to run off some ammo.
I'll cover you, Flax. Go search them for weapons. I'll also make the call for medical support.
Flax moved forward, and Alex shifted to the side so that he had a clear angle on all the toughs, while Flax disarmed them. Never taking his focus off Flax and their new prisoners, Alex used his comp to place a call to station security.
Station security, what is your emergency?
Alex heard the female's voice in his ears as if she stood right beside him.
My name is Alex Hawk, and I am a registered bounty hunter. My teammate and I just walked into an ambush, but we were better prepared. We have one individual with a bleeding shoulder wound from a projectile weapon. His associate claimed that they all have bounties, and my teammate is now disarming them. Is there any chance we could get some medical support? This guy drew first, but I don't want him to die.
Just then, Flax turned back to Alex and shook his head, even going so far as to wave him off the call. Alex frowned, not understanding, and said,
"Hold, please."
He mentally keyed the call to mute on his end, then asked,
"What's up?" "I just scanned their idents. The talker wasn't joking. Their bounties are all dead or alive, and there's no discount for dead."
Alex blinked.
"Seriously?"
Flax just nodded.
"What are you saying? We just kill them?" "Might as well. The Ministry of Justice will do it a few days after we turn them in."
Alex tried to wrap his mind around that, and just couldn't. He really tried, but every fiber of his being balked at the idea of killing them out of hand.
"No, can't do it, Flax. Maybe you could, but I can't. We'll turn him over to station security and collect our bounties."
He mentally keyed the call off mute.
"Station security, are you still with me?"
"Yes, sir. I have verified your identity. Why did you mute the call?"
"My teammate told me that he scanned our prisoners' idents, and they all came back with dead or alive bounties. He suggested we go ahead and kill them to save you guys the trouble."
There was a brief pause before the security officer said,
"Well, if their bounties truly are dead or alive, they're going to die anyway, so if you wanted to, go ahead."
"Yeah, no. We're going to need that medical response team. I'm not going to kill anyone I don't have to. That's not how I work."
The security staffer gave a resigned sigh.
"Very well. Attach your location data to the call, please."
It took Alex a moment or two to figure out how to do that, but he managed it. There was an even more noticeable pause on the line, as soon as his comp indicated he'd sent the location data. After close to 30 seconds, the security staffer said,
"Very well, sir. We have your location and teams have been dispatched. They will contact you when they get within 100 meters. Please do not shoot them."
It took all Alex's willpower to keep from rolling his eyes. He wasn't some trigger-happy loose cannon. Chapter 12. Station security arrived with 5 people in heavy armor, with the badge of station security anodized onto their chests, sporting what looked like portable crew-served weapons. The heavy armor whined and clicked with every movement, which made Alex think it was powered armor of some fashion. In looking over the weapon each security person carried, Alex concluded it had to be powered armor, because those weapons appeared far too bulky for anyone without the strength of powered armor to lift and carry any distance. He'd never seen their like before, and almost wondered if they were even pressure-safe. The medical crew looked almost childlike as they followed along at the rear of the ersatz column. They each carried a large medkit, matching those Alex had seen elsewhere, and 2 of them carried a combat stretcher. A minimalist design to make it as light as possible while still capable of carrying a full-size person. He learned about them in one of his study courses on the trip to Distel. But why were they... Oh yeah. Supposedly, this level of the station had a rather nasty and dangerous reputation. The medical crew probably wanted to get in and out as quickly as possible. Fortunately, Alex and Flax had managed to stabilize the tough Alex had shot, so he was still alive to be taken into custody. None of the crew looked happy about that, but what were they going to do? The security personnel quickly fanned out to secure the area, while one remained to verify Alex's and Flax's identities before processing the toughs. The identity verification went smoothly. Matter of fact, the security staffer seemed to think it went a little too smoothly. Right up until his wristcom display flashed a red bordered alert notifying him he was investigating an accredited auxiliary of both the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Defense. His demeanor made a fast 180 at the sight of that screen, all suspicious belligerence evaporating and leaving only nervous obsequiousness. In less than 10 minutes, he processed all the bounty paperwork and provided Alex the appropriate certified copies for delivery to the Office of the Exchequer. The medicos were still prepping their patient for transport, even though the patient wasn't doing anything to hinder them. The other 4 were already on their feet, in full magnetic restraints that secured their hands to their waists and hobbled their feet. They looked even more sullen than before, as if their fates were finally coming home to roost. Alex wanted to feel sorry for them, but he really couldn't. If their list of crimes on the bounty paperwork was even close to accurate, they'd more than made their beds. He wasn't sure he totally approved of them getting the death penalty, but it wasn't his civilization. He felt good that he hadn't just killed them out of hand once Flax verified their bounty status. That way led to the kind of dark soul only a rare person came back from. It was not something he wanted to become or have around him. He and Flax stood off to the side and watched the medicos finish strapping the wounded tough to the combat stretcher. Moments later, 2 of their 4 heaved the stretcher up to their shoulders, and the lead medic gave the security team the high sign. The head of the security team called them to move out, and they all trooped off toward the tram stop. Alex and Flax watched them go for a few moments before Alex turned to Flax and quirked an eyebrow as part of a questioning expression. Do we keep going or take this minor win? Flax rolled his shoulders as he stepped into the center of the companionway and looked both directions a handful of times. After a few moments, he turned back to Alex.
That's a tough call, boss. Even though there were not any direct witnesses that we know of, word about something like this travels fast in these kinds of locales. I wouldn't be surprised but what our actual quarry already knows we're here. Might even know our purpose. It's a gamble for sure, but there's nothing saying we have to turn these bounty slips in today. So, no matter what, this has still been a profitable trip.
Alex grinned. It certainly has, unless you've forgotten about the split rules. Flax's expression blanked for a moment, then his eyes shot wide.
We'll split half?
Yep, we're the only 2 involved. There's no one else to take a cut. His expression shifted into a grin that was outright predatory for a Voquar.
Well then, boss, let's catch us another one.
The hostel, when they finally found it, looked to be barely 1 step above a no-tell motel back on Earth. Certainly the kind of place his parents would never have wanted Alex to know about, let alone see. The air inside the hatch carried a kind of funk that Alex wasn't sure he could have brought himself to live in for even a day, and trash lined the decking along the base of the bulkheads everywhere he looked. The handful of people lounging around what he assumed passed for a lobby looked so far down on their luck that they probably wouldn't even recognize bad luck, to say nothing of good luck. Their soft suits were ratty, in varying stages of disrepair, and covered in stains and other types of grime. He and Flax stood out, simply by being clean. Wanting to keep this stay as brief as possible, Alex led Flax straight to the counter. A Relkin with an eye patch over his right eye perched on what would have been a chair for a high top back on Earth. His expression and demeanor were none too friendly as they approached.
"What do you pretty boys want? This ain't exactly your scene."
Alex glanced at Flax for a moment before accessing his wristcom to display the picture of their quarry.
"You seen her around here?"
The Relkin's expression flashed recognition so fast, Alex might have missed it if he hadn't been watching.
"Nope, never seen her."
Alex withdrew a couple 50-credit chits from a pouch on his harness and tossed them on the counter.
"Those are yours if you change your mind."
The Relkin eyed the credit chits with naked desire, and his hand darted out to claim them, but he wasn't fast enough. Alex grabbed the Relkin's wrist in his iron grip before the Relkin's paw got anywhere close to the chits.
"Flax, be a pal and run this guy's ident for bounties."
The Relkin's eye shot wide.
"No, wait, yeah, I seen her. She's back in her room right now. Don't know what she's doing, but she hasn't left all day." "You sure? You wouldn't like me when I'm angry, and someone lying to me always makes me angry." "I'll show you the door history. It hasn't opened all day, and there's no other way out unless you can fit in a space the size of your forearm."
Alex shot Flax a questioning look, and he merely shook his head.
"Fair enough," Alex replied. "Now give me a key for the door."
The Relkin jabbed at a control surface with his free hand, and Alex's wristcom soon beeped with a notification that Iruv Mizkar had sent him a digital keycard for room 12. Good for him.
"Flax, hang out here and keep our buddy company. I wouldn't want him disappearing on us if this doesn't pan out."
The Relkin's bottle-brush tail wilted, and he settled into a sulk as Alex left the front desk. Alex made his way back down the corridor until he found a room with 12 stenciled onto it. He didn't bother knocking. He retrieved a flashbang grenade from his harness and swiped his wristcom in front of the access panel. As soon as the door hissed open, he flicked the flashbang's arming switch and tossed it inside. A female scream began before the flash and concussion faded, and Alex charged inside, his revolver at the ready. But it wasn't needed. A female misc matching the Wraith's description lay in the center of the room, rolling side to side as she held her hands over her ears and muled her discomfort. Alex accessed his wristcom for the ident verification feature, which returned a verified match with the ident provided by the data pack from the guild. Fair enough. Alex returned his revolver to its holster and rolled her over onto her stomach and chest. He pulled her arms behind her as carefully as he could and secured them with mag cuffs, then hobbled her legs with another set of mag cuffs designed for a person's ankles. That done, he hauled her to her feet, but she was still too unsteady to walk from the flashbang. So be it. He laid her on the bed long enough to search the room and collect everything that appeared to be her personal property before heaving her over his shoulder in what people back on Earth called a fireman's carry. He had no idea what they called it here. Then, he gathered her property in the hand that wasn't keeping her on his shoulder and headed back to the front desk. He found Flax standing over a subdued Relkin in his own set of mag cuffs and didn't even get the chance to ask before Flax spoke.
"The little bastard tried to attack me. Went for one of my eyes with his claws, but that didn't work out like he thought it would. Did it, Iruv?"
The Relkin snarled in response. Alex nodded his chin toward the Relkin.
"He has a bounty too?" "Oh yeah. Not dead or alive, but he's still worth a goodly amount. Is that our girl?" "Seems to be. The ident verification returned a positive match."
Flax grinned.
"I love me some credits. Let's get these two to the nearest security station. We might still make the Exchequer's office today if they're quick about the processing."
A short distance from the hostel, the misc on Alex's shoulder started struggling. After a couple moments, she growled, "I can walk, damn it, put me down." Alex handed her collection of personal property to Flax and eased her off his shoulder to her feet. Once he was sure she was stable and wouldn't fall, he removed his hands from her shoulders. She stepped back just far enough to look the situation over and sighed as she let her shoulders droop. "So the damned bounty finally caught up with me, huh? I don't suppose you'd hear me out before you turned me in?" Alex glanced to Flax, who shrugged. He made eye contact with her as he said, "Before we get into whatever you want to say, do you have any proof to back it up?" Her eyes shot wide. "Oh shit. The hostel, we have to go back." "It's okay. I picked up all your stuff." "Did you pry off the vent cover from the ventilation shaft?" Alex simply shook his head.
Then you didn't get all my stuff. My proof is stashed behind the vent cover right over the hatch to the hygiene suite. We have to go back for it. Please?
Alex ran through the pros and cons in his head while he maintained eye contact with her. They were only a dozen meters or so from the hostel, so it wasn't like they had to cross several decks. He almost told Flax to go ahead with the Relkin, but a gaming maxim that he learned from the internet back on Earth rushed to the forefront of his mind. Never split the party. Okay, fine, we'll go check it out. She seemed to relax and accepted Alex's hand on her shoulder as they reversed course back to the hostel. Flax and the Relkin waited at the front desk while Alex led her back to room 12. Sure enough, there was a vent cover right above the hatch to the hygiene suite. Something about her demeanor made Alex think of smug self-assurance, so instead of physically opening the vent cover, he chose the tried-and-true method of opening just about anything. He drew his revolver, which was still cocked from when he'd entered her room the first time, drew a fine bead on one of the vent cover's fasteners, and stroked the trigger. His captive yowled at being so close to the firearm's discharge, but that was nothing compared to what happened with the vent cover. The moment the frangible bullet struck, that is, destroyed the vent cover's bottom fastener, an explosion that sent a white cloud of something billowing into the room broke the remaining fastener. The vent cover flew across the space like some kind of demented frisbee to strike first the bulkhead, ricochet up to strike the ceiling, and finally land at Alex's feet in a mangled mess of its former shape. So, what happens if I shove you into that white cloud? The Misk looked at him with wide eyes, fear writ large across her expression. No, don't do that, please, don't do that. It'll dissipate soon enough, and you should be able to retrieve my data crystal from inside the vent. Please? It didn't take long for the air handling systems to draw the white cloud out of the room, but Alex still didn't feel like taking any chances. He returned his revolver to its holster, then accessed his wristcom and used it to activate the gloves and helmet of his armored skin suit. The suit must have been based on some kind of nanotech, because the gloves and helmet unfolded from his wrists and neck respectively and molded to the contours of his body. He then keyed the control for his skin suit to use its Atmo reserves instead of the local and crossed the room. He grabbed a footstool and stood on it to get a look in the air vent. Sure enough, there was a small black box that looked perfect to contain and protect a collection of data crystals. He snagged it, secured it in one of the pouches built into the skin suit's tactical harness, and returned to his prisoner. The dark and evil part of him kinda wished he'd shoved her into the cloud, because that's obviously what she'd intended for him, though how she thought she'd escape at that point was a mystery. But on the whole, he was glad he'd held to his better angels, especially since her rather impressive bounty was not dead or alive. All right, come on you. We have a date with security. But you said you'd hear me out. It's a bit of a walk to the nearest security station, so you'd better start talking. She held her tongue until they were outside the hostel, and honestly, he couldn't blame her. If what she had to say was in any way sensitive, he wouldn't want those low-lifes in the lobby hearing it either. As soon as the hatch closed, though, she started. So, yes, I am the dancer the bounty notice says I am, and yes, I've done everything it says I have. I mean, I'd have to look at the list to be sure, but the Ministry of Justice usually doesn't get that kind of thing wrong. But I didn't have a choice. I was taken from my home in the middle of the night, and they surgically implanted a small explosive charge at the base of my brainstem. They showed me a live scan after I woke up from them doing it, and if I didn't do everything they said, well, boom. It took me 2 years to find a way to block the detonator's access to the interstellar data net, and then find a way to escape them. I don't think I'm the only person they have like this either. I saw hallway after hallway after hallway full of cell doors like mine. I took just long enough to do a core dump of recent files from their systems before I stowed away on one of the freighters they use to sell their stolen goods all over the sector. The freighter I hit on came here, and they nearly caught me when I tried to sneak off the ship. Please, don't turn me in. At least without getting the explosive removed. When they process me into lockup, they'll remove my blocker for the detonator. I'd really appreciate it if I don't die. Oh, boo-hoo. What a sob story. How long did it take you to think that up, huh, doll? The Relkin sneered. Flax slapped him across the back of his head. Shut it. You're not part of this conversation, he said, then turned to Alex. What do you think, boss? I think we need to phone a friend. Chapter 13. It took all of about 5 minutes for Alex to explain the situation on a conference call involving himself, Flax, Kisha, Preja, and Dr. Tam, before all three of the ladies ordered him in no uncertain terms to take the Relkin bounty to the security office and leave the bounty, who potentially had an explosive grafted to the base of her brainstem, with Flax. Flax actually didn't dispute the plan. After all, there was no way to know how powerful the explosive was, assuming it was there, which meant there was no way to gauge its lethality beyond the bounty herself. Alex, however, did not like that plan. He had come to feel responsible for the misc known as Wraith, and he didn't want her to think they were abandoning her. The ladies, however, were adamant. Alex was to be as far away from her as possible until such time as they ruled out the presence of the explosive or rendered it safe. Kisha won the discussion with a simple threat. "Don't make me send Mox, Alex. I will do that without a moment's hesitation." Fine. He turned to the misc in question. "How confident are you that your blocker will keep the explosive from detonating?" "Well, I've bet my life on it thus far. Why?" "My people don't want me anywhere near it, but I don't want you feeling like I'm abandoning you. I'm thinking about taking you back to the ship before I take the Relkin to station security." She seemed to relax as much as her restraints let her. "You believe me? You're not just gonna turn me in?" "Nope. I won't do it, and my people won't do it either. It's non-negotiable." She nodded her acceptance as she broke eye contact with him. "Thank you. I'll go with Flax to your ship. The thing is, your bounty makes you such a hot commodity that I don't like leaving Flax alone with you until you're safely aboard the ship." "I can see that. Someone might hurt Flax to get me." He unmuted the call so they could hear him say, "Then it's settled. I'll escort you and Flax back to the ship, and then leave you with my people to turn over the Relkin." The ladies erupted in fierce denials over the comm call, and Alex stepped away so he could make a point. "Look, I get it and appreciate your concern for me, but I'm not painting a target on Flax's back and leaving him to twist in the wind. This is how we're doing it, so get ready to make it work. Alex out." He ended the call to keep them from shouting at him further. One of these days, he was going to have a heart-to-heart with them about just who was the boss. He didn't mind them giving advice, but when he decided on a course of action, they really needed to get with the program. Besides, he figured that he and Flax escorting 2 prisoners would attract a lot less attention than Flax and both teams escorting just 1. He couldn't help but think they'd make it farther by hiding in plain sight than by making a scene. Sure enough, they made it all the way back to the ship without interruption. Tam had several pieces of kit out in the maintenance bay, and both of the direct action teams were present and fully geared up. They took charge of the misc and nodded for Flax to go with Alex as he turned to take the Relkin to station security. Alex allowed them to herd him, but he made a point of telling them explicitly to record everything, complete with high-resolution scans, even stuff they didn't see any reason to record. They agreed, probably more to get him to leave than total agreement with his request, but he didn't care, as long as they got recordings of everything and full, detailed scans. It took Alex and Flax about 20 minutes to arrive at the nearest office of station security. They'd actually passed 2 or 3 getting Wraith from the hostel to the ship, but hadn't wanted to stop for fear they'd take her in with the Relkin. When Alex started to head back, Flax moved to stand in front of him and merely shook his head.
"Look, boss, I know you want to go back there and see how they're doing, but there's nothing you can do to affect the outcome at this point. Doc already confirmed the story about the explosive, and both she and Dirk are working to get it out of the girl without detonation or undue harm. From what the team said, Dirk's the best explosive tech the Shadows have ever seen. If anyone can save her, it's those 2. So let's relax here, or maybe over at the main concourse for a little while, until they give us the all clear. Can we do that? Please?"
Alex sighed. Flax was right. He wanted to be back there, but if they were already working on her, she was probably unconscious anyhow, which meant his presence wouldn't even give her moral support. With nothing better to do, he checked the time on his wristcom and saw they might actually make the exchequer in time to submit the 6 bounty pay vouchers he carried. "Let's try to make the exchequers then. I'd kinda like for you to keep your scales." Flax chuckled and fell in beside him.
"I appreciate that, boss. I'd like to keep my scales too."
The local office of the exchequer wasn't too far away, and by some minor miracle, they made it in time to submit the pay vouchers. Alex asked the staffer to deposit the bounty funds into the company's account and thanked him kindly before leading Flax to the main concourse. They had just stepped out of the tram when his wrist comm notified him of a message from Dr. Tam. Alex smiled at seeing the report that her patient was now safe from the explosive and ready to be turned in for her bounty. Alex had been thinking about her situation and quickly replied to make full scans of the explosive now that it was safe before disposing of it. They agreed, and Alex and Flax headed back to the ship. When they entered the maintenance bay, he and Flax were a tad richer than they'd been when they first left the ship earlier that day. Part of him felt like he should have given Flax the full amount they split, but he hadn't for a couple reasons. First of all, he needed currency too. He couldn't live aboard Guardian as a figurative shut-in, no matter how much that might appeal to him at times. And second, he worried that giving it all to Flax might make the Voquar feel like a charity case or something similar, and he didn't want that, not at all. So he'd taken his half of the crew split. As they entered the ship from the boarding ramp, Alex stopped and looked around. The lights were on. He heard people somewhere kind of close, so the ship wasn't deserted. But there was something that wasn't quite right. He couldn't tease out whatever it was from the back of his mind, but there was a subtle difference about the ship that had changed since he left shortly before lunch. Flax stopped at his side and noticed his disquiet.
Something wrong, boss?
Yeah, I can't put my finger on it, but there's something different about the ship.
Oh, that's easy. Guardian isn't online. They're a little over 2 hours into the processing core upgrade.
Ah, right. That had to be it. Who would have thought a sapient intelligence like Guardian could make such a difference in the ambiance of the ship? Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Flax.
You're welcome, boss. I recommend we use the stairs to get to Medbay. Zrala said they're still working on upgrading the power distribution systems, and that's made some of the zero-G ladders a bit patchy.
Alex stopped cold and turned to face Flax full on. A bit patchy. Has anyone found that out the hard way?
Just a couple yard dogs, but they were only a couple meters above the bottom of that ladder, so no harm.
Oh, shit. He wasn't sure which to tackle first. The just a couple yard dogs or making sure Dr. Tam checked them out. Did anyone look them over to be sure there was no harm? Flax nodded as he subtly nudged Alex into walking again by taking off himself.
From what Zrala said, Dr. Tam was first on the scene and didn't let them move until she'd given them a once-over with her portable systems. They're designed to operate away from any processing core. Even though they're a little slower than what she'd use if the core had been live, slower doesn't mean less effective. One of them hit hard enough that they might develop some light bruising, but that was the extent of it.
Ah, good, okay. I'm glad someone checked them out. He started to mention that it probably wasn't good to refer to them as just yard dogs, but then he remembered Havika doing the same thing. Maybe it was just part of the culture here, and not derogatory like the way it sounded to him. He'd have to pull Havika aside once they were out of the maintenance bay and ask her. They stepped out of the stairwell onto Deck 3 and headed aft. It wasn't too long before they arrived at Medbay and found their bounty sitting on a medical bed without any restraints whatsoever. But she seemed compliant and non-threatening, so he wasn't really sure what to make of the situation. The Misk known as Wraith, one Jima Tix, tensed when she saw him, but he hadn't any more than set foot in Medbay when he got a face full of Dr. Tam. She looked up at him with a very determined expression as she figuratively headed him off at the pass. Yes, I know she's very, very wanted and has one of the largest single bounties we've ever seen. Kisha and I think the people she escaped from have someone with their fingers in the Ministry of Justice because her crimes as a dancer normally do not rate such a high bounty. Preja is already on a call with the Justicar trying to get us some time to present our case, but in the meantime, I didn't see any point to treat her like some rabid, hyper-violent individual, especially not in my med bay. Have anything to say to that, boss? Alex had always heard that discretion was the better part of valor. Now he knew what that meant. Nope, no issues at all. You run this med bay to suit yourself, Doc. Dr. Tam pivoted to Flax. Pat him on his head while I call him a good boy. I can't reach. The tension Jima had been holding fled as she lost control of a snicker.
He's been very understanding with all the security precautions today, Doc,
Flax countered.
I'm not about to risk pissing him off at this point. Besides, have you seen him sparring?
Dr. Tam gave him a flat look. So unhelpful. What have I ever done to you?
Nothing, but he pays me.
Dr. Tam gave him another flat look. Fine. So, Alex, what's your plan for Jima? You were so insistent about the scans and recordings that we all figured you had something cooking.
I honestly don't think we'll be able to get the charges quashed, at least not all the way. Not with the sheer list involved, especially since she readily admits she did them. So I was thinking about trying for the deal we worked out for Flax. I appeal for indenture instead of the bounty.
His peripheral vision was just good enough to catch Jima's tail going ramrod straight, right before she gasped. You'd give up that much money just to claim me? Are you that lonely or something?
Nah, the more I learn about your situation, the more I lean toward believing your version of events over the government's. Which tells me that the last thing we want, we, mostly meaning you here, is to end up in holding or on a prison planet somewhere. The bounty is almost too large. A number that high should probably be tagged dead or alive, but it's not. That tells me they want you in the system for some reason, and I don't see a need to play the game their way. Besides, you never know when having an accomplished dancer on hand might be useful. If you're on board with the idea, you'll get your own cabin and whatever equipment you need to keep your skills sharp.
Jima looked to Dr. Tam. Is he for real? That sounds too good to be true. I don't know if you've noticed, but Alex isn't exactly from around here. He's on the up and up. He has treated all of us far better than he absolutely had to. He had Kish's team almost eating out of his hand from their first bounty job. Sure, I could be wrong, but I personally think you could make far worse decisions than placing your trust in Alex, even if he is too tall to pat on the head. Chapter 14. Alex tried not to focus on how everyone turned to gawk at his group. Yes, they were a bit impressive. Yes, they made for a noticeable group. But he didn't really feel that should engender the reaction it seemed to produce. Both of the direct action teams followed behind him, creating a cordon around Preja and Gemma. Kisha walked at his side, and Mox brought up the rear. All of them kept an eye out for anything unexpected. Jima had a rather massive price on her head, after all. They were within sight of the Hall of Justice. Kind of. But they still had a solid 2 to 3 minute walk to reach it. As far as Alex was concerned, this was the highest stress part of the journey. Very much a so close yet so far situation. 5 individuals exited a side corridor to block their path. They were a mix of Misk, Grostil, and Relkin, with an Alluvian seeming to be in the lead. All of them gave off a nervous vibe, and more than one of their hands twitched close to their sidearms.
That's far enough, the Alluvian said. The Blackford Misk is a bounty and we're claiming her. Stand aside, and you won't get hurt.
Alex sighed and shook his head. He lifted his arm to access his wrist comm, and every single one of the group confronting them drew their sidearms, which in turn prompted Alex's people to do the same.
What are you doing? The Alluvian demanded.
Alex continued lifting his arms to access his wrist comm, instructing it to display his professional identity with all of his verified professional associations and any ranks that might apply, like his status as a Tier 3 bounty hunter in good standing with the guild. It seemed the bounties from the day before had tipped both his status as well as his company's status over the line into Tier 3, which he didn't mind. He'd thought that wouldn't happen until he earned some of the certifications he was working toward, but in the long run, what did he care? And the best part? Across the bottom of the professional identity, stenciled in bold letters, Accredited Auxiliary. Below that were 2 thumbnail-sized seals that represented the Ministries of Justice and Defense, respectively. My name is Alexander Samuel Hawk, but you may call me Shepard. I founded and operate Shepard Security Services, a security company in good standing with the Bounty Hunters Guild, rated at Tier 3, and an accredited auxiliary with the Ministries of Justice and Defense. Jima Tix has surrendered voluntarily to our custody, and she has an appointment with High Justicar Orvosk, which you are currently impeding. You have further chosen to draw weapons first in full view of station security's monitoring systems. If you'll take a moment to have a good look at my people, you'll see the weapons they currently point toward you are not sidearms. They are military-spec combat weapons. There is no eventuality in which this ends well for you if you force an exchange of fire. And, pausing as he drew his revolver and cocked the hammer, lifting his arm so that he placed the top of the blade front sight right between the Illuvian's eyes. You'll die first. Why don't you do all of us a favor and place your sidearms on the decking and move to one side of the corridor? The Illuvian growled, snarling as he glared at Alex. That bounty would change our lives, whatever you are. You obviously don't need it, just hand her over. The Illuvian stood too far forward to see how shaky his associates had become. They traded glances between each other, and their sidearms trembled and shook as they held them at full extension. From that alone, Alex knew their accuracy would be extremely questionable, and probably posed a greater threat to all the innocent bystanders gawking at the confrontation than any of his people. Look, I get it. You're young, ambitious, all wound up to make a name for yourself and your team. Nothing wrong with any of that, as long as you add in good sense. The only way Jima's bounty will change your life is if you live to claim it. I don't think your attempt to claim it will turn out like you think it will, and more of your buddies are agreeing with me than you right now. One of the Illuvian's people, the Relkin, had already returned his sidearm to its holster and had started backing away, his hands held high and far away from the weapon. Just as the Illuvian turned to look, one of the two Misk followed suit. The remaining Rostil and Misk didn't look like bastions of reliability either. What? The Illuvian roared. You think to betray me? His massive hand scrabbled at the holster for his own sidearm, and Alex winced at what he feared he'd have to do. But he wasn't about to let this baby dictator shoot innocent people for having good sense. Nope, not at all. He tried to de-escalate the situation the only way he could think of. Don't do it, neighbor. Just let them leave. No, I refuse to countenance betrayal. He jerked his sidearm free of its holster and whipped it up to point toward the Relkin. When the Illuvian shifted to a steady two-handed grip, Alex decided he couldn't take the chance. He adjusted his point of aim slightly and stroked the trigger. The revolver fired with the customary boom of a firearm, but unlike every other time, no one in Alex's field of view collapsed or screamed or displayed any significant reactions, beyond very pronounced winces. Except for the Illuvian. Blood, tissue, and bone fragments exploded from the Illuvian's right shoulder, corresponding to the primary hand gripping the sidearm, and that arm fell back to his side, limp and unusable. The drop sent his sidearm clattering across the decking, slowly coming to a stop not far from the Relkin, who'd been enjoying a full and unrestricted view of the sidearm's business end just heartbeats before. The Illuvian collapsed to the decking, holding his wounded shoulder with his other hand as he whimpered and moaned. Kisha and Dirk dashed forward to make sure the Illuvian possessed no other weapons, while the Illuvian's remaining associates holstered their sidearms and retreated to stand with the Relkin and Misk. Prija, contact High Justicar Orvosk's aide and let them know we might be a little late for the appointment, if you please. That said, Alex accessed his wristcom through his comp to place a call with the emergency services section of station security to request both a security team and medical support. He slammed his revolver back in its holster and hoped they wouldn't hold them up too much. After all, he counted no less than 7 cameras in their immediate vicinity. They should have had an excellent view of the entire debacle. It didn't take long for station security to respond. When something like the confrontation happens within a stone's throw of the Hall of Justice, that tends to draw a lot of attention, fast. The medicos lamented the state of the Illuvian's shoulder, all while scrambling to save both him and the limb. Apparently, Alex's shot nicked what would be the brachial artery in a human, and the blood loss was a tad faster than they initially thought. Otherwise, those involved all spoke to different officers of station security. It was almost impossible to have separate interviews in such a wide-open space as the corridor, but they made do, especially when they confirmed the company's status as an accredited auxiliary. That, more than anything else, seemed to expedite things. Soon enough, Alex and his party resumed their journey to the Hall of Justice, after Prija assured him that High Justicar Orvosk still waited for them. The Hall of Justice on the Distel 2 orbital didn't look overly different from its counterpart on the Stasa orbital. From the corridor outside, the hatch would have appeared as part of the bulkhead. It was only with his full basic kit that Alex had any idea there was an actual hatch, let alone what the hatch accessed. When the hatch melted into the decking, it revealed a slightly larger lobby than what he'd seen in Stasa, which probably had something to do with Distel 2 being more of a core world with higher population, both below on the planet and here on the orbital. It unfortunately made sense that they'd need a larger reception area than a fringe system like Stasa. Once again, they drew a lot of attention as they entered, but a larger brown-furred Illuvian waved the security officers to stand down as he stepped out of an office on one side of the service windows. Mox and his team posted up in the hall's lobby, while Alex led Kish's team, Prija, and Jima toward the hatch that led to the corridor with the Justicar's offices. The brown-furred Illuvian met them about halfway across the lobby.
"The High Justicar informed me you and your people would be arriving. I appreciate you leaving half your team here in the lobby, but I also caution you against taking the rest of your people into the High Justicar's office. It might send the wrong message."
Alex smiled.
"I never intended to take everyone in with me. 2 will post up just on the other side of the hatch, 2 more outside the hatch to the High Justicar's outer office, and 1 in the outer office. I will go with Advocate Prija and Jima Tix into the meeting with the High Justicar."
The Illuvian grunted, further communicating his acceptance with a nod.
"Good, thank you. I always appreciate working with understanding and accommodating individuals. If you need me, grab any security officer and ask for Iskar." "Thank you kindly. I will absolutely do so if the need arises."
The Illuvian gave him another nod before ambling back to his office. Alex followed Prija and Jima into the High Justicar's inner office and found he was a Voquar. Alex wasn't sure how to determine age of the lizard-like Voquar species by sight yet, but he assumed the position of High Justicar wasn't something often handed to an inexperienced youngster. The decor of the space reminded him very much of South Utah and Nevada back on Earth, creating the ambiance of a very dry, arid climate. Many of the rocky decorations even radiated heat somehow, which surprised him. The furniture of the space all looked to be handcrafted and of wooden construction. The light stain on the desk and guest chairs brought out the grain in a beautiful, textured manner that suggested a skilled crafter was responsible for them. After a moment's thought, Alex found that he approved. He liked seeing the more natural accents this furniture gave the otherwise severe and possibly austere metal walls, floors, and ceiling. Then he noticed Prija was speaking.
"Honored High Justicar, I am Advocate Prija, employed by Shepherd Security Services, and this is my employer, Alexander Hawk, the Shepherd. My client today is Jima Tix, and I asked for a closed-door meeting prior to my client surrendering to station security because there are aspects of her case that make detention within the established judicial system potentially unwise. If you will permit, I would like for my client to tell her story first before we present the evidence we have collected. We will then discuss the suppositions our evidence has led us to make."
"Yes, that sounds like a proper sequence of events. Please proceed, Ms. Tix."
Alex almost let a smile slip at the High Justicar's slight lisp that made all of his S sounds far more sibilant. Over the next several minutes, Jima told her story, and Prija walked the High Justicar through the evidence they had collected and the conclusions that evidence had led them to draw. Even though he was by no means a master of interpreting Voquar expressions, Alex developed the feeling Orvosk leaned far more in their favor than against them. When Prija finally wound down, the High Justicar nodded several times as he looked over everything she had presented.
"As much as it pains me to admit, I find your hypothesis that the criminal syndicate responsible for the explosive in Ms. Tix's neck having access to the Ministry of Justice alarmingly credible. I also agree that such a high bounty is rare without possessing a dead or alive tag, and that the amount is beyond the range normally associated with her crimes. Now, given all that, what do you suggest for how we proceed? I cannot imagine you would have gone to all this effort without some form of solution."
Prija allowed herself a small smile.
"Of course not, Honored High Justicar. I have here a petition from my client, Alexander Hawk, to forego the bounty in lieu of an indenture sentence for Jima Tix. This is not without precedent, as Justicar Vala awarded him an indenture of the person who saved his life during his abduction and relocation to the Stasa system."
She accessed her wristcom and transmitted the petition to him, and his wristcom chirped a notification of the receipt. He brought up the document and looked it over, all while making vocalizations that sounded approving. Abruptly, he deactivated his wristcom's holo display and looked to Jima. "What say you, Jima Tix? Traditionally, the law does not make a provision for the accused thoughts on indenture, but this is such an unprecedented situation already. I feel it incumbent upon me to ask."
Jima looked a little rattled at being addressed directly on the topic, but she rallied. "Honored High Justicar, I feel it is my best chance at having any kind of life at this point. If I pleaded not guilty due to acting under duress and actually won the case,
which might not be too much of a stretch given all I've seen,"
Orvosk interjected, "I would still be on my own. I feel my best chance for survival, not to mention a decent life, is with Alex Hawk and Shepard Security Services. Of my own free will and fully cognizant of the consequences, I wish to plead guilty and beg the court to grant the petition of indenture."
"I see. Interesting. And you, Advocate Preja, do you perceive any conflicts of interest in having both Jima Tix and Alexander Hawk as clients? Some would say you are towing the line of an ethics violation."
Preja shook her head. "No, Honored High Justicar, not at all. I have recordings of all the discussions between myself and Jima Tix regarding this matter, made with her full awareness and consent. At no point did I attempt to nudge or direct her in any of this, and went over the consequences of this path in excruciating detail to be sure it was the path she wanted."
"Jima Tix, at any point did you feel coerced or influenced in any way by the conduct of the Shepard Security Services personnel?"
Jima beamed a smile. "Well, of course I did, Honored High Justicar. They saved my life by removing the explosive and disposing of it. But I didn't choose this path out of gratitude or a perceived debt. These people are the first to help me since my abduction, and not once have I ever sensed an ulterior motive from them. Alex Hawk is even painfully transparent to one with our enhanced senses. He radiates concern and kindness. He didn't have to listen to my story. He didn't have to let his people help me. Shepard Security Services is where I want to be, whether after winning my case or as an indenture." Orvosk sat in silence for several moments, looking back and forth between Preja and Jima. After a handful of circuits, though, his eyes landed on Alex.
"You have been silent thus far, Alexander Hawk. Is there anything you would like to add?"
"Not really, Honorable Justicar. I think Preja handled presenting everything we discovered very well, and there's no doubt in my mind she did a far better job of it than I would have. I'm mainly here to provide moral support for Jima. I think she has lived with an undercurrent of stress and fear that whoever abducted her will somehow manage to claim her again. If I can at all, I'd like to see that not happen."
"Admirable, yes."
Orvosk made eye contact with each of them in turn again before he settled his focus on Jima.
"Jima Tix, while I agree that the suppositions regarding your safety within the judicial system probably carry more weight than I would like, I do not agree that your guilty plea and requested sentence of indenture is in any way close to justice. The evidence presented to me fairly screams that you were indeed forced to commit your crimes under credible and extreme duress, and for that reason, I reject your plea of guilty. To me, justice cries out that I issue a summary judgment of not guilty with prejudice, and I hereby do so. Jima Tix, it is the judgment of this court that you are not guilty of the crimes of which you have been accused, having possessed no independent intent to commit them. As of this moment, you are a free individual to go about your life as you see fit, and my aid will rescind the bounty and prepare a statement of such for immediate dissemination forthwith. Unless there are any further matters pertaining to this issue, I declare this hearing is at an end."
Orvosk leaned back against his high-backed chair and interlaced his fingers, all while maintaining his focus on Jima.
"If I may offer an opinion, Ms. Tix, you seem to have fallen in with people bearing the potential to be rather formidable friends. As an old lizard with his share of mistakes and regrets, may I caution you not to let such a valuable opportunity escape."
Jima beamed a smile. "Thank you, Honor Justicar, both for your ruling and your advice, and no, I have no intention of letting these friends slip away."
"Good. I've already sent my aide the ruling. By the time you step outside the Hall of Justice, The bounty should be rescinded and your name cleared. But just in case others may not have the foresight to check current events, my aide will have a copy of this ruling and my order regarding the bounty for you."
Orvosk turned to Alex.
"Thank you, Alexander Hawk, for being a good person. Many would not have cared what Jima Tix's story or situation were."
Alex nodded once as Preja and Jima moved toward the connecting hatch to the outer office. By the time that Alex stepped through it, Orvosk had already returned to work on another matter. Chapter 15. Alex felt tension he hadn't realized he carried slip away as he stepped through the hatch, entering his cabin. Preja was handling Jima's onboarding as a full employee of Shepard's security services, which allowed him some very necessary time to himself. He didn't mind being around people, but at the same time, those periods when he could be by himself in his cabin or alone on the armory's range while he practiced were some of his favorite times. He didn't feel like he was antisocial, though he had been called such in school back on Earth at times. It was just a simple fact that being alone was easier, more relaxing for him. He felt very good about what they'd accomplished that morning in the Hall of Justice. A little surprised, too. He hadn't expected the High Justicar to completely overturn all charges against Jima, which was why they'd aimed for the guilty plea and petitioned for indenture. That had seemed like the best shot at keeping the criminal elements after Jima away from her. He went through the motions of removing his rifle, bandolier, and gun belt on autopilot as he let his mind flow wheresoever it wanted. He unloaded the single spent casing from the revolver and tossed it in a small bucket in the bottom of the locker. When the bucket was full, he'd take it to the armory and feed the spent casings into the Fabber's recycler to become feedstock. He unloaded the rifle completely, as its magazine tube was spring-operated. He didn't want the constant tension on the spring weakening it too much over time. He realized it was a simple matter to have a replacement fabricated, and he made a note to speak with Havika after the upgrades to work with her on scanning the various pieces of the rifle and revolver so that replacement parts could be produced when they eventually became necessary. While he had the pistol unloaded, he also removed the pin that secured the actual revolver in the frame and proceeded to clean the retaining pin, the revolver and its 6 chambers, and the bore of the barrel. The cleaning and maintenance didn't take long, and soon enough he reloaded 5 of the revolver's chambers and slid it into the quick-draw holster built into the locker's door. Then he sat on the bed long enough to remove his ship boots and socks before returning to the living area of the cabin. He found a surprise waiting for him. Guardian's avatar sat on what seemed to be her favorite end of the couch. "Hi, Alex," she said, right before beaming a smile at him. A rush of happiness warmed his soul. "Hi, Guardian. How are you?" Her happy demeanor didn't diminish one iota. "I am very well, Alex, thank you. I cannot believe how much more capable I am. It is incredible." "So, I guess that means the core upgrade went according to plan." Oh, yes, very much so. Engineer Gallisk and her team even completed the procedure a couple hours ahead of schedule. I have devoted an amount of resources to assisting the investigation team that is almost half of what was my total system capability prior to the upgrade. And the best part? I don't even miss that percentage. Please, please, please do not lose your accredited auxiliary status, Alex. I do not want to go back to being as weak as I was.
Deal. Besides, that auxiliary status has proven to be very handy in unexpected ways. At least for me. I don't want to lose it either. Guardian's avatar's eyes shot wide, and she soundlessly clapped her hands like an excited adolescent.
Oh, and the sensor packages, Alex. I can perceive so much more of the area and space around me. I can't wait to get out of the maintenance bay and see what I am now truly capable of. I have already cataloged every rivet and bolt securing the bulkheads of the maintenance bay. Sadly, the interior surface of the bulkheads is very sensor resistant, so I am unable to test my new sensor's acuity beyond that. Thank you so much for buying everything at once. Engineer Gallisk pulled every yard worker in the shipyard who wasn't otherwise necessary for critical repairs on the ship that arrived after us. The upgrades are almost complete. It will be a couple days before the optical data network and power distribution system are fully upgraded, but otherwise the list is almost complete. As far as I know, we're simply waiting on a delivery of newer ship-to-ship missiles to fill our magazines. Otherwise, all of our weapons and shield systems have been upgraded. Let me see. What else?
Alex couldn't believe what a difference the upgrades had made for Guardian. She had always been pleasant and eager to help, but this was completely new. I am so glad you're happy, Guardian. I'll be honest, I didn't expect such a reaction.
Oh, Alex, so few people ever invest in their ships. Sure, if we're lucky, they keep up on maintenance, but people often overlook us for anything more. You have no idea what it means to me that you chose to invest in making me better and more capable. I probably shouldn't say this, as I'm sure Engineer Gallisk will want to tell you herself, but the military spec shield systems? You don't need to wear soft suits all the time anymore. Yes, we were protected, mostly from cosmic radiation and such, but these systems have sufficient redundancy and capability that everyone will have time to get into suits in the event of a hull breach. There's even a chance that the shield systems can act as a temporary patch until a damage control party can arrive to apply a physical patch.
Alex took a breath to respond, but he didn't get the chance.
And the engines and maneuvering systems, Alex, they're so impressive versus top-of-the-line civilian models. I don't think Galara will recognize the ship when we go on our post-upgrade shakedown cruise. Engineer Gallisk was very firm that she didn't want me testing any of the thrusters or the engines while we were still in the maintenance bay. Not that I would have anyway, but they're so nice and powerful, it's difficult not to, you know?
I'm glad you're enjoying the upgrades, Guardian. That really means a lot to me.
The upgrades mean a lot to me too, Alex. Thank you. Oh, gotcha. Let's see you run and hide now, you scamp.
Alex frowned. He hoped he was missing something. And sure enough, Guardian fired up a holodisplay, showing a personnel record for a Kosk working at Novosk Shipping, in what amounted to the mailroom of all places. Sure, the Ninhar Confederation's technology meant an actual physical message was rare, but people still sent packages and such. Drones delivered most of those packages, but from the information Guardian displayed on a sidebar of the personnel record, it appeared that companies still needed people in their equivalent of the mailroom to be sure the drones operated at their maximum efficiency. Guardian quickly reduced the personnel record to a quarter of the holodisplay and filled the rest with a series of data points, showing the Kosk's movements around the station over the last several weeks. She highlighted 3 points.
Right then, Alex, this is so fresh that the investigation team doesn't have it yet. I discovered it while we were talking and decided to share it with you first. There is a 99 well, a lot of nines after that, probability that this Kosk, one Renox, is part of the group that has caused all the problems for Sukhal Novosk's shipping empire. I am still running down all of his connections, but we have something of an exigent situation. He has applied for a travel permit on the Novosk freighter Glimpse of Fate. A series of messages that I believe contain coded statements also led me to conclude that, regardless of the vacation time he just requested, he has no intention of coming back. I have not cracked the code in the messages, yet, but I am assigning a very high probability that a code does exist to be found. Alex, we cannot let him disappear on that freighter. He could be the key to all of this.
Guardian was absolutely right about not letting him disappear. Put all of that in a priority message to the investigation team, please. Alex then accessed his wristcom's communication features to call Havika.
Morning, Alex. Though the morning is almost gone, has Guardian told you about the upgrades yet?
Alex couldn't keep from smiling, even though Havika couldn't see it. Oh, yes. She only wound down when she made a breakthrough on the Navask job. Listen, if we need to undock and pursue a ship, can we do that?
Technically, yes, but I don't recommend it. All of the critical importance control runs and power conduits have been upgraded, but if the ship went to action stations right now and was not on station power, the reactor would go to full output and run the risk of overloading the power conduits we haven't upgraded yet. Hopefully, I do not need to state that such an eventuality would be rather bad.
No need to state that, Havika. I could read between the lines. So, if we could grab the potential fugitive before he boards the ship, that would be better for you and your people?
Absolutely. We're still roughly 2, maybe 4 days from being ready for a shakedown cruise, and I'd really prefer this cruise to be nice and sedate with no excitement whatsoever. The space frame is rated for all of these upgrades, but I'd like a proper cruise to verify everything is in good working order.
Alex smiled again. Yeah, their first shakedown cruise hadn't exactly gone to plan, even if it had been good for them in the long run. Gotcha, Havika. Thanks. I'll do everything I can to see to it that we do not need to pursue a ship.
Thanks, Alex. I'm sure Guardian appreciates it too.
Guardian's avatar slowly but firmly nodded her head while she stayed silent. All right, I'll let you get back to it. I have a capture op to plan. Alex out. As soon as the comms call ended, Guardian said,
I have alerted all relevant parties to the potentially exigent situation regarding Renox. Kisha and the undercover CID agents have requested your presence in the briefing room. I let them know you were on a call.
Alex nodded and went back to his bedroom for fresh socks and his ship boots. Thanks, Guardian. When he returned to the living area, she stood up from the couch and snapped a sharp salute.
You're welcome, boss.
Without another word, the holographic avatar of the ship's sapient intelligence vanished. Alex quickly donned his socks and his ship boots, still smiling over his interaction with Guardian. If she was correct that soft suits were no longer necessary, he would need to design some form of uniform for the crew. But that was a thought for another time. Right now, he had to capture a Kosk that was about to fly his coop. Everyone turned to look as he entered the briefing room. Kisha, Preja, and both CID agents were already there. Alex nodded his greetings as he approached his customary seat at the head of the table and claimed it. Just so everyone knows, Guardian got me up to speed on the walk here from my cabin. What I need to know now is what kind of options we have to prevent Renox from disappearing into the wild stars. Murphy, one of the undercover CID agents, spoke first. Regardless of what option we choose, I highly recommend we contact a Justicar as soon as possible to request an exigent circumstances warrant to detain Renox. The problem is that we don't know for certain that one or more of the local Justicars haven't been compromised in some way. Preja and Alex shared a look as Alex broke into a smile. Oh, I'm pretty sure we know at least one Justicar who's safe to contact. Murphy quirked her head to the side in an inquisitive expression. Really? May I ask who? High Justicar or Vosk. Piral's tail went ramrod straight, while Alex thought Murphy's flesh around her scales paled just a bit. When she spoke, her voice was soft and, he thought, carried a hint of awe. You know High Justicar or Vosk? How? No, not important right now. If you have a line into him, see if you can get us a meeting. And soon. We only have 3 hours or less before the glimpse of fate undocks. Preja, would you please reach out to the High Justicar's office again and ask about another meeting on a possibly related matter? Try to impress upon his aide that this is a very time-sensitive request. Kisha, call up your teams. I want a rotating watch on the Glimpse of Fate's dock and our Kosk. Do whatever you have to do to minimize the chances of being discovered. We don't want to spook anyone, but at the same time, if the meeting with Orvosk goes well, I want everyone in a position to move as quickly as possible. Preja had already left the room to make her call, and Kisha nodded as she stood. You got it, boss. This kind of job is an old friend. Mox is too recognizable, though. He'll be pissed he can't participate, but I'll send him with you. That way, if we do get the go-ahead, he can join in on the takedown. Sounds good, Kisha. Please proceed. Is there anything else that demands our attention right this moment? No one spoke up, so Alex nodded once as he rapped his knuckles on the tabletop, then stood. Let's get this done. Chapter 16. Neither High Justicar Orvosk nor his offices had changed in the short time since Alex had last visited. Not that he had expected them to. He now stood before High Justicar Orvosk with Prija and the 2 CID agents at his side. That they accompanied him and Prija was something of a pleasant surprise. Alex felt it added weight and credibility to whatever credibility and goodwill Shepard's security services already possessed. The High Justicar regarded them in silence for a moment before speaking.
Well, I must say, I never expected to see either of you again so soon, and it seems you brought 2 new faces as well. You stated that this was a matter of some urgency, so please, let us proceed.
Murphine and Piral stepped forward, activating the holodisplays of their wristcoms to show their true idents. Murphine spoke. Honorable High Justicar, my associate and I are agents of the Criminal Investigations Directorate. We were investigating the recent rash of hijackings that have been plaguing Novosk shipping, which led us to being ejected into space and left for dead. We managed to reach a hypercom relay, and my associate was able to tie his suit beacon into the relay to rebroadcast it. Alex and his people responded and saved our lives. He later accepted us as members of his crew under the guise of analysts, while Shepard Security Services investigates the same matter from the angle of being hired by Sukhal Novosk directly. She provided unprecedented access to her company, and we have already caught a break. Prija, Alex, please proceed. Prija took over, presenting their evidence surrounding the Kosk Renox. She took him through everything that Guardian had uncovered. And since the majority shareholder and president of the board for the company had given them full access to pursue those responsible for the hijackings, all of it was admissible in court. She concluded her presentation with, Honorable High Justicar, Renox has already procured a travel visa for a freighter, the Glimpse of Fate. It is scheduled to undock in slightly less than 3 hours from now, and we believe if we allow Renox to board that freighter, no one will see him again for quite some time, if ever. We are still working to ascertain what prompted his abrupt travel plans, but we feel we have enough to request a sealed warrant to detain Renox for questioning and eventual handoff to the Ministry of Justice.
I see,
Orvosk vocalized as he began looking through the evidence they'd presented him. Over the course of the next few minutes, he made several vocalizations such as, or yes, and he had just leaned back against his seat when the wrist comms of all 4 of them, Alex, Prija, and the 2 agents, chimed a priority notification. Prija asked, Honored High Justicar, may I check that to be sure it does not pertain to this matter? Orvosk nodded his head in assent.
Yes, please do.
Prija accessed her wristcom, but rather than a message appearing on the holodisplay, Guardian's avatar winked into existence. Hi, Prija. I got it. I broke the code on the messages. It took a little bit of delving into ancient Kosk literature and cross-referencing that with a MISC text titled The 7 Pillars of Sound Business, but I can now give you the full extent of the messages that I believed contained a coded subtext. I won't read all of the messages to you, but the short of it is that the group responsible for the hijackings has learned that Sukhal Novosk hired us to investigate the situation. They are pulling all of their people out of Novosk until the heat dies down. You can read the messages for yourself if you want. Here you go. Guardian's avatar vanished as quickly as she appeared, replaced by 5 rows with 5 messages per row. Prija immediately copied the decoded messages to the High Justicar. He immediately leaned forward to concentrate on them, starting with the oldest. It wasn't long until he leaned back against his seat once more and shook his head.
It is most unfortunate that they did not provide a complete list of their people. Prior to this revelation, I was prepared to grant you a capture and detain warrant for Renox. However, given the nature of this new information, I no longer feel that is sufficient, especially given the scope of Novosk Shipping's operations and how crucial the company is to the Confederation's economy as a whole. No, it is not sufficient at all. Fortunately, your status as an accredited auxiliary of the Ministry of Justice allows me certain options that would not be available to a security firm who had not earned that honor. One moment, please.
Orvosk leaned forward and activated his terminal, bringing up a holodisplay and holographic keyboard. He proceeded to work in silence for several minutes, while Alex and the others looked on, and at what turned out to be the end of the process, accessed a biometric scanner that he pressed his right hand against until it beeped. Within seconds of that, both Alex's and Prija's wrist comms chimed a notification that carried immediate priority. You can ignore those notifications for a moment. I'll give you the high points, Orvosk said as he leaned even further forward and rested his forearms on his desk from elbows to hands, interlacing his fingers as he regarded his guests. It is my official and sworn determination that the criminal element attacking Navosk shipping presents a credible threat to both the Ninhar Confederation's economy as well as its trade infrastructure. Therefore, I hereby charge and empower you, Shepard Security Services, to investigate these criminal acts and track down those responsible regardless of where the evidence leads you. The notifications are a writ of justice, granting you the full power and authority of the Ministry of Justice to carry out this assignment. The writ only extends to the matter of the attacks against Navosk shipping, and you will have to justify all actions taken at the conclusion of your investigation. So I highly recommend that you avoid using the writ's authority for anything that cannot be directly proven to relate to the matter. While all accredited auxiliaries are sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution of the Ninhar Confederation, the writ of justice will allow you leeway. Not a lot, but some, should you need to nudge the lines. As I said, you will have to present a full report of all actions taken under the writ's authority, so I advise you to keep all nudges to a minimum. Do you have any questions?
Alex looked at Preja and the undercover agents, giving them a questioning expression. Preja glanced his way before focusing back on the High Justicar. Not at this time, honored High Justicar. Thank you for taking the time to hear this matter.
Of course. Shepard Security Services has shown itself to be an up-and-coming concern, attracting all the right attention in all the right venues. Many would not have taken the chance on such a new organization, but I've known Dr. Tam for longer than any of you might believe. She wouldn't sign on with an outfit that was even slightly shady. That, plus having 2 full teams of retired shadows for your direct action branch, plus Kish's testimony during the auxiliary confirmation interview of how Alex here acted on her request to respond to the Star's distress call without requiring her to reveal classified information, has earned you a bit of trust with me.
Don't prove me wrong was rather skillfully implied. Thank you, honored High Justicar, Preja responded.
You're welcome. Now, don't you have a Kosk to apprehend and interrogate? Might want to look into that freighter, too. Might be nothing there, but then again, maybe so. There's enough to trip this old hunter's instincts.
Alex, Preja, and the 2 agents all thanked Orvosk one last time before they filed out of his offices. The moment they stepped out of the High Justicar's offices and into the corridor, Mox fell in behind them. Alex turned to face the 2 agents. Please go straight to station control and get them to engineer a reason to delay the freighter's departure. As soon as we have our target in custody, we'll move on it. Both Murphine and Piral snapped a sharp nod that wasn't quite snapping to attention, but it still carried that vibe. Murphine said, Yes, sir. As the agents left to do their part, Alex accessed his wristcom to send a message to Kisha. He wrote, Capture is go. Wait for me. I must be on site. Preja watched him work with a slight smile brightening her expression. You have come far since we met those few months ago, Alex. I am proud of you. Thanks, Preja. I wouldn't have made it this far without all of you backing me up. Do you want to come with me to the capture? No, our objectives are better served by me returning to the ship, or perhaps joining the agents in station control. That's fine. Oh, and do you mind asking Havika to be sure one of the berths is converted to a brig cell? Our target is going to need a new residence for a little while. I'll contact her now. The more I consider it, I believe I should join the agents in station control, given that they did not receive copies of the writ from the High Justicar. Their conversation had carried them down the corridor and almost through the lobby of the Hall of Justice. As soon as they stepped through the hatch to the concourse outside, they separated, each going to their respective destinations and Mox staying with Alex. It felt like Father Time chivied him along as he and Mox left the tram car at the nearest stop to Renox's cubic. From Kisha's notes in her log, it was a rather upscale residential section in one of the 5 habitation modules the station possessed. That Renox lived there, where the median annual income was well into 5 figures, given just how far a credit would go, should have been the first clue that something was a little hinky about him. The residential section gave Alex the same vibe as gated communities did back on Earth.
He knew he was overly generalizing or stereotyping, but part of him couldn't help it. It was almost a reflex. He'd been a target in school. Those kids from gated communities who, for whatever reason, were sent to public school seemed to always choose him as the outlet for their frustration and dismay at not being in a private school like the other kids in their community. Grass and trees and other tasteful landscaping occupied large swaths of the residential section's concourse that wasn't given over to hatches for accessing habitation cubic, and he saw more than one group of children at play with their minders never too far. He put them out of his mind as best he could and focused on finding Kisha. He found her on the residential section's equivalent of a park bench, a large satchel beside her. He fought the urge to grin at the sight of the satchel. They had hustled off the ship so fast to meet with Orvosk that he hadn't bothered going back to his cabin for his kit. "Hey, Kisha." "Hey, Mox. Hey, boss. Do you have any idea how cumbersome your kit is versus what I would consider a standard loadout?" Alex smiled. It was always nice to guess right. "Thank you, Kisha. How did you get access to my cabin and locker?" "Oh, Guardian let me into both once I explained the situation. I was afraid I'd need to use my old security codes, but she seemed to understand what was going on and why I needed your gear." "Yeah, she's a completely different sapient intelligence since the processing core upgrade. Is she still coming down from the giddy high?" Kisha shrugged. "Probably. There's a hygiene suite over there. Go get geared up and we'll talk shop when you're back." Alex did as she requested and soon returned to her bench. When he returned, Mox appeared to be scratching his back against the tree that shaded the bench. From how far the tree's trunk was bending each time Mox rubbed his back against it, he couldn't help but think the tree wasn't a fan of the situation. He hadn't any more than touched the bench when she began. "Okay, then. Our guy is in number 7 in the Calcerno habitation block over my right shoulder. We have confirmation that he's still in there, and we can also confirm that, as of 10 minutes ago, he was alive and well. Guardian is tied into the life support monitors for that block as well as the corridor cams. There have been no deliveries, and he has sent no packages out. Now, why did you have to be here?" "High Justicar didn't give us a warrant for Renox. He issued a writ of justice charging and empowering us to investigate the matter of Novosk shipping and bring as many of those responsible to justice, no matter where the evidence leads." Kisha's tail went rigid at the mention of a writ of justice. "By the Den Mother's tail, Alex! We have a writ of justice issued and sealed by a High Justicar? What, by all the Den Mother's fleas, did you say to him?" The short answer is that he was leaning in favor of the warrant until Guardian sent us the decoded messages. They're what tipped him over the edge to issue the writ instead of the warrant. But shouldn't we be collecting our target? The writ changes everything, Alex. I have you sitting on the habitation block supervisor because I thought we'd need him to access our target's cubic. That's not necessary anymore. With that writ, signed by a High Justicar no less, we could interrogate the Chancellor of the Ninhar Confederation if we wanted. We'd get raked over the coals for justification afterwards, but they'd let us do it. Come on, let's get this guy. Alex stood as she did, and Mox followed them as they walked around the bench and headed for the habitation block where Renox lived. While they walked, Kisha fiddled with her wrist comm, and within a few moments, Alex saw the rest of her team converging on them. The habitation block's hatch didn't look any different from any other station hatch Alex had seen. If he didn't have his basic kit, he would never have known it was there. But he did have it, and the data overlay highlighted the entry to the block in his field of view, kind of like a green HUD. He walked right up to the hatch, leading Kisha and her team, and it melted into the decking at his approach. Mox peeled off the procession and posted up at the entrance to the habitation block. The opening of the hatch revealed a sterile metal corridor, not unlike those aboard Guardian, but a little smaller, just barely wide enough for two people to pass without rubbing shoulders. Hatches lined the corridor, each member of a pair facing the other. The odd numbers were on the left and the even on the right. Alex strode down the corridor, looking at the door numbers until he found one that his comp translated as 7. He pointed to it and shot Kisha a questioning look. She gave a single affirmative nod. A tad unsure about how to use the writ, Alex pressed his hand to the door's security plate. Not even 5 seconds later, his wrist comm's holodisplay produced a prompt. "Do you wish to gain access to this domicile under the authority of the writ of justice?" Alex chose the yes option, and the panel chirped right before the hatch unlocked and melted into the floor. How fast the computer complied surprised him, and he found himself staring at a 5-foot-tall bipedal birdman with hands at the end of wing arms, whose fingers ended in sharp claws. His feathers were a bright, tropical display that made Alex think of a parrot or maybe toucan back on Earth. His legs were spindly, digitigrade, and bare flesh that ended in three-toed feet with talons on the toes and a hallux claw at the back. He let out a squawk and backpedaled deeper into the cubic.
"Who are you? What are you doing here? How dare you break into my home?"
Alex took a step forward, just a single step. "Are you Renox?"
"What? Yes, of course I'm Renox. Listen, I got the message and I'm all packed up. I can't board the freighter yet, so I'm hiding out here. I don't know what your orders are, but I'm complying, okay? I'm complying."
Alex thought about showing Renox the writ, but he also knew that the Kosk probably didn't need the holodisplay of his wristcom to send a message. So he stepped to the side and spoke a single word. "Kisha?" Renox frowned his confusion and didn't realize Kisha was actually a person before she arrived at Alex's side and stunned him into unconsciousness with her sidearm. Koff and Yuve stepped into the cubic and began unfolding a combat stretcher, while Dirk and Harl searched the place. Alex moved back to stand in the hatchway to deter curious neighbors and the habitation module supervisor, who, now that he wasn't needed, had been left to his own devices. Over the next 30 minutes, Kisha and her team ransacked the place for any and all evidence. They grabbed everything. Alex glanced over his shoulder one time and saw them packing up what his comp identified as a small kitchen appliance most closely matching a toaster back on Earth. Talk about thoroughness. Eventually, Kisha tapped Alex's shoulder, and he turned to find Koff and Yuve handling the combat stretcher, and the other 3 members of the team loaded down with evidence containers. "We ready?" he asked. Kisha nodded. "Yep, it'll take some time to go through all this to sort out the personal possessions from the evidence." Alex snorted a laugh. "No doubt. I'm surprised you left the furniture." She simply smirked. "No reason to take it. We searched the structure and cushions for anything hidden." He glanced around her and saw that they had indeed sliced open the furniture and their cushions and removed all their internals. Wow. Okay. All right then. Let's get him back to the ship and sequestered. We still have a freighter to raid. Chapter 17. They returned to Guardian, and while Kisha and her people dropped off the evidence in the briefing room, as well as delivered Renox to the brig cell that would be his home for the foreseeable future, Alex went in search of his newest employee. He found Jima in the mess hall. She didn't appear to be eating, but he stopped a short distance from her table and asked if he could join her. She snorted a laugh. "You're my boss? Of course you can join me." Alex stepped forward and claimed the seat directly across from her at the table. "Do you have what you need to do your job?" Jima nodded. "Preja took me to the main concourse and told me to pick what I needed without looking at the price. I still feel a little, I don't know, disbelief maybe about all that. It's been a long time since anyone actually helped me." "I get that, but we move kind of fast around here. Speaking of which, is your kit easily mobile?" "Sure. Why?" Kisha entered the mess hall and walked straight to them. Boss, we need to go. The freighter captain is starting to make noises of unwarranted detention. He hasn't threatened to escalate it to the authorities yet, but he doesn't like that the docking clamps on his freighter have been locked by station control, not with a scheduled pushback in a little over 2 hours. If we wait much longer, we'll lose the element of surprise. Alex nodded and turned back to Jima. Get your kid. Kisha or I will check you out on sidearms later. I need you to be Guardian's local eyes and hands to search a freighter's datanet. Double time it. Like the lady said, we're on the clock here. Jima shot to her feet and darted out of the mess hall. Alex and Kisha elected to wait for her. She returned in less than 10 minutes, with a satchel hanging from a shoulder strap and 2 hard-sided cases. I didn't know precisely what I might need, so I grabbed everything. Probably wise, Alex said. I'll be your guard while Kisha leads both teams in searching the ship, its crew, and any passengers who have already boarded. Let's head out. When they arrived at the dock for the glimpse of fate, they found an average-sized black-furred Illuvian, at least average for what Alex had seen of Illuvians, almost shouting at a Rostil half his size. The Rostil wore the uniform of the station's administration, and the Illuvian wore a slightly faded and highly patched soft suit. Alex wasn't too sure how much confidence he'd put in a soft suit with so many patches, but hey, it wasn't his hide. The discussion must have gone south since the last time Kisha checked in with Mox's team, because over half of everything the Illuvian said, Alex's kids simply refused to translate. Given the ferocity with which the Illuvian spoke, Alex didn't really mind the lack of translation. He figured he was better off that way. As he neared the side of the confrontation, he accessed his wristcom via his comp and sent a text message to Preja, who was with the agents in station control, that simply said, "Lock them out." The Illuvian stopped mid-tirade to frown and poke at his wristcom's holodisplay. Faster than a finger snap, it seemed he forgot all about the station rep as he tried to figure out why he no longer had access to station net. He couldn't even access the command functions of his ship. A Voquar, whose scales were a modeling of green and brown, poked his head out of the ship. Hey, Captain. ShipNet and all external data connections are down. We can't even access StationNet on our wrist comms. The Illuvian turned to face his crew member just as Alex and his team, complete with Mox, arrived. The other 4 members of Mox's team melted out of the crowd and fell in with their massive Illuvian team leader. Captain Zoskir Kuj? Alex asked. The black-furred Illuvian spun and frowned at seeing Alex. What in all the stars are you? Did you have a bad case of mange as a cub or something? Captain, my name is Alexander Hawk, professionally known as the Shepherd. I'm with Shepherd Security Services, which is an accredited auxiliary with the Ministry of Justice. Alex now lifted his arm to activate the holodisplay on his wristcom, showing the writ of justice. I am informing you that per the authority granted to me under the terms of this writ of justice, your ship, crew, passengers, and yourself are hereby detained until such time as we can complete a thorough search and verify all identities. I suggest you comply in the strongest terms possible. After all, you can run, but that'll just piss us off. The captain's expression became a hard, angry glare. With a growl, he swung at Alex, claws leading. Alex merely ducked under the swing, used his right hand to guide it and keep it moving, while he drove his left fist into the captain's armpit, with all the force he could muster. He thought he heard something snap. All the anger and fight vanished from the captain's demeanor, and he let out a small whimper as he thumped down to sit on the decking. His right arm hung limply at his side. Alex turned to the station rep. Get a medical response team down here for him, and be damned sure to tell them he's to be sequestered under high security until we tell them differently. The station rep jerked a choppy nod, and Alex led his team to the dock and onto the glimpse of fate. Mox grabbed the Voquar crew member who'd been shouting to the captain and almost dragged him along in a headlock while the Voquar futilely beat on him. Mox must have grown tired of it in short order, because all of a sudden the Voquar's limbs went limp right before Mox threw him over his shoulder. Alex followed Kisha to the bridge, where he stepped up to the misc confronting Kisha. This misc had a color pattern that brought an orange tabby to mind. Are you the first mate? I am, and I demand to know by what right you have stormed this ship. You are towing the line of piracy. Alex chuckled as he lifted his wristcom up to display the writ. No, I'm not, but you might have crossed that line. We're here to find out. Jima, interface with the ship and use your equipment to create a secure link for Guardian. By the time Alex had finished speaking, the misc had read the visible text of the writ. His shoulders slumped and he settled back in the command chair.
That damned fool. I told him not to take the deal.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to want to talk to you, Alex remarked, then turned to Kisha. Leave at least one person at the dock, but otherwise, start the search. Kisha snapped a sharp nod and did an almost parade ground perfect about-face as she left the bridge.
Will you at least tell me who you are?
The first mate asked. Sure, we're Shepherd Security Services, and I'm the Shepherd. If anything, Alex's answer only served to make the Misk's expression even more forlorn. One of the bridge crew, a Rostil, lunged toward Alex. Almost faster than anyone could follow, Alex's right arm blurred and came up holding his revolver cocked, his finger inside the trigger guard but not against the trigger. He pushed the business end of the barrel into the Rostil's snout up to the front blade sight, which stopped the Rostil in his tracks. Now, I could keep my mouth shut and let you do whatever it was you were going to try and use that as an excuse to paint the bulkhead with your blood, bone, and brain matter. However, I don't know if you know anything I would find valuable, so I'd rather not ruin your day on the off chance you might. Why don't you wander back over to your station and sit calmly until we're ready for you? Or would you rather persist in this foolishness? The Rostil's eyes crossed comically as he tried to look at the pistol poking his nostril for a moment or two. Then he edged backward to remove the invasive object from his respiration conduit. He tried to give Alex a glare, but the fear in his eyes undermined it. He displayed more than a modicum of good sense when he turned and trudged back to his station, where he resumed his seat. Alex gave him a single nod that he hoped was encouraging, then turned to Jima. Do your thing. Jima crossed to a vacant console and placed her hard-sided cases on the decking before she removed her shoulder satchel and laid it on the console's housing as she claimed the seat. She tapped a few commands into the console, which blapped a rude error message at her. Boss, I can do it, but it would be faster and easier if the first mate gives me his command codes. The first mate twitched, and for the first time, Alex thought he detected a bit of fighting ire in the first mate's expression. He decided to head that off and stepped close enough to speak in a low tone. Look, neighbor, your captain is on his way to the medical deck. He made a couple of very unwise decisions that culminated in a failed attack on me, as it happens. Now, there are two ways you're leaving this situation under your own power. As an accessory and possible conspirator under arrest, or a cooperating witness who will receive my full support with the Ministry of Justice. I know which option I think would be best for you, but we must all choose our own path in life. The first mate looked at him in silence for several moments before his shoulders slumped again. Computer, grant all systems access and privileges to Jima Tix of Shepherd Security Services, Alex helpfully supplied. Jima Tix of Shepherd Security Services, security code VMIL Zarnoth 55728. The speakers overhead chirped twice in broadcast. Authorization confirmed. Jima Tix of Shepherd Security Services now has full access and privileges to all systems. To Alex, the freighter's computer seemed a little dumb, even compared to Guardian before the core upgrade. He almost asked, but he didn't want to make the first mate even more sullen, if it was a point of embarrassment. Ah, that's better. Jima sounded like she'd just taken a sip of her favorite beverage and found it to be everything she wanted. I'll have the secure link for Guardian in moments, boss. No more than 5 minutes later, the speakers overhead blared a high-pitched offensive tone, right before Guardian's avatar appeared in the center of the bridge. She looked right at the first mate, a frown darkening her expression as the bridge speakers broadcast her voice. Do you have any idea how rude your ship's computer is? Most unkind. I'm just carrying out my duties as assigned by one Alex Hawk, head of Shepherd Security Services and assignee of a writ of justice. It's not my fault you people are into all kinds of shady things. Alex saw more than one person on the bridge flinch, and he readied himself for their own unkind responses. Don't worry, boss. I have alerted Kisha to your situation, and she has instructed one of the team at the dock to reposition for better monitoring of the bridge. What was it you told me that one time? You might be all by yourself, but you're not alone. Alex just smiled. Thanks, Guardian. Say, do you have a moment for a question that's been on my mind for a while now? I always have time and system resources for you, boss. Why is it that some people have been resistant to the, auditory component of my firearms while others haven't? Oh, that's an easy one. Anyone who has been convicted of a felony is barred from any enhancements to their body beyond the basic kit and life extension. The people who have been affected by your firearm's loud report are, quite probably, career or former criminals. Ah, okay. That actually makes good sense. I should have asked about it sooner. The avatar smirked as if she wanted to smile or laugh at Alex. And just how long has it been bothering you?
Since the rescue of the star.
Yep, you should have asked sooner. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Jima. I have full access now. I'll start scanning their datanet. Guardian's avatar winked out, and Alex smiled. Yeah, he definitely liked Guardian on the new processing core better than she'd been on the old one. He didn't know what kind of jobs he'd have to do to keep their accredited auxiliary status, but whatever they were, he'd do them, for Guardian's sake, if for no other reason. While everyone worked around him, and he kept an eye on the bridge crew, Alex started running over the op in his mind. He didn't think they'd missed anything, but it never hurt to revisit the plan, just to be sure. The first thought in his mind prompted him to send a message to the team member at the dock. He asked them to step inside the ship and close the ship's boarding hatch if they hadn't already. The only reply was a picture of the closed and sealed hatch, its telltale showing its secured status. Alex made a note to apologize to the person later. He didn't want to be a micromanager, but at the same time, he felt it necessary to communicate his thoughts as they struck him. As he settled in to wait, he couldn't help but wonder how long the search would take. Chapter 18. Alex ended up contacting station security by the time everything was said and done aboard the Glimpse of Fate. Between the freighter's 18 crew and 12 passengers, over 20 of those individuals had a bounty on them. Less than a handful of the freighter's crew was clean, with the first mate being one of those. His quick response to provide everything they needed to complete their search guaranteed Alex would go to bat for him and do everything possible to keep the poor sod from sprouting his own criminal record. The reputation hit from being the Glimpse of Fate's first officer would be more than sufficient punishment, once news of everything finally broke. If the first mate continued to be helpful and supportive, Alex would even see if he could keep the fellow's name out of the first several news pieces, just to give him time to get settled into a new job somewhere and prove himself before people started asking uncomfortable questions. He'd have to see about claiming any bounty on the captain, too. He felt he had a valid case for it, even though they'd already handed the Alluvian off to the medical deck and station security. As station security started leading those with bounties off the ship and processing them in the docking concourse outside, the person in charge of the team, Alex thought his rank equivalent to a sergeant back on Earth, turned to Alex. With this many bounties among the crew, I'm exercising my authority to declare this vessel an asset of a criminal enterprise and provide you with all the necessary forms to present to the Navy's prize court. We don't have a full fleet base here, but there is an office of the prize court, so it shouldn't take too long to sort this out. How do you want to handle the personal property of those without bounties? According to the law, any and all items aboard this ship are subject to seizure if the prize court awards your claim. If they don't have any active bounties, let them take their belongings. I'm not going to be an evil bastard about this, regardless of what privileges the law grants me. They had no reason to know the situation with the ship, did they? The sergeant shook his head. Not really, no. You have to be a security officer or member in good standing of the Bounty Hunters Guild to search the bounty registry. None of the people without bounties are either of those. Then let's not penalize them further. They already have to purchase another travel visa for transport that might not get them where they need to be when they need to be there. You know what? Pass the word to your people to inform those without any bounties that Shepard Security Services will ensure they have transportation if they check in with us and provide their identity records and desired destinations. You sure? That might not be cheap. Yeah, it's absolutely a risk, but I can't shake the suspicion that the prize court will award us this ship, which we'll auction off. The proceeds from that should more than cover a handful or so travel warrants, no matter where they're headed." The sergeant grunted as he looked around the bridge. "Yeah, you're probably right. Starships aren't cheap. At least, you don't want them to be. Cheap ships are usually cheap for a reason, and that reason's rarely good." No doubt. Alex nodded his agreement with the statement as he scrolled through the text updates from his people. Apparently, enough yard techs had moved over to Guardian from the critical repair job that Havika had updated her estimated time of completion on the final stages of the upgrade. If all went well, they'd be finished later that evening. He glanced around the bridge as he considered that. If Shepard Security Services did end up with this freighter, did he really want to auction it right away? Memories of TV shows about people who flipped houses flitted to the forefront of his mind, and he wondered why they couldn't do an engineering assessment of the freighter and bring it up to top-of-the-line civilian standards before trying to auction it. It might be something to discuss with Sukhal Navask. He imagined she'd have a singular perspective on the wisdom, or unwisdom, of that path. He could see making the ship too good, and therefore expensive, to sell, or not get his credits back if it did. He didn't like that thought, but he didn't see how Shepard Security Services had any need for a freighter like Glimpse of Fate. On second thought, he'd discuss it with his inner circle first. Preja, Kisha, Zrala, Havika, and Flax. They would have a better idea on what to do with the freighter if the company did end up with it. Plus, they knew his goals and intent far better than Sukhal, so it should be far easier for them to come up with a good recommendation. He ambled over and eased himself into the command chair, laying his rifle across his lap in the chair's armrests. Part of him couldn't keep from wondering where this would lead, both in the short term as well as the long term. Sukhal Navask seemed like the kind of person to have on your side, much like the royal family of Vorkalix. The better the reputation his company had, the better jobs they'd get. He just needed to sit down and work out for himself precisely how big he wanted the company to be. If he kept it small, like it currently was, that limited the jobs they could feasibly accept. But if he allowed it to grow, how long would it be before he lost any kind of control or oversight? He didn't want there to be people out there using his name and reputation for their own gain, or worse. That was not a good situation, and he suspected it was part of Sukhal Navask's problem. But only time and evidence would tell. Kisha entered the bridge and walked straight to him. "We've collected all the evidence from the ship we're going to collect, boss. Now we have to sort it, examine it, and decide where it fits into the greater puzzle, if it does at all. Station security will put an external lock on the docking hatch to keep people from slipping aboard while the ship's impounded." He nodded and stood. Glancing over to the station Jima had been using, he saw she was all packed up. Good. "All right, like they say back where I grew up, let's blow this pop stand." Kisha tilted her head to the right, and just for a moment, looked like she wanted to ask a question. In the end, though, she kept her silence, merely turning and leaving the bridge ahead of him. Alex smiled at her retreating back, and gestured for Jima to head out. He made his goodbyes to the sergeant from station security, and double-checked that he was the last of his people off the freighter. It wouldn't do to leave someone aboard and get them sealed inside when security put the external lock on the boarding hatch. As he wasn't much of an investigator, Alex left the evidence processing to those with more training and experience than him, namely Preja, Kisha, and the 2 CID agents. They might have pulled Jima into the briefing room too, but he wasn't sure. That thought prompted a small chuckle. He was probably supposed to know every facet of his company, right? Didn't all the great leaders back on Earth know their companies or endeavors or whatever? He wasn't sure, but leaving the evidence processing to the part of the team that currently worked on it seemed right to him. He trusted that they would contact him when he could provide a meaningful contribution, which left him at odds for what to do, once again. Part of him considered reaching out to Flax for another round of bounty hunting, but their last foray into that had netted them a new crew member, and the ship was running out of berths. Unless he was mistaken, there were only 3 left with 2 cabins converted into 2-person cells. Not knowing what else to do, he wandered in the direction of the shuttle bay. When had he started thinking of where he grew up as Earth and not home? That felt like it should have been a big shift. He was right, though. Guardian was his home now. With all the enhancements he'd received or accepted, there was no way he could have any kind of life back on Earth. Not a snowball's chance in hell. The government would figure out something wasn't right when he celebrated his 150th birthday, if not before. And if they ever did a whole-body X-ray or something, he was fairly certain they'd notice the comp and ocular implants, even if they somehow managed to miss his wrist comm. So yeah, The Ninhar Confederation was home now, and Guardians specifically, which begged the question. What were his sisters doing now? Did they miss him? Did they even think of him anymore? It had been, something like 6 to 8 months since his abduction? They'd left home to go to college back east. Ohio State or Duke or someplace like that. Maybe WVU, he couldn't remember. At the time, he honestly hadn't put a lot of effort into memorizing it. And now, they were even more lost to him than when they'd left for college. If the final payout for the job was enough, he decided he'd commission a scout ship and crew to go off in search of Earth. That had to be a priority for him. There was no other option. The not knowing what happened to him had to be eating his family up. Had to be. That was the major reason he wanted to find Earth, if that was even possible. He wanted to tell them that he was not simply okay, but thriving. But beyond keeping a thought in the back of his mind of how to go about finding Earth, dwelling on the anxiety, grief, and trauma that losing him like they did would put his parents through, did nothing to help his situation. He needed to close that chapter of his life, put it to rest so that he could focus on what he needed to focus on. Never forget his parents, never disregard them, but not focus on them to his own detriment. They wouldn't want that. As he wandered the ship, he was dimly aware of the work parties bending their full efforts to finalizing the upgrades for the ship. He passed one crew working on the datanet infrastructure, and a second laying new conduits for the power distribution system. Havoc said they'd finish that evening, and if he was being honest, he couldn't wait to get out of the maintenance bay and see what the ship could do now. He was sure Guardian felt the same way. He stopped his aimless wandering about 10 meters shy of the hatch to the shuttle bay. He stared at it for a few moments, and decided he didn't need to go inside. The shuttle bay had just been a target for his aimless wandering while he gave in to his thoughts. Maybe thinking on them for as long as he had would settle them for a bit, and let him focus, first on the Novosk job, and second on building his life. Alex turned away from the shuttle bay hatch and started retracing his steps. This time he headed for his cabin. He wished he had that old cassette his parents liked to listen to, the one from the band over in Montana. Smooth something, he thought the band's name had been. It would have been nice to listen to their song about not being able to go home anymore. Kisha placed her tray on the table in the mess hall before pulling out a seat and easing into it. She rolled her shoulders and tried to relax a bit. Lunch on the tray in front of her smelled divine. She wasn't sure where Preja or Alex had found Chef, but she was worth every credit Alex paid her and then some. She'd never seen Postkir so well prepared. Her mouth started watering when she caught the first hints of its aroma, some 20 meters down the corridor. She cut off her first bite and savored it. By the Den Mother. So good. Postkir was primarily a meat dish with some vegetables added for texture, flavor, and general nutrition. Chef always served it with fruit on the side too, which Kisha also enjoyed. It didn't take her long to finish the meal, and she leaned back against her seat. It felt good to be out of the briefing room. Yes, they were making a lot of progress on the Novosk job, but the space had started feeling claustrophobic to her. She needed some distance, needed to be somewhere else, and her stomach had helpfully chosen an opportune moment to growl. She wasn't sure where all the evidence would take them, but the longer they worked the case, the clearer it was that they were dealing with a rather expansive criminal operation. Still, though, it would be good to finish the job and get back to their old haunts over around Stasa. She noticed Alex had seemed a little off lately, and she suspected it was how far away they were from where he could start looking for his home. She really hoped that he wouldn't just pick up and leave when he finally found it. Shepard Security Services was the best outfit she'd ever worked for or with, and that included being a shadow within the Ministry of Defense. Kisha realized right then and there that she'd miss Alex if he went home and stayed there. She'd come to respect him and appreciate him, even if she and the rest of the Direct Action branch had laughed at a few of his Alexisms where there was no chance of hurting his feelings. For all that he was an incredible person, he was so alien at times that it boggled her mind. More than once, she'd wondered if he was indicative of his people or an outlier. People were like that sometimes. They detested their culture or civilization or society so much, they did everything they could to exemplify the opposite of its values. Either way, she liked Alex, and hoped he'd come back if he ever found a way home. It wouldn't be the same without him. Movement drew her eye, and she looked up to see Preja standing at the edge of her table, holding her own tray.
"May I join you?"
Kisha nodded, gesturing for her to pick her seat. "Of course. A fellow Alex Wrangler is always welcome at my table." Preja snorted a laugh.
Yes, he can be trying at times, can't he? I've lost track of the number of times I think we're proceeding well, and he'll just throw out something that makes absolutely no sense or that my kit cannot translate. I would love to explore the society of his birth, to see if it helped me understand him or only served to confuse me further.
Kisha grinned, her tail wagging. Tell me about it. I can't help but think we'd be utterly lost and confused. Chapter 19. Alex leaned back against his seat after removing the study puck. He kept forgetting what its official name was, but study puck made perfect sense to him. It wasn't too much larger than a hockey puck back on Earth, and he used it to study. It still boggled his mind that it somehow wrote information into his brain. The fun part was assimilating it into his mind. That was one reason he always did some kind of related practical work immediately after a study session, just to help the information settle in and become knowledge. After several weeks of intensive scans, Dr. Tam finally cleared him to use the study puck once a day. The only caveat was that he couldn't study a specific field more than once a week to give that knowledge time to assimilate. If he used it on physics, he had to wait a week before he could study physics again. The change in his training regimen had drastically accelerated his learning. It wouldn't be long before he could test for the basic certs the Confederation and Interstellar Spacers League required all people working aboard ship to have. He even already had a few of them, like his shipsuit certification or the Zero-G certification. The lesson he'd just finished was the 5th in the small unit tactics tree. Like all lessons in a given tree, it built upon the lessons that had come before. He hadn't checked, but he thought there were only 5 lessons left in that one before he could test for his certification. When he finished a lesson that didn't have an immediate practical application, he had found that exercise of some kind helped the knowledge assimilate almost as well as using it. Since they didn't have a tactics simulator aboard, that he knew of anyway, visiting the gym seemed like an excellent idea. Thinking of the gym also brought thoughts of sparring to mind, and he couldn't help but smile as he changed into exercise attire. His enhancements and proficiency with unarmed combat had reached the point that even Mox was a little wary of taking him on now. That was a major compliment in his eyes. He hoped he'd never need to use the small unit tactics he'd been learning, but he needed that certification to qualify as a team lead within the direct action branch. Sure, he could have tried pulling rank, but that wasn't who he was. He wasn't going to walk up to Kisha and demand to command a team simply because he was the overall boss. Oh no. The only way he'd ever command a team was if he earned that privilege. But the thought of earning that privilege brought to mind another question. Where would he get a team once he'd earned one? The training doctrine of the Shadow Corps revolved around teams of 5, and there were already 10 retired Shadows aboard. After adding Jima to the crew, that only left 3 available berths aboard the ship, with 2 berths converted to cells. Right now, those 3 berths were also cells, and occupied cells at that. He couldn't believe that they had filled the ship's company that fast, but looking back over it, the progression made perfect sense, and he wouldn't go back and change it, even if he could. His thoughts had carried him to the gym, and he resolved to discuss them with Kisha and Mock sometime soon. But for now, he needed to put all that out of his mind and focus on exercising. It wouldn't do to get hurt because he wasn't completely focused on the task at hand. Kisha leaned against the bulkhead that the gym shared with the corridor outside. Her ears perked up and forward, telegraphing her interest. and she was in such a good mood that her tail absently wagged, almost of its own accord, and brushing the bulkhead behind her as it did so. Her focus was on Alex, working through reps at one of the exercise machines. She couldn't remember the last time she'd watched someone give training and preparation their all. From what she could see of the setting on the machine, she knew that she wouldn't be putting it through its paces so forcefully or relentlessly as he was right then. There was no other way to say it. He was a beast. Add to that how he'd been exhausting mocks and sparring lately, and, well, wow. Just wow. She knew he was working his way up the learning tree to achieve his certification for small unit tactics, which was really the only thing holding him back from a team lead certification. If she were being completely honest, he knew enough and demonstrated sufficient mastery of that knowledge in training that her people would sign off on awarding him the team lead certification based on his merits right now, even without him having the small unit tactics cert. Beyond that, she'd been discussing with Mox how to get Alex a team during their downtime, because everyone in the direct action branch agreed that it was a foregone conclusion that Alex would earn command of a team. But the problem with that was twofold. First, all of her people had decades of experience standardizing on 5-person teams. Regardless of his capability, Alex would be the odd man out if they added him to either team as those teams stood right now. Second, they couldn't simply hire additional retired shadows to fill out a third team. They were running out of crew berths on the ship already. There was absolutely nothing she could do about that, but there were people aboard who might be able to. As much as she enjoyed watching Alex put such wear and tear on their exercise equipment, she wanted to have a solution to the problem when Alex qualified for team lead, but didn't have a team. She gave Alex one last smile, even though he wasn't facing her and had shown no awareness of her presence, and left the gym in search of her quarry. Kisha found Havika sitting at a table in the galley. Dirty dishes and utensils occupied a tray that sat on the table just beside her right elbow, and a tablet held the chief engineer's focus. Since Havika mostly faced the galley's entrance, Kisha couldn't see what she read. Havika looked up when Kisha approached close enough to enter her peripheral awareness and smiled at seeing her.
"Hello, Kisha. Nice to see you. Care to join me?"
"Why, yes, I believe I would, thank you." Kisha pulled the chair opposite Havika away from the table and claimed it as Havika set aside the tablet.
"So, what brings you to me?"
the chief engineer asked. "There's a situation that will become a minor problem in the not-too-distant future, and I wanted to ask your thoughts on how we might solve it."
"Oh, I'm not aware of anything like that. What has you concerned?"
Kisha smiled and couldn't keep her tail from wagging a couple times. "Alex is racing through his training, and before long he'll be ready to command a team of his own. The people we want to fill out our direct action branch, though, standardize their training on 5-person teams, and we can't simply hire 4 more people to give Alex a team because we're running out of berths." Havika nodded.
"Yes, that could be a problem, but I'm not sure it's as insurmountable as you might think."
Kisha perked her ears up and forward as she angled her head to one side. "Go on, please."
"There's a lot about Guardian that isn't precisely in line with the design schematics of her package. Take the cargo hold, for example. Right now, it takes up the majority of the lowest 2 decks of the ship. Just a huge, cavernous space with all kinds of tie-down locations and so on. But the default specification is for the cargo hold to occupy only the aft 2/3 of a single deck. I modified the design to permit Alex to carry larger amounts of cargo if he so chose. There's nothing saying we couldn't put the ship back into the yard, separate the hold into 2 decks, and then use the new Deck 5 as additional berths, or a dedicated brig, or any number of other purposes. It would even lessen the strain of maneuvers on the space frame, since the additional bulkheads and deck divider would double as load-bearing structural members." Kisha looked away for a few moments as she considered that option. On the surface, it seemed like the ideal answer. It also drove home how out of touch she was with the upgrade process. She hadn't realized the shipyard and engineering crews had made that much progress. "We're that close to going out on our shakedown cruise? Come to think of it, I'm sure the other ship that's docked for repairs doesn't appreciate only getting a team or 2 while we've monopolized the yard's people." Havika replied with a predatory smile. I am largely unconcerned about the other ship. It's the Felgwyn, by the way. The company that owns it already owes my family's company a significant amount, and these repairs are adding to that. It's a small shipping company. It started out as a family concern, and my father extended them a line of credit to help them get started. But, well, there was a hostile takeover or something, and the family that owned the company no longer does. The new owners and managers are not as fiscally responsible, shall we say. If they don't work on paying down some of the debt, and soon, I have it on very good authority that Galisk Spaceworks will take them to court over unpaid debts. On the matter of departing for our shakedown cruise, yes, it absolutely would push that back. Assuming we did the alterations now, how close is Alex to having his team lead certification? Kisha couldn't keep from smiling as her tail wagged again. He has demonstrated sufficient knowledge and mastery that the teams are prepared to sign affidavits that would allow Alex to bypass the requirement of the certification in small unit tactics, so essentially, he could have his own team right now if he knew and wanted it. He wouldn't be up for team lead in the Shadow Corps quite yet, but there's not a doubt in my mind that he would school any unit of the regular defense force if we gave him the opportunity. Havika's tail went ramrod straight for a moment as her eyes shot wide. He's already that good? Seriously? Kisha nodded. I think he might have been a wargamer or something back on his home planet. I'd love to have a small unit combat simulator aboard, or at least access to one. I'd run him through the certification sims the Confederation War College uses for their small and medium unit command courses. You know, now that we are an accredited auxiliary with the Ministry of Defense, it shouldn't be too difficult to acquire a simulator in those sims. It would only take up a quarter of the new deck if we downsize the cargo hold, and it would open up fleet training sims too. I know for a fact the Navy and Defense Force use the same simulator hardware, so it wouldn't be a problem to configure ours to run both. Damn, this is starting to sound like a viable plan. What kind of refit time are we talking? Havika leaned back against her seat and scratched at her jaw. I don't know what the availability of the simulators are. There's a third-party supplier for them that we always contact when we build fleet assets that need them, and they're normally built into the deck given their size. I think the first thing to do would be to get one and have it on hand before we start the refit. Once we have the simulator, it wouldn't take more than a couple weeks to fit in the deck divider and all the bulkheads, hatches, and such. 3 weeks at the outside. I think the next step is to approach Alex about this and get his thoughts. What do you think? A new scent caught her attention, and she realized Alex was approaching the galley, or at least walking down the corridor. Before Havika could answer, Alex walked into view wearing his exercise gear, with a towel around his neck. Kisha waved him to join them, and she had to admit that she didn't mind the scent of a post-workout Alex at all. She dedicated sufficient willpower to keep from wagging her tail. Alex walked over and claimed a seat. Hi, Kisha. Hi, Havika. Was there something on your minds? Kisha has been explaining how we'll have a minor issue here in a little while when you get your team lead certification. What with the small fact that we're running out of available berths. Yeah, that thought has crossed my mind. I was planning to talk it over with Kisha and Mox since they're the two current team leads. I'm not really sure what to do about it, other than start working my way up the prerequisites for the deck officer certification tree. Havika smiled. Well, a simple solution is to add berths. Alex blinked. Huh? We can add berths? Oh, yes. The cargo hold was only supposed to be 1 deck, but I made it 2 in case you wanted to haul cargo. You haven't shown any inclination toward that, so we could cut the cargo bay in half by building in the deck divider I removed during the design phase, thereby creating Deck 5. We could put a dedicated brig there, or take even more of the reduced cargo hold on Deck 6, and still have over 2/3 of the deck for other uses. Well, damn. He'd never considered that as even a possibility. I suggested getting a simulator like what the Confederation Defense Force uses at its war college or what the Navy has aboard the larger capital ships. It would take up between 1/4 and 1/3 of the new deck, but it would open up both fleet and ground unit simulations for training opportunities. Honestly, it'd be good to have it if you ever decide to grow the company into a multi-ship affair. It would allow you to train up people and promote from within to a certain extent, at least for the officer corps. Alex turned from Havika to Kisha. What are your thoughts on that? If we put a dedicated brig on the new deck, or take more of the cargo hold and move both the armory and the practice range there to round out the space, in addition to the simulator, it would allow us to convert the space on Deck 4 that used to be the armory and shooting range to berths. No concerns about having the armory on the same deck as the brig? Alex asked. Kisha shrugged. We'll station 2 members of the direct action branch of the armory, in addition to Flax, whenever the brig is hosting guests.
In addition to putting 2 people at the brig itself, that should prevent most problems. Besides, I really don't see us using the brig a whole lot, except in situations like we're in now, and we can still carry supplies to convert unused berths to cells. Alex sat in silence for several moments, his expression betraying how much thought he gave the matter. Eventually, he nodded. Okay, I like this plan. Havika, order up a simulator. Once we know its availability, we can figure out when we'll reclaim Deck 5 from the cargo hold. Kisha smiled as she wagged her tail. Thanks, boss. A lot of us in the teams were a bit bummed you wouldn't have your own team when you qualified to lead one. He shrugged as he stood and pushed the chair to the table. It would have worked out. Worst case, I would have just promoted you to operations commander and taken over your team. Her eyes shot wide as her tail went rigid, betraying her surprise. What? No fair, boss. That's my team. Alex simply laughed as he waved goodbye and left the galley. Chapter 20. Alex stepped out of the shower in his cabin's hygiene suite, rolling his shoulders and neck. It had been a nice hot shower to soothe his abused body, and he loved every second of it. He toweled himself dry and padded over to the mirror. Even though he'd woken up to this reflection every day for almost 6 months now, there were times he caught himself still not quite believing it was really him. Everywhere he looked, he saw a defined, toned muscle. It made him think of professional athletes back on Earth. He couldn't help but wonder how his endurance compared to theirs. He'd like to see them sprint 15 kilometers. Yes, okay. Part of that endurance was the enhancements he'd opted to get when he finished his basic kit. But part of him felt like those enhancements hadn't created new potential, instead optimizing the potential he already had. Removed or minimized any limiting factors that kept him from being the best physical specimen of a human he could be. He didn't know if there was any truth to that or not. He wasn't even sure if there was any way to find out, but it was a thought to while away the time. He stopped looking over his reflection and went about getting dressed. Ever since coming aboard Guardian, he'd wondered why the cabin had actual closet space, if he never needed to wear anything other than ship suits. But now that Guardian had the military-grade shields capable of maintaining pressure for a while in the event of a hull breach, the closet space made sense. But ship suits were all the clothing he had at the moment, so that's what he donned. He really needed to get with Prija and Zrala to design uniforms for the company. If these people were anything like humans back home, the common attire, plus ship and division patches, would improve crew morale, or at least help to improve it. Just because he wasn't aware of any morale problems among the crew didn't mean he could ignore the small things, like how providing uniforms could help create a sense of common and shared identity. Yeah, that seemed like a good step to take. The tricky part was the question of when they'd take it. It still seemed like there was too much to do. It wouldn't be so bad if he could directly affect any of the things that were going on just then, but he was pretty much in a holding pattern for various reasons. Speaking of much to do, he should probably check in on the investigation. Alex exited his cabin while still tying the leather cord for his holster around his thigh. He never carried his rifle while aboard Guardian, but he didn't want to be caught completely without a weapon if the fur suddenly flew. No one seemed to bat an eye at him wearing the pistol and gun belt anyway. He was about a quarter of the way to the briefing room, which the team had been using as a workspace for the investigation, when he froze mid-step. The ship had a compartment set aside for Operations Command. It was right across the corridor from the space set aside for bounty research and ISL certification testing, which meant it was even on this deck. He pivoted on his heel and strode back down the corridor, passing the hatch to his cabin and going about 15 meters farther on. The hatch melted into the deck when he came within a foot or so of it, and as he stepped through the open hatchway, the compartment's lights and equipment activated. A combination holo projector and data table dominated the center of the room. Individual or small team workstations lined 2 of the 4 bulkheads. Customizable screens lined the other 2. They could act as independent screens, or all the screens on one bulkhead could be utilized as one massive display. All the seats around the room even looked comfy. So, why wasn't the investigation team using this space? Guardian? The avatar of the ship's software intelligence appeared right in front of him, far enough that it didn't crowd his personal space.
Yes, Alex?
Is the investigation team still using the briefing room?
Yes, Alex. It is most inefficient when we have this operations command center, but I assumed there was a reason they preferred it over this compartment.
Alex smiled as a chuckle escaped him. I wouldn't be surprised, but what they simply didn't know it exists. Thanks. I'll go ask them. She gave him an impish smile that made her look so much like Lucy Cartwright from his high school days that his heart almost ached. Then the avatar vanished in the wink of an eye. He'd had a crush on Lucy Cartwright in the worst way for many years. She'd come up through the grades with him. He'd never asked her out, because once he'd reached that point in his life, the simple fact was that he was going to take over the family ranch. And what would a woman like Lucy want with a rancher? She was smart, pretty, and compassionate. She had her pick of guys. He'd always been certain he never stood a chance with her, so he'd never tried. Alex took a breath and tried to push away all the memories from before, as he left the command center and went in search of his investigations team. Everything prior to waking up on the Stasa orbital was nothing more than fuel for heartache and despair. He needed to focus on his new reality and stop looking back at the past. Why the hell had he given into temptation and made Guardian's avatar look like Lucy? That had to be one of the stupidest decisions he'd ever made. Everyone turned to look when he entered the briefing room, and he noticed hints of underlying frustration in their expressions and demeanors, at least assuming he was reading the room correctly. Morning, everyone. How goes it? The 2 CID investigators remained silent, but Preja did not.
We are losing time fighting with the display systems in this room, trying to make it do something it wasn't expressly designed to do. We're making headway, though. After the midday meal, Murphine and Piral are going to resume interrogating Renox. He is proving to be surprisingly resilient against interrogation.
Okay. I have no training or experience in the field, but let me know if you think I might be able to help with the interrogation. As for everything else, did you know the ship came with an operations command center?
Preja blinked once before her tail went ramrod straight.
The ship has an operations command center?
Yep, it's about 15 meters further down the corridor from my cabin. 2 bulkheads of individual or small team workstations. 2 bulkheads with screens that can either be individual displays or one huge display per bulkhead. And in the center, there's a holo projector and data table. By the time Alex finished speaking, most of the investigations team was already walking past him out the hatch. Preja was the last in line, and she gave him a small smile and slid her tail along his wrist.
Thank you, Alex. This will help immensely.
Alex went with them to make sure they didn't need him to interface with Guardian for any of the setup, but it took him less than a minute to see they were right at home and that Guardian would help them however they needed. He backed out of the operations command center far enough that the hatch closed, and he simply stood in the corridor as he considered what to do next. Nothing immediately came to mind. After a couple seconds, though, he smiled. Guardian, will the holo display in my cabin allow me to manipulate the deck schematics of the ship? Guardian's avatar appeared in the corridor in front of him, her expression curious and perhaps mildly concerned.
Yes, it will. But why? Is there something wrong with me?
A grin overtook Alex's face. Nope, there is not, could never be, anything wrong with you. Havika and Kisha and I are realizing that the interior layout of the ship isn't quite the best for how events are proceeding. He glanced around the corridor, and while he didn't see anyone, he still didn't like the idea of having the conversation in the middle of a thoroughfare. Come on, let's take this to my cabin.
Okay.
The avatar vanished, and when Alex entered his cabin not even a full minute later, He found her sitting on what he thought of as her favorite side of the couch. He crossed the room to sit on the opposite side of the couch from her. So, apparently, I'm closer to being certified as a team lead than I thought, because Kisha is already concerned about how to give me my own team. The number of available crew berths is the primary limiting factor. Something that Havika suggested is to reclaim Deck 5 from the cargo bay and use that space for a brig, armory, practice range, and a simulator that can handle both fleet and ground actions. We might even be able to move the ship's vault down there. Guardian's avatar expression and whole demeanor lit up. Oh, Alex, that would be awesome! The simulator is really all I'm missing from being the best fleet command ship ever. I'm sorry I thought there was something wrong with me. It's just that most owners don't want to manipulate ship schematics unless there's a problem, often a major one. It's fine, Guardian, don't give it a further thought. The avatar beamed him another smile. Then let's not keep you from figuring out how to do this any longer. The hollow projector in the center of the cabin activated, showing an external view of the ship. Before Alex could take in much of the details, the outer hull vanished, revealing the space between the outer and inner hulls. There wasn't much in that space, but what was there looked like it might be equipment for heat dissipation. Then, that space and the inner hull vanished as well. The next layers blurred away even faster, until Alex was looking at an interior view showing 4 decks, the shuttle bay and the 2-deck cargo bay. The simulators are massive pieces of equipment, Alex. If you want to install one on the new Deck 5, you'll have to build the deck around it. The ship isn't designed for anything that large and heavy to move between decks. There are small grav pallet lifts that go between the cargo bay and, say, the galley, but the top-of-the-line simulator would occupy the better part of a quarter of Deck 5, if not approaching a full third. That's what Havika said. The top 3 decks vanished, and the hologram zoomed in on those that remained. A divider split the cargo bay, and a block labeled simulator consumed 1/3 of the new deck. I think you should go ahead and spring for the best simulator that will fit in the ship, and that's how much space it would require. I may have, queried the inventory subsystem of the simulator company's local branch just now. They happen to have one sitting in their warehouse from a purchase that fell through. Based on some messages, they'd really like to get rid of it and reclaim the space in their storage facility. Alex leaned back against the couch and laughed. Okay, get the contact information for someone there who can handle external sales. When we're ready to take this plan to Havika, we'll give it to her all wrapped up in a nice bow. The cargo bay is large enough that we could purchase the unit now, store it there, and possibly get a good deal for the simple fact we're giving them their warehouse space back. He scratched at his chin as he considered that. Do we have the credits to do that and not make us short? Yes, Alex, we do. The upgrades we acquired because of our accredited auxiliary status only consumed roughly 400 million of the 1 billion credit retainer, and I'm including labor costs in that, plus an expedited service bonus because Havika pretty much claimed every worker in the yard, outside of a crew or 2 already at work on the other ship. Okay. Is making the call to the simulator company something you're comfortable doing, or would you like me to do that? It is not common for sapient intelligences to have as much leeway and responsibility outside of ship operations as you have given me, Alex. While I myself have no issue contacting the simulator company, they might have issues with me being the point of contact. He was very tempted to say they could get glad in the same soft suit they got mad in, but it wasn't his society or culture. He still didn't know enough history to be aware of any minefields such an approach would involve. Fine, we'll cater to their prejudices this time, but if you're as capable as any organic person, I think you should be afforded all the rights and privileges of an organic person. The avatar gave him a warm smile. And that is part of why you are such a good person, Alex. There are very few people who could look at other and simply see other instead of danger or some other judgment. Yeah, back on Earth, things weren't exactly in the best shape on that front either. There's a pretty strong strain in the human psyche to need to feel as good as, if not better than, someone else. There's even a name for it. We called it keeping up with the Joneses. And when there wasn't any reason for those feelings, people had a tendency to create them. Gender, age, the color of someone's skin, physical impairments. Any point of difference from a person's accepted group could be fodder for derision or hate, or any other kind of negative emotions. That's one thing the people of the Ninhar Confederation do better than us. At least, I haven't seen that kind of behavior among the people I've interacted with. The smile faded from Guardian's avatar as she adopted a more somber demeanor. No, by and large, those kinds of tensions do not exist here. I'm sure there are pockets of societies that have them, but overall, we have been spared that. Well, might as well ring up the simulator company. Let's see if we can work a deal to free up their warehouse.
Yes, Alex. As you have not specified your preferences for holocalls yet, would you like to do so now?
He blinked. What preferences?
The most significant is whether you wish to use an avatar or a live view of yourself. From there, it's common to only display head and shoulders down to the mid-torso, either for avatars or live view.
Oh, okay. Let's go with a live view with those settings.
Excellent. Making the call now.
Soon enough, the deck schematic shrunk to a small thumbnail as the image of a misc took over the holo projection. The holo projection showed just enough of the person that Alex believed they were female, and then the voice confirmed it.
Thank you for contacting Simulations Technologies. Is this in regards to a new or existing order?
A new order, Alex replied. The misc didn't give much outward sign, but Alex thought they were pleased for the new order.
Very good. I am Noska, and I will be assisting you today.
Hello, Noska. I'm Alex Hawk with Shepard Security Services. We're an accredited auxiliary with both the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Defense. I was calling to ask about the availability of a... The name and model number of the simulator in their warehouse appeared to the right of Noska's image. Series 37, Model 989A. It seemed apparent to Alex that Noska fought to keep her non-expression. It only made sense, given that the unit in question normally ran for upwards of 15 million credits and only went to government clients.
We do happen to have such a unit in stock, but I will need verification of your accredited auxiliary status before we can proceed any further. This is a restricted item and, as such, is unavailable for civilian purchase.
Alex fought to keep his expression under control when Guardian helpfully interfaced with his wristcom and provided the requested verification.
I see. Yes, very well. The unit we have is the only unit of that model and series we have in stock at the moment, and production has been limited. I do not believe the company could let it go for less than 25 million credits.
Now Alex threw back his head and laughed. When Noska didn't join him, he let it fade and gave her his best confused expression. Oh, that wasn't a joke? I happen to know it's been sitting in your warehouse for quite some time, taking up valuable storage space. There hasn't been a potential client asking about it with any of your company's branches that I've been able to determine since its original purchase fell through. While I appreciate you angling for the best commission you can get, I'm neither a fool nor your personal credit mine. I don't think I'm willing to go any higher than 7.5 million. Noska's ears shot up, and Alex thought he saw the tip of her tail peek into the display's video pickup.
7.5 million credits? That's not an offer, it's an insult.
Alex simply shrugged. You're the one that opened the bidding with a number almost twice what it normally sells for. Don't blame me when I respond in kind. Come to think of it, how do I even know you have the authority to execute any deal we reach, assuming we even reach a deal? Should I be discussing this with your supervisor?
Noska's ears laid back. I have more than sufficient authority to execute whatever arrangement we make, if you ever see reason and make a credible offer.
Oh, someone was getting a little hot under the collar. He fought the urge to smirk. Well, I can maybe see my way clear to offer 8 million. Her ears remained laid back, and now her lips pulled back from her teeth.
I think we'll stay at 25 million. Besides, I highly doubt you could even afford it. You're most likely wasting my time.
Well, far be it from me to waste anyone's time. I do hope you have a good day. He made a hand signal outside the range of the holosystem's video pickup, and Guardian ended the call. Her avatar regarded him with a rather dismayed expression.
I didn't expect it to go that poorly. I would have thought they would be eager to offload that simulator.
Oh, they probably are, Alex replied. Did you record the call?
Of course, Alex. All holo calls are recorded.
The smile that curled Alex's lips was very predatory. Good. See if you can track down contact info for the sales manager over there. Chapter 21. Instead of contacting the sales department, Guardian initiated a hollow call to the customer care team. They bounced around a little bit, but eventually Alex spoke with a mid-level manager, and he happily provided the recording of his hollow call with Nazca. The Voquar was mortified at Nazca's conduct, and after verifying both his accredited auxiliary credentials and ability to pay for the unit quickly, offered to sell the simulator at Alex's original offer of 7.5 million credits. Alex wasn't sure that was entirely fair and countered with 12.5, which the Voquar accepted once he was sure Alex really meant it. Soon enough, Alex received an invoice, which he promptly paid, and they worked out the delivery arrangements. Once that was complete, Alex went back to playing Tetris with his ship's deck layouts. After another hour or so, Alex leaned back against the couch, idly scratching at his jaw while he looked over the modified deck layout. By installing a dedicated brig with 10 two-person cells and moving the armory, vault, and practice range down to Deck 5, Deck 4 would then have sufficient space for another mess hall and 50 more crew berths. Alex wasn't exactly a fan of how the individual spaces seemed so tiny, but Guardian was quick to assure him that those were the types of berths low-end luxury liners used for passengers. He wanted to question that, but Guardian had never lied to him. Apparently, only senior officers enjoyed accommodations like his cabin or Zrala's. "So, do we have a viable design here?" Guardian's avatar nodded. "Yes, I believe so. We should get Havika's approval, of course, but I estimate the refit costs would be around 100 million and approximately 3 to 4 weeks of time." Alex pushed himself to his feet and did some stretching exercises. "Alrighty then. Package everything up in a work proposal and send it to both Zrala and Havika for their approvals. I probably should have consulted Zrala before ordering the simulator, come to think of it. Yeah, I better go smooth that over." He found Zrala and Galara sitting at a table in the mess hall. As he approached, he overheard enough of their conversation to realize they were lamenting how they'd have to leave the ship to take the simulations the ISL required of them to advance in grade. Talk about excellent timing. He stopped a short distance from the table and asked to join them, which they accepted, and he claimed a seat about 90 degrees around the table from each of them. While he settled into his chair, Zrala asked, "So, what's on your mind, Alex?" "Well, I wanted to apologize for forgetting to consult you ahead of time on something again." Amusement tried to claim her expression, but she managed to maintain her straight face. "Oh? And precisely how have you done that this time?" "I spent a little over 12 million credits on a simulator and worked up a preliminary plan to reclaim Deck 5 from the cargo bay to house it." By the time Alex finished speaking, both ladies' ears had perked up, their tails rigid like exclamation marks. "Alex, that is perfect. We were just discussing how we'd have to go somewhere capable of administering the simulator exams required for our next certifications. Most of the crew is in that situation, truth be told, so this is extremely welcome news. When is the simulator due to arrive?" Alex looked at his wristcom as if it was a wristwatch. "Oh, within the next hour or so. I figured it could hang out in the cargo bay, since we're not exactly utilizing that space, until we're ready to do the refit. I asked Guardian to send our proposal to both you and Havika for approval. Depending on how the investigation goes, I don't think we should start on the refit right away, but there's no reason we can't have everything in line to make it progress as efficiently as possible, once we do have time for it." "How did you even know we needed it?" Galara asked. Alex simply shrugged and gave his best smile. "I didn't. Havika suggested a simulator when she and Kisha and I were discussing how to get more crew berths, so I could have my own team once I earned that certification. The plan and formal proposal grew out of that." "Well, however you came to do it, know that all of the crew will be overjoyed when it's operational. Depending on the series and model, the simulator can even provide engineering and medical certification exams." "I bought a Series 37, Model 989A. Zrala gaped. "Alex, you only paid 12 million credits for one of those? How?" "No, I'm not even going to ask. Alex works in mysterious ways." The fact that Galara nodded in solemn agreement, as if Zrala had just quoted the Bible at a Baptist revival, only served to reinforce the point. Alex smiled. "I think we should sit down and have a conversation about when we want to do the refit. Like I said, I'm not sure we want to start the refit while we might need mobility during this contract, but maybe once we've completed it, or at least completed as much as we'll commit to. Honestly, I'd like to solve the problem if we can at all.
I don't want to develop the reputation of being those people who adhere to the strict letter of our contracts. Yes, adhering to our contracts is good, but I would much rather handle the reason we were contracted in the first place than fulfill the terms and walk away. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely, Zrala agreed. I've always been of the mind that under-promise and over-deliver is the ideal approach to life, especially business life. Waiting to do the actual refit until we've sorted the Novosk contract is an excellent idea, but there's no reason we can't plan for it right now. Alex's wristcom chirped, and he saw it was an incoming call from Havika. He smiled and accepted it, sharing the call with Zrala and Galara.
Alex, why do I have a cargo shuttle requesting access to our maintenance bay?
Because I went ahead and bought the tactical simulator. It's a Series 37 Model 989A. Based on Guardian's estimation, it'll occupy between a quarter to a third of Deck 5 once it's installed. There was a pause before Havika replied.
So, I'm guessing that message Guardian sent me with your name attached to it tells me all about that.
Yep, it's a proposal for a refit. Guardian and I gamed out the reorganization of Deck 4 as part of reclaiming Deck 5, and we think we arrived at a viable solution that'll give us 50 more berths and a second mess hall on Deck 4.
I would say 2 mess halls on a Corvette is a little overkill, but we didn't go with the largest option for a mess hall and galley on Deck 3, simply because we only have 30 berths in the build plan. I'll look it over, and as long as we're going back into the yard anyway, we may swap out the galley and mess hall for the largest option designed to fit in a Corvette. Might have to shuffle a few berths down to Deck 4 to accommodate that, but we'll see. We should probably loop in Zrala before too long.
Alex winked at the person in question. I think I can manage that.
I'll leave that part of it to you then. We're far enough along that I don't need to directly supervise the few yard dogs we still have aboard, so I can start working up the design for the refit between now and when we head out on our shakedown cruise. That should only be a couple more days, but there's no reason we can't have a finalized plan ready by then. All right, I'll get with the cargo shuttle and load the simulator into the hold until such time as we need it.
Thanks, Havika. They ended the call, and Alex returned his focus to Zrala and Galara. So, do either of you need anything else from me? They shared a look that gradually became shakes of their head. Zrala finally said,
No, I don't think so.
Alrighty, I'll let you ladies get back to your time. Alex left the mess hall and went back to his cabin, mainly because he didn't know what else to do at that point. He wasn't an investigator, so there wasn't really much reason to be involved with the team working in the command center. But there was a slight chance that they'd want him to participate in the interrogation of Renox. He personally didn't see that as too likely, but a possibility is a possibility. He'd already spent his time in the gym, so that was out. He'd already had his study session, too. Since nothing better came to mind, he sent a message to Flax asking what he had on tap for the rest of the day. When a reply of nothing came back, Alex asked him to meet up in the bounty room across from the command center. No reason they couldn't pick up a couple bounties or 3, right? Flax met him at the bounty room, and they checked the database from the guild for the local bounties that were still available. A few new ones had popped up since they'd gone after Jima, but none of them were all that lucrative. Still, it was more of a way to pass the time than bring in huge sums of credits at the moment, so they selected 5 and downloaded the bounty packets. The bounty packets gave full details on the subject of the bounty, the crimes that led to the bounty, any past criminal history, and all other pertinent details, such as last known location. 3 of the 5 bounties they selected were known to frequent what sounded like a dive bar, somewhere near the main docking rings. The other 2 tended to work under the table as stevedores at the docks. Fair enough. One of the wonderful things about his wristcom was that now that he'd downloaded the 5 bounty packets, his wristcom would interface with both his ocular implants and his comp to act as a kind of facial and biometric recognition system. His comp would use his ocular implants to highlight any potential matches to the bounties who came within 20 meters or so. All that remained was to go to the armory and gear up. A short time later, Alex and Flax arrived in the vicinity of the Busted Thruster, and based on what Alex could see of it, the place was absolutely a dive bar. It was in one of the more poorly maintained sections of the docks and freight levels, and the whole area reeked with some kind of vile smell. Alex wasn't sure whether it was organic or inorganic in origin, but regardless, he was pretty sure a deck on a space station should not smell like that. Most of the people milling around the bar in close vicinity seemed rougher and a bit shabbier than he'd seen even on the main docking levels, and more than one of them eyed Alex and his associate warily. It made perfect sense the bar's patrons would want to sort them into the predator or prey bins rather quickly. The ability to do so was often a necessary survival mechanism. Flax led Alex into the bar, and Alex fought to keep a straight face when he identified 3 of their 5 bounties. Oddly enough, of the bounties he identified, only one was part of 3 known to be regulars there. The other 2 were the ones who worked as stevedores under the table. Alex tried to keep from staring at their quarries, but he must have focused on them a little too long. Several people near them moved away to one side or the other, and it didn't take the bounty subjects long at all to notice that. None of them tried to react, but Alex's vision was sufficient to see their increased tension and how they sat. He led Flax across the bar room and stopped what felt like a safe distance from the bar and bounty subjects. "I am the shepherd. You 3 have bounties, and it's in your best interest to come along quietly." Surprisingly, it wasn't one of the subjects who responded. It was the Voquar barkeep. "They still have a tab, and they're not leaving until I get my credits." "Is that so?" Alex asked. "And just how much is their tab?" The barkeep's eyes roved over the 3, none of whom had turned around to face Alex and Flax. 500 credits. Alex snorted a laugh. "Neighbor, I may have been born at night, but it wasn't last night. I'm willing to believe they have a tab, but they'd be on the medical deck with alcohol poisoning if it was that high. Want to try again? Or should I notify station security that you're running an extortion racket?" At that point, Alex lifted his left arm and keyed his wristcom to display his professional identity, including his accredited auxiliary status. The barkeep's eyes went wide, and he worked his jaw like his mouth had suddenly gone dry. Yes, well, I may have miscalculated their tab, just a bit." "It sounded that way, neighbor. You want some help with basic math?" No, that won't be necessary. Their tab is only 25 credits between them at the moment." Okay, yeah, that number sounded a lot more believable. He accessed his wristcom to send the barkeep 25 credits and moved his focus to the subjects. "All right, you 3 are paid up, let's go. Start walking or start fighting, I don't care which." Movement to Alex's right drew his attention, and when he looked, he saw a truly massive Voquar pushing his way through the tables. The base coloring of his scales was green, but they had brown and gray mottling, almost as if his species had evolved in a forested biome. The Voquar was large enough to give a smaller alluvian a run for their money, and his overall body shape suggested a T-Rex that had shrunk in the wash, but with arms and hands proportional to the rest of his body. "You bounty hunters are nothing but scum. If you beg really well, I might let you live." If Alex's estimation was right, the top of his head only came up to the Voquar's upper chest. That was about where he came up to on Mox, and Alex had reached the point where he won sparring with Mox more than the massive alluvian did.
Boss?"
The anxiety in Flax's voice was thick, and Alex couldn't really blame him. After all, Flax had never joined his sparring with the direct action teams. Aside from ship gossip, his indenture had no way of knowing just how proficient Alex had become in unarmed combat over the months since they'd met. "I got this, Flax. You stay here and make sure our bounties don't wander off." Alex turned and headed toward the entrance, waving at the massive Voquar to follow. "Come on if you're coming, neighbor. I'm not going to fight you in here where other people might get hurt." He stopped in the corridor outside and waited a little longer than he really should have, if the big guy was so enamored with fighting. But he did eventually exit the bar, as did a sizable number of the bar's customers. Alex moved to stand in the center of the corridor and lifted both hands, waving his fingers in a come here gesture. "All right then, you wanted to fight. Bring it." The Voquar glanced around at the crowd they'd acquired, and he didn't react for another 30 seconds or so. Talk about mixed messages. Soon enough, though, he did draw back and put his whole body into what would probably have been a haymaker back on Earth. Alex wasn't concerned. The Voquar's arm was large enough for Alex to jump up and wrap the Voquar's forearm in a bear hug, adding enough to the momentum that he pulled the massive lizard off balance. Once he'd adjusted his opponent's momentum, Alex dropped back to the floor, but to the side of the Voquar, and then jumped at the guy's arm again. Except this time he used it as a pivot point, swinging himself around to land on the Voquar's back. The shifting force vectors of Alex's movement only destabilized the huge lizard further, and Alex ended up riding his opponent's back as he fell to the decking. The Voquar did manage to catch himself on his hands, breaking the fall, but Alex was already moving. He rolled off the Voquar's back, landing at the guy's right shoulder, and before his opponent could react, Alex delivered his own haymaker right to the side of the Voquar's head. At the last second, Alex pulled the punch, but he still thought he felt or heard something crack. When the Voquar swiped at him with his right arm, Alex danced out of the way and waited for his opponent to get back on his feet. Probably stupid, he knew, but he didn't want any of these lowlifes saying he beat the guy while the Voquar was down. Except the Voquar didn't get back up. The motion of swiping at Alex apparently destabilized him enough that, coupled with whatever injury Alex's punch had created, the Voquar fell onto his right side and lay there with his tongue lolling out of a partially open maw. Upon closer inspection, the Voquar's eyes looked unfocused and a little glassy, and there was the tiniest trickle of blood out of his right nostril and that side of his mouth. Well, damn, who knew baby T-Rexes had glass jaws? He accessed his wristcom and contacted the station's emergency services, requesting both a security dispatch and a medical dispatch, doing his best to strongly suggest that the medical dispatch was the more important of the two. When he ended the call and turned to look at the entrance to the bar, he saw the 3 bounties standing front and center in the crowd. When his gaze landed on them, they immediately threw their hands in the air. "I surrender," each said, almost in unison with one another. Chapter 22. When station security arrived and ran the ident of the Voquar on the deck, Alex and Flax received a pleasant surprise. He had a bounty. It wasn't a sizable bounty, but it was larger than the other 3 combined, which wasn't that difficult, really. But regardless, more credits were always nice. Station security processed all 4 bounties Alex and Flax had, and they left the Voquar in the excellent care of an EMS team from the medical deck, with the trio from station security standing behind the medics. From there, the best path forward seemed to be calling it a day and heading straight to the exchequer office to get paid. When Alex received the notification of the deposit, he looked at the number that wouldn't have even been a rounding error for his personal credit balance at the moment, let alone the company's balance, and promptly gave all of the 50% split to Flax. Sure, it would have only been enough for him to buy some clothes or maybe even food for a month if he'd actually been living on his own. But he wasn't. He didn't know Flax's situation, but he did know what the company paid him. While Preja assured him the amount was more than fair if he'd been a free citizen and not an indenture, Alex still felt like he was shortchanging everyone. But he'd been equating credits to US dollars from back on Earth since he'd woken up on the Stassa 4 orbital station, and he was slowly coming to learn that was inaccurate, maybe even grossly inaccurate. He didn't have any way to establish a true exchange rate, of course, but based on what one credit would buy versus what he remembered $1 buying, a more appropriate ratio would have been between $10 and $20 to every credit. That was better even than how the British pound was doing the last he'd checked. Alex wasn't a finance guy by any means, but he did know enough to understand that it was a better position for the US dollar if the exchange rate required more foreign currencies per dollar than less. And he'd never heard of a currency back on Earth that came in at equaling $10, let alone 15 or 20. Even 6 months in, a great deal of his new home seemed so alien still. It shouldn't surprise him, not really. It was impossible to assimilate whole new cultures and societies that quickly. But at the same time, shouldn't he have felt like he was getting at least some kind of grip on the situation? His thoughts carried him to the corridor leading to the maintenance bay hatches in the shipyard. They were within sight of the hatch leading to the maintenance bay that housed Guardian when his wristcom chirped the alert of an incoming call. His ocular implant was kind enough to inform him Preja was calling. "Hi, Preja."
Alex, good. There have been some developments. How soon can you return to the ship?
Considering that Flax and I are entering the maintenance bay now, I'd say pretty soon.
Oh, please come to the Ops Center then. Thank you.
Alex smiled, even though she couldn't see it over the audio call. "Happy to, Preja. I'll see everyone shortly." The call ended without further discourse, and Alex led Flax up the boarding ramp. Alex didn't have any equipment he could send with Flax to the armory that wouldn't involve him getting naked, so rather than make the investigations team wait, he went straight to the Ops Center, wearing his armored skin suit plus all his kit while carrying his rifle. Everyone turned to look when he entered the compartment, and if any of them felt it was odd for Alex to be arriving fully armed and at least lightly armored, none of them showed it. "Preja said you had developments. I figured I shouldn't keep you waiting." Alex leaned his rifle against one of the unoccupied consoles and crossed to the data table where everyone had gathered. The investigation team all seemed to share a look between them, and Murphy, the female Voquar from the CID, broke the silence.
Yes, developments would be one way of putting it. Jima and Guardian uncovered a protected archive in the Glimpse of Fate's datanet. It was encrypted using an algorithm completely unknown to Novosk Shipping. It has taken them this long, but they finally decrypted the archive and gained access to it.
Piral, the male MISC from the CID, took over when Murphy fell silent. "The archive apparently belonged to the captain, and if the person or persons behind the campaign against Novosk Shipping knew of its existence, I'm sure one could measure the captain's remaining life in days, if not hours. The archive was a complete record of all communications with the captain, even including logs about activities undertaken for the group. A couple journal entries suggested the captain was assembling the data for extortion purposes later on, or perhaps simply an insurance policy to keep his secondary employers from killing him. Given the amount of time and effort he put into furthering the campaign's goals, perhaps Novosk Shipping was his secondary employer? Regardless, it is an excellent discovery. We now have confirmation of 5 other vessels involved in the plot with more than sufficient evidence to move on them under the authority of the writ of justice." "Are those other 5 ships owned by Novosk Shipping?" Alex asked.
Only one is, Murphy replied. It is nominally an escort craft, somewhere in size between a gunboat and a corvette. It has accommodations for 5, and even more limited weaponry than Guardian possessed before the accredited auxiliary upgrades.
Alex nodded as he turned the situation over in his mind. The main concern at this point was how to move on each of the other ships without alerting the remainder. That seemed like the most important question. "Okay, I have no problem moving against those other 5, especially if we can do so in a manner that does not alert the others. Do we know any of their locations?"
Preja nodded once. The escort craft is on its way here, actually, scheduled to arrive in the system in 2 days and dock here a few hours afterward. According to the Novosk Shipping datanet, it has orders to put into the Galisk yard for scheduled maintenance and upgrades.
That opened several possibilities for them. The only question was whether it would be acceptable to involve Galisk Spaceworks in the matter, even by implication. Probably something to discuss with Havika.
The other ships are all en route to various destinations, Preja continued. Assuming they do not deactivate their transponders and head for unspecified destinations, our status as an accredited auxiliary, coupled with the writ of justice, gives us access to the hypercom transponder logs. I don't know if you've come across this in your studies yet, but all ships underway automatically update the nearest hypercom relay every couple of minutes with their heading, current coordinates, destination, and several other pieces of data. This is all automatic, and both the updates and their associated database are considered restricted information, normally only accessed by order of a Justicar.
Okay, so they would keep getting location and destination updates as long as those ships were underway. Good to know. "Guardian, what's our status on departing for a shakedown cruise?" The avatar of the ship's software intelligence appeared, and once again Alex felt a twinge of homesickness for his high school crush.
According to the latest status reports provided to Engineer Gallus, we should be able to swap out the yard's refit crews with the shakedown crew later today.
Do we have any method of jamming a ship's communications capability while still being able to contact them ourselves?
The Avatar developed a smile and overall demeanor that was absolutely predatory.
Why, yes, we do happen to have such capability. One of the weapons upgrades involved forward and aft mine launchers that are also capable of firing the SX-52 Pixel. It is a limpet device that will magnetically grapple onto the target vessel and jam all communications while providing a point-to-point laser link back to the originating ship. It is a restricted item normally only sold to the various system patrol organizations.
Okay, good. I have an idea on how to deal with the escort craft. It doesn't sit well with me, but I honestly do not see any other way to capture the escort craft without risking that it can fire off a message. It sounds like we have the craft's full maneuvering information, so we should be able to calculate its arrival point, according to my limited knowledge of helm operations at least. If that's true, I think we should lie in wait, in full stealth conditions, and attack as soon as they arrive in system. We hit them with the Pixel limpet at the same time we take out their maneuvering systems. I don't like firing the first shot.
That was when he noticed that everyone at the table, especially the Misks, leaned forward in their seats. Their eyes gleamed as they gave Alex their undivided attention, and the Misks' tails lashed in what Alex interpreted as an excited or eager manner.
Why not, Alex? Preja asked. There is absolutely nothing wrong with claiming prey in a well-crafted ambush.
Of course. Everyone here came from ambush predators to a greater or lesser extent, especially the Misks. Somehow he hadn't connected those dots before, and now it made perfect sense that they loved his plan. Right then, I think we should call a planning session with Havika and Kisha and Zrala to game this out and determine the absolute best way to make it work.
That is an excellent idea.
Preja's purring was unmistakable and somewhat intense. A short time later, the investigations team met with the ship's command staff in the briefing room. A few of the faces held spots in each group, since the command staff was basically just the senior officers. Alex had reached the point in his presentation where he revealed that it was an ambush, when Havika abruptly stood up and left the room. It was so unexpected that rather than continue the presentation, Alex merely stared dumbfounded at the closed hatch. Moments later, it opened again, allowing Havika to resume her seat. When everyone stared at her, she offered her own predatory smile as she said,
I told those layabout yard dogs that if they didn't have us ready for a shakedown cruise inside of 2 hours, they'd never work at another shipyard again. This has all the hallmarks of an excellent hunt, and I refuse to allow them to spoil it for us.
Well then, time to get a move on with the presentation. A little less than 2 days later, Guardian sat roughly 3 light seconds from the escort craft's projected emergence point. Emergence from hyperspace was never a consistent thing, but it didn't usually vary more than 20,000 kilometers or so. Optimal range for the Pixel limpet started at 500,000 kilometers. If the escort craft emerged at their projected location, the ship was almost too close for most of its other weapons. Alex sat in the observer's seat on the bridge, watching the countdown timer for their target's estimated arrival. He had absolutely nothing to do that he could focus on, but simply sitting there waiting was not sitting well with him at all. It seemed the anticipatory glee running rampant throughout the ship was infectious, and it seemed even Dr. Tam appreciated a good ambush. He knew enough about leadership to understand that he should never show how anxious and eager he was. It was a captain's job to project a calm demeanor, quietly confident in the ship, the crew, and their judgment. He had never understood how difficult that might be until he sat in the observer's seat on the bridge with 45 minutes to go until he found out how well his idea worked. Slow torture just might have been an understatement. Zrala had offered to have him sit helm watch for the ambush, but that idea struck him as beyond stupid. He didn't use those exact words when he declined, simply stating that it made more sense to him to have the best people in each job for something so important. And in this instance, the best person for the helm watch was Galara. Based on both Zrala's expression and Galara's demeanor, that had been the right response. Hey, at least he was learning. It was almost unheard of for a ship to be over 10 minutes early on its emergence, but when the countdown hit 25 minutes, Zrala called the ship to battle stations, ship to ship. She immediately followed that by ordering that the ship maintain full stealth protocols. If they didn't, Guardian's emissions would probably just be reaching the projected emergence point when their target arrived, giving the target's passive sensors more than sufficient data to extrapolate their presence. Alex wanted to go for a walk or visit the mess hall or anything really to alleviate the boredom, but if he wanted to see the execution of his plan, that time was past. The countdown had dropped past 2 minutes and 57 seconds when the spacer at sensors went rigid before calling out, "New contact designated Sierra 1, bearing O Mark O. Emissions classification matches our target's recorded profile. Guardian calculates 99% probability this is the escort craft. Based on the craft's engineering profile, Chief Engineer Gallisk estimates 3 minutes for Sierra 1 to achieve full systems recovery."
Weapons, passive target solution on Sierra 1, Zrala said.
Not even a minute later, the spacer at weapons announced,
"Passive target solution locked in."
Zrala leaned forward, her lips pulling back from her teeth in a predatory smile. "Fire the pixel." The tactical plot was a hologram that displayed the local area around the ship, including all contacts. It hovered in the air some 3 meters in front of the captain's station, but behind the helm. Alex watched a small red dot emerge from the front of the blue triangle that indicated Guardian, and fly toward the gray triangle labeled Sierra 1. It arrived on target well within the 3-minute timer, and it wasn't long before the weapons officer called out another report.
"Telemetry from the pixel confirms successful jamming."
"Deactivate stealth and go full active weapons lock," Zrala ordered. "Disable the ship's maneuvering systems." A heavy corvette appeared on the escort craft's scopes, and less than 30 seconds after that, precision energy strikes destroyed their maneuvering capability. Zrala swiveled her seat to face Alex. "You're up, boss." Alex wasn't overly fond of this part of the plan, but he knew it was something he needed to get accustomed to. He stood from the observer's seat and took the few steps to stand beside the captain's station. "Comms, record for transmission." If everyone hadn't already known that Alex had 0 command experience, the calm delivery of that order wouldn't have told them. The spacer at comms soon replied, "Ready." "Attention escort craft. This is the Shepherd aboard the heavy corvette Guardian. You have been silenced and disabled under the authority granted to me by a writ of justice. I am hereby ordering you to power down all system except life support and prepare to receive a boarding team. You will leave your datanet intact and unmodified. Failure to comply with any of these directives will result in a hostile classification, requiring us to take further steps. Personally, I think it's in your best interest to surrender and comply, but that's up to you. Shepherd out." Moments later, the spacer at comms said, "Ready to transmit." Alex gave the Rostil a single nod. "Attach a copy of the writ and send it." Then he returned to the observer's seat and nodded once to Zrala. Moments later, he received a text notification from her. "Well done." He did his best to keep his expression impassive, while every part of him wanted to beam at the praise. Zrala tapped a control on her station. "Bridge to Team 1. Prepare to launch." "Team 1-1 to bridge. We stand ready to launch on your command." Alex smiled at Kisha's immediate reply, even though this was his least favorite part of the plan. A rather significant part of him wanted to be on the assault shuttle with the rest of Team 1. At this point, he was almost their good luck charm. But that wasn't where he would be the most useful. No, his place for this operation was the observer seat on the bridge, leading from the nerve center of the operation. Part of him supposed he should be in the ops center, and after the planning refit, they'd even have enough berths to staff it once he had his credentials for operations command. Still, though, it didn't feel right to send Kisha and her people potentially into harm's way without being with them. Not at all. The spacer at comms broke the silence, blanketing, almost smothering, the bridge. "Captain, incoming message from the escort craft, audio only."
"Play it."
A male voice soon filled the bridge.
"Guardian, this is Kaler Vin, commanding the Novosk escort craft 3772 Alpha. We acknowledge your authority and surrender. Powering down all systems except life support now."
"Acknowledge that, comms. Sensors, are they following through on that?" The spacer at sensors quickly answered. "Yes, Captain, but they didn't really have much choice. Their reactor just went into emergency shutdown, probably from secondary damage when we disabled their maneuvering systems. Auxiliary power is only sufficient to keep life support online." Zrala tapped a control on her station again. "Bridge to Assault 1, launch." A new icon appeared on the tactical plot as Kisha replied, "Assault 1-1 to bridge, launching." Alex watched the icon approach the escort craft's ventral docking collar. It had another one on the dorsal, or top side, but the plan was for Guardian to use that to grapple them for towing to the Distel 2 orbital station. Comms, either at Zrala's unspoken request or their own initiative, broadcast the audio feed from Assault Team 1. Kisha checked her gear for the second time as Dirk piloted the assault shuttle to board the escort craft. She already wore her armored skin suit, and she could feel sweat soaking her fur even now. She hated that feeling, not to mention how compressed and matted it would be when she finally took off the suit. But despite all this, she kept her demeanor impassive. Her gaze landed on the row of personal equipment lockers, specifically number 20, Alex's locker, the one he'd inadvertently claimed right before their counterboarding operation on the Star of Vorkalix. A part of her wished he was with them. He made an excellent shuttle guard, and while many would have considered that almost an insult, Alex never seemed to. That willingness to do jobs without complaint, as long as they were meaningful and not make work, was one of the things she liked most about him. But she understood why he needed to remain aboard Guardian. For this op, he was the unofficial op commander. Kind of. Definitely the point of contact with the target vessel, at least, until Assault 1 established control. He couldn't be that and maintain a guard on the shuttle at the same time. Dirk's voice pulled her from her musings.
1 minute to dock.
Harl, you're on shuttle watch, she announced as she stood. Surprisingly, he didn't say a word. Maybe Alex's example was rubbing off on them. Or maybe he was as aware as she was of just how small the interior of that escort craft was. Between 4 of them and the craft's crew, well, tight might be an understatement. The rest of you, stack up for boarding. The assault shuttle shook a little bit as a muffled thunk resonated through the passenger compartment. The portside hatch's telltales lit up green across the board, right as Dirk took his place as her second. Ready concussion grenades.
Ready,
Dirk and Yuve replied. Kisha keyed the controls that activated the portside hatch, and then used the corporate override code provided to them by Sukal Navask on the escort craft's ventral hatch. There was a small hiss as pressure equalized, and the moment the hatch had opened enough, 2 concussion grenades sailed past her and into the escort craft. They detonated at almost the same time the hatch finished opening, and Kisha led her team in a dynamic entry. They found the 5-person crew of the escort craft on their knees, with their hands behind their heads. All of them reeled from the combined detonations of the 2 concussion grenades, but no one was armed. Even better, no one resisted. Dirk, Koff, and Yuve quickly slung their weapons and retrieved their restraints, moving between the crew. When they clicked restraints on the last crew member, Kisha accessed her comms. Assault 1-1 to Guardian, escort craft secured. Chapter 23. Alex felt a touch of impatience as he walked down the corridor to the ops center. Once Guardian towed the escort craft to a dock, the investigations team had collected everything from it that they said they needed. But that was 2 days ago. He hadn't heard anything since. Now, Alex never wanted to be a micromanager, or someone who jiggled his people's elbows wanting task updates, but he felt like 2 days was long enough to know something. The excursion also provided good news in terms of the shakedown crews. Both Havica and Galisk Spaceworks certified Guardian is fully ready for service following the upgrades. Havica and Zrala both signed off on the refit plans that would reclaim Deck 5 from the cargo bay and shuffle things around, but they agreed with Alex that the ship needed mobility for the investigation right now. As soon as the job, or at least their involvement in it, was complete, Guardian would go back into a Galisk maintenance dock to complete the refit. His thoughts carried him to the ops center hatch, which melted into the floor at his approach. Everyone looked his way as he entered, and his people smiled at seeing him.
Alex, just the person we wanted to speak with.
Preja's voice was far closer to a purr than Alex was sure he liked in that moment. Well, I'm just a call away. Preja's tail swished languidly.
We have reached the point where we decided we needed to speak with you. We have a minor issue that could easily become a larger issue if we allow it to do so.
Alex leaned against the data table and ran through the list of potential issues in his mind. When he settled on what he felt was the most likely culprit, he smiled. It wouldn't be what to do with the escort craft's crew, would it? With our 2 CID associates, we only have 1 available bunk, and I'm pretty sure it has already been converted into a cell. Told you he'd see it, Kisha said as she held out a hand. Alex tried not to smirk as he watched both Murphine and Piral hand over credit chits. How many of the crew is dirty? Alex asked. Preja grinned. Added to how her tail stilled as she did, the sight poked his lizard brain more than a little bit.
Oh, they all are. On a ship that small, 1 or 2 people couldn't pull off what they have without the others knowing.
I would say we just turn them over to station security, but we don't know who in that system we can trust. What kind of leeway do we have for holding them anyway? Murphine snorted. With as much evidence as we have, plus that writ of justice, we could hold them until the next century before processing them.
The escort craft has already been awarded to us as a valid prize, Preja added.
Yeah, not sure I like that. Reach out to Sukal Navosk and ask her if she wants her ships back. I think we need to get Havica involved in this conversation. The only thing I can see to do is put up a temporary brig in the cargo bay. There's honestly no way to know how many more people we'll need to detain before this is over. His wrist comm chimed the notification for an incoming call, and he saw it was Havica. He accepted the call and routed the audio through the ops center system.
Guardian said you needed to speak with me, boss,
Havica said without preamble. She's not wrong. How fast could we have a temporary brig set up in the cargo bay? We need more cells than we have, and I'm not sure who outside our ship can be trusted. They don't need to be rated for long-term detention. We only need to hold people a few weeks to make sure they can't alert their organization that we've captured them.
That makes sense. Well, if we bring in the consumables from above, we could do part of the work required for the refit and kill multiple Kravax with 1 shot. The cells will need water and waste handling no matter what, so we might as well work smarter and not harder. If I grab a team or 2 from the shipyard, we could probably have it done for you in a few days. 5 at the outside.
Okay, get started on it. See Preja to draw funds if you need to. Otherwise, charge everything to the company's account.
I'll get started on that right now. You might want to have Zrala dock at the shipyard again to facilitate onboarding work crews and materials.
Good call on that. I'll contact her as soon as we finish. A thought popped to the forefront of his mind that seemed far better than converting the cargo bay to a temporary brig. Havica, let's pause on the temporary brig plan for a moment. I just had a thought. Are you in a position where you can come up to the Ops Command Center?
Sure. See you shortly.
Alex ended the call and settled in to wait, and it wasn't long until Havica arrived.
So, what's on your mind, boss?
What if, instead of a temporary brig, we convert the cargo bay into temporary quarters? Then we recruit as many inactive shadows as are available and use them as prize crews on the ships we identify as being part of this criminal enterprise. That way we can park them on or around a moon or something, somewhere with enough consumables to last a while. When they need to, they can visit the nearest station for an Atmo and water flush, and then go back to the middle of nowhere while waiting for us to sort this out. They could also load additional food and such at the same time. Everyone around the data table shared a look. Murphine spoke. That is not such a bad idea. It is quite possible that we will quickly accumulate more prisoners than even a converted cargo bay can accommodate. Making our own prison ships to detain them until such time as we can hand them all over to the Ministry of Justice is wise. and will help us ensure operational security. What about the legal aspects of detaining them that long, though? Back on Earth, authorities could only keep someone detained for 2 days before they had to charge them or release them. Is there something like that here in the Confederation? Preja shook her head.
Not as such, no. There are protections in place to ensure the various levels of law enforcement do not abuse their authority. But our case is rather unique. The writ of justice affords us sufficient leeway that we can proceed with this plan without fear of running afoul of the criminal's civil rights. I'm sure there will be 1 or 2 people who try to make an issue of it, but in the long run, they will not have sufficient grounds for the case to survive any scrutiny.
Okay then, I think we have a plan. I'll contact Kisha to start recruiting, and then I'll contact Zrala to alert her to what's happening to the ship. What's the time estimate for the temporary berths, Havika?
Same estimate, if not possibly less. Temporary berths do not require the same level of engineering a temporary brig does, for the simple reason that the occupants reside there by choice.
All right, get started. I'll contact Zrala and beg forgiveness yet again for jumping the chain of command.
Havika chuckled as she stood and ambled toward the hatch. She understands, Alex. She might tweak your nose for it from time to time, but she understands.
As the chief engineer went back to begin her task, Alex sent Kisha a message to begin recruiting as many inactive shadows as she could find within 3 days' travel of the Distel 2 orbital, adding that she should check with Havika to find out the max number they'd be able to support. Okay, Kisha's off and running, which means it's time to face the captain. Is there anything else you need me for?
Preja nodded. Alex, only 10 days remain on the retainer and contract. We should reach out to Sukhal Navosk, present her with what we've accomplished and discovered so far, and ask if she wishes for us to continue.
Good call on that. Do you mind handling the initial contact? I'm happy to go to her this time, but she's welcome here if that's what she prefers.
I will communicate with her and inform you of her response, Preja replied, her tail peacefully swishing from side to side.
Alex stood and scanned the faces looking back at him. Alrighty then. Unless there's anything else, I'm off to chat with Zrala. No one said anything, so he left the Ops Command Center to find his captain. Part of him felt like he should blitz through the studies necessary to start earning his deck officer certifications, simply to reduce or eliminate the chances of someone making an issue of his continued forgetfulness to follow the chain of command. He didn't think Zrala minded all that much, but why borrow trouble if he didn't need to? He found Zrala on the bridge, even though the ship was docked. Not surprising. She tended to stay close. She looked his way as he approached the captain's station and smiled, her tail swishing languidly behind her.
Hello, Alex. Something you need?
Yeah, I need to apologize. I've been a bad Alex again and made plans with Havika for significant alterations to the ship without having you involved in the discussion. We're temporarily converting the cargo bay into berths instead of a brig, as we first decided, to house additional inactive shadows. The plan is to use them as prize crews to secure the ships we capture as part of this, and hold them somewhere off the beaten path until we're ready to turn it all into the Ministry of Justice. We'll start with a glimpse of fate, if we can find enough people. I've sent Kisha out on a recruiting drive. I'm sorry I keep skipping over you. I know it's probably a huge insult, and I don't mean it that way at all.
Zrala's smile widened. It's okay, Alex. Yes, in other circumstances, it probably would be incredibly insulting. But we all know you're still learning, and this situation with Navosk shipping is very volatile and fast-moving. It makes perfect sense that there will be times where you need to respond as quickly as possible. Just keep me in the loop as best you can.
Thanks, I really appreciate it. As soon as the temporary berths are ready and we have them filled, we'll load everyone up on the glimpse of fate that we can, stash it somewhere with its cargo hold full of consumables, and head off in search of the other ships on our list. I'll keep you posted on the situation. Oh, Preja and I, at the very least, will probably be meeting with Sukhal Navosk again soon. We're almost to the end of our initial contract period. I can't believe she wouldn't want to renew, but I should probably have Havika hold off on the modifications until we know for sure.
Yes, that's good thinking, I'd say, Zrala replied.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go see to that. Thanks again.
Zrala nodded and Alex left the bridge. It was a simple matter to call Havika and Kisha to put a hold on their activities until the conversation from Sukhal Navosk happened. They both agreed that it was unlikely Sukhal Navosk would want to end the contract, but it did make perfect sense to wait. Alex asked Kisha to scout potential people for his team once the refit involving reclaiming Deck 5 was complete. Because if Sukhal did not want to continue the contract, there was no reason not to roll right into that plan before departing Distel 2.
Instead of going back to the Ops Command Center, he diverted to his cabin. Despite his relative ease with people, constant interactions tired him, and he wanted a few minutes for himself. A part of him wanted to investigate available bounties on the station again and take Flax out for some hunting. They'd only captured 3 of the 5 they'd set out for the other day, and there was a chance the remaining 2 were still aboard the station. Beyond that, there was always the chance of more and better bounties being available. But he was supposed to be the responsible adult. Given Sukal Navask's stature, if anyone but the owner of the company took point on interacting with her, it could come across as a huge insult. Given what she had already facilitated for them, namely affording the full suite of upgrades, he had no interest in antagonizing her. Not at all. He couldn't help but wonder how long it would take Preja to hear back from the shipping magnate. He hoped, very fervently hoped, if he was being honest, it was long enough for him to relax a little bit. The sofa in his cabin was very comfortable, and he liked laying his head to rest against the top of its back. It seemed like no time had passed at all when a comm call from Preja drew his attention. He glanced at the time in the heads-up display his ocular implants afforded him, and wasn't all that surprised to see he'd napped for 10 or 15 minutes. "Hey, Preja, what do you need?"
"I have heard back from Sukal Navask. She is very interested in a progress report and is already on the way here. She stated that she just finished lunch, so I've asked Chef to restrict herself to some light refreshments."
Wow, that was fast. Can we be ready to give her a full presentation by the time she arrives?
"Easily," Preja replied, her voice almost a purr. "The facilities of the Operations Command Center include tools for pulling together after-action reports, and we are leaning heavily on this for the creation of the presentation. We will be ready when she arrives."
Sounds good. I'll freshen up and be ready to receive her. Briefing room again?
A silence took over the call while Preja presumably considered the question. Eventually she spoke.
"Yes, that is probably best."
Alrighty, see you soon. Chapter 24. Sukal Navask once again arrived with a travel team. They surrounded her and moved almost in step with her. Kisha had the direct action branch out in force, and seeing them, Sukal's people seemed to relax, marginally. Alex and Preja stood at the foot of the boarding ramp, ready to receive their client and guest. Everything was prepared inside the ship, and Alex felt eager to show off what they'd accomplished so far. Or rather, what his people had accomplished so far. In truth, he'd done very little, and he wasn't about to become one of those individuals who claimed credit for others' hard work. No, that wasn't who he was at all. It didn't take long for Sukal and her party to cross the docking bay, and soon enough they stood face to face once more. Alex smiled his welcome. "Miss Navask, it's good to see you again. The investigation team has done some impressive work, and we're looking forward to sharing it with you."
"Sukal, please. While you certainly are eager, no doubt of that, I will hold off on agreeing with you until after the presentation. After so many have tried what I hired you to do and failed, well, I must confess that hope is a challenge at this point."
"Then we shouldn't delay."
Alex turned and gestured to the boarding ramp, falling in beside her as they started into the ship.
"Chef has prepared some light refreshments. Nothing significant, just some drinks and snacks if you or any of your people would like to partake."
"Thank you. For someone so new to our society, you offer hospitality very well."
Alex grinned.
I think good hospitality is universal. Back home, as long as someone is willing to share what they have, regardless of how simple the fare, most people would agree it is good hospitality.
They made small talk as they traveled through the ship to the briefing room. It would have been a smidge easier if the ship were docked at a docking arm, but there was one staircase between each deck, just for times when important guests would visit the ship. It wouldn't do to expect them to use the zero-G ladders, especially if they were guests of any importance at all. Soon enough, they arrived in the briefing room, and Sukal claimed a beverage and some snacks, gesturing for her people to do the same. A quick glance at Kisha, followed by a nod from her, served to hand off primary security duties for Sukal, and they broke ranks to partake. Alex offered her his seat at the head of the table again, and it wasn't long at all until they were comfortably ensconced.
"So, you claim to have made progress," Sukal said at last. "Please, show me what you call progress."
"As I suggested earlier, the investigation team has done most of the work," Alex said, "as I have little experience with that so far. Preja, however, was part of that team. If you don't mind, I'll ask her to present what we've found."
Sukal replied with a nod, and Preja began. It was obvious to Alex that Sukal regarded the whole affair with a heavy dose of skepticism at the start. By the time Preja mentioned the writ of justice, all traces of that skepticism had vanished from her countenance. She leaned forward in her seat, her ears upright and full forward. Her tail hung limp behind her, as if it was forgotten amid the revelations Preja presented. When Preja concluded upon reaching the current state of affairs, she sagged back against her seat.
"That is most impressive. I have been fighting to get information, any information, on the people attacking my family's legacy to little avail, stymied at every turn. But in just shy of 100 days, you have uncovered more than I have in 5 times as long. Are you willing to see this through to the end?"
Alex looked to Preja, who nodded, then turned back to Sukal.
"We are, ma'am."
"Then give me a moment, and I will prepare a contract that extends the terms of the existing deal. 10 million credits per day, paid in 100-day increments, until the organization behind this is no more."
Part of Alex warned that they could be locking themselves into a never-ending contract, and his concern must have shown in his expression somehow.
"Do not fear. I do not seek to make you lifetime employees. There will be a very generous termination clause, asking only that you provide full documentation of everything you have found in exchange for a prorated payment based on the number of days since the last retainer. However, with the writ of justice, I imagine the Ministry of Justice would look far more favorably on a completed task than simply handing off a collection of evidence and data."
She had a point. How would the ministry react if Alex and his team neglected to complete the terms of the writ? Probably better off in the long run not to find out. He still couldn't believe that she was simply renewing the retainer. He was glad she thought they'd done good work, but holy smokes, she was okay spending 10 million credits per day to see this through, with an open-ended contract? Just how wealthy was she that she had ready access to 1 billion credits every 100 days?
"The more I think about it, I agree with your assessment. It would be far better for us to see this through than to do half the job and then hand it over for you or them to finish. They'll have to handle the truly final steps anyway, since we're not justicars and cannot pursue the legal cases. But at least we can give them everything for those cases to be as smooth and streamlined as possible."
Sukal looked like she wanted to purr, her tail swishing languidly behind her.
"Thank you. I appreciate your assessment and dedication. You have delivered excellent work, and I would much rather you continue with the task."
Soon enough, there was a new contract in place, this time without a specified end date. It stated, "upon agreed termination conditions." Once both parties had signed it, Sukal accessed her wristcom, and Alex's soon chirped with a notification that the company had received another billion credit transfer from Sukal Navosk. Holy shit. They hadn't even spent all of the first billion yet. Still, having the question of what to do with all that money was probably a good problem to have. Alex thanked her for the continued business, and Sukal was quick to wave that away.
"No, it is I who should be thanking you. This vile business not only threatens a legacy my family has built across centuries, but also a major part of the Confederation economy. If my friend had not suggested hiring your company, when everyone close to me has failed time and again, I fear where it all would have ended."
Alex nodded.
"Well, we appreciate your business all the same.
If you have any questions or want updates sooner than the briefing every 100 days, please do not hesitate to contact us. We'll be leaving Distel soon to pursue leads outside the system, but I have no reason to believe we'll be beyond the Hypercom network. Sukal's expression suggested that thought amused her. You would have to be quite some distance beyond the Confederation's borders to achieve that. When they stepped outside the briefing room, they found Dirk front and center, and Alex fought the urge to smile. Excellent timing, Dirk. Would you care to see our client off the ship into the docking bay hatch? Something in the Misk's eyes suggested he would have crawled over ground glass to do so, but he merely said, Of course, boss. I'd be happy to. Sukal certainly didn't seem to mind his escort either. Alex and Preja watched them go before returning to the briefing room. As soon as he stepped back through the hatch, he went straight to the refreshments table and claimed another drink. He had no idea what it was, beyond being non-alcoholic, but it tasted absolutely divine. The scone-like pastries at the far end of the table had some kind of berry filling, and they were just as good. He claimed 3. Moments later, he lounged in one of the chairs at the conference table. Preja sat across from him. I'd say that went well, and far better than she expected when she arrived. Preja allowed herself a very satisfied purr. Yes, she was not expecting a report anywhere close to what we delivered. I think she expected to have thrown that first billion credits down the recycling chute. Alex couldn't even imagine something like that. He hated wasting $10. What would it feel like to spend 1 billion credits without a return on it? Yeah, I'm glad we've been able to make progress where others haven't. It kind of says some things about the people around Sukal, and I hope that doesn't extend to her security people. But the organization behind this already knows that she hired us, Alex. They had to find that out somehow. Unless she discussed it in public after leaving us last time, that almost requires there to be someone close to her feeding them information. That wasn't good. He hoped it was an information mole, and not someone capable of facilitating an abduction or murder. He didn't know what inheritance provision she'd established, if any, but he absolutely did not want anyone to find out. Not yet, anyway. Well, shit. We should probably start looking at the people closest to her sooner rather than later. Did we specifically highlight that these guys already know she hired us? Preja leaned back against her seat, closing her eyes as she laid her head back against the top of the seat's back. After a few moments, she brought her focus back to him. No, I don't believe we did. We did specifically mention that we grabbed Renox before he vanished aboard the Glimpse of Fate, but we didn't go into the particulars about why he was vanishing. Shit. Some of the security people with her right now could be compromised. Do we act, or keep on keeping on and try to identify them without alerting them to our awareness that they're compromised? That's a gray area. The contract doesn't specifically state that her protection is part of the job, but at the same time, if she dies, she's not around to be a reference. And honestly, letting her die would probably look bad on us. Alex accessed the comms function of his wrist comm and called Dirk. Hey boss, need something? You still with Sukal Navosk? Yes? What's up? Whew, okay. He passed Preja a thumbs up before even considering whether she'd recognize the gesture as a good thing. Would you mind asking her if she would agree to return to the ship? We made some connections we feel she should know, and don't feel comfortable discussing over an open comm. 1 sec, boss. It wasn't even a full 5 count before he came back. Shit, we're taking fire. I've got Sukal behind the cargo container out here in the bay, but we could really use some reinforcements. Alex was just good enough with his wrist comm to loop Kisha into the call as he shot to his feet and damn near sprinted out of the briefing room. As soon as the system gave an acknowledging beep, he said, Kisha, Dirk's under fire and needs support. He's protecting Sukal Navosk out in the docking bay. I'm going by the cabin long enough to grab my rifle. Got it, boss. We're still suited up for a party. Hurry, or we won't leave anyone for you and that monster you call a personal weapon. Alex was wearing his gun belt and revolver, but that was only 5 rounds before reloading. Plus, he wasn't sure of the maximum effective range, and the docking bay was kind of huge. It didn't take him long to reach his cabin and retrieve his rifle before resuming his sprint down to the boarding ramp. The boarding ramp opened into the cargo bay, and when Alex arrived, he found Kisha and her team contesting control with a few of Sukal's former security people. He worked the lever to chamber around, and as soon as he had an opening, he fired. No one reacted to the massive report of the rifle's discharge, but his target screamed as a red mist exploded behind him. He fell back and managed to roll off the boarding ramp. Alex worked the lever, chambering another round as he lined up another shot. Just as he squeezed the trigger, Koff took his own shot at the same person. The ersatz security guard ducked to one side to avoid Koff's burner fire, which put his head right in the path of Alex's bullet. As the body collapsed to the boarding ramp, Alex really hoped that one didn't have crucial intelligence on the criminal organization. The resistance keeping Kisha and her people bottled up in the cargo hold broke at that point, and Alex was already in the vanguard, charging down the boarding ramp as he shifted his rifle to his offhand and drew his revolver. He suspected the remaining security guards in the docking bay would take exception to their joining the festivities, and he wasn't wrong. Burner and boomer fire flew all around him, but somehow he managed to remain untouched as he returned fire himself. His revolver seemed incredibly archaic and inefficient next to the futuristic laser and sonic weapons firing his way, but he had to admit that there was something he really enjoyed about the simple mechanics of thumbing back the hammer and squeezing the trigger. Each of the 5 shots he fired as he charged down the ramp hit someone. They might not have hit his precise point of aim, but they accomplished their job of taking people out of the fight. The thunderous charge of his direct action branch filled his ears as he shoved his revolver back in its holster, and he almost dropped his rifle from sheer surprise when Kisha came up behind him, wrapped her arms around him, and dashed them both behind one of the landing struts. "Damn it, boss, you're not even wearing armor." Her tone was a bit of a growl as she spoke. "Maybe not, but I seem to have Wyatt Earp's luck. I don't know who that is, but you won't have it for long if you don't fight with some better sense." Rather than continue the debate, Alex worked the lever to load a fresh round. He vaguely heard Kisha mutter, "Oh shit," before she dashed away to other cover. He took one last shot before the remaining enemies surrendered. Something about facing Mox and his armament of choice, which just happened to be a crew-served weapon for anyone else, convinced them that they were not winning this fight. As soon as the shooting stopped, Alex dashed over to the cargo container, finding Dirk and Sukal Navosk behind it. "Are you two okay?" Dirk nodded. "Yeah, boss, we're good. I took a grazing shot to the arm, but it just scored the armor a little. Nothing some cleaner and a buffing cloth won't fix, once it passes a quality check." "All right. The disagreement seems to be over for the moment. Why don't we hustle our client back aboard, in case this isn't the end of it?" Dirk smiled as his tail swished back and forth. "That is the best thing I've heard all day, boss. You ready to go, Sukal?" Sukal, was it? That was interesting. Their client jerked a quick nod, and Alex led them out from behind the container. He stayed between them and the surrendered attackers until they were up the ramp and into the ship. He walked over to where Kisha stood with Koff and Yuv, discovering they were discussing how to provide medical support. "There are more than we can accommodate here on the ship," Koff growled. "But I don't like dispatching them to the station's medical deck. We don't know for sure that they won't escape." Yuv nodded his agreement. "We don't really have much of a choice," Alex remarked once they'd acknowledged his presence. "We don't want to be the crew that does not provide medical care to surrendered combatants. That would not go well for us in the long run." Kisha snorted. "These idiots aren't combatants. They're jumped-up thugs with delusions of grandeur. Not a one of them made it past corporal in the defense forces before washing out. But you're right. If we don't treat them well, we can't expect anyone to treat us well if the shoe ends up on the other foot someday. Fine, I'll make the call. You go sit with our client and get Dr. Tam to check her out." Alex nodded and headed back to the ship. He figured station security would want a word with Sukal Navosk too, but he'd make sure she both felt and actually was safe before it happened. Chapter 25. It didn't take long for a veritable battalion of station security to arrive. Every single one of them wore what looked somewhere on the spectrum between heavy, unpowered armor and light-powered armor. They also carried a long arm, a sidearm, and a melee weapon of some sort, in addition to what Alex would have sworn were grenades hanging from their tactical harnesses or equipment belts. Unless he was utterly wrong, he even thought he identified a crew-served weapon or two. Unfortunately, he didn't know enough about the kit available to security forces to really know what he was seeing. To be quite honest, the numbers weren't even close to a battalion. There probably wasn't more than 40 of them, but they entered the bay with such precision and skill that it made Alex think of a battalion of well-trained troops. He stood with Kisha at the head of the boarding ramp, with the rest of the direct action branch arrayed out in a hemisphere around the bottom of the ramp, where it touched the deck of the docking bay. He shot a glance her way and took in her relaxed stance. She eyed the invasion force with no apparent reaction whatsoever, but he also noticed her tail was still. With what little time he'd spent in the Confederation so far, he'd come to realize that raw stills were as expressive with their tails as Misk were, so it was difficult to gauge her thoughts on their new guests. No one from station security seemed interested in talking to them yet, so there was no time like the present to ask.
So, think we could take him?
He even added a partial grin. In their current configuration, and with as much of the docking bay as they control, it would be challenging. However, if we had set up fortified positions to contest their entry, there's no chance they would have prevailed against my people, even with their gear. And that's before we consider the force multiplier your cannons bring to bear.
They're not that bad, are they? I mean, I'm just one guy, and my rifle and revolver are just single shot, not even semi-automatic.
Kisha turned to look at him. Alex, you've seen the weapons we use. Until you came along, the average fighter hadn't seen blood for several generations, outside of explosives on actual battlefields. If I put a targeting reticle on their lead officer and told you to service them with a headshot, which I have no doubt you could do from here with your rifle at least, it would immediately impact unit discipline and cohesion from the simple fact that you'd turn the back half of their head into a red mist with flecks of brain matter added for accent. That's not even taking into account that the top of their local chain of command just got excised with prejudice. Station security forces don't always train their people to be able to take over leadership of an operation at a moment's notice. They really should, but they often don't. So yeah, the first shot you take, at least 10% of them will piss their armor. If you delivered a gut shot, I'd raise that to 15%.
I'd really rather not deliver a gut shot, Kisha. Dr. Tam would have very choice words for me, given what my bullets tend to do to soft tissue.
The station security folks seemed to be getting themselves organized, with a trio heading their way, but Kisha still had time to snort a laugh. Alex, if you gave someone a gut shot, it'd be a miracle if they lived to see the medical deck. Tam showed me scans of what those bullets do. They'd die from blood loss if nothing else. By that point, the trio had arrived at the hemisphere of inactive shadows that made up Alex's direct action branch. The one standing in the middle was a Voquar female, and if Alex read her expression correctly, she was not happy. "Is one of you up there in charge of this disaster?" she almost growled. Alex and Kisha shared a look, and Alex fought the urge to grin, mostly succeeding. He took a step down the ramp, and Kisha fell in at his side. It didn't take long to reach the bottom and step through the curved line of veteran combatants to face the delegation directly. "That would be me, Alex Hawk, known professionally as the Shepherd. And you are? Give me one reason why I don't lock the lot of you up till the local star goes nova. Do you have any idea what reports of unrestrained weapons fire will do to the local economy? Why, someone even reported a series of major explosions." Alex accessed his wristcom and instructed it to display his full identity record. "The current client of Shepherd Security Services was leaving when we realized there was an excellent chance her security team was compromised. They realized we knew very soon thereafter, and matters escalated from there. As for locking us up," he made sure the hologram highlighted his accredited auxiliary status, "I'm not sure that would go the way you think it would go. Now, I could easily be wrong about that. I'm not from around here. Somehow, though, I don't think I'm wrong. Do you?" He watched 3 sets of eyes fixate on the professional affiliation section of his identity record, and he thought he noticed the Voquar's jaw slacken the tiniest bit. But there's always the chance he could be wrong. "Is it true you have to have a significant portion of your crew be former shadows to earn that title?" the Voquar spokeswoman asked, her voice almost a whisper.
Yep. With the exception of me, everyone standing behind me at the bottom of the ramp is a former shadow.
The poor Rostil at the Voquar's left shoulder looked like he wanted to faint. The Voquar didn't look far behind him either. The Misk behind the Voquar's right shoulder seemed to be muttering something under her breath. Alex couldn't really make out what. Her tail hung like a limp rag, though. In order to ensure we're doing our due diligence, we will need to speak with your client to ensure her story matches yours, the Voquar said after a few moments of silence.
I have no problem with that, but unless you're willing to submit yourself and your team for verification, I'm not taking the chance that some of your people are compromised. Of course, the other option is to simply shoot anyone who twitches toward a weapon before we agree on an all clear. That would be messy, though, and I'm not really a fan of the shoot first and think about asking questions a few days later model. Rarely works out well.
The Voquar, who still hadn't introduced herself, seemed to have a little difficulty swallowing right then.
I'm sure we can work something out. I have no doubt of that at all. If you are willing to have your people secure their weapons and reduce your numbers in the bay by 2/3, he shot Kisha an inquisitive glance, who nodded. I'm sure we can invite our client out to the bay for a conversation. I wouldn't bother asking any of your people to leave, but fewer people means fewer hands we need to watch. Might want to make everyone aware that they do not want to reach for or lift a weapon while our client is in the open, too. Not without ample justification, anyway. That wouldn't go well at all.
In the end, the Voquar ordered 30 of her people to depart the docking bay, a full 3/4 of her number. Alex liked that. It made her seem more trustworthy to him, less likely to try something. Sukal Navosk soon appeared at the top of the boarding ramp with Dirk at her side, and Alex started to withdraw the bulk of his people, but Sukal stopped him.
No, please. I don't want to be around so many people I don't know at this point without your people watching. My trust has been shattered, and it's far too easy to see threats everywhere. I know I'm safe with you.
So that's what they did. Sukal spoke with the Voquar from station security, with both Dirk and Alex at her side. In all truth, it probably should have been Kisha in Dirk's place, but unless Alex was wrong, the two of them, Sukal and Dirk, seemed to have something between them. If she felt better with Dirk close, who was he to say no? It wasn't long before Sukal completed her statement, and the Voquar left the docking bay with the rest of her people. As soon as the hatch closed, Alex saw Sukal's tail drop, hanging limp as her ears drooped too.
I don't know what to do now, she said, her voice softer than normal, almost vulnerable. I know boardrooms and banquets and the halls of social and political power. As far as I know, no one has ever tried to kill me before.
Alex had no idea what to say, not at all. But safety was one of the core needs, so the way forward seemed clear enough.
We have an open berth or two, and we'll have even more rather soon. Would you like to stay aboard until we can vet the people who staff your home and find you new protection?
Sukal glanced at Dirk before turning to face Alex full on.
There's a part of me that would like to curl up on a bunk aboard your ship and never leave, but that is not fitting for the legacy that has been entrusted to me. I do, however, wish to enter into negotiations to expand the terms of our contract to cover your personal protection services for me until such time as I can choose new personnel.
No, we're not negotiating that,
Alex remarked, shaking his head. He enjoyed the surprised expressions both Dirk and Sukal developed in short order.
Protecting the client is part of the package. You're welcome aboard Guardian for as long as you like, and I'll split the investigation team and direct one of the new sub-teams to go through your personal staff and the first 3 layers under you at Navosk Shipping with a fine-toothed comb. Meanwhile, Kisha and Mox will find people they would trust to protect me as replacements for your personal security.
By the time he finished speaking, both Sukal and Dirk had relaxed. Their expressions had even adopted hints of both amusement and gratitude.
We good, boss?
Alex nodded.
Yeah, we're good, Dirk. Why don't you stick close to Sukal until she's settled aboard? Oh, Sukal, is there anything you'd like to collect from home that would make this stay with us easier?
She pursed her lips for a moment before nodding.
There are a few items, yes.
Okay, hang out in your cabin aboard for a few minutes and I'll round up the rest of the teams and get some armor myself. We'll head out in a few minutes once everyone's assembled.
Dirk gave Sukal a quick glance before focusing on Alex once more.
You think maybe we should outfit Sukal in some armor for this trip, boss? I mean, the first layer of security being obscurity isn't always a bad thing.
Alex turned the idea over in his mind for a few moments, looking at it through the lens of all his recent small unit tactics training. Everything he'd seen of the station fairly screamed that maintaining security could easily become a nightmare. A crowd could disguise a lone stealth attack with poison, and he felt rather confident there was some nasty stuff in this corner of the galaxy that would only require a pinprick to end Su'Kal. Not to mention professional snipers or bombers or any number of other possible threats. Yeah, putting her in armor was an excellent idea. See Kisha to get her fitted. If we don't have anything that's a good fit, fab some armor. We'll leave as soon as you're ready. Chapter 26. The trip to Su'Kal's residence went like clockwork. That is not to say there wasn't an undercurrent of mild tension the entire way there and back, but it was manageable, and not any worse than what Alex had experienced aboard the Star of Vorkalix. Su'Kal went straight to her cabin as soon as they returned to Guardian, and Alex asked Kisha to detach Dirk from day-to-day duties to act as her liaison and close protection, until such time as they could find her a new detail. The fact that it seemed like it might serve a dual purpose for Dirk and Su'Kal both was nowhere on Alex's mind. Of course it wasn't. Alex respected Dirk enough to know that he wouldn't act on whatever romance might be developing between them, but he also knew it was a perfect time to rekindle an old acquaintance. If it went beyond that upon completion of this contract, how was that any of Alex's business? Kisha delved into the community of former military and shadows who existed on the orbital with the fervor of a newly converted religious zealot. She posted 30 openings for a close protection detail, with the only requirements being honorable discharge from the Confederation Defense Force and having held a minimum clearance with no black marks or write-ups. Her credentials, even inactive, allowed her to plumb the personnel database of the Defense Force for any and all records regarding those who applied, and her security clearance ensured there would be no redactions in those files. Guardian also happily volunteered to run detailed background checks on the applicants against all non-military databases. The community was large enough that she told Alex she didn't expect it to take all that long to rebuild Su'Kal's security detail, but between cross-checks, interviews, and then presenting the shortlist to Su'Kal, 2 weeks was not outside the realm of possibility. Neither Alex nor Su'Kal minded that. Privately, Alex suspected that the detailed background checks performed by Guardian might be more comprehensive than the personnel jackets from their military service. She was an overachiever like that. Rebuilding Su'Kal's security team tied them to the Distel 2 orbital longer than Alex would have otherwise liked, though. They had a number of leads beyond the Distel system, and he was just as eager to run them down as the investigation team was. But no one would say that ensuring Su'Kal's safety wasn't a priority. Even leaving aside the fact she was their client, they had yet to uncover any evidence that Su'Kal had provoked the situation she hired them to remedy. From everything Alex and his team had uncovered, Su'Kal Navosk was a kind, compassionate, honorable individual who treated her employees, both direct and indirect, far better than many other companies in the Confederation. Which was the major reason Alex wanted to see the contract through to a full and complete resolution. He'd always believed it was impossible to be a truly good business person. It was easy to be an evil business person, and a shade more difficult to be neutral. Su'Kal Navosk seemed to be well into the good side of neutral, and he wanted to do everything he could to see that she stayed not only in business, but in control of her family's legacy. Of course, Murphy got a vote, but Alex felt they'd acquitted themselves rather well so far. The interviews and team selection went well, and it only took about a week to collect a group of people with the appropriate experience at the appropriate levels of responsibility for them to start shaking down into their own teams. The overall commander of the protection detail was an old shadow buddy of Kisha's, who was looking for a change from the company he'd been working for since retiring to inactive status. Between him and the individual team leaders, none of the people in Alex's teams felt concerned for Sukal's safety. But then, Sukal threw him a curveball. On the day of the handoff from her tenure aboard Guardian, Sukal, with Dirk hovering about 2 arm lengths away, stood at the foot of Guardian's boarding ramp and greeted the entire roster of her new protection detail, who stood in formation a few meters away from the ramp, and then turned to Alex, giving him a massive smile as she said,
"Well, I have no issue hiring these people as my protective detail. Would you mind if I contract with Shepard Security Services, and you have them be your people seconded to me?"
Alex had never considered that at all, and he blinked, then immediately turned to Kisha. "Thoughts? You're ultimately the overall commander of the Direct Action Branch." Kisha pursed her lips, which to Alex looked a little comical, given her canine-like features, and angled her head slightly to the side. It was obvious to him she was running the idea through its paces, looking for both positives and negatives. After several moments, she turned to Sukal. "Do you have an issue with the fact that we're going to be going back to the area of Stasa, since Alex's homeworld is from somewhere out that way? About a month-ish, from what the evidence seems to indicate."
Sukal turned to Alex. "When you find your homeworld, do you intend to abandon Shepard Security Services and the Ninhar Confederation?"
"No, not at all. The Confederation is my home now, but I would like to let my family know I'm well and alive, and possibly move them back here if they'd like. Honestly, if we do it quietly enough, I might even start a recruitment drive to establish a human colony somewhere out here in the Confederation. I want to keep all the governments back home out of it as much as I can, though. I do not want to export their problems along with their people. I like the idea of humanity having another colony or so, just for the simple fact that a world-killer asteroid could strike the planet at any point, and I really, really don't want to be the only human left in the universe. That strikes me as a problem."
Sukal nodded. "You make excellent points, and appear to have given this some thought. Very well. As long as you remain in direct command of Shepard Security Services, I have no issue contracting with you for my protective detail, no matter where your company ends up basing itself."
Alex looked to Kisha, who nodded her agreement, then said,
"Well then, let's go work out the contract. I'll get Dirk and Preja to start onboarding these people, so that you have a team ready to go once the ink's dry on the agreement."
"Once the ink is dry?"
Sukal angled her head to the side as her tail curled into a shape vaguely resembling a question mark.
"I do not understand."
"Oh, sorry. Back on Earth, we still use physical writing implements, and one of them is a pen, which has liquid ink inside it, so once the ink is dry often means as soon as the agreement is finalized."
Sukal seemed to consider that for several moments before nodding once firmly.
"Excellent. That is a very vivid image. Perhaps one day I can see some of these writing implements that need to dry before the writing is final. That sounds like something out of our distant past."
"Well, if I ever find Earth, I'll be sure to bring back some pens and paper to show you. But for now, I believe we have an agreement to work out?"
"Yes," Sukal replied, almost a purr. "It so happens I have a draft document ready for your consideration. Perhaps Dirk can handle the onboarding to allow your advocate to examine the contract with Kisha and yourself."
Alex fought the very strong urge to wink at Dirk. It was obvious, even to him, that there were some unresolved feelings of some type from both Dirk and Sukal. In the end, he felt like he did a decent job of keeping a straight face.
"That sounds like an excellent idea. We'll be back as soon as possible," Alex replied, and led Sukal and Kisha back into the ship, heading for the briefing room.
In less than an hour, Shepard Security Services had a new contract with Sukal Navas that made her their first client for the fledgling Close Protection Division. Kisha and Preja both followed Alex and Sukal back to the docking bay to get everyone set up with the company. When they exited the ship, they found everyone in a huge circle, with Dirk in the center, telling stories about his experience thus far working for Alex. Given Alex's uniqueness in this part of the galaxy, the veteran seemed far more interested in hearing about him than getting on with sorting out the paperwork. Soon enough, though, Shepard Security Services had a Close Protection Division that, for the moment, reported to Kisha. Privately, Alex planned to find someone who meshed well with the team and have them take over Close Protection, as he felt that was kind of separate from the nature of ops the Direct Action Branch would normally be handling. Even though Kisha had almost as much experience with Close Protection as she did Direct Action, He thought having someone who had specialized in that role would be better for the new division in the long run. Once that was finished, the commander of Sukal's detail worked out shifts for his people, and they headed out with Sukal in the middle of them. She probably didn't need 30-odd people escorting her home, but since they were all present anyway, it would allow them to examine her residence and get a rough feel for it before breaking out into their shifts. As soon as the docking bay hatch closed behind them, Alex took maybe 5 steps to the nearby shipping container and sagged into leaning against it. "You look about done in, boss," Kisha remarked as she took the few steps necessary to stand close to him. He simply nodded. "I wasn't expecting to spin up a whole new division of the company today. I'm feeling a tad wrung out at the moment." Just then, his wristcom pinged a notification. He checked it and saw that the company had received payment for the first quarter of protection services from Sukal Navosk. Part of him said that it was a bit much to pay for that on top of the billion credit retainer she was doing, until they sorted out the whole mess with the pirates attacking her company. But she had been adamant that the 2 roles were separate services and should be paid accordingly. She did agree to a rate that matched the amount she'd been paying for the former team, plus 25%. Alex had tried to argue her down a little bit, as he felt even that amount was a bit extravagant, but Sukal had remained firm. She even argued that she was coming down from the amount she knew peers paid for this kind of service, so there was no reason to lower it further. The amount she paid the company was, in truth, more than enough to cover excellent salary and benefits for the close protection detail, which was Alex's main concern at this point. Matter of fact, he'd probably end up dividing the contract amount by the number of people on the detail and using that result as the per-person rate for all new close protection contracts going forward, assuming they had more. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Sukal would be rather vocal about her experience and hopefully appreciation of their service, which in turn led him to suspect there would absolutely be more close protection contracts in the future. In fact, the more he thought about it, the idea that any of the close protection teams would be able to call on the company's direct action branch for backup or rescue or additional resources might be a major selling point in the future. The longer he turned that idea around in his head, the more certain he was that he needed to game out an expansion plan for the company to ensure growth was deliberate and handled in the best possible manner. Yeah, he liked that. A mental picture of Guardian flying in for close air support while deploying her embarked teams in an oh shit situation made him smile. He'd need to talk with Guardian about whether her point defense batteries could double as ground attack weapons for a close air support mission. And if they couldn't, talk with Havika about modifications that would allow it, or would add the appropriate armaments. That absolutely felt like the kind of thing that was better to have and not need than need and not have. But for now, it was time to return their focus to the investigation and pursuing the leads outside of the Distel system. Who knew? Maybe one of them would lead them to stumble onto the pirates' base of operations. How cool would that be? Chapter 27. After checking in with his people one last time, Alex went to Zrala and handed off the requested itinerary provided by the investigations team. Their first stop would be the Navosk shipping transshipment hub in Mingil. Current estimates put the travel time at a little over 2 weeks. Guardian said the math worked out to 2 weeks and a fraction of a day, but that fraction was so small, organics wouldn't note it. It felt good to be on the move again. As much as Alex had enjoyed exploring the Distel 2 orbital, That wasn't why they were all the way across the Confederation from Stassa. He really wanted to get back there and arrange for an exploration mission to set out in search of Earth. He didn't know how long it would take, but he hoped his knowledge of his home star and its system would help narrow down the possibilities. Heck, he might even be able to pinpoint it in a stellar cartography lab, given that it was a yellow main sequence star within 5 light-years of a binary or maybe trinary system. He couldn't remember exactly how many stars the astronomers had decided the Centauri system had. He was certain it was at least a binary system, but there was a nagging thought in the back of his mind that maybe there might have been a third stellar fragment or something. Oh well, he'd chase that. Nope, he had to stop using that catchphrase. It probably wasn't all that smart to say chase that cat when he got to it, now that he shared a ship with actual uplifted cats. Some of them might like being chased, but he wasn't sure if that was a good thought to follow. There was the potential species barrier, after all. A chime from his wristcom alerted him that it was time for his training with Kisha and the rest of the direct action teams. At this point, it was closer to training with Mox, while the rest took bets on the side and sparred among themselves. No one wanted to spar unarmed with him now. Not after he accidentally snapped the bones of Yuve's left forearm during a grapple he was trying to turn into a joint lock. He still felt horrible about that, and to make matters worse, Dr. Tam told him that his physicality still hadn't plateaued yet. Everything, from his ligament tension strength to bone density to his muscle fibers and beyond, was still improving. Just the other day, he'd bench-pressed the equivalent to about 2,200 pounds in Earth's imperial system. Yes, it had challenged him, but it wasn't the kind of challenge that threatened him with harm just for attempting. And he didn't even want to think about his deadlift capacity or anything else. It honestly scared him, and more than a little bit. If he didn't plateau soon so he could start focusing on control, he was giving serious thought to not looking for Earth. If he didn't know his own strength and learn how to control it, he could crush his parents just by giving them an emotionally charged hug. Out of all the things a son could or should do for his parents, converting them to a puddle of red splotchy goo simply from an enthusiastic hug probably was nowhere close to the list. He made a note in his wristcom, complete with a reminder, to ask Dr. Tam if he was showing any signs of plateauing yet. Hopefully she'd know or at least have a more educated guess than he did. His thoughts carried him to the gym, and he blinked at seeing Body standing in the sparring ring. The sparring robot didn't exactly have an expressive face, but Alex couldn't help but feel the poor guy looked a little apprehensive about his fate. Kisha intercepted him not more than a couple meters inside the hatch. Ah, good. Right on time. Dr. Tam has requested Body assist with some physical evaluation. Naturally, Body is less than thrilled with this, but Havika assured him she can repair whatever you damage, as long as you spare his neural network core. Go get changed and meet me in the ring. I'll referee the match. She leaned close, whispering, Body begged me to. It was kind of sad. Gotcha. I'll be right back. It was all Alex could do to keep a straight face at her assertion that Body begged her to referee the match. He didn't doubt her. The poor bot had grown increasingly reluctant to spar with him over the past month or so, which coincided with the last significant increase in his physicality, oddly enough. It took only a minute or two to change out of his ship suit and into his exercise clothes, and the walk from the locker room to the sparring ring wasn't far at all. Poor Body looked like a cornered mouse facing a lion as Alex weaved through the ropes to enter the ring. Kisha was already inside and ready. All right, folks, we have in the A corner the best sparring bot to ever grace a factory floor, Body. And in the C corner, we have the best human in the Ninhar Confederation, Alex the Boss. Now then, I want a good, clean spar. Boss, no hitting Body's cranial unit. Everywhere else is fair game. Body, well, do your best, buddy. Alex felt it was rather telling that no one was making or taking bets on this spar. That struck him as kinda unfair to Body. But the more he considered it, it made sense. Sparring partners, come to the center and shake hands. Alex met Body in the center of the sparring ring. And fight! Body didn't even give him a chance to set himself. As soon as Kisha said fight, Body stabilized his center of gravity and put his entire torso into what would have been a haymaker back on Earth. Alex flowed around the swing and put his full weight behind a pile driver into Body's side. Dr. Tam had wanted an appraisal of Alex's physical resilience in addition to his strength and agility, which meant no protective hand coverings. One would think striking the metal body of a sparring robot would hurt like a bastard, but truthfully, Alex barely felt it. He could not say the same for Body. The force of Alex's punch caved in a section of Body's torso a few millimeters wider than Alex's fist. That fist sunk over half the distance from his knuckles to his wrist into the robot's torso, and he only pulled the punch when he felt the metal plating start to fray. Sparks erupted from Body's left shoulder, quickly accompanied by the smell of burning electronics, and his entire left arm fell limp to his side.
"Oh, shit."
Body's voice now sounded a bit more digitized than the mostly normal voice he normally had.
"May I yield?"
Kisha shook her head.
"Sorry, Body. Doctor's orders." "This is cruel."
Whatever else Body was going to say never came out, as Alex took his distraction to drive an uppercut into the middle of the upper half of the construct's torso. Once again, the metal plating caved in around Alex's fist, and Body actually lost contact with the floor of the sparring ring for about 3 seconds. He came back down against the ropes that seemed to stretch almost to their breaking point before springing back into position. That spring back flung Body forward like the arm of a catapult, and both Alex and Kisha had to dodge to keep from arresting his momentum the hard way. Poor Body face-planted the floor of the sparring ring just as a piercingly loud bzzzt came from somewhere in his torso. Less than a heartbeat after that, everyone present heard a poof right before a massive cloud of smoke escaped from every joint on Body's torso. Everyone, even those watching from the safety of distance, stared at the sparring robot as it lay on the floor of the sparring ring, motionless. When there was no sign of life, let alone motion, for 5 minutes, Alex risked leaning close and saying, "Body, are you okay there, buddy?" There was a substantial delay before the robot replied, and his voice was now almost too digitized to understand.
"Fuck you, boss. I quit."
Chapter 28. It was a sunny, cloudless day. A light Wyoming breeze, that would have been a moderate breeze anywhere else, carried hints of flowers and sheep dung, but mostly sheep dung, as it tugged at her clothes and hair, that Lucy Cartwright's Stetson kept controlled for the most part. The mid-morning sun cast shadows of her and the fence against the grass in front of her, that still carried hints of dew. The wooden rail fence she leaned against was black locust and easily 50 years old if it was a day. She stared at the same spot she always did when she visited the Hawk Ranch, the vacant spot where a large stone once sat. She remembered playing with the Hawk sisters in that field, even though she was their older brother's age. In southwestern Wyoming, you weren't too picky about your playmates. Eligible candidates were often few and far between. A smile pulled at the corner of her mouth at those memories, but the sadness carried by the other memories overshadowed the happiness. The Hawks had managed to keep the ranch going after the loss of all their livestock, not to mention their son. But they'd only managed it by dipping into the family trust to replenish the flock. She'd helped them research bloodlines during the process to assemble a group of sheep that were as genetically diverse as possible. But her slight role in that achievement felt like a hollow victory at best. She was 25, almost 26, and would start her second bachelor's degree in the new quarter. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't a little nervous. Going from ranch and farm management to joining the Space Force was not a normal or even common career path. Her major for the second bachelor's degree was nuclear science and engineering, and the admissions office even helped her transfer a lot of the general education credits from her first bachelor's. In one respect, it was a huge risk. Because she already had a bachelor's, she was ineligible for many of the financial aid programs first-time students enjoyed. But that was okay. She didn't care. This had become a mission for her. It was probably a coping strategy, but potato, right? She knew, intellectually, that she had no hope of finding Alex, let alone reuniting with him. She had to try, though. The turmoil she'd lived with since his disappearance had not abated at all until she'd settled on this plan. And even then it had only lessened. Marginally so, but still lessened all the same. Yeah, it was something she had to do. But she'd gladly give it all up for the chance to be a rancher's wife. A very specific rancher's wife. Footsteps that crunched the dry dirt and gravel and swished some of the taller grass drew her attention, and she nodded her greetings when Trish Hawk chose a spot of fence beside her.
And there hasn't been any word? Not even a whisper?
Lucy asked. Trish shook her head and gave a little snort. No. We've been visited by people in suits and sunglasses I don't know how many times, and they're always a little vague on just which branch of the government they work for. They've taken a bunch of samples, and they always promise to get back to us, but they never do. How are you holding up? Lucy lowered her eyes to stare at the ground on the other side of the fence. Contrary to the saying, it wasn't greener over there.
If I don't let myself think about it, I'm mostly okay. But then I'll see something or hear something or, well, think something that brings it all back. I loved him, Trish, and I never told him. I thought I'd have more time to get him used to the idea that I was going to be his rancher's wife.
Well, Alex wouldn't want you to spend your life pining over him if he knew how you felt before he'd left. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Are you still intent on joining the Space Force?
It's such a stupid, love-struck teenager thing to do, but yes. I've shown you what little I've found about his disappearance, and I'm certain he was taken to space. It's probably a fool's errand, but I'm going to do everything I can to find him. And that means the Space Force. I start soon at MIT for a second bachelor's, this one in nuclear science and engineering. Then I'm going after a master's in space systems engineering, and I don't know what my PhD will be in yet. Maybe something leadership related to give me the best chance at mission command, but I won't know until I'm in the Space Force and get a feel for their requirements. This wasn't what I pictured myself doing for the rest of my life, but, well, it's as good of a career as any.
Trish laid a hand on her shoulder. I won't try to talk you out of it, especially since I know how Alex's disappearance affected you, and still does. You and I have talked many times over the years about how you would go about claiming him. Shoot, I even tried nudging him toward the idea in my own way, but he was convinced that you could do so much better than a rancher's wife, so I want you to give me your solemn word on something, Lucy Cartwright.
What's that?
Don't close yourself off from life chasing a goal that is most likely unattainable, especially if you're right about Alex being taken into space. Like I said, there's no doubt in my mind that he'd want you to live your best life. All Lucy could do was nod for several moments. When she finally found her voice, it was a fragile, brittle thing.
I was so looking forward to being a rancher's wife, Trish. His wife. You know, I had it all planned out. We were going to take over this place when you and Garrett were ready to retire and do everything we could to make it the best sheep ranch in southwestern Wyoming. It's why I did the bachelor's in ranch management. I was going to work the books while he worked the livestock. That was my best life. I know it's only been 6 months, but now I feel like I'm picking up the pieces and trying to make some semblance of a picture from them.
That's right. It has only been 6 months. Suppose a few years into this path you wake up one morning and realize it doesn't hurt as much as it used to, and you'd really like to have a family? What then? Unfortunately, we don't get to wait forever like the men. Trish removed her hand and shifted to lean against the fence again as Lucy considered that. She didn't like the implications. Forget Alex? Move on from him? It was borderline unthinkable. How could she ever do that? But she knew hurt eased with time. Unlike the saying, time didn't heal all wounds, but it did kind of scab them over, make it more like scar tissue. I don't know what to say to that. I suppose it's possible, but it doesn't feel like it right now. If it ever happens, well, I guess I'll deal with it when it does. Trish stopped leaning against the fence and pulled the younger woman into a one-armed hug. That's all I ask. That, and don't be a stranger. Just because you didn't get the chance to marry into the family the way you wanted doesn't mean you're not family by choice. Garrett and I are here for you if you ever need anything, even if it's just peace and quiet. Excess moisture filled her eyes as she smiled and gave Trish a one-armed hug of her own. Thanks, Trish. That means a lot. They stood like that for a little while longer, looking out over the field the ranch hadn't used since Alex's disappearance in silence. Then they turned and walked back to the house. Chapter 29. The ship was abuzz, and Alex was honestly hard-pressed to quantify it. In some respects, it felt like barely contained frenetic energy, but it also felt like the eager anticipation of the professional hunter who knew it was time to head out. It was unlike anything he'd ever experienced before, whether since waking up in Stasa or in all his years before on Earth. He wasn't sure how best to respond to it, so he tried to put it out of his mind. A distraction would help, but he'd already used his study session for the week. He was nibbling ever closer towards some of the most intimidating course titles he'd ever seen: multi-dimensional math, trans-dimensional astrophysics, which had what he assumed to be general run-of-the-mill astrophysics as a prerequisite. He hadn't realized it going into the courses, but apparently the Confederation's version of calculus was the equivalent of elementary school coursework, middle school at the very latest. It had been a little bit of a shock to him when he'd realized what he'd learned, because his translation matrix didn't make the course title read calculus at all. He couldn't even remember the formal name of it now. The damned thing had been like 5 words long, and his mind had long since replaced it with calculus, because that's what it was. He understood now why the math course with the thoroughly incomprehensible name was the prerequisite for so many physics courses. Much like what he'd heard back on Earth, calculus made so many facets of physics so much easier to grasp and work with. His musings on the nature of course titles only served to be a momentary distraction at best, and he all too soon found himself wanting something better to occupy his thoughts. He despaired of finding something. Not even Guardian was choosing to appear to chat with him, as she sometimes did when he found himself at odds for what to do. The chime of an incoming call notification almost startled him. It was that unexpected. Text quickly appeared in his field of view, indicating that Kisha was the source of the call. He accepted immediately. "Hi, Kisha." "Alex, hi. Can you meet me and Dr. Tam in the briefing room?" "Sure. What's up?" "We should probably hold off on that so you can see for yourself." That didn't sit well with Alex at all. He could count on one hand, with fingers left over, the number of times Kisha had dodged a question like that. He glanced toward the arms locker through the hatch to his sleeping quarters. "Are you two safe?" "What?" Kisha's tone betrayed surprise, as if she hadn't been expecting that question. Yes, all green." Okay, so they weren't under immediate duress. Besides, he felt certain Guardian would have said something if Kisha or the doctor had been acting like they were under any form of duress. "Alrighty, Kisha, I'm on the way." "Thanks, Alex, we appreciate it." Her appreciation and assertion that they were safe, notwithstanding, Alex still went to the locker and donned the gun belt he kept inside, quickly securing the leather cord at the bottom of the holster around his thigh. The cartridge loops around the belt were always full when he placed the belt inside the locker, and he quickly loaded 5 rounds into his revolver from the stash in the bottom of the locker that had once been 5,000 rounds of .45 Colt. It was still well over 4,000. He checked the time in the heads-up display provided by his implanted comp through his ocular implants and judged he still had enough time to make one final inquiry before he had to leave. "Guardian, what can you tell me about whatever situation prompted Kisha to call me to the briefing room?" The avatar of the ship's sapient intelligence appeared before him in a standing posture betraying reluctance and discomfort. "I'm sorry, Alex. You do not have the necessary clearance for me to answer that question. I can, however, confirm that both Kisha and Dr. Tam are perfectly safe." Before he could make any kind of rebuttal, the avatar winked out. Alex allowed himself a brief grimace before he strode out of his cabin. He chose not to return the gun belt or revolver to the locker. It was a short walk to the briefing room. It was literally right down the main corridor from Alex's cabin, no more than, 20 meters or so. The hatch melted into the floor at his approach, and he blinked at the sight of a Rostil he didn't know, sitting in his seat at the briefing room table. That, in and of itself, wasn't such a big thing. He was not so insecure about his place in the universe that someone could rattle him by taking what was, by any metric, his seat. Matter of fact, it was not uncommon for Alex himself to offer said seat to guests, like Sukal Navask. But Sukal hadn't made any movement for the seat until he'd offered. Whoever Fido was, he seemed to be playing a petty power game. Alex did not approve. "See, they're perfectly safe." The Rostil's tone was urbane, cultured, and casual, even tiptoeing toward the edge of patronizing. "Besides, it isn't like you could do all that much if they weren't. You don't even have halfway respectable claws." Without turning his head, Alex glanced at Kisha and Dr. Tam. In that brief look, he read their posture, demeanor, and, in Tam's case, facial expressions, to conclude that they did not approve of Fido's provocation. A number of responses flitted through his mind, and they ranged from simply leaving, all the way up to asking which whisker Fido was willing to regrow. Tam must have read something in his posture, demeanor, or expression, because she turned to Fido and snarled, "You play a dangerous game, Varnell. Mox is lucky to fight him to a draw in their sparring matches, and I've seen him draw faster than even my enhanced vision can follow." The Rostil's disdain was almost glaring as he moved to stand. "I fail to see what artistic pursuits have to do." Fido's voice cut off very suddenly when he turned his head back to look at Alex, and found the business end of Alex's revolver close enough to insert into one of his nostrils. "Is that supposed to scare me?"
"It absolutely would, if you knew what it does," Alex replied. "With a stroke of the trigger, this will paint the bulkhead behind you with the constituent parts of your head. You're playing petty games, and I feel very strongly like you're wasting my time and my people's time. I don't mind you wasting my time so much, as I was a tad bored, but I take significant exception to you wasting my people's time." Kisha and Tam knew very well that his revolver would not fire unless the hammer was cocked, which it was not. However, he was willing to bet that Fido here didn't know that. The Rostil looked toward Kisha. "Is what he says true about this object?" "I know you've seen the medical reports associated with our activities, Varnell. Don't try to tell me you haven't. The real gory injuries, the ones that left veteran medical personnel gagging in their clean suits, they were all made by that, or its longer cousin." Fido didn't betray any acknowledgement of Kisha's words as he said, "Ah, yes, well, it would seem we've gotten off on the wrong paw here, Mr. Hawk, and that is completely my fault. If you will permit me, I will gladly vacate your seat. I very much apologize for the approach I chose to take. Your people didn't know anything about it." Alex returned his revolver to its holster and stepped back. He gave Fido his best attempt at a half-smile tinged with indifference. "Keep it. It's just a chair." He turned his back on Fido, still refusing to think of him by the name both of his people had used, and claimed the seat on Kisha's left. It placed her between him and Fido, and he hoped the uninvited guest properly interpreted his message. As soon as he was comfortably ensconced, he gave Fido his best flat stare, maybe 1 or 2 steps shy of an outright glare. "You have yet to introduce yourself, and frankly, I'm giving serious consideration to kicking your ass out of my ship." "Oh, you wouldn't want to do that. It could be rather detrimental to your future career prospects." "Varnell," Dr. Tam's tone would have cut through starship whole metal, "you know damn well he could paint the ship with your blood and guts and no one would say a word about it. Stop poking him. You want to piss him off? You want to see if our reports actually are truthful? Keep threatening his people's livelihood and you'll find out just how well our enhancement technology has worked with him. What's more, you won't enjoy the experience. I guarantee it." "Okay, I've had enough of this shit." Alex pushed back from the table and stood. "I don't know who you are, and I can't say I care all that much. Get the hell off my ship." Alex was about 3 strides into his departure from the room when Fido made the worst possible decision. He drew a throwing knife from somewhere and threw it rather expertly at Kisha. Before Kisha even had a chance to react, Alex spun, drew his revolver, and fanned the hammer once as he held the trigger back. The firearm's discharge would have been deafening in such a small space, but everyone had the necessary enhancements to protect themselves from that. As the cacophony faded, though, Fido simply stared at the throwing knife Alex had shot out of the air. It laid on the floor against the far bulkhead, the frangible slug from Alex's shot almost welded to the point where the grip became the blade. That slug should have disintegrated. When Fido turned to look at Alex, his demeanor had completely changed. He was truly afraid now, and as Alex thumbed the hammer back and brought the revolver to bear on him, terror quickly subsumed the fear. "I'm an agent of the Ninhar Confederation. I have the data on the Dreadscar you petitioned for." He almost spat those words out, as if frantic to secure his life while staring at the gaping hole of death that, while less than a half an inch across, looked infinitely larger. "Data crystal?" Alex asked. Yes, I have it right here." Fido patted a pocket of his soft suit. Alex turned to Kisha. "We can get that off his corpse, right?" "Yes, we technically can. They might have encrypted it and only told him the key, but as long as you don't destroy his head, my code should be able to extract the key from his comp."
Alex swiveled his attention back to Fido. So it seems like there's very little requiring your continued help. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you for attacking one of my people. Fido's eyes darted side to side as if he watched a professional ping-pong match and was afraid to turn his head.
I'm not sure I have one.
Right then. Kisha, would you be so good as to take him into custody? I do believe it's time to visit the gym. All activity stopped when Alex led his little procession into the gym. He walked right up to the side of the sparring ring, gesturing for the two people in it to move as he said, "Need the ring for some education. Sorry for the interruption." He guessed they looked at the unfamiliar guy Kisha moved along in an arm lock and quickly vacated the immediate area, but not the gym. They joined everyone else who had gathered into a rough semicircle around the sparring ring. Alex turned, giving Fido his full focus as he nodded toward the ring behind him. "Get in the ring."
Look, I'm sorry, okay? I've said I was sorry several times now. This is just crazy.
Did you seriously think you could throw a knife at Kisha without any consequences? Alex demanded, his tone not gentle at all. It didn't seem the audience appreciated Fido's actions either. The friendly camaraderie that had existed mere heartbeats before vanished in the blink of an eye.
"He did what, boss?"
Mox rumbled as he took a half-step forward. "Yeah, I'm not sure what he was thinking, but he threw a knife at Kisha in the briefing room. She's fine, though. I shot it out of the air." That admission seemed to set the audience back even more than the news Fido had chosen to risk his life by throwing a knife at Kisha. Most of them had only heard stories of how Alex could shoot. It was an altogether different thing when they had semi-first-hand evidence of it. Without waiting for further discourse, Alex spun back to Fido, who still hadn't gotten into the ring. In fact, he looked like he was trying to slink away just a bit. "You have a choice. You can either get your furry ass in the ring right now, or I shoot you somewhere sensitive for that stunt in the briefing room." Tam didn't even miss a beat.
"Get in the ring, Varnell. Do it now. You'll be in intensive care for a couple months, but whatever he does will ultimately be survivable. Those cannons of his destroy soft tissue, and I can't swear that you wouldn't bleed out before I could get you to my med bay." Despite those words of encouragement, Fido looked like a man walking to the gallows as he trudged across the intervening distance and climbed into the sparring ring. Alex calmly removed his gun belt and handed it to Kisha before he joined the condemned, that is, his sparring partner. Kisha watched as Alex entered the sparring ring. Almost every other time she'd watched him do that, except for the very early days, his demeanor had been fun and anticipatory. Now, he was all business. What was about to happen would in no way be fun, not for either participant. She hoped Varnell came to understand that with time. "I don't expect you to just stand there and take this beating," Alex remarked as he stretched his muscles for the upcoming workout. "I highly doubt you'll do much, unless you're some kind of unarmed combat master, but I still expect you to try." Fido only managed to nod before Alex just moved. It was almost faster than even Kisha could process with all her experience and enhancements. One moment, Alex was the better part of 3 meters away, stretching like he was about to exercise. The next, he was in Varnell's face, and peppering his torso with lightning-fast jabs that Kisha clearly heard striking home from the better part of 10 meters away. Varnell finally broke away from Alex, though the degree to which he favored his left side now was beyond glaringly obvious. He danced around for a moment, as if giving his enhancements time to heal him a little bit. Kisha saw it. She saw the moment Varnell decided he was in it to win it. She kind of felt like giving him credit. He was, after all, a top-tier agent of the Confederation intelligence community, a respected field operative who had more than a few successful assignments in his file. If his ratings were allowed to be public knowledge, Alex would have known he held certifications on par with Mox for unarmed combat. But unlike Mox, Varnell did not have size and physics on his side. Varnell dropped into a popular stance a lot of Rostils preferred for kicks that would let them use their foot claws to best effect. Granted, Varnell wore a shipsuit, which included boots, but the stance was second nature to most Rostils skilled in unarmed combat. The moment he felt himself centered, he launched a kick that Kisha had no trouble following. She also didn't have any trouble following when Alex reached up with his left hand and stopped Varnell's kick cold, like Varnell wasn't even trying. A sick feeling of dread formed in the pit of Kisha's stomach when Alex lifted his right arm to rise vertically with his fist above his head and reversed his grip on Varnell's ankle.
A quick jerk toward his chest with his left hand, coupled with a hard and fast thrust forward from his right shoulder, was all Alex needed to put sufficient leverage on Varnell's knee to snap the joint like a dry twig. The savage crack seemed to echo throughout the suddenly quiet gym, until Varnell began screaming, and Alex allowed him to collapse to the floor of the sparring ring. Alex stood over him for a handful of moments before he knelt. Even against the ear-splitting noise of the agony-laden screams, everyone present heard Alex's words. "The next time you try to harm one of my people, I won't be so nice." Then he stood and hopped out of the ring as if nothing was wrong. "Doc, there's a dumbass behind me who might benefit from some medical treatment. Oh, and if you do treat him, be sure to get that data crystal from him first. That's my fee for using the ship's med bay." Without a backward glance, Alex left the gym with everyone almost staring at his back. Chapter 30. The next morning, Alex started his day with Kisha activating his hatch enunciator at a rather early hour. He hadn't even had his morning meal yet, which suggested it was a matter of some urgency. He made sure he was at least mostly clothed and wandered over to the hatch, stopping after he crossed into its detection range, which prompted the hatch to melt into the floor. "Alex, we have a little bit of a shitstorm," Kisha said, without preamble, as she stepped inside his cabin. "Lay it on me." "Well, apparently, Varnell is a bigger cog in the machine than he was the last time we crossed paths. There's a deputy secretary to a deputy minister at the foot of the boarding ramp, and she's here to investigate the whys and wherefores of Varnell leaving here in the tender care of the station's medical services. Tam did get the crystal from him before she patched him up, but she only did basic first aid before sending him on his way. You did a number on his knee and leg, boss. He's looking at a couple weeks of intensive regeneration, followed by several more weeks of intensive physical therapy." Alex wasn't fully awake yet, but he was awake enough to spear Kisha with a half glare. "I sincerely hope he realizes just how lucky he is that he left here alive after that stunt he pulled. Do we still have the throwing knife?" Kisha's tail wagged a couple swipes side to side. "We never moved it. It's still laying on the deck in the briefing room." "Okay. Invite the high muckety-muck what's-her-name to the briefing room by way of the mess hall, if she hasn't had the morning meal yet. I'll be in the briefing room as soon as I finish dressing and stopping by the mess hall myself." Kisha took a half step back and eyed Alex from his hairline to his toes. "You know, boss, I think she's single. Maybe you ought to just come as you are." At Alex's astonished expression, Kisha cut loose a full-throated laugh as she turned and left his cabin. When Alex arrived in the briefing room, he found Kisha, Dr. Tam, and a female Misk he didn't know. Dr. Tam and Kisha sat in two seats on the long axis of the table, with their backs to the hatch, an open seat between them. The unknown Misk sat in the very center seat of the opposite side of the table, directly opposite the open seat. Two very obvious close protection specialists stood against the bulkhead on either side of the chair the Misk occupied. And after a quick but silent appraisal, Alex felt rather certain he could take both of them, possibly at the same time.
"Ah, so this is the furless alien who assaulted our agent," the female Misk remarked. "Remind me why we are not arresting him right now and revoking the accredited auxiliary status?"
Alex plopped down in the chair Dr. Tam and Kisha seemed to have left open just for him.
Well, for one thing, your dumbass agent tried to kill one of my people. He's damned lucky he left this ship alive. If we'd been in space, well, it would probably have been an altogether different outcome. Guardian, would you be so kind as to replay the section of the briefing room log that shows the meeting with Varnil yesterday afternoon?
Guardian's avatar winked into existence, appearing to sit in the chair Alex normally occupied at the head of the table.
"Why, of course, Alex. I'm happy to oblige."
The briefing room seemed to fade away as the hollow recording of the previous day's meeting filled the room. They watched the entire meeting, which included more than a few snide comments from Varnil that happened before Alex arrived. By the time the recording showed Alex entering the briefing room, he rather wished he'd injured the dumbass to an even greater degree. Soon enough, the recording played all the way through, and the hollow overlay faded from view. The Misk, who still had yet to introduce herself, slowly swiveled her chair around to look at the throwing knife with a frangible projectile almost heat-welded to it. If Alex read Misk body language correctly, she was a tad unsettled. After a few silent moments, she swiveled back to face the three of them.
"You shot that knife out of the air after he threw it with your back turned?"
Alex simply nodded.
"And do you have the projectile weapon on you now?"
Alex shook his head to answer no.
"Would you mind retrieving it so that I may look at it?"
Without saying a word or giving any other response, Alex stood and left the briefing room. Zershala fought to contain the feelings that threatened to overtake her. Never in all her years had she ever seen, let alone even heard, of someone shooting a throwing knife out of the air in circumstances similar to this. It was truly beyond frightening. Who was this alien? How was he so capable? "Could one of your people have duplicated this feat, Kisha?" she asked, mere heartbeats after the hatch closed behind the alien's departure. Kisha pushed back from the table and surreptitiously sent Alex a message to wait for her call to return as she walked around the room to collect the throwing knife. She held it by the tip of the blade after one of the enhancements provided to all shadows informed her it was not coated with poison or any other damaging substance. She returned to her seat and placed it on the table in front of her. "Honestly, I doubt it. Even top-tier sharpshooters in the Shadow Corps don't train to that level. But then again, there is a lot about Alex you do not know." Zershala felt her ears perk up. "Oh, really? Care to share?" "What's your clearance rating? And for that matter, what clearance rating do your minders have?" Dr. Tam asked, speaking for the first time. Her head angled to the side as she felt her tail curl in curiosity, almost of its own volition. "What does that have to do with your pet alien?" Kisha snorted a laugh as Dr. Tam shook her head, saying, "He isn't our pet anything, Zershi. Now answer the question." If Tam hadn't saved her life, almost literally bringing her back from the dead, she would have had a few choice words over the doctor's use of that childhood nickname. One time they'd gone drinking and she'd let it slip, and none of her friends had ever forgotten it. "My clearance rating is Void 7. Theirs is at least that, since they have to go everywhere I do." Kisha turned to Dr. Tam. "Is that high enough?" "Barely," Dr. Tam replied. "After certain individuals reviewed the data following receipt of my report, they locked out all clearances from Void 6 and down. If I didn't specifically give you access to it, you might not even be able to read Alex's file. Guardian, seal the briefing room and display Alex's medical file. My authority at Void 10 security clearance." Another hologram appeared over the center of the table, facing her. She presumed it also faced Kisha and Dr. Tam, but that quickly faded in importance as she skimmed through the file the hologram displayed. "Potentially greater than 100% enhancement affinity? Seriously?" She knew her voice betrayed her shock, but at the same time she couldn't bring herself to care. The highest enhancement affinity she'd ever heard of was a top-tier operative about 300 years ago, with 91%. And a soldier wouldn't even bother applying for the Shadow Corps if their enhancement affinity was less than 85%. "Keep reading," was Dr. Tam's only response. Soon enough, her eyes locked on one line of the file, and she felt her tail betray her extreme surprise by going ramrod straight and rigid.
He's from the true home?
She pulled her attention away from the report to look to Dr. Tam.
Are you certain?
Yes. I ran the analysis 3 times and cross-checked it a 4th. Wherever he's from, our prehistoric ancestors also came from there. No wonder the medical file was classified to Void 7 and above. There were less than 100 people in the Confederation that met those criteria, probably less than 50, and maybe even less than 20. For this alien, no, for Alex, to be from the true home, it was almost unfathomable. If word of that ever got out, it would rock the very foundations of Confederation society. Now it made perfect sense why her supervisor had told her to tread very carefully in her visit. Even if Varnil hadn't thrown a knife at Kisha, the simple fact of Alex's origin granted him almost free reign within the Confederation. They wouldn't want to do anything that might cause him to leave or, possibly worse, tell what he knew to the media.
And his weapon came from his home?
Kisha simply nodded. It uses what he calls frangible ammo. The way he talks about it, I don't know why it heat fused to the knife like it did. I would have thought it would simply disintegrate. Still want to see it? Her mind went back to the holographic recording, specifically sight of the miniature fireball that erupted out of the tube on the end of the device, and failed to stop an almost involuntary shudder from running through her.
No, I think I'm good, thanks. Do you have a recording of Alex breaking Varnil's leg?
Guardian, play the recording from Alex's education session in the gym yesterday. Guardian gave no verbal response, but the hologram of Alex's medical file vanished as another hollow recording took over the briefing room. She watched in silence as Alex sparred with Varnil, toying with him until Varnil developed the nerve to attempt a true strike. And she couldn't stop the flinch at the ghastly crack the recording faithfully recreated when Alex savaged his opponent's leg. She was by no means an expert, or even a master of unarmed combat, but she knew enough to recognize the surety and confidence in Alex's moves. He was not someone she wanted to fight, not even with her claws and teeth with him totally unarmed.
Does Varnil understand that he lives only because Alex chose not to kill him?
When she finally spoke, her voice tried to quiver with the fear she now felt toward Alex. She hated that she'd been reduced almost to a mewling kitten, but she wasn't sure she'd ever personally encountered someone so terrifying before. You'd have to ask him once he comes out of sedation. Dr. Tam's tone and the smirk that dominated her features told a different story. They'd rather effectively communicated, he damn well better. Right then. Somehow her supervisor was aware of all this, at least some of it, and still allowed her to come here this morning and potentially make a very serious enemy.
I think the requirements of the inquiry have been satisfied. Would you please transmit verified copies of both log recordings to me as soon as possible? I'd like to include them in the inquiry file and Varnil's personnel record.
Kisha's wagging tail almost seemed to mock her, as the veteran shadow replied, Of course, we would be happy to provide those to you. Don't you want to say goodbye to Alex? Or perhaps have a look at his revolver? That's what he calls the sidearm you saw in the recording, by the way. A fresh spike of fear wilted her tail and laid back her ears.
No, thank you. I think I'm good.
She only just managed to keep her departure from the chair professional and stately, when in truth all she wanted was to leave this ship as fast as she possibly could. She glanced at her associates who were technically her protection, saying, Let's go. Kisha tried to keep her amusement at Zershala's discomfort from showing as she strode around the conference table with her entire demeanor leaking fear and terror markers. Her scent positively reeked of it. Yeah, Alex was one scary so-and-so, but he was their scary so-and-so, and Kisha hadn't even gotten to the point of telling her how even Mox was now reticent to spar with him. Guardian, Dr. Tam said, please unseal the briefing room. The holographic avatar faded from view at the same time the room's hatch opened, and Zershala led her travel team through the opening without a backward glance. As soon as all 3 of them crossed the threshold to the formal corridor, the hatch closed once more. When Kisha remained seated, Tam quirked an eyebrow upward. Are you not going to escort her out? Nah, giving a disinterested shrug. Guardian can see that she makes it safely out of the ship. Alex is waiting in his cabin for me to tell him to return. Guess he doesn't need to now. No, I would say not. What do you think the ramifications of all this will be? Kisha shrugged again. Nothing good for Varnell. If Corvira or her father ever learned that he essentially tried to kill me, even if it was just a stupid stunt, his days are numbered. They have sufficient pull that he'll be extradited to Vorkalix faster than he can ask what's happening. As for us, it's hard to tell. That's why we've worked to surround Alex with individuals possessing the reputations that we do. Once we bring his team aboard, there will be enough of us with terrifying personnel jackets around him that no one will have the nerve to start anything. And they definitely won't if they watch the briefing I know Justice and Defense have prepared on him. He is more than a little terrifying, isn't he? Now Kisha couldn't resist a chuckle. Not to his friends, Tam. Not to his friends. Chapter 31. A week later, Guardian and her people were ready to depart the Distel 2 orbital. It was time to hunt down the conspiracy against Novosk shipping to the root of its operations, and Alex couldn't be more ready. The temporary modifications to the cargo bay were complete. They had been converted over to 2 levels of barrack-style housing with redundant life support, and they had filled those barracks with retired shadows across a wide range of experience. About a third of them had just mustered out of the Corps, and roughly another third had been out longer than Kisha and her team. Matter of fact, there were a few in the older third who Kisha and her team regarded as legends. The remaining third filled in the gap. Some of them had been out a year or two, while others had been out almost as long as Kisha and her team. They all passed the rigorous evaluation Kisha and her people put them through, though, which was good. As much as Alex understood the impetus to bring someone on who was an old friend facing hard times, the nature of the operation was such that they couldn't afford dead weight. That wasn't to say they were all fit and ready for duty. Medical technology had come a long way in a short amount of time, and for a few of the temporary recruits, getting a turn or two under the care of Dr. Tam was their signing bonus. Those 3 or 4 would be on light duty for a couple weeks, but that wasn't a big deal. They had sufficient numbers in the temporary barracks that they'd be able to leave prize crews aboard several captured vessels before having to dip into the 3 or 4 restricted to light duty. Kisha had even made some noise about selecting Alex's team from the temporary recruits, and as such, she was going to organize a series of drills in the gym to get them acquainted with him and him with them. Alex looked forward to that too. While it would be a little while before he could offer them permanent berths, it would be nice to have his team locked in for when they could. He'd already spoken with Havika about putting Guardian into the Distel 2 Galisk yard to proceed with the modifications, as soon as the Novosk contract was complete. The bridge was a hive of activity. People at various stations called out reports that Zrala acknowledged with calm aplomb from the captain's station. Other people entered and left the bridge, sometimes visiting one station and other times several. Alex understood only the barest minimum of the tasks involved with undocking a ship to brave the perils of deep space. His helm rating allowed him to understand most of what Galara announced, at least, but there were still bits and pieces that he hadn't encountered during his studies yet. They were leaving the Distel 2 orbital, heading out to investigate the various leads the investigation team had unearthed. Part of Alex wished they could just be done with it all and head back to Stasa. That was where he'd find the answers that would let him chart the course for Earth. As much as he knew he'd never be safe on Earth again, The Ninhar Confederation, especially when considering the friends he'd made here, was far more of a home than he'd ever thought possible. In almost a weird sort of way, he had come to feel like he belonged here. But that didn't mean he didn't want his family left wondering what happened to him. Rather than try to wade through all the info on that data crystal Varnell had provided, he had simply fed it to Guardian and asked her to process it. As far as he knew, she was still working on it, among everything else she had going on. He'd specifically asked her to process the information on the crystal with a focus toward finding a search vector that would lead him home, and as soon as the ship departed the orbital, he was going to speak with Preja about working up a plan to outfit the best exploration mission he could afford. Kiev keyed the command on his station that opened a comms channel to all department heads. "All departments, this is the first officer. Report on status, please. Go, no go for launch." The reports quickly came back, and Alex listened to the bridge speakers play the cascade of go from all departments. He couldn't keep from smiling when he heard Kisha say, "Direct action, go." Just a few moments later, Kiev closed the comms channel, saying, "Captain, all departments report go for launch." Zrala replied with an almost regal nod, then said, "Very good, Kiev. Thank you. Comms, contact station control and request departure clearance, please." The crew person at comms bent over the console and spoke into their dedicated microphone. A few moments later, they announced, "Captain, station control has granted us immediate clearance to depart." "Very good, thank you. Helm, take us out." "Aye, Captain," Galara said, and her hands veritably flew over the helm console. Soon enough, Alex felt the ship lift off from the decking of the docking bay, and the helm repeater Guardian had helpfully set up on the observer station showed the ship backing out of the bay. As soon as it fully exited, Galara swung the nose around and keyed in the commands to bring the ship up to the safe cruising speed, while they were still within the station's controlled space. It was a better part of half an hour later that Galara reported, "Captain, we have left the station's controlled space. We are clear and free to navigate." Zrala swiveled her seat to face Alex. "Where are we headed, boss?" The investigative team had provided him with a list of leads they wanted to follow up on, with none of them having any greater priority than any other, which meant they basically left it up to him. "The bulk freighter Corville is due to arrive at the Josun 6 orbital in 10 days. Can we beat them there?" Zrala looked at Galara's back. "Helm, what say you?" Galara keyed a few commands on the console before replying, "A best time course to Josun 6 has us arriving in 7 days, 18 hours. Alex smiled. While the investigative team hadn't assigned any special priority to the list of possible destinations, Guardian had run the numbers for him, and the Corville was their best lead, according to her statistical analysis. He nodded once to Zrala as he said, "Let's go. I'd like to be waiting for them the same way we were for the gunboat." "You heard the boss, Helm. Set your course for a best time transit to the Josun system, and proceed when ready." It was very faint, but Alex thought he felt the ship change heading and increase speed. He knew it would be a little bit of time yet before the ship could activate the hyperdrive, which meant there wasn't a whole lot left to see on the bridge for now. At least he hoped that was the case. Boring runs out to the hyper limit were always best. "Need me for anything else, Zrala?" "Not that I know of, boss, but it's not like you're hard to find." Alex chuckled as he waved and left the bridge. It was time for his weekly study session, and then he had the first of Kisha's several getting-to-know-you sparring sessions with the temporary recruits. Chapter 32. The getting-to-know-you sparring sessions went well, at least for Alex. A few of the more brash individuals decided to put the furless creature in its place, and found out the hard way just where Alex's place was. Alex didn't mind that, not really. The more serious sparring made for a better workout, and it was always nice to see where he stood against trained professionals. None of the brash individuals would end up in his personal team, though. Alex didn't like that mentality at all, and he had made sure to have a quiet word with Kisha that none of the brash challengers were to be in command of any prize crews. He couldn't say that he wholly trusted them to carry out their instructions in a manner that would reflect well on Shepard Security Services. Kisha had agreed with him. The ship was about halfway to the Joseon system. It had been an uneventful trip so far. As he didn't really have any specific duties aboard the ship, beyond training up and earning the various certifications he needed, Alex found himself kind of at odds on the regular. This particular evening, he sat at the desk that supported his study terminal, looking over certification requirements. He was already about as high in the unit command tree as he could go without transitioning over to large-scale Army-type stuff, and that wasn't a direction he really wanted to go. At least he didn't think it was a direction he wanted to go. He'd have to ask Kisha what her thoughts were on the matter. That left him with the deck officer courses that led to ship and fleet command, plus the business-related topics. Given the team he'd assembled thus far, he wasn't sure how deep into the business course tree he needed to venture, but it would probably be a good idea to have at least a rough overview of the topics and disciplines involved. He didn't want to micromanage, but he also wanted to have at least a vague understanding of the topics that might come up in conversation. Shepard Security Services was already growing a tad faster than he really liked, what with the impromptu establishment of the personal security branch. It seemed a little weird to him to spin up a whole new division of his company just for one client, but at the same time, what a client. Sukhal Navask had proven to be the kind of client every services company hoped to have. He was sure she could be a holy terror if she felt the companies or people she hired were wasting her money, but given their progress thus far on the contract, Alex didn't think they'd need to worry about seeing that side of her. In only the first 100 days, they'd totally surprised her with how much progress they'd made. That spoke volumes to him about the people she'd had working on it before. Either they were incompetent, not motivated at all to resolve the issue, or possibly complicit in it somehow. He didn't like to consider the third option. They'd already discovered too many compromised people in her security detail, and the idea that even more people close to her might be just as compromised, if not more so, didn't really sit well with him. But all they could do was follow the evidence wherever it led, and deal with what they found in a manner that both reflected well on Shepard Security Services, as well as resolved the issue for their client. He leaned back in his seat as he realized he'd been staring at the holodisplay in front of him without really looking at it. Refocusing on the course tree shown in the display, he reconfigured to show his study progress toward the various ship certifications. Part of him felt he should at least have the basic engineering cert, just so he felt qualified to hire engineering crew if Havika ever had to leave the ship. He hoped she wouldn't intentionally leave him in the lurch, but still, it never hurt to be prepared. His gaze settled on one certification tree he had zero interest in whatsoever, the ship steward tree. That started at the basic passenger service rating, and one of its branches topped at Chef 3, which was the rating their chef held. He should probably open her personnel file at some point to learn her name, as he hadn't learned it yet. But there again, he hadn't heard anyone address her as anything other than chef either. When one accomplished the necessary work to earn the Chef 3 rating, maybe it didn't matter what your name was. A quick search of the database revealed only 5 people held the Chef 3 rating across the entire Ninhar Confederation. It seemed to be a bell curve, with most of the people settling at Chef 2. Maybe he should ask her sometime why she'd applied to work aboard Guardian. Now that he thought about it, it seemed a little odd that someone with the highest chef rating would choose to work for a security services company aboard a heavy corvette. Shouldn't she have her own restaurant? Or maybe a chain of restaurants? Shit, he let his thoughts wander again. The second officer rating in the ship command tree required at least Tier 2 ratings in several disciplines: helm, astrogation, weapons, communications, damage control, and small ship tactics. Looking into the damage control tree, he saw that the Tier 2 certification actually required the Tier 1 basic engineering cert. Getting all his Tier 1 certs would qualify him to test for the basic deck officer rating, which would allow him to con the ship. From there, higher certifications required verified hours in command, plus time in rating, in addition to all the coursework. With his Tier 1 helm rating, he saw he was fairly close to testing for his Tier 1 astrogation, too. Close enough, in fact, that maybe he should focus on it. He only needed a few more math courses and a couple physics courses to test for it, so why not? He selected the next math course in the series and queued it up for his study session. As soon as the little green light on the study puck came on, he removed it from its cradle and reconfigured his chair into lounge mode. Then, it was a simple matter to settle in and let the machine do the rest. Alex entered the bridge feeling a heady mix of anticipation and eagerness. If all went well, they would soon be boarding the freighter Corville. He'd read up on its registry entry before coming to the bridge, and if that information was correct, it was a bulk freighter. Designed to carry 30 vacuum-safe containers, it was on the lower end of mid-size. This would normally translate into better speed and maneuverability, but unfortunately the owner and/or captain of the ship hadn't upgraded any of its engines or maneuvering systems. Beyond that, Confederation law prohibited civilian vessels from carrying more than the lightest weapons and defense systems, and Alex could find no record that the captain or owner were members of the Bounty Hunters Guild. If they had been, they would have permission to carry heavier defenses and armaments, but he could also see how saying a mid-size bulk freighter was a bounty hunting ship might be a tough sell. It absolutely would be if the Guild were to compare it against something like, say, Guardian. As he settled into the observer seat on the bridge, Alex accessed the console to update himself on the ship's status and position. They currently sat about 45 light minutes spinward off the entry vector and about 30 light minutes above the ecliptic. All stealth systems were active, and the maneuvering systems kept the ship stationary relative to the system's star. It made no sense to Alex, but most ships entered star systems within a couple light seconds of the ecliptic. At least, that's what his studies had led him to believe. It made ships far too predictable to him, but maybe there was a reason for it he hadn't learned yet. According to the Stellar Cartography database, Josin was a yellow star on the hotter end of the spectrum for them. Alex had never been into astronomy back on Earth, but the term main sequence rattled around in his mind for some reason. The star had 5 planets and 2 asteroid belts. 2 of the planets, Josin 5 and 6, orbited at the proper distance to have liquid water, which had led to their terraforming and colonization at some point in the past. Alex couldn't help but wonder if the planets had been terraformed by whoever had uplifted the terrestrial species to give them sapience and opposable thumbs. His cursory glance over the database entry for Josin didn't reveal that tidbit, but he felt confident that Dr. Tam could point him in the proper direction for that information. "Kiev, is the limpet launcher primed and ready?" Zrala asked. The Relkin's second officer, doubling as weapons officer, nodded once. "Yes, Captain. We need only a target." Alex turned back to the console at the observer station and accessed the system to query the outermost marker buoy. Among their various jobs, the marker buoys kept a fairly up-to-date list of all ships scheduled to arrive in a given system. At least for those ships that filed flight plans, which all civilian ships were required to do. According to that list, the Corville was due to arrive any time within the next... "Contact," the spacer at sensors announced. "Bearing 015 by 023, range 20 light minutes, designated Sierra 1. Engine and emissions profile matches Narsen Starship's model GS-2242 bulk freighter. Transponder data coming in now, Captain, it's the Corville." "Kiev, passive weapons lock. No need to alert them we're here." Zrala sounded calm and confident, but her tale suggested she was eager for the hunt. "Aye, Captain, passive weapons lock." A few moments later, "We have a targeting solution." "Helm," Zrala said. "Bring us within 2 light seconds of the Corville. Stalk them for us, Galara." "Yes, Captain, stalking the freighter." Alex sat back and watched the sensor plot as Galara brought the ship in behind the freighter. Based on the abysmally slow rate of closure, it would be a few minutes before they were in range to fire the Pixel limpet, but that was fine. The Corville was already at its maximum sublight speed, and Guardian wasn't even up to 25% of hers. This particular model of freighter produced heavy engine radiation off the stern. That radiation created a wash, for lack of a better term, that blinded the freighter to anything directly behind it. The wash would allow Guardian to get close, but for the Pixel to have maximum effectiveness, it needed to latch onto a section of the ship with data runs. That hadn't been an issue with the small escort craft, because it wasn't large enough to have sections of the hull that weren't close to data runs. Not so with the freighter. They needed to get close to their prey, pop up above the freighter's vector to get line of sight with the inhabited sections of the ship, and fire the limpet, all before the crew of the freighter detected them, realized what they were doing, and fired off a distress message. The Pixel limpet was just shy of being a true dumbfire device. It did possess some guidance capability, but not much. Most of its space was prioritized for computing power, with the small energy source that powered it and the propulsion module taking up what space remained. A larger unit could have had the agility of a guided missile, but that would also increase its size and reduce its chances of remaining undetected until it latched onto its target. The current plan had Alex remaining on the bridge while Kisha led the teams boarding the freighter. He was not fond of that plan. Both Kisha and Zrala had argued that he needed to be on the bridge where he could communicate with the command crew of the freighter directly. But that wasn't truly the case. He didn't need to be on the bridge to communicate with them, but he did need to be on the bridge to be part of the video communications with them. He could technically have the comms tech patch him in via his suit's communication system. While he felt confident that Kisha could command both her team and the overall boarding operation, wouldn't it be better if she acted in a command role and he commanded her team? That would allow her to put more of her focus on the boarding op, right? Zrala, I'm going to have a word with Kisha. Call me if I'm not back by the time you need me. With that, Alex stood and left the bridge at a fast walk. He found her in the small craft bay, prepping the assault shuttle with the 3 teams that would board the freighter. They had more than 3 teams aboard, but the remainder could serve as the reserve force, if they actually needed a reserve. Alex made a mental note to discuss buying another assault shuttle with Havika once this job was finished. The small craft bay looked more than large enough to hold 2, or maybe even 3 assault shuttles, and having more would allow them to utilize more of the teams at once. Kisha stood with her back to him, but when he was about halfway across the bay, paused her work as she lifted her head and angled it to her left. Alex was just close enough to hear the 2 sniffs. "Aren't you supposed to be on the bridge, boss?" Alex glanced around the bay and picked up more than a couple ears directed their way. He didn't want to undermine Kisha's authority with the teams, but he also wanted to have this discussion. There wasn't really anywhere they could go that their conversation wouldn't echo around and reach everyone. "Hi to you too, Kisha. Do you have a minute for a quick chat?" Kisha turned, and Alex watched as she made her own glance around the bay. "Sure thing, boss." She crossed the bay to meet him, and he led her back out of the bay. As soon as the pressure-rated hatch closed behind them, Alex stopped and turned to face her. "I wanted to discuss the plan." Her expression implied she did not feel any further discussion was necessary. "I thought we already discussed the plan, boss. You're going to be on the bridge to handle negotiations with the freighter's command staff, while the direct action branch gives them reason to be more amenable to the idea of a surrender." "Yeah, but I don't specifically need to be on the bridge to negotiate with them, Kisha. You know that just as well as I do. I didn't say anything when we captured the escort craft because it was so small, but wouldn't it be better to have me in temporary command of your team while you concentrate on commanding the overall op?" Kisha stood silent for several moments before she inhaled a deep breath and released it as a heavy sigh. "I don't like anyone commanding my team but me, boss. Once you have a team of your own with a few years commanding them, you'll know just how I feel. But you're also right that there really should be a dedicated op commander. It's not good to try and split my focus between leading my team and commanding the op." "Okay, then why don't we do this like the Glimpse of Fate? I'll command the op and negotiate with the command crew face-to-face, or maybe barrel-to-face, on the bridge while you lead your team." Kisha turned slightly to the side and gave the decking a 1,000-yard stare. He figured she was thinking through that idea. After a few moments of silence, she brought her gaze back up to meet his. "Yeah, I can't really find an issue with that, especially if you're carrying those cannons of yours. Go record the message from the bridge in your current attire. The comm station can hold it until they need it. Then meet us in the bay once you're equipped and suitably attired." Alex couldn't hold back a smile. "Thanks, Kisha." She gave him a flat look. "This isn't a favor, boss. If I thought you'd be even the slightest risk to the teams, you'd be on the bridge. But, as much as I hate to admit it, you're the most dangerous combat specialist on the ship. It's damn stupid to keep you here. Now go. Galara is a fast stalker." Chapter 33. In what felt like the fastest transition he'd ever witnessed outside of a cartoon, Alex soon returned to the small craft bay wearing the armored ship suit that most people called a skin suit, accessorizing it with his rifle, gun belt and revolver, and ammunition bandolier. His skin suit, like every other one he'd ever seen, had been made just loose enough from skin tight that he could don it with a minimum of difficulty. No talcum powder required. But it interfaced with his comp and wrist comm to such a degree that it gave him the option of including all kinds of interesting data in the overlay that was now part of his field of view. Info like his current body temperature, averaged across the entire surface area of his skin, how much of his radiant body heat the suit released into the ambient, how efficiently the suit recycled the heat it didn't radiate, and that was only a few of the items on the list. If he triggered stealth mode, the suit offered him data feeds on how silently he moved and breathed, because, yeah, there were species in the Confederation that could hear him breathing from around the corner. Misk and Rostils were just two. And then there was the armored part of the suit. He'd specifically requested to fab a suit for his own testing, and the armor plating in key locations stood up to roughly 6 shots from his rifle or 8 shots from his revolver. Now, granted, one key factor in how well an armor plate stood up to his slug throwers was how close he managed to put the bullets on top of each other. One time, he must have managed to stack 3 shots from his rifle in a row, because that particular armor plate crumbled on the 3rd impact. But as long as no one stole one of his prized firearms and started making bootleg copies, the skin suit would protect him rather well from the common Ninhar Confederation weaponry. From a couple comments Kisha had made, he'd need a suit of their heavy powered armor to survive the big stuff, like light artillery and up, at least until they started talking strategic weapons. No one had built armor yet that would save him from that level of unhealth care, as a favorite content creator back on Earth would probably say it. For this deployment, he had all of the cartridge loops on his gun belt and his bandolier filled, plus both his rifle and revolver topped up. Topped up, in the case of the revolver, meant 5 loaded rounds with an empty chamber under the hammer. He loaded 1 round in the chamber of his rifle and then filled the magazine tube to its max of 10. Considering how devastating these rounds were to the locals, plus his new level of accuracy, he felt confident that 15 rounds would create sufficient safe space for reinforcements to cover him while he reloaded. He was perhaps 2/3 of the way to the assault shuttle when someone noticed he'd come back dressed for success. He saw the Frisian run through the 10 people who'd been with him since the beginning, minus Kisha, of course, and the new temporary hires glanced back and forth between the old-timers and him. Finally, Koff asked, speaking loud enough to be heard across the bay,
"Does this mean you're coming with us, boss?"
"Yep, I'm tired of letting you guys have all the fun." A cheer erupted from Kisha's and Mox's teams, and Mox's cheer was probably more accurately described as a roar. It certainly seemed to unsettle a couple of the temporary hires closest to him. Alex thought about stowing his gear in locker number 20, but the more he thought about it, he didn't want to have to take it off, stow it, retrieve it, and put it all back on. Might as well keep it on him to save time and effort. Kisha sidled up to him. "With a reception like that, we may have to make you a permanent member of the assault roster." "Yeah, they do seem a bit enthusiastic that I'm coming along." Moments later, Nurse Zasha trudged up the boarding ramp, lugging more medical equipment, including a handful of combat stretchers, than most of the grunts even thought about carrying. She pretty much dropped it all in the section set aside for the medical support and sagged into the associated seat. "Damn, did you get everything?" Alex asked. "Actually, no, but I'm going to rest a moment before I go get the remaining items. My affinity isn't high enough to allow for the really nice strength and endurance enhancements. I wouldn't normally bring so much, but this is a fairly large ship, all considered, and I want to be ready for anything, even someone over there needing medical attention before we even board." The chatter had resumed out in the bay, bringing the background noise to a dull roar, but Alex didn't care. He walked to the head of the ramp and produced the shrillest whistle he could manage, at the highest volume he could manage. Within a couple seconds, everyone faced him. "Quick question," making sure he spoke loud enough to fill the bay. "Do you really want the person responsible for keeping you alive, should the worst happen, to be fatigued when you need her because she hauled everything she needs from the med bay to the shuttle, by herself?" There was perhaps a 3-second delay before a roaring, "No!" came back to him. Alex pointed at a spot a few inches in front of him and responded, "The line for volunteers starts here." Zasha didn't carry anything else, just told people what to get and where to put it when they brought it back to the shuttle. Soon enough, everything and everyone was loaded, and it became a waiting game. Alex worked through the controls of the op commander's display and contacted the bridge to have them send a feed down to it. He routed the audio through the shuttle's speakers before settling himself in the seat set aside for the op commander. Kisha sat next to him and leaned close, her voice just loud enough for him to hear.
You know, it's not all that common for someone to show the rank and file a bridge repeater like you have going on there. Yeah, well, if I'm going to ask people to fight with me or for me, it's only fair they know as much about the situation as feasible. There may come a time when we simply have to use more stringent need-to-know rules, but honestly, I hope that day never comes. These people are even more important than some random person off a street somewhere, because they're my people. That might be a little biased, I'll admit, but it's how I feel.
It seemed Kisha couldn't keep a slight smile from exposing her teeth. He noticed she'd started doing that more and more with him, and the wagging of her tail told him that it was indeed a smile and not a snarl. You're one of the good ones, boss. Please don't die doing something stupid.
I'll try, but we don't always get to choose how we go.
Kisha's ears and tail dropped a little bit.
No, we don't.
On the bridge, Zrala watched the tactical plot that showed their range to the freighter. The display didn't display the range in the normal units of measurement at her request, but instead showed a colored border around the plot. Red meant they were still outside optimal range for the Pixel limpet. When the red border became green, they were good to go. She wasn't sure she'd ever heard a bridge so quiet. She thought the crew had even muted their stations, as if the various beeps and boops would somehow give them away. On the one side, it amused her, but she couldn't really fault her people. It was good they were all invested in the hunt. Without any warning whatsoever, the tactical plot's border became green, and she smiled. Status, Kiev? Green across the board, Captain. Fire when you have a clear shot. Galara, execute. Galara made no verbal reply, but Zrala could see her digits flying over the helm console. Barely 3 seconds later, Guardian swooped out of the freighter's engine wake far enough to angle her nose down toward the inhabited section of the ship. Kiev didn't waste a second. A very faint thump and barely perceptible shudder in the deck were the only telltales that he'd launched the limpet. Well, that and the new tiny dot in the tactical feed. At their range, the limpet took less than 5 seconds to reach the freighter and latch on. And from the data that started streaming back over its telemetry channel, it seemed the limpet had clamped onto a data node, possibly a broadcast point or sensor cluster. Shortly after latching on, the limpet telemetry reported complete sensor and comms blackout on the freighter. Over the next minute or so, the Pixel hacked the permissions database of the freighter's computer. As soon as it had full access, it copied the full database and dumped it, replacing the old with a new set of permissions, including, but not limited to, such users as Alex Hawk and Kisha Yerson. Perfect. The first phase of their hunt was complete. Helm, move us off about 15 light seconds from the port beam of the freighter. Comms, once we're in position, make sure you can still hit the limpet with a laser to talk with them. It didn't take long for Galara to put them in the requested location, and moments later, the spacer at comms confirmed he had full signal with the limpet. Very good. Send them the recorded message. And you know what? Go ahead and hack their feeds and put a repeater of their bridge in a holo display. It took a couple moments, but soon enough a holographic display appeared off to the side of the tactical plot that showed a view of their bridge. The audio was a chaotic jumble of multiple people talking at once, but that didn't really surprise Rala. If Guardian had lost all sensor feeds and comms capability, she imagined her bridge might be a bit chaotic itself. Derval Kresk wanted to snarl. Something had deprived his ship of all sensor feeds and external comms capability, and no one, not even his engineer, could explain it. He was not happy. The bridge crew seemed content to semi-quietly melt down around him, and while a part of him felt he should bring everyone back to some semblance of order, the dark and evil part of his soul welcomed the chaos their fear created. "Captain, a message just came in." He swiveled his seat to look at the marginal waste of life staffing the comm station.
How? Do we have external comms backup?
"No, Captain, I'm not sure where it came from." Now he did snarl, and added a growl for effect.
Play the message. and I suggest you have a better answer the next time I ask.
The Corville was not sufficiently high-end to have the latest holo-projector systems, and so he and the crew had to make do with physical, wafer-thin screens throughout the ship. He understood that made Corville seem older than it actually was, but he also didn't see the need for a holo-projector mesh that would reduce his profit margin and return on investment. The large screen on the forward bulkhead of the bridge activated, revealing a furless species he'd never seen before, standing beside a dark-furred rostil in what had to be the captain's chair. The furless species thing spoke. "Greetings. I am the Shepherd of Shepherd Security Services. Your sensor feeds and external comms are currently jammed, and under the authority of the writ of justice granted me by High Justicar Orvosk, I order you to heave to and prepare to be boarded." He felt his tail go limp at the mention of Shepherd Security Services. Grishnal wanted everyone to pull back to Kolfir as soon as he received word that Sukal Navosk had retained them to investigate the campaign against her shipping empire. There was nothing he could do. His freighter couldn't outrun whatever ship the Shepherd commanded. Grishnal Borvarak didn't have that information, so he couldn't exactly provide his people with it. He turned to the spacer staffing the engineering console.
"Dump the computers." "What? Dump everything, or just—" "Yes, you damned fool, dump everything!"
The spacer swiveled back to his console and keyed commands into it. The engineering console's speakers broadcast the rude tone selected to accompany error notifications. Then he did so again. The tone played a second time. He valiantly tried again. The tone blared a third time.
"What are you doing wrong? I can hear the error tone from here." I don't know, Captain. It's like my command codes have been revoked."
Now the bridge speakers broadcast the furless alien's voice again.
"If you're trying to wipe your computers or something similar, I probably should have warned you that the device we're using to block your sensor feeds and external comms also dumps all user permissions after copying them, and inserts our own. I imagine our assault shuttle is already on the way. Do be good sports about this and don't fight our teams. This doesn't need to involve bloodshed."
Right about then, a sound echoed throughout the ship on the tail of a shutter, reverberating through the decking. The two hallmarks of a craft mating to the external docking collars of at least one airlock. Even with all his years in space, that shudder and echo spiked his fear. Word was that the Shepherd only hired retired shadows for his assault teams. And he didn't have enough people, regardless of their skill level, to resist even one shadow team, let alone however many the Shepherd sent. Chapter 34. The entire assault shuttle shook when it made a hard seal against the Corville's port airlock. Alex was far enough along in his studies and experience in this new life that he just flexed his knees and rode it out. Technically, he should have been strapped into his seat until the pilots announced the hard seal, but since the freighter hadn't fired on them during their approach, he didn't really see the need. "Okay, any final questions about the op?" Alex's question was met with silence. "Right then. Stack up on the airlock by teams. You have your areas of responsibility. I'll guard the shuttle while being a ready reserve. Sound out if you need help and I'll secure the shuttle and head your way. Kisha, open the lock." Kisha used her personal credentials to access the airlock controls, and because of the Pixel limpet, The computer acquiesced to her request. After verifying temperature, pressure, and atmo composition between the freighter and the shuttle, the freighter's computer opened both doors of the airlock. Kisha led her team through it at the fast walk he'd come to expect from experienced operators of their caliber. While the other two teams entered the freighter, Alex retrieved a couple of limpet cameras from the appropriate equipment drawer and left the shuttle. The first thing he noticed was that the freighter seemed to have only one primary corridor, unlike the Star of Vorkalix, which had two. That simplified his job a bit, and he soon returned to the shuttle after placing the cameras. A quick command via his wristcom put both feeds on the op commander's screen in a tiled split-screen view. Now all he had to do was wait for the boarding teams to do their jobs. Over the next 30 minutes or so, Alex listened to the comms chatter between the teams as they moved through their assigned areas of the freighter. There had been no resistance worth the label to speak of so far, and he was cautiously optimistic that trend would continue. Zasha seemed to be deep into something on her wristcom, and he wasn't even sure she realized he was still there. There hadn't been any movement on either of the two corridor cameras, and Alex kind of questioned whether he should have put forth the effort to tag along on the boarding. Before he could delve too deeply into that self-reflection, though, Kisha called him via his wristcom. "Hey, Kisha, what do you need?" "Boss, the freighter is 95% ours. There are still some holdouts in the engineering spaces, but Team 2 is moving to reinforce Team 3 to get it done. No weapons fire has been exchanged. The captain would like a word." "Roger that. I'm on the way." His wristcom helpfully provided a directional overlay in his field of view that took him directly to the bridge. Upon entering the bridge, he saw that Kisha's team were spread out around the bridge, with Kisha standing within arm's reach of the person he assumed to be the captain. The moment he laid eyes on the captain, it took all his willpower to keep a straight face. He was a Rostil, but he wasn't just any Rostil. He sported a thick, full coat of fur colored almost perfectly like the classic collies back on Earth. If this guy's name sounded anything like Lassie, he'd lose it for sure. But before he could cross the bridge to formally greet the captain, one of the crew surged up from their station and clamped an arm around his upper torso, pulling him close and producing a small blade. Alex felt the tip of the blade prick the side of his neck right about the time the spacer spoke. "All right, now that I have your boss, listen very carefully. This furless alien and I are going to your assault shuttle, and we're leaving. I am not going back to a prison planet. You'll have to kill me first." Everyone on the bridge, except Kisha and her team, froze. The captain looked like he was ready to shit himself. Alex wasn't sure why, though. It wasn't like Captain Lassie had a blade pressed against his neck. It took a few heartbeats, but the captain realized that Kisha and her people weren't reacting at all to the threat against their boss.
"What? Is he a decoy or something?"
Kisha just laughed. "Nope. Your dumbass crewman committed one of the worst mistakes possible. He put himself within arm's reach of the boss." Captain Lassie frowned.
"What?"
Before the captain finished the first word of whatever he was about to say, Alex grasped the wrist of the hand that held the blade against his neck. Then he squeezed. He heard a faint whimper behind him and decided the idiot didn't truly understand his situation. He shifted his grip just enough to put 2 fingertips over the nerve bundle that connected the crewman's hand to the motor area and pain receptors of his brain. Within 5 seconds, that hand went completely limp, and the blade clattered when it hit the decking.
"Does this dumbass have information we need?"
Alex asked. The captain blinked.
I don't know. Maybe."
"Fair enough." Alex switched hands so that his left hand now gripped the crewman's arm and used that leverage to force him around to stand in front of him. The first thing he noticed was that the crewman was a gray-furred mist. The second was the faint glimmer of defiance in the crewman's eyes.
"Is this guy some kind of hard case?"
Alex asked.
"Yeah, kind of," the captain said. "He was paroled on a technicality from a life sentence."
Alex looked the spacer straight in his eyes, knowing full well he'd interpret it as a challenge.
"So, I'm willing to let this go, but I don't think you truly understand just how outclassed you are in this matchup you've chosen. Take a second and look at my team. They are retired shadows. Do you see any of them standing tensely? Do you see any raised weapons pointing at you?" "They're just scared of hitting you," the crewman growled.
Alex snorted.
"Right, sure. Of course they are. Tell you what, this is a fairly large bridge for a ship this size. We have some room to maneuver here. I'll make you a deal. If you can kick my ass, none of my people will keep you from leaving. I saw a shuttle bay on the freighter's schematics. If there's something hyper-capable in there, you can take it and go. All you have to do is beat me, to whatever degree you choose."
The crewman looked around, his eyes seeming to settle on each of Kish's team that he could see without turning around. At last, he brought his eyes back to Alex.
"You're lying. The second you hit the deck, they'll burn me down." "Nope, no tricks, no lies. This is a genuine offer in good faith."
Dirk must have reached his limit because he snort-coughed a laugh before saying,
"Don't do it, kid. It's a sucker's bet. He spars with the Alluvian team lead and wins more often than not. If you take that deal, he'll beat you senseless. If you piss him off, you'll be under intensive care for months."
Alex released the crewman's arm and took a step or two back. He held his arms wide, at about a 45-degree angle from the plane of his chest.
"What do you say? You said you're not going back to a prison planet. This is your chance."
The spacer started looking a little wild around the eyes, and faster than a finger snap, he dropped into a forward somersault that allowed him to grab his blade and thrust it toward Alex's neck as he came up out of the roll. Alex felt sure the guy moved fast enough that he was difficult for the rest of the bridge crew to follow, but Alex wasn't one of the bridge crew. In an explosion of motion that made the spacer seem slow, Alex grabbed the wrist of the hand holding the knife and twisted it counterclockwise. That motion rotated the arm just enough to have the outside of the associated elbow joint pointing straight down at the decking. Alex brought his right hand up to said elbow joint and jerked down, hard and fast, with his left hand. A ghastly snap resonated throughout the bridge as the spacer's elbow joint dislocated or broke, or both. Agonized screams followed mere moments later. Alex saw Dirk shake his head out of the corner of his eye at the same time he heard him mutter,
"Stupid bastard." "I didn't make any mention of lethal weapons, sport," Alex remarked, his tone hard enough that it carried despite the screams. "Remember that when you wake up in the regen tank." In a series of blurring fast moves that none of the bridge crew could follow, Alex systematically took the supposed hard case apart. He'd already savaged the guy's right elbow. Next, he broke the guy's left tibia so viciously it came close to being a compound fracture. A quick and brutal dislocation of his left arm, then an outside compound fracture of the guy's right femur. At that point, Alex released the crewman's right arm just as he delivered a rabbit punch to the center of the spacer's torso. He heard some cracking then, before the spacer hit the deck and slid a couple meters. The screams faded as the pain overwhelmed the crewman to the point that his conscious mind shut down. Alex calmly accessed his wristcom and placed a call to Zasha. Just to be an ass, he patched the audio through the Pixel so that it would play over the bridge speakers. "Hey, boss, what you need?" Zasha asked when she accepted the call. "Hi, Zasha. I have a cleanup on the bridge. I'm not sure what kind of medical subsystems the dumbass's soft suit has, so you'd better bring your trauma kit."
"My trauma kit, Alex? Really? What happened?"
"Someone tried to take me hostage, which didn't work out so well for him. When I offered him a friendly sparring match with the prize of a free pass to leave if he won, he chose to add a blade and make it a lethal affair. Hopefully, when he wakes up in the regen tank, he'll take this lesson to heart."
"The regen tank? What the hell did you do, Alex? I didn't hear one of your gunshots."
"You know what? Never mind. I'll know soon enough."
The sudden silence was so jarring that the freighter's bridge crew slowly turned to stare at Alex, and it wasn't long until he smelled a very strong sense of fear all around the bridge. The captain cleared his throat, the sound laden with nervousness.
"You were never in any danger, were you?"
Alex shook his head.
"No, Dirk was completely correct. Mox is a brown-furred alluvian who stands something like 2.5 meters tall, and it has reached the point where even he is reluctant to spar with me. If your guy hadn't put the blade in play, I would have just knocked him out."
Right about then, Zasha stormed onto the bridge, lugging 2 large roller cases with a pack the size of her torso on her back. She went straight to the crewman lying unconscious on the decking, and her tail went ramrod straight when she connected her medical scanner to the soft suit's emergency management port.
2 compound fractures? Shattered ribs and sternum?
She spun to glare at Alex for a moment.
"What the hell, Alex? There was no call for that. I don't care what this idiot did."
She pivoted back to her patient, and at the same time she called out,
Dirk, I need emergency medical transport to Guardian. We have maybe 20 minutes if we're going to save this guy's life. Kuv and Jarl, you'll carry the stretcher. The whole bridge reeks of fear. You're not needed here.
Chapter 35. Silence ruled the bridge for several moments after Zasha departed with her patient. More than a couple of the bridge crew openly stared at Alex, and on the one hand, he didn't like the terrified demeanors they projected. But on the other, if this enabled them to truly make a breakthrough in the case, well, was it really so bad? He wasn't sure what that meant for his values and outlook. It was probably something he should discuss with someone at some point. But they had more important things to focus on at the moment. Alex pointed at the observer's seat, no station here, as he said, "Have a seat, Captain. We need to talk." If Alex had blinked, he would have almost missed the captain moving to sit. He crossed to the captain's chair and swiveled it to face the captain, claiming it for himself in the process. "So, just in case you don't know why we're here, we've been hired by Sukal Novosk to look into the attacks on her shipping company, and we've been further empowered by the Ministry of Justice with an official writ for that purpose. Like I said in the initial message, High Justikar Orvosk himself authorized it." Alex paused for a heartbeat or two, just to give the captain a little anticipation. "We haven't even started searching your computer yet, but I figure I'd give you or any of your crew a chance to earn some goodwill with the courts and share what you know. I obviously cannot guarantee a Justikar will look favorably upon your cooperation, but I can promise you that I will submit a statement on your behalf asking for just that. So, anything you want to share?" There was no sound beyond the various beeps and boops of the bridge station for a few heartbeats. But then, there was a verbal explosion.
Grishnal Borvarik is behind it.
Kisha and Harl gasped as the captain continued to speak.
"You'd have to ask him why he did it, but the rumor is that it's revenge for Sukal calling off a mating 50 years ago or so. But don't ask me. I don't know much about that either. He's based out of the Kolfir system. It's a binary star system out in the back of beyond. Double white dwarfs. Everything is a radiation-blasted hellhole. Until you're almost out to the system periphery. None of the system bodies have an atmosphere, and 3 of the outer planets are actually huge gas giants. Borvarik's base is in the 3rd satellite of the 7th planet, the 2nd gas giant. It used to be a mine, but the company encountered money problems and he bought it for a song. For all I know, he helped them develop money problems. He's not exactly afflicted with a strong conscience, you know."
Alex didn't know, in point of fact, but he wasn't about to interrupt or interject and risk stopping or diverting the blabbering.
Borvarik's people converted that planetoid. It's too damn big to be called a moon, to damn near a station. He has something like 5 or 6 solar power generation platforms orbiting it and beaming the power down to the base. He has docking bays inside the damn planetoid. Spent something like a year hollowing them all out and making them navigable. I don't know what all he has in there. No clue. I've never really explored it, you know? He is so connected, too. I think he knew Novosk hired you before she even made the decision. His intelligence network is better than the Confederation's domestic intelligence system, by a long damn way. He's not light years ahead of them, he's parsecs ahead of them. I've never seen the like. You have your work cut out for you if you plan to root him out. I'd be amazed if even his inner circle knows the full extent of how many agencies and organizations he has penetrated.
Well, damn. The way this guy was talking, he was making Alex think they needed to sit him down with a professional interrogator. There was no telling what all the guy knew. How did you know all of this? The captain shrugged. My litter mate is one of his personal maids. Oh, shit. Yeah, they needed to get him across the table from a professional, and soon. He probably didn't realize how much he actually knew. Okay, I'm gonna stop you there for the moment. I'm not an investigator, and I think it would be better for you to speak with someone who is. The captain gave a half-hearted shrug. Okay, sure. We're all in deep shit, so there's no reason not to try to dig ourselves out at least a little bit. Besides, the guy's an utter bastard to my littermate. I wanted to get her out, but she's afraid to try. Get me a full description and name for your littermate. When we assault his base, I'll make her my personal priority to rescue. The captain's ears perked up, and he angled his head to one side. Really? You do that for me? Alex snorted. Hell no, but I'd do it for her, especially if she's stuck in a bad spot with no way out. That kind of thing doesn't sit well with me, and I think you have a decent understanding now of how I respond to things that don't sit well. The captain's tail went limp, and his ears drooped. Yeah, no doubt of that. But we can sort all that out later. The important thing is that we get you in front of someone who knows what questions are the right ones to ask. We're also going to go through your ship's computer with the equivalent of a fine-toothed comb. Why were you coming to Josen? Borveric wanted us to collect some of his people here and deliver everyone, plus our containers, to Kolfir. We'll need those names. The captain just nodded. Alex turned to Kisha. What's our status? All green, boss. Doc sent me a recording of her cussing a blue streak when Zasha brought in the guy that attacked you. You might want to avoid the med bay for a day or two. Maybe give Tam a chance to calm down. Yeah, good call, that. But he wouldn't put it past the diminutive medical mastermind to seek him out once the patient was stabilized enough, like in a regen tank or something. Otherwise, Kisha continued, the other teams have finally secured the last holdouts. The ship is ours. A faint shudder reverberated through the decking. And that would be Dirk, bringing back the assault shuttle, she remarked. Right then. Detail 2 teams to act as a prize crew, and get the investigation team to start sorting through the crew for high-value people, like the captain here. I'm sure Guardian is already having a chat with the computer. The bridge speakers chirped, then broadcast Guardian's voice. I'm trying, Alex, I really am. The Corville's computer is, well, a bit dim. I'm trying to get it to let me access its data storage media, so I can just bypass it and scan the data myself. The captain cleared his throat. Computer, release all safety interlocks for all Shepard security personnel, even their ship's SI. He then rattled off a series of words that had to be his passphrase or something. There was a series of beeps, boops, and other tones, but then Guardian spoke. Oh wow, so much easier now. The computer has granted me full privileges and direct access. I'm making a copy of all storage media, as per data forensics best practices, and I'll use that for scanning as soon as it's complete. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Guardian, Alex replied. Circumstances aboard the freighter certainly seemed to be winding down, but at the same time he wasn't sure he really wanted to go back to the ship. Of course, he probably had a narrow window where Dr. Tam was directly working on the patient that would let him slip by medbay and go to his cabin. Yeah, he probably ought to go while the going was good. All right, the investigation team will keep me up to date on things, and they'll be your primary contact. Give them as much information on your littermate as possible, so I can make sure we get her to safety before all hell breaks loose on Borvaric's base. Kisha, you're in command here until you hand it off to the prize crew. At that, Alex turned and left the bridge. Chapter 36. 3 days later, Alex entered his cabin, going straight to the locker in his sleeping quarters. He divested himself of his bandolier, gun belt, and revolver, and his rifle. He made sure both the rifle and the revolver were safe, then secured the locker. He quickly stripped off his attire and padded to the hygiene suite. A few moments later, he stood under the hot spray of the shower head, letting it wash away the tension and stress he'd accumulated. The operation in Joseon had been a mixed bag. Yes, they captured the freighter, which was proving to be a goldmine of information. And even better, the information actually checked out. Of the people the freighter was coming to retrieve, however, events had not gone precisely to plan. First off, a system patrol craft had happened by, and despite Alex's request with a writ of justice behind it, the system patrol officer had made a full report of the encounter. That took all of about 12 hours to run rampant through the underbelly of Joseon 6 like a wildfire in dry grass. Second, of the 6 people the freighter was supposed to collect, 2 of the 6 committed suicide before Alex or his people arrived at their residences. The 4 who remained were low-level assets who only did as they were told and possessed zero value as intelligence sources whatsoever. Alex didn't enjoy filing the report with the System Patrol Office on the officer's misconduct and how it had negatively affected an ongoing operation supported by the Ministry of Justice, but he couldn't in good conscience allow it to pass. The person had already caused the deaths of 2 people. Granted, an indirect cause, but it was highly unlikely that those 2 would have committed suicide when they did, had the officer not filed the report that subsequently leaked to various strata of the criminal underworld. He wasn't sure of the officer's continued prospects with the Joseon System Patrol, but if the fellow did manage to keep his job, Alex hoped he'd be a little more sensible in the future. Those 2 people died needlessly. Alex didn't like that. It left him feeling stained at the soul level somehow, even though each and every part of those events had been beyond his control. The only way he could have prevented them was if he'd been willing to sequester the System Patrol Officer. He did indeed possess that authority, but at the time he'd been reluctant to use it. He'd hoped a simple request under professional courtesy would have handled the matter. The only question now was whether to follow the freighter's route and collect those people they had identified, or simply build a case against them and let the Ministry of Justice pursue the extended cleanup. He saw both sides of it and could make a case for either path. But the simple fact was that they didn't have a way to safely house all the people they'd collect if they proceeded with a roots-and-up method of cleaning house. The Criminal Investigations Directorate was much better suited for that kind of thing. By the end of his shower, Alex felt refreshed and ready to face the next steps. He was going to propose they return to Distel 2 with the freighter in tow, leaving it orbiting the planetoid with the escort craft. Then they could have a meeting with someone in the Ministry of Justice to arrange for some reinforcements as they moved on Colfear. He didn't like trusting the Ministry of Justice. The simple fact was that they didn't have the numbers to assault such a large facility, let alone have the shipping to transport the troops if they did. The only thing he knew to do was turn Guardian loose on the freighter's datanet to scour it for as many compromised names and offices as possible. It wasn't a perfect plan, but he didn't see a better idea. He hoped someone at the briefing did. After drying off, he donned a fresh set of clothes and chose to leave his revolver in the locker. Part of him felt that he should carry it all the time, but another part of him felt that was a bit overkill while he was aboard Guardian. With the sensor systems they'd upgraded to in the wake of earning their accredited auxiliary status, he felt very confident that no one would be sneaking up on the ship, which meant he'd have plenty of time to arm up if he needed to. Besides, he wasn't exactly a babe in the woods without his firearms either, as that idiot on the freighter had found out. Right then, time for the briefing that would determine their next steps. Alex entered the briefing room to find the investigations team, plus Zrala and Havika, waiting for him and watching him with varying degrees of concern in their eyes. He crossed to the open chair they'd left for him and claimed it. Okay, I get that there was nothing we could have done to prevent the 2 suicides, but that doesn't mean I'm okay with that outcome. But there still isn't anything we can do about it, so my feelings are largely unimportant. I've given the matter some thought, and I'm leaning toward going back to Distel to check in with Sukhal Navask, and then use what we've learned so far to assemble an assault force from the Ministry of Justice to take Colfear. Thoughts? He watched them share looks with each other almost in turn before Preja turned back to him.
I like it, Alex. We could burn through the retainer going after all the small fry, or we could go straight for the head and let the actual authorities go after everyone we haven't already picked up. If we're successful, we'll have the full records anyway, and know exactly where and who everyone is.
Kisha spoke next. The longer we wait to conduct the op, the greater the chance circumstances will change enough that the op is untenable. We can infiltrate the base, take over the computer systems, and present the entire facility, with its databases intact, to the Ministry of Justice. With the people we have, that's a fairly straightforward op.
Alex blinked. You've read the report the captain gave on the Colfier facility, right? You're certain your teams can successfully infiltrate a facility with several hundred people coming and going at all hours and take it over?
Kisha shrugged. Why not, boss? We've done it before. And if you're going to lead a team on the infiltration, we'll need to assess your stealth skills and get you checked out on something a little quieter than those cannons you like to carry.
Damn, she knew just how to get his attention. And I suppose you already have a team picked out for me?
I have a few prospects, let's say. There are 4 individuals currently aboard who, for various reasons, are without their previous teams. They seem to get along well enough together, and they've all responded favorably to you. I think there's sufficient foundation there to build on.
Alex leaned back against his seat and considered the situation.
He loved the idea of finally commanding his own team in the field. There was no denying that. But were they truly ready as an organization to tackle an op of this size and complexity? Part of him wanted to say yes, but he wasn't sure if that was just his bravado talking. At last, he made eye contact with Kisha again.
Is this only you talking, or have you spoken with Mox and the other team leads?
I've only consulted Mox. The other team leads are provisional and temporary until we decide otherwise. But I'm not sure we'll have the berths for all of them, even with reclaiming Deck 5. Besides, Mox and I have the most experience with you. We've watched you learn and grow, and we feel this is something within your current skill set. And not to put too fine a point on it, but we all have to survive our first opportunity to massively screw up. We both think you'll do just fine once you've had the practice that travel from here to Colfier will afford.
Alex nodded.
He'd be lying if he said Kisha's and Mox's assessments of him didn't matter. A part of him was still the scared 20-something all alone in an alien world. That they judged he was ready to lead their fellow veterans on such a high-stakes op meant quite a bit to him. As thoughts continued to swirl through his mind, he glanced around the table.
Anyone else care to share their opinions?
Murphine Kaw, the female Voquar CID agent, ended the silence.
I am not at all happy with the implication that people in CID might not be trustworthy. But if they all were, you would not have had to rescue me and Piral from a hypercom relay. If Kisha, with all her experience, believes it's best to move against Colfier without reinforcements or warning, and believes we have enough of a chance at success to recommend it, I, for one, am fine with trusting her. I would much rather this sordid mess be wrapped up as quickly as possible, and I imagine Sukal Navask would agree with us. Alex nodded that he heard and understood her, then glanced around the table again. Anyone else? No one spoke. He turned the matter around his head a little more, trying to see all the angles. Surprise was a huge factor in all this. If they were going to try an infiltration of the Colfier base, they had to do it before word reached them that the freighter Corville had been compromised. Jima, with Guardian's able assistance, had already sanitized all the outgoing messages from the system that would have revealed their presence here. Guardian had informed him of that on the way to the briefing room. The freighter captain had also helpfully provided how often he checked in with the people at Colfier, not at all, along with any and all codes and/or security tokens he'd ever been given. Guardian assured him that information would help her deconstruct the encryption and other security measures in and around the systems in the base, and he had no doubt of that. She had yet to be wrong about her new capabilities. A phrase floated to the forefront of his mind, and he couldn't resist a chuckle. Audentes fortuna iuvat. It was time to find out if fortune really did favor the bold. Okay, let's plan this out. Figure out what we need versus what we have, and try to bring those lists as close to overlapping as possible. Send the freighter to an uninhabited system, a sufficient distance off the space lanes that it won't be easily discovered. The prize crew can await word from us there. Kisha's tail wagged once, hard, before she settled down. The others looked to be various levels of excited, too. He couldn't blame them. If they successfully pulled this off, they would be one step closer to the professional reputation he'd wanted since founding the company.
All that remained was planning the op. Sure, they could have stayed in the briefing room to plan the op. Guardian had sufficient holoprojectors that she could have made it work. But why do that when they had an operation command center about 3 hatches aft that would do the job so much better? Guardian already had the compartment active and ready for them when they filed through the hatch. Within moments, she joined them as her holographic self, except her expression suggested confusion.
"What is it, Guardian?"
Alex asked upon seeing her partial frown and pursed lips. Most systems within Confederation space have navigation buoys to a greater or lesser extent. These buoys follow a set path through their star system to make sure that the basic scan information remains accurate in the Confederation's stellar cartography database. In Alex's experience, when Guardian switched to lecture mode, it was never a good thing. I have accessed the direct feeds from the navigation buoys in the Colfier system, and the checksum values plus random parity bits do not match, or are not what they should be. I believe the buoys have been tampered with, Alex. So, there was an excellent chance that they were not showing the system as it truly was. Right. Kisha snarled. Then, the stellar cartography entry for Colfier could be wildly incorrect, depending on how long the buoys have been compromised. We're gonna have to do recon.
"Yeah, I was thinking the same thing," Alex remarked.
Is there anything that has a long enough lead time we should get it started now, so it'll be ready after we recon the system? A stealth shuttle would be nice. Alex regarded Kisha, trying to determine whether she was joking or genuine. Finally, he conceded.
That's actually a thing?"
Both Kisha and Havika nodded. Havika explained. We can't replicate the technology across something even as small as Guardian, yet, but we do have the technology to mask a small craft from most detection methods. The process requires outfitting the craft, such as a shuttle, with a micro-drone that acts as its eyes and ears, because the stealth technology makes using its own sensors problematic, which in turn requires special training to pilot. But yes, they are a thing. The average civilian doesn't know they exist, but our status as an accredited auxiliary would allow Galisk Spaceworks to make one for us. There's even enough room in the small craft bay to store it. The rest of the team broke off from the conversation group and set up around the ops table, where Kisha brought up a display of the system, at least what they thought was the system. Alex and Havika, though, remained standing off to one side. He asked,
"So, how long would it take to build one of those?"
Havika shrugged as her tail languidly swished side to side. A couple days, depending on what's already in the build queue. A standard yard can't do it, though. Fortunately, there's a military shipyard a couple systems over that can.
"Okay, give them a call and start the process. Let me know if they need to speak with me to verify our accredited auxiliary status or whatever."
Havika nodded and left the ops center. Alex walked over to join everyone else at the table. So, doing any kind of insertion planning is pointless until we scout the system, Kisha said when he joined them. If the buoy feed's been compromised, there's no way to know what's going on in there. Because of that, I recommend we enter the system at a high angle off the ecliptic and at an odd vector, something so far beyond normal ship arrival patterns that they would never think to look there, or mine it. Those final 2 words settled around everyone's shoulders like a lead scarf.
Did you say mine it, Kisha?"
Alex asked. She nodded. The most common reason to compromise the navigation buoys is to hide system fortifications, and mining the star lanes is usually the first step. Our hyperdrive doesn't require us to enter or exit a system at a given location, but we all seem to be creatures of habit. Plus, most of the training creates helm crew who always enter and exit a system a specific way. It takes forever to train that out of them, so if you're doing something you don't want other people to know, and you're afraid you'll get caught, mining the star lanes is an excellent early warning system, and might even solve the problem for you, depending on the ship. Well, wasn't that just a lovely piece of information?
"So, what do we do?"
Both Kisha and Zrala turned to him, their expressions suggesting school was now in session. Kisha spoke first. Based on everything you've learned, boss, how would you handle it? Alex looked over the holographic representation of the Colfier system. His helm training was recent enough that he immediately picked out the star lanes Kisha spoke of, even though they were not highlighted on the display. "The first option is like you said. Come in far enough off the ecliptic, and at some angle so bonkers relative to the star that they simply haven't covered it.
I would think the cardinal points would be the most dangerous, though. 180 degrees off the ecliptic would be too easy to predict, so you'd want something random, say 37 degrees or 119 degrees, or just have Guardian run a random number generator. The other option I see is to drop out of hyper far beyond the system periphery and come in dead slow. Keep it at an odd angle off the ecliptic, but using this approach to verify that minefields are even there. This would reduce the risk of the emergence from hyper being detected, especially if it happens beyond what my people call the Oort cloud, the cloud of stellar material created by the solar winds at the extreme edge of the system. I would think that cloud would hide a hyper-emergence rather well.
He pulled his focus back to his people from the holo display and saw both Zrala and Kisha looking very pleased. Kisha's tail even seemed to want to wag.
Most people don't like the second option, Zrala said. It requires too much patience, and even as evolved as we are, prey drive can still be strong. Too strong in some cases.
Alex could totally see that, given what he suspected of these people's origin. Considering how closely these people resembled the hunting animals of Earth, he had no doubt that prey drive was a real thing for them. Havika returned to the ops center at that point and walked straight to him.
The yard will have our stealth shuttle ready for pickup when we arrive. They're 2 days away.
Alex leaned forward and reconfigured the holo display to show travel times from Josin to Kolfir. Then he added the military shipyard to the mix and smiled. Stopping there first wouldn't add any time to their travel, as it was kind of on the way.
Okay, Zrala, let's get that stealth shuttle. We'll head to Kolfir after that.
Chapter 37. The stealth shuttle was eerie. There was no other way to describe it. Alex stood on the gantry the engineering crew used to access the top of small craft in the bay, looking down on their newest acquisition. What immediately stood out, and stood out the most, was its outer coating. Back on Earth, people talked about stealth craft with coatings that were designed to absorb radar. The Ninhar Confederation must have decided that was too prosaic, and went for most of the electromagnetic spectrum. Looking at the second section of the small craft bay, Guardian only had room for 3, it was like staring into the abyss of deep space itself. There was just a black void. If he were standing down on the deck, he would have been able to see inside the craft. The boarding ramp was down after all, but he stood where he did because he couldn't get over how freaking eerie the shuttle was. And this was without the stealth systems engaged. Guardian had already reported the military tracking beacon they'd slipped into the stealth shuttle. He wasn't surprised, really, but he also knew that constituted a threat to his people, especially during this upcoming mission. At the time she reported the beacon's existence, she also reported that she had disabled it and directed drones to remove it. Alex would have thought that Guardian would be loyal to the Confederation first, and maybe she had been, back when he'd first taken possession. But if that had been the case, it certainly seemed to not be so now. If she were truly loyal to the Confederation first above all, He couldn't see her telling him about the tracking beacon in the first place, let alone removing it. Not for the first time, though. A thought about how quickly they were filling the ship flitted through his mind. A part of him wondered how long it would be before they had to upgrade their ship, or expand the fleet. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. On the one hand, expanding the fleet and company would allow them to take on larger jobs, or take on more jobs in more places. But at what point did Alex risk losing control? At what point did he need to worry about people carving out their own personal fiefdoms and using the reputation he'd built to do it? Yeah, probably not anything he needed to worry about anytime soon, but they were definitely concerns on his mind. If they didn't expand the fleet, but instead upgraded ships, would they be able to transfer Guardian's personality matrix to the new ship? He thought so, given how they'd upgraded the computer core, but that was probably something to discuss with Havika. The next step up was a frigate, but based on what little he knew, Guardian, in her current iteration, was almost as capable as a frigate. It might make more sense to hop from the heavy corvette straight to something in the destroyer class. Again, something to discuss with Havika. He wasn't even sure what all she was allowed to build for him. A notification of an incoming call on his wristcom pulled him out of his musings, and he saw it was Kisha. He accepted the call. Hey, Kisha. We're about to drop out of hyper beyond the, what did you call it? Orc cloud for Colfear? Zrala lost the toss for who would get to tell you. I'm in the ops center, and she's on the bridge. Okay, thanks, Kisha. I'll see you shortly. Comparatively, he didn't think the bridge would show him as much as the displays in the ops center, not without interfering with bridge operations anyway. That was probably why Kisha was where she was, and since he was far closer to a unit commander right then than a captain, he chose to join Kisha. When Alex arrived in the ops center, he found Mock standing off to Kisha's right at the ops table. A spherical representation of the star system hovered over the central command table. A pulsing white dot showed their position, and they were definitely coming in at an oddball angle. They looked to be about 20 minutes from breaching the Oort cloud 37 degrees above the ecliptic, and he wasn't even sure how to reference their position around the ecliptic relative to the star. Needless to say, though, it seemed highly likely no one had mined this particular approach, if they'd even bothered to mind the standard ones. What have we got? Alex asked as he posted up on Kisha's left. Too soon to tell, boss, Kisha replied. We won't know for sure until we breach the system. We didn't think to have the shipyard fab us up a few recon drones while they were making the stealth shuttle, or we could have already had one in system. Live and learn. Should we recon the system with the stealth shuttle instead of Guardian? Kisha and Mock shared a look, with Kisha ultimately responding. I would say no. The shuttle is way too slow, and completely unarmed if they get into trouble. Our stealth systems, especially at this range, will keep all but the most determined from locating us. And honestly, even the most determined would have to work damned hard at it to detect us. Our stealth systems aren't quite up to classified military standards, but they're close. So between Guardian's armaments and defense systems, it really was the best platform for scouting the system. He really hoped they wouldn't get into a firefight this early in the op, but he'd be lying if he said he didn't expect it to happen at some point. The scope of the op was just too large for them to avoid discovery, which would in turn lead to said firefight. Over the next few hours, Guardian crossed through the cloud at the system periphery. The ship did so slow enough that it left no wake in the cloud to give them away. At the range any observer was likely to be, it was doubtful a wake would have been noticeable, but better safe than sorry. Zrala immediately ordered the equivalent of silent running, and the ship powered down everything non-essential, while bringing all stealth systems up to full. Then, they just coasted deeper into the system, letting the passive sensors do the work. They identified one of the buoys straight away. It was only a few light seconds anti-spinward. Jima and Guardian accessed its control firmware and proved that it had indeed been tampered with. Soon enough, they understood why. There was a full-on shipyard under construction around the gas giant closest to the asteroid belt. From what the passive sensors could glean, the shipyard appeared to be about 35 to 40% complete, and there was a rather large horde of ships moving back and forth between the construction site and the asteroid belt. Well, that's not good, Kisha remarked. Her tone suggested there was more to the situation than just more people in the system than they suspected. I don't understand, Alex said. She manipulated the holo display to zoom in on the shipyard. That is a military-grade shipyard, Alex. Something Grishnal Borvarik should not be capable of building, as in not have the clearance to see the plans, let alone copy them for his own purposes. This just became a lot bigger than harassing a shipping magnate. Kisha tapped a control on the ops table, and a direct comms link to the bridge activated. Zrala, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
If you mean the shipyard around the outermost gas giant, yes, I am.
We need to make as close of a pass to that shipyard as we can to get as detailed recordings of it as possible with the passive sensors. Under no circumstances should the active arrays come online at all. Lock them out now. Zrala gave the order to lock out the controls for the active sensor arrays, then said, "What's next?" Alex watched Kisha's eyes rove over the holodisplay in front of them as she stood silent for a few moments. If we get those sensor recordings on the shipyard without being detected, let's push our luck and do a flyby of the asteroid base the freighter captain mentioned. Matter of fact, I think I'd like to have a word with him about his failure to mention the damn shipyard Borvarik's building. But we have bigger prey to chase. If we manage both flybys without being detected, let's coast back out of the system. Once we can go to hyper with minimal chance of detection, I'll have a destination for you.
Roger that. Beginning our run.
Alex watched the icon that represented Guardian on the holodisplay change its orientation as it settled on a heading for the shipyard in progress. Velocity data soon appeared beside it, along with an estimated time of arrival at their closest point of approach. There were several contacts milling about the system that the passive sensors had not provided Guardian enough data to identify yet, and the ship would pass close enough to a couple of them that an accurate assessment should be possible. It was just a matter of time at that point. Alex returned to the ops center in time to be there during their recon pass on the shipyard. The ship was already at alert status, with their stealth systems at full. It seems like everyone held their breath, at least figuratively, and the feeling was kind of infectious. From what Alex understood, they'd already passed close enough to a couple of those rovers to determine they were interplanetary cargo shuttles that had been modified into a kind of poor man's gunboat. Current count suggested there were over 30 of them in the system, possibly more. They were passing the shipyard in the shadow of one of the gas giant's moons. The moon itself was shadowed by the gas giant for the next several hours, and Alex understood the hope was those hours would be sufficient to get every scrap of information they could on the construction project. He wasn't sure how they'd get away from the construction site, since it looked to him that they'd pass out of both the moon's and gas giant shadows to do so, but he trusted his people. If Kisha and Zrala thought they could do it, well, that was good enough for him. The minutes seemed to crawl by, progressing at a pace somewhat similar to water freezing. But soon enough, they'd made the pass on the shipyard and slipped close to a large ore barge heading toward the asteroid belt. The close proximity should mask any fluctuations in the stealth systems that might occur after so long under use. When the ore barge arrived at the fringe of the asteroid field some 2 hours later, Galara skillfully separated the ship and vanished among the rocks and other space debris. The only thing on Alex's mind as he watched the ship's icon weave through the rocky belt on a slow course toward their next objective was how much he hoped the navigational shields were up to par. A micrometeorite would absolutely ruin their day. After what had to be the tensest 4 hours of his recent life, Alex took a deep breath and released it as a slow sigh. "So, any indications they saw us?" Kisha held her silence for several moments. "No, but it might be too soon to tell. Without knowing what the comms lag is between the shipyard and the decision-makers in the planetoid base, there's no way to gauge reaction time. And that's even assuming the decision-makers are in the planetoid base and that the planetoid base actually exists. We already have proof the freighter captain wasn't fully honest with us. Frankly, I doubt he even has a sister in the planetoid at this point." "Fair enough. So, if they don't make any kind of reaction the entire time we're in the system, is it safe to guess we've not been detected?" Kisha lifted a hand and rocked it side to side, a gesture she'd copied from him. "I'd like to think so, but again, there's no way to know for sure. They could be letting us scout the system without most of its defenses online, just so we have an accurate information when we come back in force. There's no way we're rooting this out on our own, Alex. There just isn't." "Yeah, I kind of figured that. Do you think they'll let us join whatever group comes to deal with it?" "They'll probably have us scout the system again to check for changes, if we manage to make it out of here without raising a fuss." Alex nodded as he watched the ship's icon wend its way through the asteroid belt. When they reached the closest point to the planetoid base and remained inside the belt, Galara took them out of it and resumed a direct course for their second objective. The most difficult part was going to be sneaking back out. Every instinct Alex had said they should go to full speed ahead, but he also knew that was exactly the wrong thing to do. The best scouting run was the one the targets didn't know had happened. As Alex stood beside Kisha, he debated whether he should stay. There was nothing he could do to affect the outcome at this point, so should he really stay in the ops center? He wanted to go to the gym and run off some of his nervous energy, but he knew that was just his reaction to the tension permeating the ship. "It's okay, boss. You don't need to be here for this," Kisha said after a little while. It was only the two of them in the ops center at that point. Mox had reached his boredom limit and wandered off to parts unknown.
Part of me feels like I should be, though.
"If you were the captain, sure. You should absolutely be on the bridge for all of this, minus quick trips to the head. I guarantee you the galley has delivered orders in little to-go boxes to all the watchstanders up there. But you're not rated for command yet. You're not even rated for an entry-level deck officer position. No one is going to notice if you don't stick around the ops center during our crawl to the planetoid, especially since we're the only two here. In fact, it might not be such a bad idea if you walked the ship and checked in on everyone. I imagine all the departments have enjoyed deliveries from the galley, but maybe they haven't."
Yeah, that was something he could do.
He'd check in with Chef in the galley, see what departments hadn't received food, and offer to deliver some. He didn't like the thought of his people standing watch this long without being able to get food.
"Okay, Kisha, I'll swing by the galley and see if I can deliver food to any of the other departments."
"That's a good idea, boss. I'll probably swing by the mess hall myself, here in a little bit." Right as Alex approached the hatch that would open to the corridor, though, Zrala settled the matter for him. The speakers chirped the notification of an all-hands broadcast right before he heard, "Attention, all hands. This is the captain. We are standing down from alert status for the next few hours. Grab some food, maybe catch a nap. Alert status will resume when we are an hour out from our second objective. That is all." The speakers chirped to indicate the broadcast was over, and Alex turned back to Kisha, giving her a smile. "You heard Zrala, boss. Go get some food." Chapter 38. The orbital station at Distel 2 dominated the system plot, and Alex smiled at a random thought. He'd spent almost as much time here as he had getting here from Stasa. If duration of stay was one of the criteria to determine one's home, Distel was far closer to the mark than Stasa, or any of the intervening systems they'd visited along the way. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Part of him said he should set up shop in Stasa, make that his headquarters while he directed expeditions toward locating Earth. But maybe it was enough to outfit and launch those missions there. He wasn't about to give up finding a way back to Earth, but he also knew that he needed to keep the credits coming in. He had responsibilities now, more so than he ever had on Earth. He took a deep breath and pushed those thoughts aside. He could return to them another time, but now he needed to focus on the mission at hand. Station Control had already granted Guardian permission to dock, assigning them an actual docking bay instead of a port on one of the station's many arms. From what he'd seen, stations tended to reserve those for larger ships that wouldn't easily fit nearer the station. Matter of fact, if he read the system plot correctly, there was a freighter of the same class as Corville docked at the station right then. Various classes of small cargo craft either delivered containers to the freighter or removed them for transport to the station. The system plot zoomed in to display near-station space around their docking bay, with the bay in question flashing its running lights in the light code similar to Morse, as it spelled Guardian. That was actually kind of neat. With so many docking bays and ships and everything, having such a simple method of showing incoming vessels where to dock amused Alex. The closer they approached, the tighter the system plot's view became. Alex understood why. The bridge crew only needed to focus on the local area, but he wanted to see more of the near-station traffic. Fortunately, he had a solution. Zrala looked his way when he stood up from the observer station.
Bored with us already?
I didn't get my fill of the near-station traffic. I'm gonna head to the cabin and ask Guardian to show me more of the area. The temporary captain nodded once, adding a smile. Alex suspected the near-station traffic was beyond old news to her at this point, but it wasn't to him, not even close. He gave her a half-salute with his left hand as he left the bridge. When he entered his cabin, he found Guardian's holographic avatar waiting for him. Not for the first time, he felt a slight twinge of guilt at designing the avatar to look like Lucy Cartwright. Given the circumstances, he wasn't sure which of them most qualified as the one who got away. Out of everything he left back on Earth, though, he regretted leaving her most of all. They'd never dated. He'd never worked up the nerve to ask her out. But every time they crossed paths, she always seemed to have an extra smile for him that was all kinds of warm and welcoming. She never seemed to be in a hurry when they chatted either. A lot of the guys in his class had thought Nina Givens was the hottest girl in their grade, and she was pretty enough. She'd even been crowned prom queen their senior year. But as far as he was concerned, Nina didn't hold a candle to Lucy. There'd been a few low times since waking up on the med deck of the Stasa Orbital, where he hated himself for never telling her that.
"What is it, Alex?"
Guardian asked.
"You seem troubled."
At that point, he realized he'd been standing directly inside the detection radius of the hatch actuator sensors while he wool-gathered about his high school crush. Not a good look for the head of the company. Not a good look at all. Sorry, Guardian, my mind was elsewhere for a moment or two. He crossed the cabin to sit on his end of the couch they shared when she visited him with her avatar, and did his best to offer a welcoming smile.
"Would you like to talk about it?"
Did he? He wasn't sure that he'd ever told Guardian where he'd drawn the inspiration for her avatar. He'd only been 10 days into his new life in the Ninhar Confederation when he'd claimed the heavy corvette, and he'd had more than a slight case of homesickness. Not right now, but thank you. It's not really anything that talking will change.
Ah, Earth stuff?
Alex smiled despite himself. Yeah, Earth stuff.
So, you told Zrala that you wanted to see more of the near-station traffic?
Yeah, he had, but he wasn't sure he still wanted that. Thinking of Lucy had bummed him out a little bit. Is there anything interesting to see? Guardian was silent for a few moments, then shook her holographic head.
No, I'm sorry, Alex. It is all mundane traffic. I imagine it is much like the ports back on your world, except these are starships instead of seagoing vessels. However, there is a stellar phenomenon close by that you might like.
Okay, show me. Guardian's avatar turned toward the holotank that masqueraded as a coffee table, prompting Alex to do the same. Its lights came on, and then a three-dimensional image faded into view. It was a swirling cloud, a nebula. Pink, purple, gray, white. These were the predominant colors. The white and gray existed in a wispy ring around the nebula's center, and it looked very much like a flower blooming from its roots. But there was something. He'd seen it, or something very, very like it, somewhere before. Where, though? What is this, Guardian? What have you shown me?
It is a nebula, approximately 250 light-years from here, Alex. A stellar nursery. We call it the Pyroxian Cloud. You seem more interested in it than I estimated you would be. May I ask why?
I think I've seen it before, but the only place I could have seen it is on Earth. I haven't done much stargazing since waking up in Stasa. Holy shit. This just might be my ticket to locating Earth. Okay,
Okay, flatten the image, please, and slowly rotate it in the vertical plane.
Guardian did so, and Alex watched as it slowly swirled. When the flower's root clod was around 45 degrees, he snapped his fingers.
That's it, but not quite. Flip it on the long axis, please.
In an instant, Alex was looking at an image he'd seen many times in pictures back on Earth.
Hot damn. That's it, Guardian. Back on Earth, we call that the Orion Nebula. It's part of the constellation we call Orion the Hunter. This view right here. Can you extrapolate a cone where planetary residents without even interplanetary travel would see this stellar object like this?
Guardian was silent for several moments, eventually saying,
"It will take some time, Alex, but yes, I believe I might be able to do so. Additional data will help. Can you think of any other information relevant to this image?"
Alex sagged back against the couch. He'd never studied astronomy all that much. Honestly, he only took it in high school because Lucy took it. He passed with a B, but that had been his junior year, right at 9 years ago now.
No, I'm sorry, Guardian. I can't.
Do not worry, Alex. Lack of additional data will not prevent me from completing this task. It simply will not reduce the time required to complete it. The data packet on the Dreadscar might contain additional data that proves useful. I am still processing that, but I will interface those processes with these.
Alex smiled. It wasn't much, but it felt like he was one step closer to finding his way back to Earth. He had a shred of hope now. Moments later, the ship shuddered as Galara sat her down in their docking bay. It wasn't too long until the hatch annunciator chimed. A quick check revealed Kisha standing outside, and Alex used his wristcom to direct the hatch to open. She stepped into his cabin before the hatch had even finished melting into the deck. "Come on, we need to go. I got us a meeting with High Justicar Orvosk. Prija is meeting us at the boarding ramp." Alex surged to his feet and quickly donned his gun belt and revolver. Considering the Distel 2 orbital was known to him, he decided he didn't need his rifle and the ammo bandolier. As they left his cabin, he noticed Kisha giving him a side eye. "You okay, boss? You seem different, somehow."
Are you familiar with the Peroxian Cloud?
"Oh, sure. Everyone is by the time they complete basic schooling. Why?"
Back on Earth, we call it the Orion Nebula. I have Guardian running an analysis to develop a search cone based on how I remember seeing it. I'm not going anywhere, if you're wondering.
Kisha relaxed, and they'd resumed their journey to the boarding ramp. "That's good to know, boss. That's really good to know. We'd miss you if you left, especially if you left for good." They had just exited one of the zero-G ladders and stood on the deck where the boarding ramp opened to the docking bay. No one was in sight, so Alex made a choice that he hoped wasn't wrong. He pulled Kisha into a one-arm hug as he said, "You're one of my core people, Kisha, just like Prija and Dr. Tam. I want you to know that." Given how her tail wagged, Alex suspected Kisha didn't mind the impromptu hug. It didn't take Alex, Kisha, and Prija long at all to make their way to the Hall of Justice, and from there to High Justicar Orvosk's office. Neither the decor nor his assistant had changed since Alex had last visited, and the assistant ushered them straight through to the Justicar. Orvosk looked up from the data tablet he was reading when they entered.
"Well now, you're keeping interesting company these days, Alex Hawk. First, a self-confessed dancer with one of the highest bounties I've ever seen, and now a retired shadow with a formidable reputation, shall we say."
"Oh, he's the most formidable between us, Honored Justicar. He has really come into his own over the past several weeks," Kisha responded before Alex could even think of a reply. Orvosk focused on her.
"Is that so?"
"It is indeed, sir." Orvosk gave Alex an appraising once-over before focusing on Kisha once more.
"Very well. You requested this meeting. What do you need?"
Kisha produced a data crystal and passed it across the desk to him. "That contains certified sensor logs of a very significant crime, Honored Justicar. Someone is building a military-grade shipyard in the Kulfir system. We believe it is the person who is also responsible for harassing Novosk shipping, but we have insufficient evidence to say that for certain."
"Well now, that is rather significant."
Orvosk leaned back against his seat and stroked his jaw for a moment.
"And you're certain the shipyard under construction isn't sponsored in some way by the Confederation government?"
"I have pulled all my contacts who might have heard of such an operation, Honored Justicar. No one was willing to claim it as government approved. In fact, they were more than a little concerned about it.
I see. Well, if a retired shadow, especially one of your stature, cannot prove the project is sponsored by the Confederation, I see no reason to believe that it is. What kind of fortifications have been made to the system?
We did not detect any minefields, sir. However, we did confirm the presence of several classes of cargo shuttle that have been modified to act as gunboats. Without seeing them in action, I am not in a position to evaluate their quality as gunboats, but we recorded the better part of 30 of the things patrolling the system. We did not detect any turret emplacements either. However, those could have simply been powered down. Depending on the materials used to construct them, it is possible our passive sensors would not have keyed in on them without them being powered up. Orvosk nodded as he put the data crystal into the slot on his workstation. The holodisplay immediately came to life and displayed a freeze-frame image of the Colfier system, complete with the shipyard, so-called gunboats, and a line of ore barges traveling to and from the asteroid belt nearest the shipyard.
This presents a singular problem. You see, the Ministry of Justice is charged with enforcing the laws of the Confederation, and everyone involved in building that shipyard is absolutely breaking the law. However, I am uncertain the Ministry has sufficient assets to secure the system. As much as I am loath to do so, we may have to beg the Ministry of Defense for their assistance. A task force or two from the Confederation Navy would see to this problem quite handily. Were you detected during your recon of the system?
Not that we were aware, Kisha replied. At least, no one in the system reacted as if they detected us.
Yes. Not concrete proof, but it will have to do.
Orvosk stared at the holodisplay in silence for a few more moments, then nodded.
There's nothing for it. Give me a few moments to compose an introduction, and I shall direct you to deliver this data crystal to an old friend at the fleet base in the Higben system.
Orvosk removed the data crystal from the port in his workstation, returning it to Kisha, before retrieving one from a drawer in his desk. He slotted it into the same port and keyed a few commands.
Saucy, you old piece of leather. I'm sending some kids your way who have discovered a rather nasty problem we didn't know existed. My assistant will forward the formal request for intervention to your office shortly, but I'd take it as a kindness if you'd hear what they had to say and see about helping us solve this issue. At least detailing a task force or two for the job, anyway. Hopefully you're not too senile from helming a desk all these years. Call me once you've handled this, and we'll plan a clan reunion.
Orvosk keyed another command on his workstation, and a light on the data crystal port flashed a slow pulse for a few moments before the workstation itself beeped. Orvosk retrieved the crystal and tossed it to Kisha.
There you go. She'll get you sorted. I have no doubt.
Alex, Kisha, and Preja all shared a look between themselves before Kisha spoke. Sir? Just who should we deliver this to?
Oh, sorry. Admiral Sovereign Zadine will be expecting you.
A short time later, when they were nearing the ship, Alex turned to Kisha, asking,
So, who is Admiral Sovereign Zadine?
Kisha held her silence for a few moments before answering. Only one of the most decorated naval officers in recent history. She's the second youngest flag officer in the history of the Confederation Navy, and until the powers that be finally convinced her to accept a teaching position, she commanded Task Force 37, the premier task group in the Navy, for over 30 years. Saying she's a legend is insufficient, and Orvosk called her an old piece of leather. I'm not sure what to make of that. Well, something tells me we'll find out shortly. How far away is the Higben system anyway? Only a couple of days in Hyper, nothing too bad. Fair enough. Zrala already had the ship ready for departure by the time they reached the docking bay, and a quick call to station control secured immediate departure clearance as soon as they boarded. Chapter 39. The Higben system both met Alex's expectations and didn't, all at the same time. While it was the local fleet base and therefore bore similarities to the Kynax system, it was not just a sector fleet base, but the headquarters for all the fleet bases in the quadrant. The system was also home to the only Tier 2 naval academy in the Confederation. For those who wanted a career in the Navy and to go past the base non-commissioned officer or base officer ranks, attending the Higben Academy was necessary. As such, the system plot for Higben was the most active plot Alex had ever seen. Guardian had identified and classified over 1,300 contacts just in the 30 minutes they'd been in the system, and that number increased by leaps and bounds as the minutes passed.
"Captain, Higben Control is hailing us,"
the spacer at comms announced. Zrala replied,
Put them on.
The system plot faded into a torso and up view of a Voquar with orange and brown mottled scales. Heavy Corvette Guardian, you are not on our list of scheduled arrivals. As you can see, the pattern is rather full. Please state the nature of your visit to this system.
Higben Control, I am Captain Zrala Seskett. High Justicar Orvosk on the Distel 2 orbital referred us to Admiral Sovereign Zedin. I am unfortunately not at liberty to discuss the nature of that referral, or the matters that pertain to it, but I can categorically state it is in relation to the writ of justice awarded to my employer, Shepard Security Services.
By the time Zrala finished speaking, the Voquar seemed to have paled just a bit. I see, Guardian. One moment, while we attempt to verify this with the Admiral. The call changed to a static image of the logo for Higben Control. It wasn't even a full minute until the controller came back on the call. Thank you for your patience, Guardian. Admiral Zedin has confirmed your tasking and will meet you aboard the Higben orbital, sending your vector and clearance to you now. Zrala looked to the spacer at comms, who nodded to confirm receipt.
Vector and clearance received. Thank you for your time, Higben Control. Will there be anything else?
No, thank you, Guardian. Safe travels. The controller ended the call before Zrala could respond. It wasn't quite a breach of etiquette, but it was certainly on the brusquer side of civility.
Comms, send the vector to the helm. Galara, once you have that course, please get us there sooner rather than later.
Not even 5 seconds later, Galara reported, Course plotted and locked in, proceeding at the suggested velocity. Alex brought up the vector sent to them by Higben Control and leaned back against his seat at the observer station as he looked it over. It immediately stood out, even to him, that this was a priority vector. Already, ships were clearing the corridor to make way for them. Higben seemed like a sufficiently busy system that this kind of priority clearance couldn't have been easy to create, which made him wonder just what the Admiral or her aide had said to provoke such a fast response. He wanted to ask Zrala about it, but he was on her bridge at the moment. He wasn't sure about the etiquette associated with that, even though the ship was neither at alert status nor performing a complicated maneuver. In the end, he chose to let go of his curiosity. He wasn't sure what satisfying it would gain him in the long run, especially at the potential cost of interfering with Zrala on her bridge. He did let his focus drift to the command station, and allowed himself a moment to imagine what it would be like once he earned his captain's certification. He wasn't too far out from the basic deck officer exam, and from there he'd move on to the second officer certification. After that, only the first officer certification stood between him and the credentials to finally command his own ship. A mixture of excitement and trepidation swirled through him at that thought. There was a tiny voice in the back of his mind that whispered, rather insistently, that he'd never be ready to command even as small a ship as Guardian, let alone anything larger. That was the other part of the captain's certification that made him nervous. Once he obtained it, he was legally allowed to command any class of starship, up to and including capital ships like battleships and dreadnoughts. He hadn't looked at those classes in any great detail, not beyond discovering they existed anyway. The average citizen wasn't allowed to purchase anything larger than a heavy corvette, but his status as an accredited auxiliary seemed to permit him to own anything up to a cruiser, including all of that class's variants, like heavy cruiser and battle cruiser. He wasn't sure what the differences between a heavy cruiser and a battle cruiser were, but presumably he'd know by the time he held his captain's certification. Alex glanced up at the system plot and realized his musings had occupied him while Guardian traveled the better part of a third of the distance to the orbital. That was kind of impressive. Apparently, Higben Control jumped when the Admiral said frog. He couldn't even imagine what the people on the ships they'd passed were thinking as they watched Guardian cruise by them in a priority vector lane. Part of him said they weren't making any friends with this display, but at the same time they didn't have a great wellspring of time to wait in line. Alex was sure Borvarek had already realized the Corville was overdue, which made it only a matter of time before he changed something. From everything they'd seen in Kolfir, Borvarek was too heavily invested in the system to just pick up and move, but they didn't know how ready he was to evacuate, go to ground, and start everything back up somewhere else once the heat had died down. Because of this, they hadn't even taken the time to brief their client on everything they'd uncovered. He wasn't really a fan of that, but there again, time and operational security were the major factors in their decision-making. Zrala pulled Alex out of his thoughts by saying, "Station Control, this is the heavy corvette Guardian on priority approach. Do you have a bay for us?" The reply was almost immediate. "Welcome to Higben, Guardian. You are clear to dock in Bay 17, sending you updated guidance and flashing the bay's running lights for you."
Thank you for your welcome, Station Control. Updated vector received. Moving to dock.
The speakers chirped to indicate the comms call had closed, and Zrala said,
"Take us in, Galara. Nice and easy. Let's not alarm the locals."
Alex watched Guardian's icon on the plot close on the orbital, and soon enough he felt the faint shudder of the ship settling on its landing struts. Well, the easy part was over. Now it was up to him, Prija, Kisha, and the 2 CID agents detached to Guardian. Zrala swiveled the command station to face him.
"We've done our part, boss. Have fun meeting the Admiral, and we'll leave the light on for you."
Alex wanted to snark a little on that, but really he didn't have a leg to stand on. Instead, he simply smiled as he stood and gave her his half-salute as he left the bridge. When the boarding ramp lowered enough to permit a view of the docking bay, Alex found they had a welcoming committee. A Relkin, 2 Misk, and an Alluvian stood about 10 meters away from the point where the boarding ramp touched the bay's deck. They all wore similar ship suits, which led Alex to think uniform, and he didn't have to wait long for confirmation. "It seems the Navy, or more probably the Admiral, sent people to welcome us," Kisha remarked. Right then. Nothing to it but to do it. Alex led them down the boarding ramp and approached the group. "Hello, I'm Alex Hawk. This is Prija Zosrin, and this is Kisha Yersin. The 2 in the rear are Murphine Ka and Piral Vix." The Relkin nodded. "I am Lieutenant Vreenon, Admiral Zidin's aide. We are to conduct you through the checkpoints on the station to ensure you speak with the Admiral as quickly as possible." "Very well. Lead the way." The Navy group pivoted and almost marched out of the docking bay. They went straight to a tram terminal, where Lieutenant Vreenon keyed a complex code into the call panel. After what seemed like a marginally longer wait than Alex would have expected, a tram dressed up in the livery of the Confederation Navy arrived and opened its hatch. The lieutenant led his people inside, and Alex followed with his. The tram soon delivered them to a stop on what appeared to be the station's main concourse. It certainly reminded Alex of the promenade back on Stasa Orbital. The various people milling about quickly made way for the Navy procession, and Vreenon led them straight to their first security checkpoint. His wristcom displayed his identity record to the Marines guarding the hatch, and they nodded once. Then Vreenon said, "Hawk, get up here." Alex stepped to the front of the group, and one of the Marines, a Voquar, said, "I'll need to see your identity records, sir." He entered the commands that would display the non-redacted version of his ident, and he still wanted to smile at seeing the accredited auxiliary section of his professional associations. The Marines then proceeded to check the rest of Alex's group, until Kisha stepped up to them. The Voquar took her in with a glance and smiled. "It's good to see you again, Colonel. My old unit still raises a glass to you and yours every time we get together." "Thank you, Sergeant. We appreciate that." "No more than we appreciate how you saved our hides on Tiluk 4. We all thought it was over for us. I'm sure you get this a lot, but thank you." Before the sergeant could pass her through without checking, Kisha keyed her wristcom to display her ident, just like everyone else had. The Marine didn't even look at it. "I don't recall asking for that, Colonel." "No, Sergeant, but you should have. No exceptions, remember?" The Marine didn't look like he wanted to agree, but he eventually nodded once. "Yes, Colonel. No exceptions. You are all cleared to pass. Stick with Lieutenant Vreenon on the Navy side of the station, please. It will reduce misunderstandings." The Marine standing next to the sergeant opened the hatch, and as it closed, Alex distinctly heard her mutter, "As if anyone would willingly have a misunderstanding with a shadow. That's just asking for pain." The hatch had almost closed, but Alex still heard part of the sergeant's reply. "Don't be so sure the colonel is the significant threat. I've heard a story or two on the furless one." Alex wondered what stories were getting around about him, and just who was spreading them. But at the moment, he wasn't sure it mattered. His focus should be on completing their current task, followed by completing their overall job. Anything else was a distraction. Lieutenant Vreenon led them through a bewildering series of twists and turns until he stopped in front of a hatch with a nameplate beside it that read Academy Commandant. The rest of his party posted up in the corridor, a misc on either side of the hatch and the alluvion across the corridor, as Vreenon led Alex and his people inside. The Relkin didn't even slow down as he passed what Alex assumed was his desk, taking them right through the outer office and into the Admiral's sanctum sanctorum. When he stepped through that hatch, the first thing Alex noticed was the Voquar with green and black modeling on their scales sitting behind a desk. Vreenon approached the desk and snapped to attention. "Admiral, presenting Alex Hawk and company as ordered." The Admiral made a dismissing wave with her hand as she gave Vreenon a flat look. "I thought we discussed all the pomp and pageantry before, Lieutenant, but thank you all the same. I'll buzz you when we're finished." The lieutenant executed a perfect about-face pivot and almost marched out of the office. As soon as the hatch closed, the Admiral stood. "I am Admiral Sovereign Zadine, and you can only be Alexander Hawk, known as Alex or the Shepherd, depending on the company. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Alex gave her a respectful nod as he smiled. "Thank you, Admiral, and thank you for seeing us on such short notice. This is Prija Zosrin, my legal advisor, and Kisha Yerson, the head of the Direct Action Branch for Shepard Security Services. These two are Murphine Kaw and Piral Vix, seconded to us from the Criminal Investigations Directorate." "A pleasure to meet you all, though I have heard stories on you, Colonel Yerson." "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Admiral." Admiral Zadine barked a laugh. "Oh no, I'm sure you don't. Now, let's be seated so you can tell me why that old piece of luggage said the Ministry of Justice needs the Navy's help." Alex resisted the urge to glance toward Prija or Kisha when the Admiral referred to the High Justicar as an old piece of luggage, but he'd referred to her as leather, so it was probably all fair in the end. He withdrew a data crystal from a pocket of his skin suit and extended it to the Admiral across her desk. "That crystal has everything we know at present, ma'am. But the short of it is that we were retained by Sukal Navosk to investigate a campaign of harassment that ships under her company have been experiencing. We tracked the persons responsible to the Kolfir system and, well, found quite a bit more than we expected." Admiral Zadine focused on Alex, her demeanor suggesting he'd piqued her interest. "Oh? How so?" "The navigational buoys in the system have been tampered with to report a falsified system plot, ma'am. Persons unknown are in the process of building a military-grade shipyard in the system. We have not conclusively proven that the individual behind the construction of the shipyard is the same person who is behind the campaign of harassment against Navosk shipping, but circumstances do kind of point that way at this time." Now that is interesting." Admiral Zadine placed the data crystal into a reader slot and navigated the menu to display the certified sensor logs of the traffic in the Kolfir system. The holo display activated immediately, displaying the requested file. It took her all of a few seconds to skim the system plot before her entire demeanor changed. "Oh my. Someone has been very, very bad. Perhaps even several someones." Silence reigned as Alex watched her eyes rove over the holo display. After a few minutes, she sighed. "Very well. I will contact the base commander here and order the deployment of an appropriate task force under your operational command. For the purposes of this exercise, said task force will detach from active duty to conduct operations under the auspices of Shepard Security Services, as we are not permitted to engage in law enforcement activities within Confederation space under any circumstances. Fortunately, you have that writ of justice, which will grant us sufficient cover for this solution. Honestly, it gives you the authority to simply commandeer a task force, but handling the matter this way will ensure the task force you get is perfectly suited to the duties you need it to perform. Any questions?" Alex glanced at Prija and Kisha, both of whom returned minuscule shakes of their heads. "No, Admiral, I don't think so. Thank you for your time and attention on this. Oh, you're very welcome. If I were not expected here, I'd take command of the task force myself. I miss the deep black quite a bit, you know. Alex met her eyes with his own and made a split-second decision. Admiral, you are welcome among the ranks of Shepard Security Services any time you decide a change of employment is in order. He was not prepared at all for the predatory smile she gave him. Why, thank you, Alex. I just might take you up on that, if you should suddenly find yourself in need of a retired flag officer. His mind flashed back to Kisha's statement that Sovereign Zadine was one of the most decorated naval officers in recent history, and wondered just what kind of task force he'd need to lure her away from running the Higbin Academy. Thank you again for your time, Alex replied, making sure to send her his contact record. He led his people back out of her office, finding Vrenon waiting for them. It might take some time to assemble the naval assets the Admiral has deemed necessary for your tasking, so I will conduct you back to the public section of the orbital. Alex nodded once and fell in behind the Relcan. Now all that remained was to wait for the Navy to contact him. Chapter 40. A quick call to Zrala led to the announcement of shore leave for Guardian's crew, subject to immediate recall. Alex wasn't sure those terms would be amenable to the preferred forms of R&R, but at the very least his people would get to see different bulkheads and eat someone's cooking besides chefs. Based on what he'd heard, eating other people's cooking only reinforced the crew's praise for Chef and her creations, but it never hurt to sample what was available to confirm that conclusion. As they walked back to the tram stop from the hatch that led to the Navy side of the orbital, Alex glanced Kisha's way. So, how long do you think we have before they'll have the task force ready for us? No way to know, boss, but I doubt it'll be more than a day or two. They won't want to give the bad actors in Colfier any more of a chance to escape and go to ground than they absolutely have to. Why? What are you thinking? Alex shrugged. I was considering checking on the local bounty office to see what notices might be available. It's been a little bit since I had my hand in, you know? Kisha and Preja shared a look before Kisha said, Well, if you do decide to check on available bounties, be sure to at least take Flax with you. I personally would prefer you take a full team, but I understand how that might dampen the personal challenge for you.
And something else to keep in mind, Preja added. We're running low on berths right now, and you have a tendency of converting bounties to crew lately.
Hey now, it was just that one time, and Jima has totally earned her keep, thank you very much. Kisha and Preja both laughed at that. It seemed the CID agents didn't feel like joining in, or perhaps they didn't feel it was their place, since they weren't true members of the ship's company. Alex hoped it was merely the former and not the latter. He didn't like the thought that they might feel like outsiders aboard Guardian. He sent a quick message to Flax, asking about his availability for a walk to the Bounty Hunters Guild as they entered the tram car. Preja selected the level of the docks that held their docking bay, and the car smoothly set into motion. They were within sight of their bay's hatch when Flax responded that he'd be ready whenever Alex called for him. Well, Flax says he's good to go, So I think I'll get kitted out and see what the guild has to offer. Kisha nodded. I would say be careful, boss, but honestly, it's everyone else who should be wary. The teams and I are really proud of the progress you've made since you started the company.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
At the top of the boarding ramp, Alex left the others to find their way, jogging ahead to his cabin. It didn't take him long to change into his skin suit and then don his ammo bandolier and gun belt. He secured his revolver in its holster and grabbed his rifle before heading out for the armory to collect flax. A short time later, they walked along the main concourse, their destination in sight. Most of the people near them gave them a wide berth, and Alex chose not to read too much into that.
So, boss, you know we could have scanned the bounty database from the ship, right?
Sure, Flax, I know that. But don't I deserve some time off the ship, too?
I can't really argue with that at all,
Flax replied.
Besides, it gets me off the ship as well.
They entered the local chapter of the Bounty Hunters Guild, nodding at the greeter on their way to the research rooms. The first room on the right side of the corridor was available, and as soon as Alex logged in, the holodisplay activated and displayed all of the available bounties of his rating, Tier 3, and lower. Personally, Alex thought he could easily handle a Tier 4 and maybe even a Tier 5, but he was also on something of a clock, so getting involved in a hunt that might prove to be rather extensive, like a Tier 4 or Tier 5 could be, probably wasn't all that prudent. Any idea how long until I rank up? Alex asked as he looked over the available bounties. Flax tapped a couple commands into his wrist comm.
According to this, you probably should have already ranked up to Tier 4. We might want to ask someone why you haven't before we leave.
He tapped a few more commands.
Maybe they're waiting to rank you up with the company at the same time. Shepard Security Services isn't as close to ranking up as you are. Kisha and the teams have been acting more like shadows than bounty hunters, and as such, most of them are still sitting at Tier 2.
Alex gave him a look, and Flax chuckled.
Yeah, I know. Saying 10 retired shadows are only Tier 2 bounty hunters is laughable, even to me, but that's the situation.
All right, fair enough. If that turns out to be the case once we put this Colfear situation to bed, I'll talk with Kisha and Mox about making a concerted effort to rank up. Maybe while Havika is restructuring Guardian to reclaim Deck 5 would be a good time for that.
Yeah, probably so. I think Kisha's planning on you working up your own team during that time, too.
Well, Alex had always heard that the reward for work well done was more work, and he'd be lying if he said he wasn't looking forward to having his own team. We'll probably have to have a ship to visit different planets or systems if we all start hitting the bounties hard. I can see us making quite the run on them. Flax laughed.
You're not wrong, boss.
Do you want a spot on my personal team? Alex asked as he selected a Tier 3 bounty and brought up its details. That particular bounty was for one individual who had a fondness for high explosives and ambushes. Apparently, he was a Tier 3 because a number of bounty hunters and security forces had already lost their lives to him. Last confirmed sighting was in one of the dock workers' bars, down on the underlevels. Alex chose that one.
I don't really know, boss. I'm kinda happy with running the armory. I don't mind these little outings and rather enjoy them, but being part of a team is an altogether different thing. I'm not sure I deserve that anymore.
Alex filtered the bounty offerings to individuals who had been confirmed sightings in the same dockworker bar and grabbed 4 more at random, another Tier 3 and 2 Tier 2s. All right, I think we have enough to keep us busy, Alex remarked before turning to Flax. I don't know what circumstances led you to being in that cargo bay on the Dreadscar, Flax, and honestly, that's your story to tell. But I will say that you probably saved my life by being there, and you're welcome on any team I run at any point you choose to accept. Keep that in mind. Flax swallowed hard and nodded before looking away.
Thanks, boss. You ready to go get some bounties?
Sure. Let's shake the tree and see what falls out. A short time later, Alex and Flax entered the Breaker's Rest. If he'd been back on Earth, Alex would have called it a dive bar, but if he was being honest, his cursory glance around the place gave him the impression it would give dive bars a bad, well, worse name. A quick command to his wristcom via his comp put small thumbnail images of their selected bounties in one corner of his field of view. If they got into a fight, those thumbnails would vanish to keep from distracting him or occluding his vision. But for now, he was glad to have them. One of the Illuvians hunched over the bar turned to say something to someone on the far bulkhead, which gave Alex enough of a look at his face to verify this guy was the second Tier 3 bounty Alex had chosen. He followed the bounty's focus and identified the first Tier 3 bounty he'd chosen at a nearby booth. Alex sent a message to Flax, bringing the explosives enthusiast to his attention, along with stating he was going after the guy at the bar. Flax responded with,
"Got your back,"
and Alex started moving. As he headed for the bar, Alex made sure to keep his attention focused on the barkeep, who was facing away from the main bar area. He didn't want to spook the Illuvian. Unfortunately, when the barkeep turned to face the bar, Alex saw she was one of their Tier 2 bounties. She met his eyes, and her ears and tail went rigid.
"We've been made,"
Alex hissed before erupting into a sprint. The Misk bartender remained frozen just a little too long, which allowed Alex to close the distance to the bar. The Illuvian Tier 3 bounty was in the midst of turning to see what had the barkeep so spooked, when Alex arrived at his side and drove a pile driver of a punch into the side of his head. He delivered such force that the Illuvian spun a complete circle on the squeaky bar stool before toppling to the deck, unconscious. The barkeep looked at the Illuvian, who now lay insensate on the floor, and threw her hands in the air.
I give up. Please don't hurt me.
"Keep your hands where I can see them, and come out from behind the bar," Alex said. The bartender was quick to comply. Once she was in front of him, Alex secured her hands behind her with safe restraints and quickly scanned the area. Most of the bar patrons simply stared at him, some holding drinks halfway to their mouths. Guess knocking out an Illuvian with one punch wasn't such a common thing.
Boss?"
Alex turned to see why Flack sounded so concerned. Their other Tier 3 bounty, holding one of the bar's servers as a hostage. The Rostil held a rather nasty-looking blade to the server's neck, and it was obvious to Alex that she did everything she could to keep from trembling with fear.
"You're gonna slowly back out of the way and let me walk out of here," the bounty growled. "If you're nice and don't mess with me, I might let her go relatively unharmed."
Yeah, no. In a quick draw that would make any professional gunfighter from the Old West green with envy, Alex drew his revolver, thumbed the hammer back, and fired a shot, all within the space of a heartbeat or two. Both the Rostil bounty and the server screamed. The server, because the right side of her head and torso was now liberally coated with the Rostil's blood. The Rostil, because Alex's frangible bullet had almost destroyed his right shoulder, the associated arm now hanging limp at his side.
"Flax, already calling emergency services, boss. I started the call when you turned around."
It was such a wonderful thing having competent friends. Now the entire bar stared at Alex with various levels of fear thinly veiled in their demeanors. The only sounds were the gambling consoles that dotted the bulkheads. He wasn't overly fond of how everyone stared at him, but since he couldn't change it at the moment, he might as well use it. He thumbed the revolver's hammer back as he accessed his wristcom and showed the last 2 bounty records they sought. "We came for these bounties in addition to the 3 we've already apprehended. If these 2 bounties are present, I would consider it a kindness if they surrendered now and didn't make me chase them. I get surly when I have to chase someone for no reason." One of the 2 bounties shot up like someone strapped a rocket to his ass.
I'm here, Shepard. Please don't chase me. Coxel, the other guy you want, is in the head." "I'll check on that, boss,"
Flax said, and went off toward the restrooms. Soon enough, Flax returned with the 5th bounty they'd selected. They all stood around staring at each other until station security and emergency medical services arrived. Station security quickly processed the 5 bounties and gave Alex payslips for them. As he headed toward the bar's hatch, he noticed the bartender looking particularly downcast.
"I'm not sure we have room for you to pick up any more strays, boss,"
Flax whispered at his side.
"And besides, no one has a bounty who doesn't deserve it."
"Oh, really? Even Jima?" Alex countered.
Well, that's what most people think anyway."
That's what he thought. He accessed his wristcom and sent the full details of the barkeep's bounty to his ocular implants. Soon enough, he was reading her file as if a holodisplay projected it in the air, a foot or so in front of him. The barkeep hadn't actually been convicted yet. She had been detained as a person of interest in a rather grisly triple murder. Station security found her at the scene liberally coated in all 3 victims' blood, and the victims all died from slashes that, on the surface, seemed to have been made by a Misk's claws. The one thing that stood out to Alex was that the barkeep herself called for emergency services. She was still there and seemingly trying to save one of the victims when station security and emergency services arrived. Not to mention how she'd surrendered without resistance or violence. Not the behavior of a hardened criminal in Alex's mind. This bore further investigation. He flagged her record in his comp, making a mental note to ask Preja to look into the case for him. If she agreed it was as suspicious as he thought it was, he'd intervene, at the very least petitioning for her to be his indenture instead of claiming the bounty. He skimmed through the bounty receipts and pay slips until he found hers and slipped them into a different pocket where he wouldn't accidentally claim the bounty with the rest. Alex nudged Flax and nodded toward the hatch. "Come on, let's get paid for these bounties and get back to the ship. I need to talk to Preja." He chose to ignore the faint sigh he heard. Chapter 41. It took all of her willpower for Sisma not to feel like her life was over. The bulkheads of her cell weren't quite closing in on her, but they certainly felt oppressive. Hiding out in the below docks bar had been a damn stupid idea, but with a bounty on her head, she couldn't exactly acquire reputable transport off the station. Despair loomed rather large in her psyche. The best she had to look forward to was life on a prison planet. The worst? Well, depending on the luck of her draw, the Justicars would either have her put down, or she'd end up as someone's indenture for the rest of her life. All because she was stupid enough to accept a job to break into a residential compartment here on the station. The guy who hired her told her he was robbing the place, not killing everyone they found in there. To make it worse, he'd left her to catch the charges from it all. She was fine with breaking and entering. She was fine with aggravated robbery. She hadn't exactly had the best life, and sometimes you did what you had to do to survive. But she never killed anyone before. She still hadn't, no matter what station security said. There didn't seem to be a way out of this, though, especially since no one seemed to believe her that she hadn't entered the compartment alone. A beep from her cell door pulled her out of her musings. It opened to reveal 3 officers from station security. 2 of them trained weapons on her, and they weren't stunners. "Your advocate is here," one of the officers, a black-furred Alluvian, growled. "Can we be civilized about this?" Sisma nodded and stood, turning around and putting her hands behind her back. One of the officers, the one who'd spoken, she guessed, came up behind her and secured her wrists, then slipped claw-proof mittens over her hands. That done, they both turned around, and he led her out of the cell. The walk to the interview room was longer than it otherwise might have been, because they were keeping her in the high-security cells in the deepest part of station security. As she trudged along, bracketed by security officers, she reflected on the small mercy of them not securing her legs in some way. Most methods they had for doing that either rubbed her ankles raw or pulled her fur, or both, making a rather unenjoyable experience all the way around. The truly puzzling part of it all was that she didn't have an advocate, at least not one on retainer, so she had no idea who she'd be meeting. It was probably some hack from the public advocate's office who had 30 other cases and only cared about processing hers as quickly as possible. That's how these things usually worked. When the officers stopped at a door and unlocked it, she stopped as well, and waited for them to remove the cuffs on her wrists. They did so, and she stepped around them, entering the room. She froze just inside the door frame. She didn't recognize the Misk, but she absolutely recognized the furless alien sitting beside her. What was the shepherd doing here? She flinched when the door slammed shut behind her, and it was only the faint squeak of the hinges that prompted her to pull her tail close to keep it from getting caught in the door.
Hello, I am Preja. I'll be your advocate for this case.
She hadn't pulled her eyes off the shepherd. She couldn't. He was easily the single most dangerous person she'd ever encountered. Until yesterday, she'd never seen, never even heard of an Illuvian being taken out with just one punch. And he'd done it, right in front of her. Not some cub either. A Tier 3 bounty with a body count in his record.
What's he doing here?
She still hadn't sat down. She wasn't sure she could force her body to move. Every fiber of her being screamed that she needed to run, to get as far away from him as possible.
Oh, Alex? He brought your case to my attention. And full disclosure, I am employed by Shepherd Security Services as its in-house advocate. I do not feel this will create a conflict of interest, as I have advocated other cases somewhat similar to yours at Alex's behest. Are you willing to sit and discuss your situation?
He won't hurt me?
No, of course not. Did he hurt you in the bar?
Sisma pulled her eyes away from the shepherd at last and looked at the woman claiming to be her advocate. No, but I didn't give him time to either.
I think it might be more accurate to say you didn't give him reason to, Preja countered. He does not go out of his way to hurt people. I've known him for quite some time now.
Sisma jerked a choppy nod and crossed the short distance to the table. She pulled the chair to the end farthest from him and sat. She knew her entire demeanor betrayed her fear and unease, making her seem very much like prey. But she felt like prey in that moment. "Why are you here?" she asked, focusing on the advocate as much as possible. Preja glanced to the alien sitting on her left before refocusing on Sisma.
Alex brought your case to my attention because he believes there are irregularities, shall we say, with it. We would like to hear your side of things.
By the Den Mother's tail, the scary alien was on her side? Wait, no, she couldn't get her hopes up. This could all be some sort of elaborate ruse. The small fact that she couldn't see how and had no proof they were connected to the guy who'd hired her for the job didn't mean they weren't. Still, the facts of her case were already recorded in her statement, so they'd know something was wrong if she told a different story. Well, I'm not exactly the best person, really. I have a long list of crimes, but it's all low-key stuff. Theft, illegal access, illegal entry. Yeah, okay, I've stolen a few things here and there that were worth real credits, but I always bargained that down to less serious charges. I thought that's what this latest job was, you know? Just a quick smash and grab. Except when I got us into the compartment, it wasn't empty like he said it would be, and he killed everyone. Slashed their throats with his claws. I guess to make it look like I did it. I freaked out and tried to stop the bleeding, but only managed to get myself covered in it. He fled and left me to catch the charges.
Would you recognize him again if you saw him?
Preja asked. Oh, yeah, I sure would. He was a scary Misk, all black fur but with orange stripes, some thick and some thin. Big, muscles on muscles type of guy. I tried telling station security all of this, but they didn't believe me. Preja looked at her with warm regard.
It's okay, Sisma. We believe you. I'll speak with a contact in the Hall of Justice about getting you released to our custody pending your hearing. I don't know that we'll manage that, but there's no reason not to try. In the meantime, Alex will attempt to locate the Misk who hired you for the job.
She started to say he should be careful, but her memory of the sharp crack when his fist struck the Illuvian's head flashed through her mind. Yeah, the other guy should probably be careful. They stood and pressed the call button beside their door, and she heard the door open behind her too. Officers secured her wrists and started escorting her back to her cell. They weren't more than halfway there when the call came in that she had an immediate hearing in the Hall of Justice. Just who were these people? Alex left Preja to handle the discussion with High Justicar Orvosk. His focus was finding the other party Sisma discussed. Based on her description, he suspected the guy was the descendant of an uplifted tiger. Even though the coloration was reversed, that explanation best fit her description. Now, there was always the chance that she was making up the entire story to save herself from what he suspected would be a rather unfortunate fate. He didn't know how likely that was, but he felt that an examination of the wounds on the victims and comparison to Sisma's claws should go a long way in establishing the presence of another person at the scene. But that was a matter he could leave in Preja's capable hands. He'd already discussed his thoughts on the case with her. He went straight to his cabin upon returning to the ship and changed into the armored skin suit that had been fabbed especially for him. He then strapped on his revolver and the ammo bandolier, slinging his rifle across his torso from the opposite direction with the barrel pointed down. There was enough slack in the sling that he could pull it around and into firing position with relative ease if he needed something a little more serious than his revolver. As he left his cabin, he sent a message to Mox asking for him and his team and 3 of the temporary hires to meet him in the docking bay outside the ship after they'd equipped themselves for a serious fight. He added that he suspected a short-range fight, fully aware they would equip themselves to engage targets at various ranges. Which meant he was not surprised at all to see those people he requested to meet him checking out weapons and armor from the armory. They all looked at him somewhat surprised, and Alex just smiled. "Flax, I'm going hunting and have 1 slot on my team open. You want it?" Flax glanced around his current customers before he replied with a slow nod.
"Sure, boss. I'd love to see what's going on. Let me get these guys sorted, and I'll gear up myself."
"Head out to the docking bay with them when you're ready. I need to swing by the research room." Alex pivoted on his heel and went back to Deck 3. The research room was just down the corridor and across it from the ops center, and it activated upon his entrance. He went straight to one of the stations and logged in using his ident record, complete with his accredited auxiliary status. That specific status gave him access to a range of databases the average bounty hunter could only wish for, including the customs logs for entry to and departure from the station. He was just setting up his search to run across all sources he could access when Guardian's avatar appeared beside him.
"Hiya, Alex. What you doing?"
"I'm searching all databases my credentials can access for a large misc male with black fur and orange stripes."
Okay. Why?"
"Because I believe they perpetrated a triple murder and left someone else to catch the charges. Now, granted, the person he left wasn't Lily White in the affair, but if she's telling the truth, it's not right she gets hit with a triple murder."
"Oh."
Guardian fell silent for a few moments.
"I have unused compute cycles. May I help?"
"I'm not about to say no to that. Help away."
Alex pushed back from the console and watched as it seemed to start acting on its own without any direction from him. He knew that was because Guardian had taken over the session and was using his access with her greater processing capability, but it was still a freaky thing to watch. A short time later, Guardian had identified 10 possibilities. 4 were traveling businessmen of various types. Another 4 were civilian contractors for the Navy and had a fairly permanent presence on the orbital. 1 captained a freighter small enough for just 1 crew member, and the 10th was a serious hard case. The hard case had a short list of violent crime convictions in his past and was suspected of a whole host of others without any evidence to support further investigation. The freighter captain, on the other hand, looked to be clean. He didn't even have any of the low-level permit violations most independent freighter captains accrued over their career. The freighter captain in the hard case matched the physical description closely enough that Alex added them to the short list. On the surface, it was ludicrous to lump the freighter captain in with the hard case, but the captain was clean enough to Alex's eyes that he was almost too clean. He added the 4 traveling businessmen to the list, but marked them as lower priority, and then left the research room. He hadn't traveled more than half the distance to the 0G ladder when his wristcom pinged. He accessed the notification and smiled at seeing the warrant issued by the local High Justicar to investigate the matter. A note from Preja indicated she already had access to the case files and was on her way to meet with Dr. Tam for her expert opinion on the autopsy results. Receiving the warrant made him rather happy, but the lack of one wouldn't have stopped him from shaking the tree. Yes, Sisma needed to pay for her role in the case, but what he knew led him to believe she was not responsible for the entirety of the circumstances. He suspected it was very much a wrong place, wrong time kind of thing, and it wasn't outside the realm of possibility that the guy had hired her for the purpose of taking the fall for the murders. He sent a quick note to Preja to investigate the victims and work up full backgrounds on them as he descended the 0G ladder. It wouldn't hurt to see what connections they had that might have led to their deaths. 2 full teams waited for him when he exited the ship, and he instructed his wristcom to send them the list of people they were going to chat with. They'd be starting with the hard case and moving on to the freighter captain. Before he forgot, he sent a note to Station Control, requesting they lock the docking clamps on the freighter the solo captain piloted, just to be sure he was still available when they made it around to him. He was even nice enough to include a copy of the warrant that gave him the authority to make such a request. Station Control sent back an acknowledgement and confirmation of the locked docking clamps in the same message before Alex and his team made it out of the docking bay. Chapter 42. The hatch that led out of the docking bay opened before they reached its activation range and revealed Murphy, Ka, and Piral Vix. They gave Alex and his teams a slow look over before Murphy turned her full attention to Alex. Going somewhere? Alex shrugged. One of the bounties Flax and I collected seemed a little off. Preja interceded on her behalf, and the local High Justicar issued us a warrant to investigate the matter. Murphy's eyes seemed to rove over Alex's group again before she and Piral shared a look. Give us 5 minutes. We'll collect our evidence kits from the ship and go with you. If you're right, you'll need evidence collected according to proper procedures if you want this to stand up before a Justicar. Neither of his primary suspects were going anywhere, so Alex shrugged. Sure, we have time. Murphy and Piral dashed into the ship and returned 6 minutes later with kit bags hanging from a shoulder. They gave Alex a wave as they fell in behind the teams. Their first stop was another dive bar, but at least this one occupied a compartment on the primary docking level. When Alex and his people entered the establishment, every conversation stopped. Everyone turned to look their way, including the person they sought. Alex walked right up to the guy and said, Pavrin Baz, I am Alex Hawk, and I have a warrant to collect evidence from you, including fur samples, a blood sample, and measurements of your claws. Complying is the easy way, but we're prepared for you to choose the hard way. Pavrin seemed to pay special attention to Mox, who carried what was normally a crew-served weapon, like it was his own personal armament. Then his eyes seemed to take in the rest of Alex's group.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what you're looking for, but I've been staying out of trouble. What do you want first?
Well, okay then. Alex had honestly expected the hard case would try to fight it out. He motioned Murphy and Piral to do their thing and stood back, watching the crowd. Everyone seemed very interested in what they were doing, but no one seemed inclined to start anything. The CID agents soon informed him they were finished, and Alex led the procession back out of the dive bar. One down, one to go. The freighter piloted by their second person of interest was not quite half a kilometer away from the dive bar. It was one of the few ships too large for a docking bay, but too small for a spot on one of the docking arms. As such, it connected directly to the docking concourse via an airlock with a docking collar. Even if they hadn't possessed its number, identifying it would have been rather easy, given the captain was almost shouting at some minor station functionary about his ship's predicament. Alex walked right up to the confrontation and displayed his identification. Cyrix Null, I am Alex Hawk, and I have a warrant to collect potential evidence from you, including but not limited to fur samples, a blood sample, and measurements of your claws. The freighter captain turned his attention to Alex, and Alex saw it in the guy's eyes when he decided to fight his way out of the situation. Cyrix grabbed the station functionary, threw the poor sod at Alex, and took off at a full sprint. Mox handed off his weapon and moved to intercept the functionary, saying, "I've got him, boss. Go get the runner." Now, yes, Alex could have set off after Syrinx. He even had a far better than average chance of running him down and tackling him. But he'd already had his stint of exercise for the day, and he simply did not feel like chasing after someone who was quite possibly a murderer. "Stop and surrender, or I'll shoot," Alex shouted as he swung his rifle around from his back and lifted it into a shooting stance. Syrinx kept running, so Alex took a fine bead on his left leg. Just as that leg was going down for Syrinx's right to take a step, Alex squeezed the trigger. The rifle boomed, people everywhere hitting the deck while covering their ears, and Syrinx's left leg damn near exploded just below the knee. He hit the deck hard and clutched at his wound as he yowled his agony to all of creation. "Shit, boss," Mox rumbled. "You could have run him down."
"Yeah, I know, but I didn't want to fight with him. This was much simpler."
Alex placed a call to emergency services and walked over to stand beside the downed Misk. When Alex came close enough, the Misk stopped yowling long enough to glare at him.
"I'm gonna kill you, Furless! You won't get away with this!" "You might be surprised," Alex replied, as he settled in to wait for station security and emergency services.
Murphine and Pural arrived shortly and took the samples they needed. Syrinx was not all that helpful when it came to measuring his claws, but they were able to make it work. They finished collecting their samples and measurements right about the time station security and emergency services arrived. The sergeant of the team from station security had a few unkind things to say to Alex, but there wasn't much they could do, considering Alex's status as an accredited auxiliary and the warrant issued by a Justicar. They did agree to keep Syrinx under heavy guard on the medical deck, which Alex considered a win, despite their grumbling as they said it. Soon enough, they returned to the ship, and Murphine delivered their samples to Dr. Tam in Medbay, where they also found Preja. When Alex walked in, Tam pivoted to him. "I do not understand where they're getting the no-talent hacks they're hiring for crime scene investigators these days, Alex. I really don't. I've already compared the wounds on the victims to measurements of Sisma's claws, and there's no way she killed those people. She's already confessed to illegally entering the dwelling, so that should have been the end of it."
"So you're absolutely sure she didn't kill any of the victims?"
Tam bobbed her head in her version of a nod. "She would have had to make 2 or 3 swipes with her claws to create the wounds present on the victims, which would have left its own traces. Her claws are not large enough to produce those wounds with a single strike."
"Good to know. Thanks."
"I've already written up my conclusion for Preja, and I'm prepared to testify in support of it if necessary. This is a travesty, Alex. A travesty." He wasn't sure whether she was more offended by the lack of professionalism or the fact that they'd tried to pin 3 murders on someone who didn't commit them, but he wasn't sure it really mattered in the long run. He still got her excellent work either way.
"Well, I'll leave you to it. Call me if you need anything from me."
Dr. Tam gave him a look that sent his fight-or-flight response into overdrive. "I shall enjoy shredding whatever meager credibility these idiots have in the criminal justice system. Preja and I can handle it from here."
Right then. He almost felt like he should feel sorry for those crime scene investigators, but he couldn't find it within him to do so.
Later that day, Preja informed him that she and Dr. Tam had returned to the ship from a hearing before the local High Justicar that involved the crime scene investigators. Apparently, Dr. Tam was scathing in her remarks, and not even the crime scene investigators' supervisors had been willing to challenge her authority as an expert witness. After considering the matter, the High Justicar had sentenced Sisma to a 10-kulong indenture with Alex, given her criminal record and role in the murders. He had even included a note for Alex that having Sisma as an indenture wouldn't affect his eligibility for accredited auxiliary. Alex wasn't entirely fond of having another indenture, but at the same time he was glad Sisma wasn't getting charged with a triple murder. But that didn't help him know what he was going to do with her either. Flax was easy. He largely took care of himself and wasn't a career criminal. Alex would be lying if he said he didn't have concerns how Sisma would take care of herself if left to her own devices, especially considering her track record. So he called Preja and Kisha to his cabin to discuss the matter, since they had a little bit of time before station security would deliver Sisma to the ship. They both arrived within seconds of each other, and Kisha almost flopped into one of Alex's chairs, while Preja claimed the side of the couch Guardian normally used for her avatar, her posture very prim and proper. "If you had a tail, I'd ask what has it in a twist," Kisha remarked, once she was comfortable. A chuckle escaped Alex's control, and he smiled. I've often wondered what it would be like to have a tail, especially since finding myself in the Ninhar Confederation. But the High Justicar here decided that for my sins, I get to have another indenture, one Sisma Nivisk. She has a rather impressive resume of illegal access, illegal entry, burglary, and theft, and I'm not sure what to do with her. Kisha turned to Preja. How do you let him get saddled with her? I understand Flax, but this one sounds like she's more trouble than she's worth.
She was still an accessory to a triple murder, Preja replied. The High Justicar would have had no choice but to send her to a high-security prison planet otherwise. Even though her time there would have been short, I personally do not feel it would have been appropriate. She's not the kind of person those locations are for. Other than giving access to the residence of the victims, she did not participate in the murders in any way. She's not a violent criminal. Serix, the Misk truly responsible, will spend the rest of his life on one of the high-security prison planets, assuming the Justicars don't outright execute him.
Kisha seemed to mull that over for a moment. Well, depending on her interest in a new life, she could always join your team, boss. It's always good to have a security and access specialist whose skills are stealthier than applying high explosives. You never know when you might need one. Do you have one? She simply smiled. I do. He almost let himself go down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out who it was, but that wasn't really germane to the conversation. The last thing he wanted to do was waste their time. So, chat with her and see what her life goals are?
It might be best to let Kisha, myself, and Dr. Tam start the conversation, Alex. She's still moderately terrified of you.
Alex blinked. Really? Did she say why?
Apparently, you're the first person she's ever witnessed knock out an Illuvian with one punch. She feels that makes you the most dangerous person in any room you choose to inhabit, by a considerably wide margin.
His mind went back to the situation in the dive bar, and he specifically remembered laying out that Tier 3 bounty. Oh, yeah, I really put my shoulder into that one. Did I break anything?
I do not know. I'm not privy to the medical records of your bounties.
Alex shrugged. Okay, fair enough. Did you impress upon the High Justicar that we're awaiting contact from the Navy on that other matter?
I did. He assured me that station security would process Sisma and deliver her with celerity.
Just then, Guardian's avatar appeared in the space between the chair Kisha occupied and the end of the couch where Preja sat.
Alex, there is a contingent of station security in the docking bay, requesting permission to come aboard and deliver an indenture.
Alex chuckled. Yeah, that was fast. Thanks, Guardian. You can tell them we'll be right there. It didn't take long to accept the indenture and process the handover. Once the paperwork was complete, Alex removed Sisma's restraints and handed her off to Preja for a visit to Dr. Tam. He wanted his newest indenture to have a full medical workup first thing. Kisha followed him back to his cabin, where Alex invited her inside and she claimed the chair once again. So, I'm guessing something else is on your mind? Alex asked once he was seated across from her. I wanted to discuss your thoughts on the team you assembled for the bounty run. Specifically, your thoughts on the makeup and why you chose the people you did. Alex leaned back against the couch. I don't really have any thoughts, not specifically. From what I saw, they all handled themselves well and covered their areas of responsibility. It all happened so quickly that there wasn't an opportunity to show me how they handled themselves in a crisis. But rolling with how events unfolded as easily as they did is what I've come to expect from veteran shadows. As to why I chose the people I did, not sure really. I guess I just had good feelings about them. I see. Well, they certainly had good things to say about you. Flax even surprised them with how well he guarded your back. I'm not sure they expected a whole lot from an indenture. Something must have shone in Alex's eyes, because Kisha held up her hands in a wait gesture. Yes, I get it. That kind of attitude doesn't fly around here. I made them aware of that, but at the same time, their experience with indentures isn't good. Most indentures aren't even what you might call acceptably decent. Honestly, Flax is competent enough that he shouldn't be an indenture, but it is what it is. He made that den. What will they think if one of them gets bumped for a second indenture? Kisha shrugged. Depends on how she handles herself. If she steps up and makes an honest effort to improve not only herself, but also her lot in life, I think they'll be okay with it. Besides, I haven't told anyone they're auditioning to be members of your team. It's been a very laid-back, unofficial interview process. Right then. Fair enough. You really think Sisma might be a good addition to my team? There's no way to know until we see if she wants it. I don't know anything about her, other than she's now your indenture for 10 kulong, but it wouldn't be the first time someone stumbled onto talent via the Hall of Justice. It still amused Alex that even after all this time, his basic kit still didn't translate kulong as year or years. It seemed to be like fish back on Earth, in that the plural was the same form as the singular, and his conversations with Guardian on the matter had led him to conclude that it was close enough to an Earth year that the difference wasn't worth arguing over. While the amount of time might be different, both words served the same function. Well, in that case, you might as well check in with them in Med Bay and start that conversation. I'm not sure if she fully realizes just who she's fallen in with, so you can break that to her as gently as you like. Kisha chuckled as she pushed herself to her feet. I'll chat with her a little bit to get a feel for her before I broach any heavy topics. Shocking someone doesn't always deliver optimal results, as you may have noticed. Yeah, no doubt. I really don't like that she's still afraid of me. Kisha nodded once to acknowledge his statement, then left. Alex laid his head back against the couch as he considered the situation. He really, really hoped Sisma was interested in joining his team. He wasn't all that sure what he'd do with her otherwise. The chirping notification of an incoming call drew his attention. He accessed his wristcom and felt a rush of anticipation. The caller ID read, Confederation Navy. Chapter 43. The passage of 5 days found Guardian and her crew drifting through the Colfier system, stealth systems fully engaged. They were risking things a little with the direct feedback to the task group waiting just outside the material cloud of the system periphery, but both Guardian and the specialists in the task group felt the level of risk was acceptable. Alex sat at the observer's station, his mind only partially focusing on the system plot. His role in all of this was to be the official operations commander. Given the Confederation's stance on using military assets in law enforcement roles, using the Navy to wrap up Colfier would have been a far thornier problem if he wasn't available as an accredited auxiliary, with a valid writ of justice awarded by a high justicar. He'd been kind of hoping that he would be part of the infiltration team that went into the planetoid base, but that wasn't even going to be a thing anymore. Nope. The Navy was going to enter the system on his call and dispatch Marines to secure all facilities and ships in the system. It was his responsibility to make the initial announcements, ordering everyone to stand down and cooperate with the Navy and Marines. If everything went according to plan, Guardian wouldn't even see any combat. Not that seeing combat was a good thing. But how are you supposed to know what you needed to improve if you weren't tested in a real-world environment? Simulations and mock wars and such only went so far. There was always the chance he was being overconfident, though. Perhaps he should discuss the matter with Kisha or Preja at some point. Those converted cargo shuttles are not hyper-capable, Zrala said, pulling his attention away from his thoughts. So we don't have to worry about them fleeing the system. They'll just be nuisances to run down. That made sense. The biggest worry would be any hyper-capable ships that tried to flee from the planetoid base. When should we make the announcement? Alex asked. Zrala held her silence for a moment before saying, I'd like a little more concrete vector data on the outermost cargo shuttles. The sensor lag will be cut by half at a minimum when we go active, but the more data Guardian has to work with when we do, the easier it will be to integrate all of the new data. Okay, that made sense. There didn't seem to be any ships on a vector to leave the system at the moment, so they weren't too pressed for time. A notification on the console of his station drew his attention. It was a message from the task group commander, stating that everyone was ready to engage. That felt like subtle prodding to him, so he forwarded it to Zrala. She chuckled when she read it and looked his way. If they're so eager to start the party, who am I to hold them back? Might as well kick the nest. Alex stood and crossed the short distance to stand beside Zrala in the command station. "Comms," Zrala said. "Record for transmission." The spacer at comms soon said, "Go." "Attention, people of the Colfear system. I am Alex Hawk, known professionally as the Shepherd. Under the authority of a writ of justice issued by High Justicar Orvosk, I hereby order you to cease operations and return to base. We will be boarding your stations, mining platforms, and ships as part of our investigation. Any resistance will be met in kind." He nodded to the crew person at comms, who swiveled back to the station. She took a couple minutes to remove her saying "go" from the start of the recording, and Alex's nod at the end, before she turned back and reported, "On the chip and ready to send." "Captain, I think it's time to drop stealth and go full active on the sensors. Comms, call in the task group, if you please, and send the message the moment they drop back to sublight." The next few moments displayed a careful choreography. Zrala waited just the right amount of time before she gave her orders, so that it looked like Guardian appeared at most half a minute before the task group arrived. The crew person at comms broadcast the message just as the bulk of the task group dropped out of a micro-jump through hyperspace in formation around Guardian. On Guardian's system plot, it looked beautiful. Alex could only imagine what it looked like to the residents of the system. Within moments of the task group's arrival, a veritable flood of assault shuttles erupted from them. Alex smiled when he saw that not all of them were as modern as the one they carried. The ships of the task group then separated from their formation and began running down the various converted cargo shuttles, ore barges, and other ships in the system. With Guardian going to full active sensors, it made them a little bit of a target, but it also painted everything in the system, and they had already set up a data feed that shared their sensor data with the task group's tactical network. The longer Alex watched the system plot, though, the more certain he was that something wasn't quite right. He felt like it was something about the system plot, but nothing looked out of the ordinary or wrong. Granted, he didn't have so much experience that he was an authority on how system plots should look during a massive operation, but that didn't invalidate his feeling. Since he didn't have anything better to do, he copied the data feed that generated the system plot to his station and started going over it, section by section. It took him about 10 minutes, but he finally found what didn't look right. He swiveled to face Zrala. "Captain, would you mind focusing the system plot on grid hex C53 and tell me your thoughts on that?" Zrala asked the crew person at sensors to do as he asked and leaned forward in her seat as she looked at it. "That looks like the sensor ghost one normally sees on a ship under stealth when your sensors are just a tiny bit better than their stealth technology. Sensors, bring back the full system plot, please, but mark this contact as Sierra 1 and highlight it so we don't lose it." Alex wondered what she wanted to see, but he didn't have to ask. Damn, the destroyers are all out of position to run this contact down, and they're acting like they don't even see it. "Boss, how do you want to handle this?" He knew they were basically just supposed to broadcast their message and then sit back, looking pretty, while the Navy and Marines did all the work. But if they did that, there was an excellent chance the stealth contact would successfully leave the system, and he laid pretty good odds Borvarik was aboard that ship. "Is there any asset in the task group that can intercept the contact before it leaves the system?" Zrala shook her head. "Nope, they're scattered all over the back of Beyond, running down those ships or barges or shuttles that didn't return to base." "And there's no way we can go after them without telling them we're going after them?" "Not really, boss, no." "Fine. Hell with it, then. So be it. Run them down, Zrala. I fully suspect Borvarik is aboard that contact, and I care more about stopping him from harassing our client than I do about rolling up this illegal shipyard. We can leave that to the Navy." "You heard the boss, Helm. Pursuit course. Kiev, call the crew to action stations." Alex watched the system plot slew around as Galara pivoted the ship to pursue the stealth contact. He wondered just how long they'd try to remain stealthed before they gave it up and made a run for it. If they decide to drop stealth and go for speed instead, can we still catch them before they reach the hyperlimit? He asked. There's no way to know without knowing what's hiding under that stealth field, Zrala replied. Be that as it may, I'd still put my money on Guardian. We have frigate-class engines and reactors and a heavy corvette. That's an enormous thrust-to-weight ratio. There aren't many ships that can beat it, so it all depends on how close we are to them when they make a run for it and what their acceleration profile is. Just then, the bridge speakers chirped. Engineering to bridge. Go ahead, Zrala replied. If you're willing to accept a reduction on the inertial dampening, I can coax a few more percentage points of acceleration out of the engines. We're not really close to redlining them yet. Zrala turned to Alex. What do you think, boss? Alex regarded the system plot, paying special attention to their rate of closure to the stealthed contact. It was pretty good already, considering the distances involved. I think we should hold off on that until we see what we're chasing. No reason to announce our full capabilities without needing to, is there? Zrala smiled. Precisely what I was going to say. Engineering, get ready for that, but hold off for now. Let's keep that as a nasty surprise if we need it. You got it, Bridge. We'll be ready when you call for it. The speakers chirped to indicate the call had ended. Alex turned back to his station and copied the system plot to it, then ran a calculation to determine estimated time to intercept. Roughly 45 minutes at their current acceleration profile. And they weren't close to redlining the engines yet. Good. He sent Havika a text message asking her if the engines were currently performing in line with what a normal Corvette could do. She soon answered that they were, adding that a regular Corvette would be much, much closer to redlining the engines. Okay, that was good. If this was a ship built with Earth technology, they'd have to flip the ship at the midpoint of their intercept, a process most people thought of as turnover. But the propulsion technology used by the Ninhar Confederation made that unnecessary. He wasn't far enough into his studies to understand how that worked yet, but he was grateful they wouldn't be exposing thruster nozzles to this potentially armed and hostile contact. When they were 30 minutes out from intercept, Zrala said, Sensors, let's see if we can break that stealth. Give them a tight beam pulse at full power, please. Aye, Captain, the crew person at Sensors replied. It wasn't more than 30 seconds later that the person staffing the Sensors station let out a little cheer. Captain, new contact bearing dead ahead. Provisional classification is a civilian yacht in the destroyer tonnage range. Its transponder is non-responsive, but hull contours and engine signatures match that of the yacht registered to Grishnal Borvarik. Zrala swiveled to face Alex. Feel up to sending another message, boss? Why, yes, I think I do. He stood and joined Zrala at the command station, and soon enough, the crew person at comms gave him the high sign. Attention, unknown vessel. I am Alex Hawk, known professionally as the Shepherd. Under the authority vested in me by this writ of justice, you are hereby ordered to heave to and prepare to be boarded. Failure to comply will result in the disabling of your vessel and boarding by force. Slow a stop relative to the system star to signal your compliance. Any other action will be deemed as refusal. He nodded, and the crew person at comms quickly reported, Writ attached and ready to transmit, Captain. Send it, Zrala replied. Full spectrum blast, all frequencies and channels. 10 minutes passed, and the yacht still headed for the hyperlimit. No response, no compliance. The situation didn't give Alex a good feeling, but he wasn't sure if that was because he disliked unnecessary violence, or if there was something his subconscious was trying to tell him. Either way, his instinct was almost screaming at him that something was wrong. Captain, may I suggest you take the ship to battle stations? Zrala turned to him, her expression questioning. Something in his expression or demeanor convinced her, though. Kiev, you heard him. Sound battle station ship to ship. Initiate weapons lock on the yacht, targeting the engines. Kiev's response was the alert klaxon blaring throughout the ship, followed by his announcement of battle stations. Moments later, he said, Weapons locked, Captain, with the engines targeted. Sensors, convert the system plot to tactical and overlay optimal weapons ranges, please. The reconfiguration happened almost immediately, and Alex saw they were not quite within powered missile range of the yacht. He doubted Zrala would use missiles, though. They were enormously destructive and would more likely destroy the yacht than merely disable it. 2 dots suddenly appeared on the tactical plot. They were a short distance behind the yacht and appeared to be moving away. They weren't moving fast enough to be missiles, and their sensor cross-section wasn't large enough to be mines. And besides, why would someone only launch 2 mines?
Captain, new contact.
A memory of a story Alex read about maritime history back on Earth erupted across the forefront of his mind. Their hull panels, Zrala. That ship is armed. He hated interrupting the trained professional, but he was also absolutely certain he was right. He didn't know how he was right, but he knew he was. Confirm that, sensors, Zrala ordered. But sensors didn't get the chance.
Missile launch, 2 contacts bearing 0 flight time 7 minutes,
Keeve announced from the weapons station. Zrala didn't miss a beat.
Keeve, hand off point defense to sensors and return fire. Since they started the conversation with missiles, I see no reason not to reply in kind.
Aye, Captain, the Relcan replied. Moments later, Alex felt the ship buck twice, just enough for him to notice, and 2 more fast-moving dots appeared on the tactical plot.
2 missiles away, Captain. Flight time, 3 minutes.
Alex accessed the sensor feed and tried to ascertain what type of missile the yacht had fired at them. All he could find was a provisional classification of them being the best missile someone could purchase as a member of the Bounty Hunters Guild. That struck him as a little odd, but then he remembered Havika telling him that a lot of captains or ship owners joined the Bounty Hunters Guild solely to have access to better armaments and shields. The crew person at Sensors soon announced,
"Hostile missiles destroyed, Captain."
But the yacht was not so lucky. 2 rounds of projectile countermeasures and multiple missiles with point defense beam weapons led to both missiles striking the yacht. What's more, Keeve had apparently attempted pinpoint targeting on the yacht's launch tubes and succeeded. A full 1/5 of the yacht's overall size vanished in a sudden orgy of fiery destruction, taking the main engines and who knew what else with it. What remained went into an uncontrolled, corkscrewing drift as it spewed atmo and water into space. Almost immediately, the yacht's running lights began flashing the pattern Alex had learned signaled ship in distress. Part of him wanted to feel sorry for the people aboard the now ruined hulk, but a saying from Earth went through his mind. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
"Captain, Contact Sierra 1 has lost all power and is in full uncontrolled drift,"
the Sensors crew person said.
"They are signaling ship in distress with their running lights."
Zrala held her silence for a few moments, then said, "Well, they brought it on themselves. Calm signal Kisha to prepare for rescue operations under possible combat conditions." Alex sent a message to Flax and the other members he'd taken on the bounty op as he stood from the observer station and left the bridge. Just as the hatch closed behind him, he heard Zrala say, "And comms, alert Kisha that the boss is on the way." Chapter 44. When Alex entered the small craft bay, he immediately noticed his prospective team standing in a cluster off to one side, while Kisha and Mox oversaw the loading and prep. Sisma stood next to Flax, her expression and demeanor betraying how terrified she felt. Kisha looked up from the datapad she held, and her tail gave a little wag at seeing him. When he was close enough that she didn't have to shout, she said, "I'm glad to see you, boss. I figured you were on the way when your crew showed up, but you might want to talk to Sisma. I'm not sure she's ready for this just yet."
I hadn't intended her to join us on this one, unless you think we need an access specialist.
Kisha snorted a laugh. Access specialist. I like that. But no, I don't think she'll do us any good this time. The whole yacht is on emergency power. What systems are up are running on the output of a half-dozen fusion bottles. The reactor escaped the destruction by the thickness of a tuft of fur, and there were enough control circuits left that it went into immediate shutdown. The moment after that, the computers followed suit. We're going to be prying doors open or using breaching charges. The high-resolution scans the bridge sent to me look like our missiles went right up their aft launch tubes and detonated close enough to set off the aft magazine. Over half the engineering compartment is open to space.
Gotcha. Have you made sure that everyone has a picture of our primary target? I don't want to leave anyone to the tender mercies of deep space, but I especially want Borvarek. He's the sole reason we have this job, and I don't want to have to tell Sukal Navosk that he slipped off to parts unknown.
All my people have a full dossier on him, complete with pictures and biometrics. She paused long enough to glance toward where her team and Mox's team worked. Don't ask how he obtained his biometrics, boss. He wasn't about to ask that question, even before she said that, so he simply smiled.
What biometrics?
Kisha's tail wagged again. Exactly. What biometrics?
I'm going to get with my team and make sure they're ready to go, and send Sisma to Medbay. I'll bring everyone over to load the shuttle after that.
When he approached his team, the first thing he did was make eye contact with Sisma.
I appreciate your dedication, but we haven't really had a chance to talk yet. Until I know for certain this is training you actually want, I'm not taking you on any ops unless there's simply no other choice. You can go back to your cabin or head up to Medbay, whichever feels best.
Sisma left the bay like her tail was on fire. As soon as the hatch closed behind her, Flax said,
I'm not all that certain she's going to work out, boss. Do you have an alternative plan for her? Plan? What is this plan you speak of?
That garnered him some chuckles from the other members of his ersatz team, but Flax just looked resigned.
Gotcha, boss. I was kind of afraid of that.
Alex chuckled.
That is honestly a tomorrow problem. Our main focus right now needs to be securing Grishnal Borvarek. Like I told Kisha, I'm not going to leave anyone to the tender mercies of deep space that I can save, but I'll only go out of my way for Borvarek. He's the entire reason we're on this job, and I don't want to tell Sukal Navosk that we came close but didn't get him. For all we know, this isn't even his entire operation. I'll make that announcement to the whole boarding party once the shuttle is in flight, but for now, are all of you geared up to your satisfaction?
Once every head looking his way had nodded yes or otherwise responded in the affirmative, Alex nodded his head toward the assault shuttle.
Then let's load up.
The trip over to the yacht went well with no surprises. Once they were en route, Guardian came in close and used its tractor beams and functional engines to arrest the corkscrewing drift. That certainly made docking with the port airlock much, much easier. But as soon as they confirmed a hard seal on the lock, sensors detected a high-speed launch from the yacht. It looked to be some kind of captain's gig releasing from the forward underbelly and rocketing away. It never activated a transponder. Alex knew that had to be Borvarek. Possibly Borvarek and a couple people.
Dirk, you and you've helped Kisha. I'll take the shuttle in pursuit of the Mad Bat.
It was a testament to their faith in him that Dirk didn't even question Alex. He tapped Yuv on the shoulder, and both Kisha's team and Mox's team made a fast egress so that Alex wouldn't be too far behind. As soon as he had undocked from the yacht, he plotted an intercept course and engaged the assault shuttle's engines at full.
Everyone strap in. I don't see any weapons on it, but we didn't see those aft missile tubes until they blew the hull panels. Flax, get people on the weapons. I doubt that gig is going to stop unless we make it stop.
After that, Alex devoted his full concentration to overtaking the gig in as safe a manner as possible. The pilot console sent him notifications that the weapons were manned and active a few moments later, but he knew manned was a bit of a misnomer. People had interfaced with the various weapons consoles via their kit, a combination of the wrist comms and comps, without actually leaving their seats. The wireless connection wasn't quite real-time, but it was only a few nanoseconds from it. And really, what's a nanosecond or two between friends? Alex tapped the control to activate the comms system and recorded, "Attention, unknown vessel. This is Alex Hawk, known professionally as the Shepherd.
Under the authority vested in me by a writ of justice issued by High Justicar Orvosk, I hereby order you to heave to and prepare to be boarded. Failure to comply will result in the disabling of your vessel and boarding by force. Bring your vessel to a stop, relative to the system star, to signal compliance. Once they were within 30 light seconds of the fleeing gig, Alex broadcast that message on all channels and frequencies, putting the full power of the shuttle's transmitter behind it. Surprise, surprise, the gig didn't stop. It didn't even slow. Flax, they're not stopping. Target the engines and fire once we're within optimal range. I'm gonna goose our engines a bit to get us closer faster. Aye, boss. Alex pushed the engines up to 110%. That wasn't technically redlining them, but it was close. Their closure rate with the gig increased handsomely, though. When they were right on the fringe of optimal weapons range, Alex sent one last message. Unknown vessel, heave to and prepare to be boarded. This is your final warning. The gig went into evasive maneuvers, but they weren't anything Alex couldn't handle. He kept the assault shuttle right on its tail and closing fast. Range, boss, Flax called out. Target the engines and fire, Alex replied. The pilot's console reported all weapons clusters aboard the shuttle fired almost simultaneously. The beams burned through the gig's meager shields, effective only for micrometeorite protection, really, and carved deep rents into its hull. The gig slewed just enough as they fired, though, that the engines were not disabled. Alex added target vector analysis to his piloting program and gave it a few seconds to develop a database. When the ride evened out, he said, I think I've got it. Hit him again. The weapons fired again, and this time the combined fire reduced the gig's engines to quickly cooling slag, streaming out behind the gig. The sensors detected water and atmo in the debris as well. But deep space wasn't like piloting on a planet. There was no friction to slow the gig, even now that the thrust from the engines was gone. Granted, the gig was no longer accelerating, but that didn't mean it was slowing. Fortunately, it looked like the gig truly was unarmed, and Alex risked bringing the assault shuttle in close to perform a hard grapple to the dorsal section of the hull. As soon as he had a confirmed hard seal, he sent a couple people out to wrap a grappling cable mesh around the gig, securing both ends to either side of the shuttle. Once they were safely back inside, he started using the shuttle's engines to slow and turn back to rejoin the yacht and Guardian. Yes, he could initiate a forced boarding by cutting through the hull of the gig, but while he had full faith in his people, he also felt it might not be a bad idea to have all of his teams available, just in case. The next day, it was all over but the shouting, for the most part. Grishnal Borvarik had indeed been aboard the gig that tried to flee. He was not happy Alex had captured him. Not at all. But Alex felt that was largely understandable. The commander for the Navy's task group asked him to hang around while they mopped up what few stragglers remained in the system. They had already sent for a salvage team to cut up the partially assembled shipyard to reclaim the materials for recycling. Since Borvarik had been kind enough to refine all that metal, there was no reason to let it go to waste. Given the nature of the operation, the Navy had declined to take Borvarik aboard their vessels to ride out his less than triumphant return in their brig, so Alex awarded him his own private cell in theirs. It was the final available berth they'd had aboard Guardian, and Havika had converted it to a cell as soon as Alex had relayed the Navy's response. He understood the Navy's response, too. After all, they were not in the system as any form of law enforcement. They were merely assisting the Ministry of Justice, in the person of one Alex Hawk, with a capture mission that was beyond their available resources. They even used material from the shipyard to seal up the damaged sections of the yacht and set it up as a prisoner transport, once it would hold atmo and water. Alex wasn't sure about Guardian towing the damned hulk through hyper, but Havika and Guardian both assured him she could do it without any undue strain on her systems. Since he wasn't even close to Havika's level of engineering mastery, or Guardian's computational power, he decided to accept their evaluations and go with it. And so it was, 3 days after arriving in Kolfir, Guardian led the Navy task group back out of the system. They sent messages ahead, informing Sukhal Navask of where their investigation had led and how they had resolved the situation. They also requested the Ministry of Justice have someone on hand to take the yacht, the escort craft, and the freighter Corville off their hands and process everyone. They also provided full records they'd downloaded from the planetoid base before leaving Kolfir, which should allow the Ministry to round up any conspirators Alex and crew had neglected to run down. Sukhal Navask was waiting for them in the docking bay when Galara brought Guardian inside.
Alex wasn't all that surprised, given she hadn't responded to their messages. He figured she would want to respond in person. What he was not prepared for was the bone-crushing hug she delivered the moment his boots touched the docking bay's deck.
"Thank you,"
she said, her words muffled slightly from hugging him so tightly.
"Thank you so much. He would have destroyed me if not for you and your people."
Alex had to wait to respond because he wasn't sure he could draw enough breath to speak. The hug was that fierce. When Sukal did let up, he took a half-step back and smiled. "You're absolutely welcome. If Shepard Security Services can ever help you again, you need only call." She nodded once, firmly.
"You have no need to worry, Alex. You will be my first call if there is a next time. Oh, and my new protection detail is working out very well. Thank you for that, too."
"You're welcome. Now, if you'll forgive me, I need to visit the Hall of Justice with a few of my people to finalize the report for closing out the writ."
Of course. It would be rude of me to keep you."
Sukal's attention seemed to linger on Dirk as Alex and his party left the docking bay, but he didn't mind. He made a mental note to suggest Kish's team go on a stand-down period once he had his team up to speed, to give Dirk time to visit if he so chose. The visit to the Hall of Justice turned out to be more of a formality than anything else. Preja presented verified logs that had recorded almost every action they had taken under the auspices of the writ, and High Justikar Orvosk signed off on the report after only spot-checking a few logs throughout the collection. With that filed and closed, and with the CID agents leaving the ship, there was nothing keeping them in Distel any longer. Alex still hadn't heard of any major progress on the data packet on the Dreadscar, but he knew Guardian was devoting all of her unused compute cycles to analyzing it, especially in the wake of his recognition of the Orion Nebula. That was fine with Alex. The important part was that he had the data now, which felt like a major step forward on his goal of finding a way back to Earth. A week into their return to the Stasa system, Preja forwarded Alex a recording of a press conference Sukal Navosk gave, and much like the king of Vorkalix, she heaped mountains of praise upon Shepard Security Services for everything they'd done to resolve the harassment of her family's shipping firm. It seemed a little over the top to Alex, but he wasn't in much of a position to do anything about it. And, well, it would probably be good for business. At least he hoped it would be. Not that the company was hurting for credits at the moment, but income was always good. A hair over 2 weeks in their journey to Stasa, Preja and Kisha found him in the mess hall. They walked straight to his table and sat down at equidistant positions around the table from him.
"So, Sisma is still unresolved?"
Preja remarked. Alex nodded. "Didn't mean to leave her that way, but I agree. I've been meaning to chat with Dr. Tam about the full workup and get her thoughts on what might be a good placement for her." Kisha was quick to interject. "She has expressed interest in training with the Direct Action branch. I've tried to explain it will probably be the hardest thing she's ever done, but she hasn't given up yet. If she's still with us when we get back to Stasa, I'll believe her commitment. But she seems rather dedicated right now. You should talk with her. Plus, Tam says her enhancement affinity is 90%. She'd make a fine shadow, if it weren't for her criminal record." "Okay, I'll talk with her, I promise. Has there been any word on new jobs?" Preja shook her head.
"Not yet, no, but it's only a week or so since Sukal's press conference. Even though it went out across the Confederation, these things take time."
"Yeah, I know. Just thought I'd ask. Maybe it's just as well. I'd like to get an explorer ship built, crewed, and outfitted. I want to be ready if Guardian comes back with a viable search area for Earth. I doubt I can oversee that and work a job at the same time."
Preja and Kisha shared a look before Preja said,
"It might be difficult, yes."
Alex smiled and leaned back against his seat. Yeah, finding Earth was important. Maybe not entirely feasible, but definitely important. If nothing else, he wanted his family to know he was okay. But otherwise, he was the Shepherd, and he wasn't about to back down from that anytime soon.